In a classroom of Class 3 at Key City No. 3 Senior High School, a scene that was both laughable and terror-inducing was unfolding. I got an A-rank profession. Berserker. From now on, anyone who dares mess with me will get chopped with no hesitation. A boy, towering at 1.9 meters tall and built like a young bull, was showing off his bulging biceps with excitement, as if he could already see himself dominating retirement homes in the south and kindergartens in the north. Around him, a group of classmates who had also awakened combat professions gathered, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Damn, Zhang Hao, you rate a lucky, an A-rank profession. You'll definitely become a big shot, maybe even a tier 4 expert in the future. What else there to worry about? I am a C-rank shield warrior, willing to be your mobile shield and protect you forever. I am a B-rank bard. I can buff you and deal damage. Stick with me, and you won't go wrong. What is so great about a berserker? I am an A-rank fireball mage. A skinny boy, who looked like a monkey, held out his palm, and with a poof, a small flame appeared, almost scorching his own eyebrows. He was brimming with pride. Look at this flame. I am destined to be invincible in the future. His students who had awakened their professions were all brimming with energy, eager to show off their abilities, ready to dismantle a Gundam bare-handed if necessary. Even those with support professions were in high spirits. I am a priest. Without my healing, you'd all be doomed if we team up for dungeons in the future. I am an enchanter. I'll give you an 80% discount on equipment enchantments. What a deal. The awakening ceremony had just ended, and the future of everyone in the classroom seemed to be glowing brightly. Those with combat professions were especially proud, standing tall and exuding confidence, as if they could already see themselves tearing apart monsters, marrying rich and beautiful partners, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Though not as boastful, those with support professions were equally thrilled. After all, stable professions like healers and blacksmiths were always in demand, securing their futures. But the most unfortunate ones were the ordinary students who had awakened any profession. Why am I just a regular person with no profession? My life is over, one wailed. I don't want to end up as a laborer. I've heard that the bricks on construction sites outside the city are made of enchanted rock, each weighing over 100 pounds. My frail body can't handle that. Another lamented. It's hopeless. I am completely useless now. I won't even dare to lift my head during matchmaking, cried another. In the corner, a group of girls huddled together, sobbing pitifully. Passersby would glance at them with some sympathy, but quickly turn back to boasting about their own bright futures. This was reality. This was a world transformed into something like a video game. Over 1,000 years ago, Earth had merged with a high-dimensional gaming world, and its rules had changed completely. Monsters roamed freely, and dungeons, secret realms, and abysses appeared endlessly. Immense cities were merely isolated islands in a sea of monsters. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope. The emergence of job changers turned the tide. Upon turning 18, everyone had the chance to awaken a profession and gain extraordinary abilities. From then on, humanity began its counterattack. Countless combatants and support professionals fought valiantly, shedding blood and sweat, ultimately carving out a space for survival in this perilous world. Professions meant everything. They signified status, honor, wealth, and even life itself. Combat professions represented the elite, while support professions were highly sought after. Those without professions, however, were the forgotten underclass of the era. Hey, look at Chen Qian Qi. Someone suddenly shouted, and the entire class's attention instantly shifted to the doorway. A girl in a white dress, her long hair cascading down her back and her delicate features resembling a fairy from a painting, was being surrounded by a group of people. This was Chen Qian, the school beauty of Tiankino. At this moment, a faint, 7-colored halo surrounded her, making her appear divine and noble. Oh my god, is that the rare profession or a master? That effect is stunning. Not just stunning. I've heard the Aura Master is super rare in a strategic support class. The auras they release can instantly boost an entire team's combat power. Seriously, then wherever she goes, she'll be treated like a treasure. Exactly. I've even heard that the admissions officer from Imperial University has already personally contacted the principal about her. She has been offered a direct admission, straight to the top. Envy, jealousy, and every imaginable emotion was directed at Chen Qian. She lifted her chin slightly, like a proud swan, basking in the attention of the crowd. Her gaze swept across the class, lingering briefly on the dejected students, a faint, meaningful smile curling her lips. That sense of superiority surged naturally within her. The classroom buzzed with noise, except for one particularly silent desk in the corner. Guzu sat there, his eyes fixed firmly on the desk in front of him. A virtual panel only he could see. He was immersed in deep self-doubt. Name Guzu. Level 10100. Class. Calamity Lord of the Old Ones Unique. Talent 1 Domain of Calamity, Conceptual LV1, an independent space with a 1-meter radius centered on you. An immortal existence, the power and range of a domain will increase as your level rises. Talent is Servant of Calamity, Conceptual. You can summon servants belonging to you from a river of time. Current number 1. Talent 3. Growth of Calamity, Conceptual. The more fear and disaster you create, the faster you grow. Skills. None. Equipment none. Goose obbed his eyes and pinched himself hard. Ouch, I am not dreaming. But what on earth did this panel mean? Calamity Lord of the Old Ones. This class doesn't sound like the role of a good guy at all. Everyone else gets classes like Berserker, Paladin, or Archmage, each brimming with light and righteousness. And me? I ended up as the Calamity Lord of the Old Ones. This doesn't fit the script at all. It can't help but feel uneasy inside that I somehow end up on the villainess side. Especially those talents Domain of Calamity, Servant of Calamity, they sounded downright ominous. In this domain, I am an immortal ruler. I SNE this the legendary domain skill, and it S enhanced with immortality. Anyone daring to come within 1 meter of me, better be ready to face my retaliation. This is ridiculously overpowered. He continued to examine the second talent, Servant of Calamity. I can summon servants from the endless river of time. That sounds like summoning legendary monsters, both terrifying and exhilarating. Guzu's curiosity was completely ignited, and he called into help, but want to try it out. The third talent left him speechless. He had been an ordinary office worker in his previous life, and after being transported to this world 18 years ago, he had always hoped to change his fate through job advancement. Now it felt like a cheat code had finally arrived, even though it seemed a bit scary still. Let us give it a try. Once that thought emerged, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Everyone in the classroom was preoccupied with their own activities, and no one paid attention to the weirdo in the corner. Taking a deep breath, Guzu focused his mind and silently chanted, "Some unservant of Calamity. Command confirmed. Establishing link. Link established." Responding to the Calamity Lord Death's first summon, a lost soul is awakening from the forgotten river of time. A system notification flashed by, and in the next moment, the classroom underwent a transformation. The previously stuffy air suddenly seemed to be sucked out, and in an instant, the temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling cold. The coldness crept up from the soles of their feet, shooting straight to the tops of their heads. Why did it suddenly get so cold? Who turned the AC up so high in the middle of summer? Zhang Hao, the muscle-flexing berserker, shouted. Before his voice could fade, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. I can't help but shiver, the goose on my arms more prominent than his bulging muscles. Whoosh! Suddenly, a chilling wind blew silently, stirring a few pieces of paper on the floor. The sound of the wind resembled a woman's sobs, or a ghost's wail. The classroom windows were clearly closed, yet the wind seemed to permeate everywhere, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Damn it, why does this wind sound so eerie? I feel a cold chill on the back of my neck. It is so uncomfortable. Don't scare me, I am easily frightened. The noisy chatter in the classroom abruptly ceased as everyone sensed the abnormality. This coldness wasn't the usual kind of chill, it was a fear that penetrated to the bone. Despairing and as silent as death. Even Chen Qian, who was surrounded by admirers, had her smile freeze on her face. The colorful aura around her flickered and dimmed before abruptly extinguishing with a snap. What is going on? She frowned deeply. A sense of unease rising in her heart. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking around in terror, trying to locate the source of this strangeness. And then they saw it. In the farthest corner of the classroom, They saw the usually quiet, unremarkable classmate, Guzu. And they also saw the figure that had suddenly appeared beside Guzu. It was a woman. She was wearing a red bridal gown. She stood there silently, her posture graceful, adorned with a phoenix coronet. Cloak, dazzling, unradiant. But the red was too glaring, vivid as if soaked in fresh blood. She exuded a heavy scent of blood and an ominous aura. What was most terrifying was the resentment, deathly aura, and endless sorrow she emitted, flooding the entire classroom like a tidal wave. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The space felt as if it had been frozen solid. Nearly 50 students in the class, each with eyes wide open and mouths agape, seemed as though their throats were blocked, unable to utter a single sound. On their faces, there was only one word: fear. The deathly silence lasted for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later. A girl with the weakest nerves let out a piercing scream that shook the heavens and earth. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. This scream was like Pandora's box being opened. The entire classroom plunged into chaos in an instant. Ghost. There's really a ghost. Help. Oh my God, run. Don't push me, let me out first. None of school is too scary. I want to go home. Just moments ago, the confident professional players who proudly called themselves the Chosen Ones fell apart completely. What berserkers? What fireball mages in the face of primal fear against life and death? The only thought in their minds was escape. The farther away from the woman in a raid, the better. Dozens of students frantically rushed toward the classroom door, the narrow doorframe immediately becoming jam-packed and impenetrable. Those stuck behind were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The window. Jump out the window. Someone shouted. The third-floor height was practically suicidal. But the instinct to survive drove them to lose all Bang, bang. A few boys near the window shattered the glass using desks. Climbing out with hands and feet, they clung to the window ledges, trembling, unwilling to remain in the classroom a second longer. A newly initiated berserker exploded with unprecedented speed, using his burly physique to forcibly carve a bloody path out. He was the first to escape, even losing a shoe in the process. The fireball-wielding student trembled as he ran, accidentally setting the hair of the student in front of him ablaze with a flicker of fire, further intensifying the chaos and screams. The scene was completely out of control. Even the school beauty, Chen Qian, had abandoned all grace and pride at this moment. Her face was pale, filled with terror. She even ran faster than anyone else, pushing aside the knight in shining armor in front of her. She lifted her skirt and scrambled out of the classroom. Her shoes were trampled off, her white dress covered in dust, her hair disheveled beyond repair. Where was the elegance of a goddess? She looked more like a frightened, helpless little deer. The chaos lasted only a brief 10 seconds. The classroom was left empty, the earlier commotion and disorder vanishing without a trace. Only scattered desks and chairs remained on the floor, along with a few unlucky ones who had fainted. Their eyes rolled back. In a corner, Guzu stood dumbfounded, accompanied by the graceful yet eerie bride and we. They just ran off like that. Guzu looked at the now empty classroom, twitching his mouth. I just wanted to test out his skill. Their reaction is way too exaggerated. That's just a young lady in a red wedding dress, sure. Her aura is a bit cold, but she didn't even show her face. Being this scared is over the top. Unable to help himself, he leaned closer to carefully examine the Calamity servant he had just summoned. As he got closer, a chill surged toward him, like the resentment emanating from Ibis. Cautiously, he extended his hand, wanting to touch the blood-red wedding dress before him, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the crimson fabric. The bride in Reem moved slightly. She slowly raised her hand. Such a flawless hand, slender and graceful, pale as the finest jade. Then, she gently grasped Guzu's hand. Cold, bone-chillingly cold. Yet to Guzu's astonishment, the icy touch bore no trace of malice. On the contrary, there was a faint sense of reliance and intimacy. Calamity certed. Pride and raid. Status absolute loyalty. Description: once a bride awaiting her beloved, she received news of his death on her wedding day. Our family was also tragically slaughtered. Endless hatred transformed her into a ghost wandering the mortal realm. Now she acknowledges you as her husband. Guzu. Oh my God. Starting out with a ghost bride as a wife? What incredible surprise. Although this ghostly bride was a bit scary, scaring away the entire class upon arrival. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the teacher's office building at Tianqino 3 High School, the senior year teachers were gathered, sipping tea and discussing this year's student performance. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively. Old Wang, I heard your class has 3A levels. Occupation? I bet your bonus this year left your hands full. Not at all, just lucky. Old Li, that student of yours, Zhangqiang, awakened a rare class or a shield. He's a top-notch talent. That's nothing, really, quite average. Old Li modestly dismissed it, but his eyes crinkled into a flower-like smile. Amid the laughter and chatter, only one young female teacher frowned deeply, her expression heavy. She was Zhu Yuyu, the homeroom teacher of Class 3-3 in the senior year. Ms. Zhu, what's wrong? Still worried about your class? An older female teacher beside her asked with concern. Zhu Yuyu sighed, her tone helpless. Yes, Sister Zhang. This year, only Chen Qian in my class awakened a rare class, and she's performed well. But the other students, only 1A class, 5B classes, and the rest are all C, D, E, F classes. Some even failed to awaken any class at all. Our average score is the lowest in the entire grade. Thinking about those students who cried their hearts out after failing to awaken a class, her heart ached, especially Guzu. Quiet, average grades, who would have thought he'd fail to transition? Such a pity. Don't worry, Zhaozhu. These things can't be rushed. Awakening depends on talent and luck, Sister Zhang comforted her. Zhu Yu was about to respond. Suddenly, ala bang. The office door was slammed open aggressively, the door panel crashing into the wall with an ear-splitting noise. All the teachers were startled. Who is it? So unruly. Old Wang with the bald spot stood up, slamming his desk in anger. But when he saw who was at the door, his fury froze instantly. There stood Zhang Hao, pale as a sheet, gasping for air. He was barefoot, his hair disheveled, his face streaked with fear, snot, and tears. Teacher. He screamed with all his might, his voice sharp and piercing. Help! It's a ghost. The teachers in the office were stunned. Teacher Li frowned, displeased. Stop spouting nonsense. There's no such thing as ghosts. What's wrong with this student? Before the words finished, wave after wave of students began pouring into the office, fleeing as if for their lives, packing the once modestly sized space to the brim. Each student's face was deathly pale, their lips purple. They trembled uncontrollably, like leaves in the wind. Their eyes were filled with terror and confusion, as if they'd just escaped from the gates of hell. Teacher, there's really a ghost. A girl in red clothes. In our classroom. It was horrifying. That thing, it looked like it crawled straight out of hell. Miss Zhu, help us. Our class is haunted. A girl directly threw herself at Zhu Yuyu, clutching her legs and bawling. The smiles on the teachers' faces vanished completely. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a growing sense of fear. One student spouting nonsense might be excusable, but dozens of students, all scared out of their wits. This was serious. Zhu Yuyu's heart sank. Class 3-3 was haunted. Guzu was speechless, utterly stunned. A small summoning experiment spiraled into such chaos. He swore he was just testing his skill. Did they really need to overreact this much? All he did was summon a lady in red. Sure, her was a bit cold, and the entrance effects were top-notch. But she didn't even show her face. Did that warrant such a hysterical reaction, screaming, crawling, and calling for their mothers? Today's youth, their mental resilience was this weak. Just as he was about to complain, a string of dazzling virtual crops suddenly popped up in front of him. Detection. You have successfully caused a minor disturbance. Your talent, Calamity growth conceptual level has been triggered. Panic value 1, EXP 3. Panic value 1, EXP 3. Panic value 1, EXP 3. A cascade of 3 XP notifications filled the screen like fireworks. Guzu watched his previously empty experience bar 1's Adrid rapidly fill up before his eyes. In an instant, LV190 100th. Guzu was dumbfounded. What the? He stared blankly at the interface, then at the tall, eerie bride beside him. A wild thought popped into his mind. Scaring people can level me up. But he quickly recalled the description of his third talent. Calamity growth conceptual level. The greater the panic and disaster you cause, the faster your strength grows. Got it faster. No wonder. So this is how this talent works. Others level up by fighting monsters, completing quests, working tirelessly. But his way of leveling up has an extra twist, creating panic and disaster. Isn't this forcing him down a dark path? His plot. Why does it feel like it's going more and more off track? Guzu rubbed his chin, not the least bit scared, but instead feeling even more thrilled. Thrilling. This skill is absolutely his style. Since he's already got the villain script, he has to plan carefully. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, his gaze falling on the eerie bride beside him. Since we're on the same team now, I need to figure out my wife's abilities first. With this thought in mind, he tentatively opened the bride's attribute panel. The next second, an even more outrageous set of stats appeared before his eyes. Servant of Calamity. Eerie Bride. Level 1 synchronized with host's level. Status absolute loyalty. Skill 1 blood wedding dress concept level. The wedding dress is indestructible, and the eerie body is immortal. The more negative emotions, the stronger the combat power. Note this dress carries her final obsession in If the Deadliest Curse. Skill to Chains of Resentment, concept level. Those caught by her days will be forcibly inflicted with Chains of Resentment. Chain effect. All attributes are forcibly reduced by 50%. Once negative emotions are revealed, the target falls into a deep fear state, with all 5 senses completely stripped away and consciousness thrown into chaos until their spirit utterly collapses. No feel my pain. Trait 3, Bond of Hearts concept level. You have formed a life and death contract with her. If you die, she will disappear into the river of time as she falls. She can instantly resurrect within the domain of Calamity by consuming 1% of a host's mental energy. Husband, from now on, we will never be apart. After reading it, Guzu couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is too overpowered. Is this the kind of ability a level 1 summoned creature should have? The first trait, Blood Wedding Dress, is like a bug-level cheat, immune to all damage and capable of absorbing surrounding negative emotions to strengthen itself. On the battlefield, this is an indestructible monster. The second trait, Chains of Resentment, is even more astonishing. Completely out of this, all attributes reduced by 50%? What does that mean? A 200-pound strongman instantly turns into a 100-pound weakling, and it's an area effect. No wonder the entire class was panicked. Just now they were forcibly hit with this terrifying demophant, fell into a state of deep fear. As for the third trait, Bond of Hearts. Seeing the words husband and a note never apart, Guzu's face turned red. Although he felt a bit touched, it also meant that his fate was completely tied to hers. However, being able to use mental energy for unlimited resurrection. Isn't this the legendary fountain of life? Concept level. So this is the true value of concept level talents. Guzu muttered to himself, his heart racing. Earlier, he envied at a level Berserker Zhang Hao and at a level Fireball Mage. But now, it seems laughably immature. Their so-called day-level talents are not even worthy of comparison to his 3 concept-level talents. There's no competition at all. Starting off with a royal flush and a free, powerful, and loyal ghost bride wife. This is a jackpot. Guzu was overjoyed and was about to continue examining his panel. Just then, hurrying footsteps echoed from the hallway, getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, homeroom teacher Zhu Yu, and several grade teachers, anxious and flustered, rushed toward class 3-3. The hallway was in chaos. Scattered books, trampled stationery, and even a lonely sports shoe likely belonging to that A-level Berserker Zhang Hao were strewn about. The air carried a faint, burnt hair smell. What on earth did these kids do? Old Wang panted as he ran, cursing under his breath. But as he ran, the anger on his face suddenly faded. A bone-chilling coldness crept in without warning, like countless icy steel needles piercing their skin from all directions. What's going on? The temperature feels off. Old Wang shivered, even as a tiered warrior with a strong body. He couldn't withstand this eerie chill. This isn't normal low temperature. Zhu Yu's face turned grave, as a Tier 3 wind whisperer. She was particularly sensitive to energy. This chill is filled with deathly silence, resentment and despair. It's the aura of a high-level Calamity species. What? This single sentence caused the other teachers' faces to turn pale instantly. A high-level Calamity species. Are you kidding? That's a terrifying entity capable of easily destroying an entire small city. Why would it appear in a school, such a heavily fortified place? Before the words could fully sink in, they had already rushed to the door of the Class 3 senior classroom. What they saw froze everyone in place. The once orderly classroom now looked as if a typhoon had swept through it. Desks and chairs were overturned in chaos, shattered glass littered the floor, and several students lay collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. And in the farthest corner of the room, a woman clad in a blood-red wedding dress and wearing a red veil stood silently. She did not move, but the oppressive and overwhelming aura emanating from her was like an invisible mountain weighing heavily on everyone's chest. The teachers felt suffocated, their hearts stopped, and even their souls trembled. What is that thing? A young teacher stammered, his lips trembling as teeth chattering uncontrollably. That's right. It's S-class. No, this pressure must already surpass the level of an S-class Calamity Lord. Old Wang, a balding middle-aged man and a second-tier warrior, felt his legs go weak and almost collapsed to his knees. Just as all the teachers were scared out of their wits by the terrifying scene before them, a soft golden glow suddenly radiated from beside the blood-red figure. Buzz. The light of leveling up. Everyone's gaze was instinctively drawn to the golden glow. Then, they saw Guzu enveloped in a radiant light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV2. All attributes 10. Talent domain of Calamity, conceptual level expanded to a radius of 2 meters. Talent servant of Calamity, conceptual level current sum enable quantity 1 unchanged. Talent growth of Calamity, conceptual level experience gain efficiency increased. Congratulations on comprehending a new skill Calamity gaze LV1. A surge of warmth filled his entire being. Guzu felt an immense power coursing through his body. His senses became extraordinarily sharp, and the entire world seemed renewed in his eyes. It was as if, with just a word, the entire world would move for him. So this is what strength feels like. Amazing. He couldn't wait to check the details of his new skill. Calamity gaze LV1 lock onto her target with your mind. Unleashing a powerful mental shock with a 30% chance to inflict negative statuses like fear, confusion, or paralysis. Effect strength depends on the mental power gap. No, what are you looking at? Want to try staring again? Guzu almost burst out laughing when he saw the note. This system really knows how to joke. But this skill was indeed powerful. It was absolutely the perfect tool for messing with people. He was enthusiastically exploring it, completely unaware that the teachers at the door were frozen in shock. Guzu. Zhu Yu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her face full of astonishment. Bathed in golden light, the person who had just leveled up turned out to be none other than Guzu, the usually quiet and reserved student in her class, someone she had even thought had failed to awaken. Why was he here? Why hadn't he run away? What was his connection to that terrifying redressed ghost? Countless questions swirled in her mind. As the homeroom teacher, she involuntarily clenched her teeth and cautiously took a step into the classroom. But that single step was like pressing a forbidden switch. Whoosh! The eerie bride, her veiled head covered in reed, suddenly turned sharply, her gaze locking on Zhuyu in an instant. A murderous intent, as sharp as icicles, pierced into their hearts and exploded outward. The temperature in the classroom plummeted, almost dropping to freezing. The air seemed to crystallize into ice. The ghostly bride slowly raised her pale, jade-like hand, her 5 fingers, sharpened blood rayed like blades, pointing straight at Zhuyu's throat. The shadow of death enveloped her instantly. She froze, unable to move. Her profession as a wind whisperer granted her heightened instincts, which now blared with warning alarms. One more step, and she would surely die. She would be ruthlessly torn to shreds by this terrifying entity before her. But she was a level 48 elite, one of the top talents of the younger generation in Apocalypse City. Yet in the face of the red-dressed ghost, she felt as weak as a helpless ant. This was an overwhelming difference in the hierarchy of life. Damn. Calm down, wife, she's on our side. That's the homeroom teacher. Guzu was startled by the sudden turn of events. He quickly issued a mental command. Stand down, no attacking. Almost the moment his thought landed, the soul-freezing murderous intent abruptly vanished, gone without a trace. The ghostly bride slowly lowered her hand and silently retreated behind Guzu and returned to that quiet, that striking, blood-ringed, almost suffocating like extravagant statue seemed like the terrifying murderous presence from earlier was nothing but an illusion. Zhu Yu gasped for breath, cold sweats sliding down her back. Her heart raced wildly, as if it were about to burst out of her chest. For a moment, she truly thought her life was over. She stared, still shaken, at Guzu, who had just walked out from behind the eerie bride. Her voice trembled. Go, Guzu, what on earth is going on? What is that? She Wataba asked, what kind of monster, and was but held back. How could such a thing possibly understand human speech? Guzu scratched his head awkwardly as he saw the class teacher's terrified expression. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he decided to come clean. Sorry, Teacher Zhu, for scaring you and the students. He apologized sincerely, then pointed to the eerie bride behind him, speaking in a tone so casual, it was almost like discussing the weather. She is my summoned creature. This simple sentence landed like a thunderbolt in the hearts of all the teachers, as if their hearts had momentarily stopped. The corridor was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Several teachers at the door, including old Wang with the receding hairline, had their eyes wide open, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg, faces filled with shock. Summoned creature? Zhu Yu's mind went blank with a loud buzz, wondering if she had misheard. She lifted Guzu's serious, even slightly embarrassed face, and at that despair-inducing summoned creature. This GOP first-level student who had just changed professions could summon something even she, a level 48 professional, couldn't defeat. What kind of profession was this? Summoner. She had never heard of a summoner being so overpowered. Even a legendary, almost non-existent SSS level mythical professions couldn't possibly be this exaggerated right from the start. Zhu Yu's mind was in chaos, unable to process it. Her thoughts whirled like a storm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At level 48, she was among the strongest in Yankino 3 high school, second only to the principal. Even when facing a peak 5th-tier Berserk Earth Dragon, she had never felt the kind of complete helplessness and despair she just experienced. But just now, with a single gesture from that summoned creature, she truly felt like she was going to die, without even the strength to struggle. What kind of profession had Guzu transitioned into? Even the mythical professions mentioned only in legends couldn't possibly be this ridiculous. Guzu, are you certain? Zhu Yu asked nervously. It wasn't suspicion, it was disbelief. This completely surpassed her understanding as a professional. At the door, old Wayne and the other teachers were nearly scared out of their wits. What did they just hear? That terrifying ghostly bride that merely made them soil themselves was actually summoned by a student who had just changed professions. This was even more absurd than a ghost story. Of course, Guzu scratched his head matter-of-factly, thinking there was no point in hiding, since they'd already seen everything. He straightforwardly made a gesture in front of everyone, pulling up his personal lat review panel. Teacher Zhu, look, my profession is a bit special. So, Guzu, ever the straightforward thinker, decided to simply show his panel to the teacher, making everything clear. However, when Zhu Yu, suppressing the storm in her heart, focused on the faint blue screen, her mind was instantly filled with countless question marks. She had been expecting clear text and data, but what appeared before her eyes was utter chaos. They weren't regular characters but writhing, twisting, and entangling buzzer symbols. The symbols seemed to possess life, exuding an aura of ancient and endearing malevolence. With just a glance, Zhu Yu felt as though her eyes were pierced by red-hot needles. A wave of dizziness hit her, making it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. A surge of nausea and vertigo shot straight to her head. Her mental energy began to drain rapidly. It was as if countless voices echoed in her mind, screaming, roaring, and murmuring softly. Ah! Zhu Yu cried out in pain, snapping her eyes shut and stumbling backward. Her face turned as pale as a sheet of paper in an instant. Teacher, are you okay? Guzu was startled and quickly dismissed his review panel. Zhu Yu gasped for air, her voice trembling with lingering fear. Guzu, your panel is poisonous. Several of the braver teachers at the door had also sneaked a glance, and now each of them was clutching their heads, groaning in pain. Their mental strength was far weaker than Zhu Yu's, and just a brief look made their heads feel like they were about to explode. Poisonous. Guzu was stunned. He looked down at his hands and recalled. Content on the panel. Class. Calamity lore of the old days unique. Talent domain of Calamity, concept level. Doesn't this look normal? Suddenly, he realized. The name of his class explained everything. More of the old days was something from the Cholingha mythos. Ordinary people shouldn't even look directly at gods. It seemed as that rebuke panel had been encrypted by some higher dimensional rule. People in this world had no qualifications to peek at it. Sorry, that's my bad. Guzu immediately understood and quickly apologized. Seeing Zhu Yu so frightened, he also felt quite guilty. Then, teacher, take a look at this. Since his own panel couldn't be seen, he switched to the summoned entities. This should be fine. With a thought, Guzu brought up the attribute panel of the Eerie Bride. A blood-red virtual screen silently unfolded in front of Zhu Yu. This time, it didn't induce the feeling of madness and chaos. But as soon as Zhu Yu managed to read the text, her heart, which had just calmed down, started racing uncontrollably again. Her eyes widened. Her breathing stopped. Calamity's servant. Eerie Bride. Level to synchronized with host's level. Status absolute loyalty. Entry 1 blood wedding dress, concept level. As long as the dress remains, the eerie entity cannot perish. Immune to all damage. Note. This dress is her last obsession and her deadliest curse. Entry to chains of resentment, concept level. Anyone she stares or be forcibly bound by the chains of resentment. Note feel my pain. Entry 3 bond of unity, concept level. You are now bound by a life and death contract. If you die, she will fade away with time as she perishes. She can be instantly resurrected within the domain of Calamity at the cost of 1% of the host's mental power. No, my dear, from now on, we will never be apart. Zhu Yu was completely dumbfounded. Her mind buzzed, as if it had exploded. She stared blankly at the blood-red panel. Her previously perfect posture trembling slightly. This, a level to some identities panel could be this powerful. First entry. Blood wedding dress. Immune to all damage. It's at the concept level? What kind of bug is this? As long as that dress exists, she's an invincible god. Second entry, chains of resentment. Anyone she stares at immediately suffers a 50% reduction in all attributes. Zhu Yu gasped, her scalp tingling. Now she understood why. When facing the Eerie Bride, she had felt as helpless as a worm facing a dragon. It turned out her third-tier strength had been directly halved in that moment. And that was just a side effect. Deep fear, sensory deprivation, mental confusion, this was essentially a spiritual curse. No wonder those students had been so terrified they nearly went insane. As for the third entry, bond of unity. Capable of instant resurrection within the domain of Calamity. What does this mean? As long as Guzu was alive, this terrifying Eerie Bride could respawn endlessly. A summoned entity immune to all damage, able to cripple opponents' attributes, and capable of infinite resurrection. How do you even fight that? This has already surpassed the conventional concept of strength. This completely breaks the rules. It's an outright abnormal existence that shouldn't even appear in this world. My gaze couldn't help but fall on the final entry's note. My dear, from now on, we will never be apart. My dear. My eyes darted back and forth between Guzu and that Eerie Bride. My emotions indescribably complex. This isn't just some identity. This is actually a wife? Starting out with a god-tier wife for free. I felt my worldview collapse, rebuild. And then collapse again in just a few minutes. This. My lips trembled, but I couldn't form a single coherent sentence. The bald-headed old Wang and others behind me couldn't see the panel's content, but just from my ghost-like expression, they could tell it contained some soul-shaking secret. Shock, fear, unbelievable excitement. Countless emotions clashed and tangled within me. In the end, they all turned into exhilaration. Although I'm young, being the homeroom teacher for the elite class at Third High isn't just for show. I immediately grasped Guzu's true worth. No, this can't even be measured in terms of worth. This is the Empire's future. Someone who's only level 2 yet can summon such a super bod. Just how terrifying is his potential? Absolutely beyond SSS rank, a unique myth-level profession. A strategic-level talent. A top existence capable of changing the global landscape. Chen Qian's aura master, though rare, is like a firefly compared to the moon when compared to Guzu. No way. We absolutely cannot let such a genius slip away. He must belong to the Empire, to the official forces. Thinking of this, my gaze became resolute. I took a deep breath, fixed my eyes on Guzu, and asked, Guzu, do you want to serve a nation? He was stunned. Serve a nation? What does that mean? Are they trying to recruit me? Isn't this development happening a bit too fast? Seeing my face flush with excitement, Guzu blinked and stayed silent, motioning for me to continue. Thinking he still had concerns, I immediately laid out all the benefits. Guzu, your profession and talent are treasures the Empire has never seen before. As long as you are willing to join the official forces, I promise, you will be directly admitted to the Empire's first academy, or even the highest academy in the Central State, Qianqi University, and enjoy the highest SSS level student privileges. The nation will provide you with unlimited resources, top-tier skills, legendary equipment, rare potions, whatever you ask for. It will all be arranged. You will have your own exclusive team. The top-notch support. The most reliable tank, the smartest strategist will be at your service around the clock, helping you craft the perfect leveling plan. You might even get a mansion in the core area of Tianqi City and a high social status. You'll rank 3 levels higher than officials upon meeting men, at priority decision-making privileges. I became more and more excited as I spoke, my voice trembling slightly. In simple terms, as long as you nod, you will become the Empire's most precious treasure. Your life will instantly reach its pinnacle, becoming a true elite among elites. The teachers at the door were dumbfounded, their eyes glowing, their breathing rapid, practically wishing they could agree on Guzu. Who wouldn't he be tempted by such treatment? This is the national team, and not just any national team, but the top-tier selection. Guzu's heart indeed raced wildly. He had been in this world for 18 years, working hard just for the day of his job transfer to amaze everyone, escape mediocrity, and live a good life. Now a shortcut lay directly before him, an ultimate path leading to the peak of life. With the nation as his backing, endless money and resources, and a dedicated team to help him level up. Isn't this 1,000 times better than struggling alone and leveling up the hard way? Then, shall I agree? Guzu looked at me and said calmly, Great. Hearing his affirmative answer, Jiu was so excited she almost jumped up. At this moment, she felt her life had reached its peak. She had discovered a talent worthy of being recorded in the Empire's history. Such an achievement was enough to send her career soaring. You stay, hearing Dante move, not even a bit. I'll go find the principal immediately. Right away. Jiu spoke incoherently, as if on fire, and turned to rush out. She didn't want to waste a single second and had to report this monumental news to the school's op leadership immediately. In her haste, she didn't notice a group of people walking quickly around the corner of the hallway. Bang! She ran straight into his solid chest and was bounced back several steps, landing heavily on the floor. Ouch! Rubbing her head and about to apologize, she looked up and froze. Principal Yu stood anxiously in front of her. Behind the principal were two powerful professionals. A faint aura they exuded made Yu a third-rate professional. Feel a chill. These were definitely not third-rate, but higher-ranked professionals. Clearly, they were the school's professional guards. Zhaozhu, what is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Liu Zhengyuo frowned. But his tone was more concerned. What is happening in the classroom? I heard there's a haunting. Haunting? It's not a haunting. Ignoring the pain in her backside, Zhu quickly got up, her hands trembling with excitement as she grabbed the principal's arm and spoke rapidly, her voice pouring out like a flood. Principal, it's not a ghost, it's a summoned creature. It's the summoned creature of our classmate. Guzu. Liu Zhengyuo and the guards behind froze. Zhaozhu, are you serious? Liu Zhengyuo's brows furrowed tightly, his tone becoming grave. I could feel that chilling, sinister aura in the office just now. That was definitely a malicious undead creature. How could it be a student's summoned creature? Principal, it's true. Guzu must have a hidden profession. Zhu Yu stomped her feet anxiously. Principal, you have to believe me. He's a super genius who overturns everything we know. That aura just now came for his second level summit. Second level. The guard behind the Yuo sneered. Teacher Zhu, even for an S-level summoner, a first-level summon is just a beefed-up big dog. And they're saying that oppressive force just now was from a first-level summon. It even made my heart race. That's why I said it defies understanding. Zhu Yu clung tightly to Liu Zhangyuo's sleeve. Principal, stop wasting time with words. Go see for yourself. Seeing Zhu Yu usurp me, Liu Zhangyuo's skepticism finally began to waver. He knew this young teacher. Despite her lack of experience, she was steady by nature and would never joke about something like this. Could it be? They've really found a treasure. Let's go. We'll check it out. Liu Zhangyuo made a decisive gesture. The group immediately marched briskly toward the classroom of Class 3-3. The closer they got to the classroom, the more palpable the lingering chilling aura became. The two guards exchanged glances, their eyes heavy with seriousness as their hands instinctively tightened on their weapon grips. This aura was no joke. When Liu Zhangyuo stepped into the classroom, the first thing he saw was a mess of overturned desks and chairs. In a corner, an ordinary-looking boy sat quietly. Behind the boy, a crimson figure glowed with a dazzling light. Though the red-clad figure had retracted its killing intent, an intense oppressive force still made the experienced principal, Liu Zhangyuo, momentarily hold his breath. Liu Zhangyuo's pupils contracted sharply. Though he was merely a high-ranking administrative professional, his vision was not lacking. That red-clad figure was far from ordinary. Hello, Principal. Guzo looked at the group that had suddenly burst in, calm and composed, even raising his hand in a slight wave. Liu Zhangyuo took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart and prepared to investigate this sudden anomaly personally. Suppressing my excitement, I quickly walked over to Guzo. But I dared not look too long at that crimson bride. I had a gut feeling that even one extra glance could invite terrifying misfortune. Guzo, I'm Principal Liu Zhangyuo, he said, trying to sound warm and friendly. Teacher Zhu told me about this. Is this your summon? Yes, Guzu nodded crisply. After what had just happened with Yu, he didn't say much. Instead, he skillfully brought up the stats panel of the eerie bride once again. It's a bit special, Principal. Take a look for yourself. The blood-red display unfolded once more. Liu Zhangyuo frowned as he leaned in, and the two guards curiously craned their necks. Suddenly, a synchronized gasp echoed throughout the empty classroom. Liu Zhangyuo felt the world go dark before his eyes, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He would have fallen if Zhu Yu hadn't quickly caught him. Conceptual level, Liu Zhangyuo's voice trembled, his fingers shaking as he pointed at the panel. Damage immunity, force debuffs, and it can infinitely resurrect. As a seasoned educator, he'd encountered countless geniuses in his life. All level 1s where common S levels weren't unheard of. A few years back, he even met a top-tier SS level genius. But compared to this stats panel, those so-called prodigies were nothing short of pathetic. This wasn't a summon, it was a walking eldritch god. And this kid was still just a first-level summoner. Yet he could summon something like this, if he were allowed to grow. Liu Zhangyuo didn't even dare to imagine. He understood one thing. Qianqi High School No. 3, and even the entire Yanqi City and Shunhexi Empire were about to be rocked by this boy. He had to keep him. He had to make him feel that the school was warm and nurturing. In the next moment, Liu Zhangyuo's shock disappeared, replaced by a fawning smile on his face. He strode forward, gripping Gu's in tightly and shaking it enthusiastically, as if greeting a long-lost relative. "Oh my Guzu! No, no! Guzu, my dear friend," he exclaimed excitedly. "I never imagined our humble school would harbor such a world-shaking talent like you. It's an honor for the school, and an honor for me." The guards on either side were left utterly dumbfounded. Having followed the principal for years, they'd never seen the usually dignified mate read a student with such enthusiasm, bordering on flattery. "Principal, you're kind." Guzo, slightly uncomfortable, attempted to pull his hand back, only to find the principal holding on tightly. "Not at all, not at all." Liu Zhangyuo refused to let go, rejecting the idea. He turned to Zhu Yu and the guards, shouting, "Quick, notify logistics to deliver the best tea to my office." After speaking, he smiled again and gestured to Guzu. This place is too chaotic for you. And we'll have a proper chat. In the hallway, the students who had fled earlier gradually returned. Once the fears subsided, that damn curiosity of humans immediately took over. They gathered in groups at the stairwell or clung to distant windows, secretly peeking in the direction of Class 3-3. Do you think that ghost girl has been subdued? Of course, the principal brought people with him, and those 2 bodyguards are level 40 experts. Guzu is really unlucky. Just as he awakened his profession, he blew up the classroom. He is probably getting expelled. In the crowd, Zhang Hao, an A-level berserker, crossed his arms with a face full of schadenfreude. He had run the fastest earlier, even losing one of his shoes in the process, feeling embarrassed. Now he took the opportunity to step on Guzu to regain some dignity. The school beauty, Chen Qian, who was surrounded by everyone, had also tittied her appearance, though her face was still somewhat pale. She had regained a bit of her proud demeanor. This is just for attention, she sneered lightly. These unorthodox paths never lead to any good outcomes. As everyone whispered and speculated, there was suddenly some commotion at the classroom door. All heads stretched up instantly, looking over in unison. Out came Principal Yu Zhengyuo, striding forward. What shocked everyone was, the principal was not sternly escorting the culprit as they had imagined. On the contrary, he stepped aside and smiled warmly, like a considerate old butler, attentively leading Guzu out. Guzu, be careful, there's broken glass on the ground. Don't ruin your shoes. Take it slow, take it slow. Teacher Jim quickly helped clear the debris from Guzu's path. This scene profoundly shook the hearts of all the students present. The schadenfreude froze on Zhang Hao's face. The proud expression on Chen Qian's face also stiffened. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was still a same black-faced god principal who was always scolding students with a stern face. His attitude toward Guzu looked as if he were serving an emperor. No way, did I see that wrong? The principal is personally guiding Guzu. I saw it too, and the principal less smiled. Wasn't look like his usual self at all. Wasn't Guzu supposed to be in big trouble for causing this mess? Why does his treatment look 10 times better than that of top student Chen Qian? Listening to the murmurs around her, Chen Qian gritted her teeth, her nails almost digging into her palms. She remembered when she had awakened her hidden profession. The principal had praised her once, but that was merely an elder's appreciation for a younger generation, nowhere near the level of reverence he was showing now. At this moment, the principal's humility seemed akin to worshipping a deity. What kind of profession had Guzu awakened? Amid the complex gazes of shock, confusion, and envy from the teachers and students, Guzu was escorted by Yu Zhengyuo, like a star surrounded by the moon, gradually disappearing at the end of the hallway. Inside the principal's office, the air conditioning was set just right, and the room was filled with a faint fragrance. Liu Zhengyuo was busy serving tea and water, even bringing out his cherished reported cookies, laying them out on a table. Guzu, have a taste of this tea. It is a rare one I seldom drink myself, and it helps replenish mental energy. Liu Zhengyuo rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with a smile as he sat on a small chair opposite Guzu. Thank you, Principal. Guzu sipped the tea. The flavor was rich and mellow, with a warm sensation sliding down his throat. After some pleasantries, Liu Zhengyuo's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. Guzu, I've roughly understood your situation. He chose his words carefully, clearly trying to find the most appropriate way to express himself. Your profession, and the companion you summoned, their strength and potential far exceed the capacity of our school, or even the entire Yanqi city. Guzu nodded. He was well aware of this. Therefore, I must escalate this matter beyond my level. Liu Zhengyuo pointed to an old red telephone on the desk. His tone solemn. This phone connects directly to the Empire Rest-Op leadership. Asked the principal. I have the authority to report major strategic talents directly to the highest authorities. This concerns not only your future, but also your safety. With your level of talent exposed, you will undoubtedly attract countless factions aiming to exploit you, or even assassination attempts from other races. Only the nation, the imperial authorities, can provide you with the strongest protection. At this point, Yu Zhengyuo looked earnestly at Guzu. Of course, this requires your consent. Guzu smiled. He set down his teacup and leaned back in his chair. Leaning back on the chair, his posture relaxed. Principal, since I've shown this to you, naturally, I plan to take a step. Relying on a powerful backer offers great advantages. He understood this principle well. To rise above others, to become a rule maker, one must stand on the highest platform. Good, excellent. I knew you had this resolve. Liu Xingyuo, overjoyed, slapped his thigh. He immediately picked up the red telephone, skillfully dialing a number. Beep, beep. After the call connected, a steady and calm mechanical voice came through. This is the Empire Special Line. Please input your identification code. Straightening his back, Liu Xingyuo recited a series of numbers. The complex data instantly created a heavy atmosphere. Identity confirmed. Liu Xingyuo, principal of Tianqi City's 3rd Senior High School. Please report your situation. On the other end, Liu Xingyuo glanced at Guzu, who was leisurely sipping tea, his voice stained with tension, reporting. Chanqi 3rd High has discovered a suspected no. Confirmed beyond SSS level, mythical class professional. Profession name, currently undetermined. Initial level, level 1. Core abilities include conceptual level rule power, complete immunity to damage, infinite resurrection capability, and a power to forcibly weaken enemies, summon companions. Based on preliminary evaluation, this student not only has the ability to single-handedly suppress high-risk dungeons, but could even influence the outcome of localized wars, possessing extremely high strategic value. Request immediate intervention from the Empire's upper echelons. The mechanical voice on the other end paused for a second, followed by the sound of rapid keyboard typing and chaotic voices. 5 seconds later, the voice turned solemn and serious. A middle-aged man, speaking with authority and urgency, asked, Principal Liu Xingyuo, are you certain you mentioned conceptual level, the infinite resurrection? You are aware of the severe consequences of falsifying such information, correct? I swear on my life, absolutely no falsehood. Liu Xingyuo shouted back without hesitation. The other end went silent for a moment before issuing an order. Very well. All personnel are to remain in place. No one is to approach the student. Raise the alert to level 1. Reinforcements are en route. Bang, the phone was hung up. Liu Xingyuo let out a long sigh of relief, setting down the receiver. His back was soaked in sweat, but at last, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Looking at Guzu, he said, "It's handled." In the imperial capital Longjing of the Divine Zhou Empire, a towering metropolis of steel and concrete, this city served as the heart of the empire. At the very center of the capital stood the Black Imperial Tower, piercing the heavens, a symbol of sovereign power. At this moment, in a communications room on the 48th floor of the tower, Li Wen, dressed in a black uniform, the Strategic Department first-class intelligence officer badge on his chest, still held the receiver he had just hung up, staring in disbelief at the tablet in his hand. The report from a mere principal in Yanqi City had completely shaken his nerves. Conceptual level, he murmured to himself. As a first-class intelligence officer of the Empire's Intelligence Division, he had encountered countless geniuses, whether S-Class, A-SS Class, or even the rare SSS Class. He had handled their files. But this report was far beyond his comprehension. Conceptual level, this was the realm of gods, the embodiment of rules themselves. In this digitized world, levels could be trained, equipment could be farmed, skill books could be purchased, but rules were the unalterable iron laws. The power of rules could only be wielded by an extremely small number of top-tier professionals. And now, an 18-year-old who had just awakened had mastered rules. Immunity to all damage, infinite resurrection, first weakening. Recalling the report details, Li Wen felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Liu Xingyuo, a typically conservative individual, dared to stake his life on the accuracy of his report. Few in the entire empire could compel him to take such matters so seriously. This was just a simple discovery. It was explosive intelligence that could alter the Empire's fate for decades. Li Wen wasted no time, quickly inputting the brief into the system. Rising to his feet, he carried the tablet and pushed open the communications room door, heading toward the conference room at the end of the hallway. There, the leaders of the Empire's 5 most powerful factions were gathered. Today was the annual Awakening Day, when tens of millions of eligible youths across the Empire underwent their professional awakenings. To secure these extraordinary talents, the presidents of the empire rests 5 top academies and representatives from major higher education institutions at all gathered here. In past years, the conference room would be filled with heated debates and the clamor of fierce competition. These prominent figures, usually so renowned, resembled headless flies today, causing total chaos. Yet Li Wen didn't see this as a problem, rather. It felt like destiny's arrangement. Since everyone was already assembled, things would be easier to handle. However, this juicy prize was big enough, enticing enough, that the guys today are bound to argue over this genius. Empire State Building, Strategic Conference Room No. 1. The doors sealed off all external noise. But the moment the doors opened, the cacophony inside hit like a tidal wave, 100 times louder than the busiest marketplace. Was this really a high-level meeting? It felt more like a group of bandits squabbling over their loot. Around a massive holographic round table sat 7 or 8 imposing elders. Some were dressed casually, others in suits, and a few in magical robes with elements swirling around them. One even wore simple cloth garments. Dozens of virtual projection screens floated around the round table, connecting to heavyweight figures from top universities across the empire. These men, who controlled the empire's educational resources, were fiercely arguing over several pieces of information displayed on the screens. Bang! A giant hand, as broad as a fan, slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. This kid named Zhang wide-eyed. We have to get him. The speaker was a burly elder with a full beard. His eyes sharpened bright like copper bells, his voice thunderous. He was the president of the Empire's War Academy, Awaken, as his name suggested, was irritable and domineering. I'm putting it out there. This kid Awaken the S-rate berserker's battleheart. He was born for the battlefield. If anyone dares to compete with me, I'll go block their front door. Unjabbed a finger at the student profile on the screen, spitting so much saliva that it's splattered on the face of the elder opposite him. The man across from him was dressed in a meticulously tailored white robe, his hair sleek and immaculate. He was the president of the Empire's Elemental Mage Academy, Yun. Yun daffodilly wiped the spit off his face, leisurely sipped his tea, and smirked. They're so crude. Lay the barbarian, have you lost your mind? This kid may be a warrior, but his elemental affinity shows he has an extraordinary sensitivity to fire elements. And what does that mean? He could easily take the path of a magic swordsman. Sending him to your war academy to become some reckless brute would be a complete waste of talent. Our Mage Academy is willing to offer double the scholarship, plus a set of epic, enchanted gear. Don't give me that crap. Ian exploded on the spot, rolling up his sleeves, as if to climb over the table. A magic swordsman, that's useless. A real man should face battles head-on. You old geezer, are you looking for a fight? Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. The wand in Yun's hand glimmered faintly, showing no sign of backing down. As the two clashed, the surrounding bidwigs not only refrained from intervening, but seemed entertained by the spectacle. Hey, enough fighting. There's also an S-rank holy light priest here. We're claiming them. Yet lost. Why would an S-rank priest go to your support academy? Our comprehensive university is the rightful choice. Shut up. The rare profession Shadow Assassin is already reserved for the 7th Intelligence Division. Anyone who tries to take them will regret it. The conference room was in complete chaos, like a boiling cauldron. This was the same routine every year. Geniuses were a scarce resource, especially S-rank and above geniuses, who were coveted by every faction. They were the backbone of the future. The more geniuses once secured, the more influence they would hold in the empire in the coming years. So-called dignity, decorum, they were non-existent. Could they be eaten? Could they be exchanged for money? Just as Ian was about to land a loving iron fist on Yun, and Yun's fireball spell was ready to launch. Bang! The conference room doors were pushed open. The sound startled everyone, freezing them mid-action. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned simultaneously toward the doorway. There stood Li Wen, his hair slightly disheveled, but his eyes shining with a startling brilliance. Li Wen, what's going on with you? The elderly man, in traditional Chinese attire sitting at the head of the table, frowned and asked. He was Gu Shenhe, the president of the Empire's foremost institution, Divine Revelation University. He was also the most senior and highest-ranked person present. Typically, he didn't involve himself in these squabbles. He only spoke up when a truly unparalleled genius was in question. Li Wen smiled faintly, ready to break the chaos. I smiled slightly, striding confidently to the round table. My voice crisp and resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed deans and leaders, apologies for the interruption. The people in the conference room cast puzzled glances at me, but I paid them no mind. I directly connected the tablet in my hand to the primary projection screen. This intelligence on a genius has just come in from Tianqi City. The content is extraordinary, and I must report it to everyone immediately. I pressed the play button, and a massive holographic screen lit up. The profiles of those S-rank geniuses were pushed to the side, replaced by a brand new file that was unfamiliar to everyone. Name Guzu. Profession. Calamity Old One's Sovereign Unique. Level 2. Rating. Level. Unable to assess, suspected to surpass SS level. Old One. I've never heard of such a profession before. A hidden unique profession sounds pretty special. But that's about it, right? Beyond SSS level, isn't that an exaggeration? The big shots nearby started discussing. Hidden professions were rare, but not unheard of. Until I turned to the next page. The screen displayed the detailed attribute panel of the Sum and Being Eerie Bride, especially the 3 entries highlighted in bold red. Entry 1 Blood Wedding Dress Concept Level. Effect completely immune to all physical, magical, and mental damage. Entry to Grudge Lock Concept Level. Effect forces all enemy attributes to decrease by 50%. Cannot be resisted or purified. Entry 3 Bonded Hearts Concept Level. Effect Infinite Resurrection. The air suddenly froze. The previously noisy atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Ian forgot to put down the foot he had propped on the table. The magical energy from Mu Rongyuan's staff immediately dissipated. Even the always composed Gu Shan, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Everyone was stunned by those 3 entries. Completely immune to all damage. Forcibly weakening attributes. Infinite resurrection. This couldn't possibly be real, right? After a long while, Dian finally spoke, his voice filled with disbelief. This is impossible. As a seasoned warrior, he knew exactly what completely immune to damage meant. It signified invincibility. It represented absolute survival ability in this perilous world. I coldly added, this intelligence has been personally verified by Yu Zhengyuo, the principal of Tianqi 3 High School, and he has staked his life on its authenticity. Go. The atmosphere in the entire conference room exploded. Ian leapt up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Is this for real? Is it really true? Concept level, my god. This is practically an invincible tank. This is a true warrior. This is a man's ultimate dream. Where is this kid? Tianqi City, I'm going there right now. Ian's eyes were bloodshot, as excited as if he'd found a long-lost son. Stop right there, a sharper voice interrupted him. The elegant Mu Rongyun suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Ian by the belt. You brute who only knows how to fight. What do you understand? He sneered coldly. Take a good look. This is mental control. A curse, the pinnacle of magic. That force to Daphora is practically a divine skill. With it, our mage core output can double, even increase tenfold. This Guzu is destined to be the leader of our mage academy. If you dare to poach him, I'll fight you to the death today. Let go of me, you old glass cannon. Roared furiously. Do you believe I'll punch you to death? Bring it on. I've tolerated you for too long. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. The situation was completely out of control. What started as a debate over an S-level genius had now escalated into a full-blown brawl over Guzu. Even the usually composed Gu Shan couldn't hold back anymore. He slammed the table, exuding an overwhelming aura. Enough, everyone, shut up. Gu Shan's face was flushed as he pointed at the information on the screen, his voice firm and commanding. You fools, you only focus on the skills, but didn't notice the name of the profession, nor of the old days. A unique profession. What does this mean? It means he's special, the chosen one. Only our Divine Revelation University can nurture such talent. What can your schools teach besides fighting and throwing fireballs? We're going to train him to become the guardian of the Empire's future. Guzu must enter Divine Revelation University. Anyone who opposes is going against the future of the empire. And against me, Gu Shanhe, and Wu Shanhe's declaration immediately made the others laugh in exasperation. Old Bu, you usually act so proper, but when it comes to snatching things, you're fiercer than anyone. The empire's future, nonsense. Joining our war academy is also serving the nation. Exactly. Going to Divine Revelation University means learning a bunch of philosophy and history, making the kids dizzy. It's better to come to our Military Intelligence Division 7 Practical Combat. Is the real beat. Guzun is ours today. No one can take him away. The conference room instantly descended into chaos. This time, no one cared about manners. Tables were overturned, documents flew everywhere, and the holographic projection flickered tickily. Li Wen shrank in the corner, trembling. Is this what talent means? It can make these top figures of the empire fight like street foes. He even saw, through a remote video, a university president already contacting a garrison commander to mobilize helicopters. It was too impossible to stay calm. Just as the situation was about to spiral completely out of control and a fight was imminent, the conference room door was gently pushed open. This time, a door simply opened slowly, but the aura that entered was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing all the tension. Everyone froze in place. Even Lei Badian, who was just about to strike while sitting on Mu Ron Yun, withdrew his hand sheepishly as if under a paralysis spell. With a composed demeanor, walked in slowly. His gaze was calm, but the faintly discernible pressure made all the professionals feel a wave of tension. It was the terrifying aura of someone beyond the 8th tier, stepping into the 9th tier. The deputy minister of the Empire's Supreme Command, Zhang Daozhuan, one of the strongest individuals in the Shen Xia Empire, nicknamed Wither and Flourish. Beside him was a tall, slim young man as secretary. Shen Yang. Well, this is quite a lively scene. Zhang Daozhuan smiled as he surveyed the chaotic conference room, glancing at the bruised faces of several deans. So this year's tea party has turned into a martial arts tournament. They're all in their 50s and 60s. Fighting so hard over a few students, is it really worth it? If word gets out, won't the students below laugh their heads off? Zhang Daozhuan spoke lightly, with a hint of teasing, but no one dared to retort. Even the most hot-tempered Lei Badian was now as docile as a quail, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Minister Zhang, what brings you here? I heard there's a promising talent this year, so I stopped by to take a look. Zhang Daozhuan walked straight to the round table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, starting to rub a walnut. So tell me, which unlucky kid has caused such a fierce competition? Although he was the deputy minister of the Supreme Command, Zhang Daozhuan rarely got involved in admissions matters. Today, he happened to pass by, heard the commotion inside. He came in to check, fearing they might tear down the building. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to come. Li Wen, as if seeing his savior, quickly emerged from a corner and approached with a tablet. Because his talent is so unique, it has led to this fierce competition among the deans. Unique? Zhang Daozhuan raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. How unique can it be? There have been quite a few SS-level geniuses in recent years, and I haven't seen you all fight like this. As he spoke, he casually took the tablet and began browsing. Didn't really take it to heart. From someone of his level, what S-class or SS class, it's just a slightly higher starting point. Whether one can grow or survive on the brutal abyss battlefield all depends on luck. He lowered his head and casually glanced at the screen. Calamity Lure of the old days. The name does sound quite intimidating. Summoning flow, it's indeed weak in the early stages. But if, before finishing his sentence, his voice suddenly paused, the hand playing with the walnut also tight and abruptly. The originally half-squinted eyes instantly widened. Concept level immune to all damage. Concept level infinite resurrection. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The two top-quality jade walnut Zhang Daozhuan had been playing with for over a decade were unconsciously crushed into powder by him. The glistening walnut powder fell from between his fingers. Yet he himself remained completely unaware. At this moment, the deputy minister of the Empire's Supreme Command, faced with the impending major event, showed a trace of shock on his face. Conceptual level. In this world, someone is actually awake in the conceptual level. Zhang Daozhuan rubbed the remaining jade walnut powder on his fingers. As a second in command of the Empire's Supreme Command, he was not only a 9th tier expert, but also the brain behind this massive war machine. He understood better than anyone the immense weight behind the word's conceptual level. What other academy deans might see could be just a genius destined to win a future career league championship, or an anomaly capable of breaking dungeon records. But in Zhang Daozhuan's eyes, Gu's data represented strategic deterrence. It signifies an absolute power capable of breaking balance. Immune to all damage. It means that as long as the eerie bride is present, Guzu is invincible. In this chaotic world, survival is incredibly difficult. Yet in front of Guzu, this challenge seems non-existent. Not to mention the forced weakening aura. On a large battlefield, this is practically a cheat existence that crushes everything. Such an ability placed in any university, even in Divine Revelation University, would be considered a waste of resources and even a safety hazard. A school is a place to cultivate talent, a greenhouse. But Gu's profession inherently carries an aura of bloodshed and disaster. He was born for destruction and war. Zhang Daozhuan slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone around the round table. Wei Bedian, who originally wanted to retort, swallowed the curse words on the tip of his tongue upon meeting that gaze. Everyone, Zhang Daozhuan spoke calmly, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. I think you have yet to realize the severity of the situation. Conceptual level, concerning the fundamental framework of the rules. This is not something that can be cultivated by piling up resources or passing down theories. Such power, once out of control, once it goes astray, is not a blessing for the empire, but a disaster. Mo Rongyun frowned, seemingly wanted to say something, but Zhang Daozhuan did not allow him to speak. Only the military, only the harshest battlefield, can bear such power. Only the Empire's supreme command has the qualification and capability to guide the growth of the Lord of the Old Days. Zhang Daozhuan stood up, his gaze resolute as he made the final decision. Guzu, assigned to the military department. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Leibet Ian's facial muscles twitched slightly, clearly showing his extreme unwillingness. Such a rare talent, one that only appears once in decades, was about to be taken by the military department, as if a treasure was being snatched from his grasp. He opened his mouth to argue, trying to use the practical traditions of the War Academy to gain some leverage. But seeing Zhang Daozhuan's unyielding expression, he could only reluctantly sit back in his seat. Gu Shenyi let out a long sigh. Although he holds a high position, he faces such national-level strategic decisions. Even Xianqiu, a university, has to yield. The Empire's Supreme Command, referred to as the Military Department, is a top-tier military institution, the strongest barrier against the Abyss and Dalian races, and holds the highest mobilization authority. Minister Zhang, Gu Shenyi set down his teacup, his voice stinging with helplessness. Since you've spoken, what can us old folks say? Just hope this child won't be harmed. This place is too cruel. Rest assured, the Supreme Command knows better, and you how to sharpen a sharp sword even further. Zhang Daozhuan replied unfearfully. The other deans exchanged glances, their faces full of pain and regret, but no one dared to say a word more. This is the iron rule of the Shen X, Empire. Everything is for survival. Everything is for war. When the Supreme Command headquarters machine starts operating, all educational institutions must unconditionally cooperate. Zhang Daozhuan no longer glanced at the dejected big shots, adjusted his collar, and turned to leave the conference room. The secretary, Chen Yang, who had been waiting outside, immediately followed. He was also a high-level professional, having handled countless confidential documents. But at this moment, he sensed that the minister's mood was off. Minister, is the decision made so quickly? Chen Yang quickened his pace, approached Zhang Daozhuan, and asked in a low voice, can those deans really agree? Whether they agree or not, they have to agree. Zhang Daozhuan kept walking and casually handed the tablet to Chen Yang. Take a look yourself, and you'll understand why I must take this person away. Chen Yang took the tablet, his gaze falling on the screen. At first, he appeared very calm, as the secretary to the deputy minister of the Supreme Command. He had seen his fair share of storms. But as his fingers swiped across the screen, his expression began to change. This datum is immune to all damage and can infinitely revive. Minister, this data can't be wrong, can it? The principal of Apocalypse Third Academy vouched for it with his head, so it must be accurate. Zhang Daozhuan stopped in his tracks, looking at Chen Yang's surprised and flustered expression, and chuckled lightly. Now you understand, don't you? This child is like a nuclear bomb without a fuse. Placed in a school, those old professors, apart from teaching how to write papers, what else can they teach? If one day he throws a tantrum in the school cafeteria and releases that bizarre bride summon, killing a few people would be a minor issue. Chen Yang took a deep breath, caught up with Zhang Daozhuan, his mind racing. Indeed, with this level of ability, the military is the safest place. But as soon as he finished speaking, his brows furrowed even tighter, showing a troubled expression. But minister, we've snatched the person, but what should we do with this hot potato? Which corps should we assign him to? This is indeed a tough problem. The Supreme Command oversees 18 corps, each with its own unique characteristics and station locations. Their names are King Long 1, Zhu Q 2, Biehu 3, Zhangwu 4, Taodai 5, Quang Qi 6, Zhu Long 7, Yinglei 8, Baxia 9, Jiwei 10, Tahan 11, Jiayu Zhao 12, Zhuanyua 13, Donghui 14, Zhu Rong 15. Gong 16, Zanhun 17, Sunshern 18. King Long Corps. Chen Yang tentatively asked, that's our ace team, with the most resources and a gathering of strong individuals. It should be able to keep this kid in check. Zhang Daozhuan shook his head. No way. The people in King Long are arrogant and conceited beyond measure. Guzu's profession seems like that of a lone wolf. If we throw him there, he'll either be ostracized or turn King Long Corps into complete chaos. Besides, the Azure Dragon Army is too orthodox, with too many rules, not suitable for this unconventional profession. Then, the White Tiger Army. They're skilled in positional warfare and are in need of powerful takes. No. Zhang Daozhuan rejected again. The White Tiger Army is too conservative. This guy's summoned creatures are extraordinary. Just hearing the name, you can tell they thrive in chaos and slaughter. Throwing him into a position as a target is simply a waste. The two walked along, rejecting several plans. The first few corps are the strongest of the strongest, brimming with talent. But precisely because they are too disciplined and too tightly organized, during this special period, Guzu, as an unconventional professional, cannot integrate into them. It's like putting a bridle on a wild horse safe, but it loses its freedom in wildness. This won't do. That won't do. Chen Yang closed the tablet with a wry smile. Although our military department is large, it's truly the first time we've seen a new recruit who can be called a god as soon as they appear. We can't just create a special unit for him because he's unique. Zhang Daozhuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the steel many city below. Special talents require special methods. He squinted his eyes, and the faces of various corps commanders flashed through his mind. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, how's the recruitment situation this year? Chen Yang was startled and quickly retrieved the data from memory. As a secretary, this information was already second nature to him. The overall situation is quite good. The number of awake and high-level professionals has increased by 20% compared to last year, and the recruitment targets of the major legions have been basically completed. He continued, the Azure Dragon Legion has taken most of the S-level and S-level talents, and even parched an S-level rising star from the Qin family in the imperial capital. Responsible for logistics, has recruited quite a few robust craftsmen and priests this year. But as he said this, Chen Yang's expression changed slightly, pausing awkwardly. What is wrong? Speak. Zhang Daozhuan glanced at him coldly. Chen Yang scratched his head. There's only one legion whose recruitment number is still 0. Juror? Zhang Daozhuan raised an eyebrow. You're talking about the God-slaying legion, aren't you? Yes, it's the God-slaying army. Chen Yang sighed. Just before the meeting, the chief of staff of the God-slaying army, Su Kuo, specifically called to scold me. She said the supreme Taonin was deist. All the good recruits were taken by others, and the God-slaying army couldn't even get a sip of soup. She was yelling so loudly on the phone, saying that if we didn't give her people, she would personally lead her team to tear down our office. Upon hearing the name Su Kuo, the usually composed Zhang Daozhuan's eye twitched. That woman is practically a legendary lunatic in the military. The God-slaying army, led by Su Kuo, is known as the Madhouse, the Empire's most insane and dangerous special forces unit. They are stationed at the most hostile abyss frontline, fighting monsters to the death every day, taking on all the dirty and exhausting tasks that others wouldn't dare touch. Those graduates from traditional academies avoid the god-slaying army as soon as they hear its name. Who would want to be cannon fodder? So it's no surprise that the god-slaying army has struggled to recruit for years. However, the war grew increasingly intense, and the casualties of the god-slain army mounted. Su Kuang's frantic state was naturally understandable. Zhang Daozhuan sighed softly. These past few years have truly been hard on them, sending the strongest core members to risk their lives, yet providing no reinforcements. He fell into deep thought, suddenly realizing that Gu's and his professional traits perfectly aligned with the wild style of the god-slaying army. Disaster, chaos, death, and fear, these were the daily realities of the god-slaying army. No rules or restrictions, only one life and death battle after another. For the old one who thrives on creating panic and disaster, constantly growing stronger, that place was practically his paradise. Moreover, although Su Kuang had a fiery temper, she was famously protective. Once she accepted you, she would fight to protect you no matter what, even if the sky were to fall. More importantly, Su Kuang herself was a powerful figure who broke the rules. Perhaps only she could manage Gu Zhu and prevent him from straying down the wrong path. Since that's the case, Zhang Daozhuan nodded. Send Gu Zhu to the god-slaying army. What? Almost dropping the tablet. Minister, are you serious? Throwing this treasure into that meat grinder? If something really happens. Impossible, Zhang Daozhuan sneered, pointing at the words, immune to all damage on the tablet. If he could die, this abyss would have turned into ruins long ago. Besides, isn't this fair? Su Kuang has been constantly asking for people, hasn't she? I'm giving her the strongest, most abnormal helper. This one person is worth 10,000 soldiers. Thinking of this scene, Chen Yang couldn't help but shiver. The crazy wife of Awakens and the Lord of Calamity who summons vengeful spirits, this combination is bound to terrify the monsters in the abyss. That's true. Chen Yang swallowed hard, silently thinking. This is indeed the best explanation for Su Kuang. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Daozhuan waved his hand. Call Su Kuang immediately. Yes, Chen Yang unhesitatingly took out the communicator. Shenxia Empire, Imperial Capital. Headquarters of the God-Slaying Legion. In a spacious and bright office, the desk was piled high with various documents and weaponry, the atmosphere tense as if it could explode at any moment. Absolutely outrageous. Simply outrageous. Bang! A long leg clad in black high military boots skid the desk fiercely, causing the tep to jump wildly. Su Kuang, the chief strategist of the God-Slaying Legion, was pacing back and forth in the room like an enraged lioness. Her fiery figure, the tight military uniform couldn't possibly conceal those perfect curves, and her wine-red wavy long hair danced with her movements. Her sexy yet assertive face was filled with anger. Why? Tell me why. She pointed out the window, shouting furiously. Every year during the selection, the Azure Dragon Army and White Tiger Army snatch all the best recruits. What's left for us are just useless trash. This year, there were a few rare S-class talents from the south. I worked so hard to apply for them, but I was just notified that the Azure Dragon Army took them away. The Azure Dragon Army is treated like the favored child, while we, the God-Slaying Army, are like the neglected stepchild. I'm going to find a minister. I'm going to flip his desk myself. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. She grabbed the hat on the table, ready to storm out. Oh, Sister Kuang, don't be mad. A pair of soft little hands tugged at the corner of her clothes. It was Zhang Shu, Su Kuang's deputy, petite in stature. She wore wind ponytails and had a baby face, looking like an underage high schooler, yet she was a remarkably skilled job changer. The Azure Dragon Army is, after all, the main force guarding the Abyss frontline. It's normal for them to have more resources, Zhang Shu gently consoled. Besides, the minister hasn't forgotten about us. Didn't he say there's still a batch of candidates being screened? Filter my ass. Su Kuang stopped in her tracks, hands on her hips, her chest heaving violently. What's left to count on? At most a few A levels, maybe an ordinary S-level recruit. Those truly important figures have long been divided up. If we can't recruit someone who can hold their own this time, the newcomer core exercise in a few days will have the God-Slaying Army at the bottom again. Where's the face saving in that? Jiangshu shrank her neck, not daring to make a sound. Indeed, as a newly formed corps, the God-slain army had long suffered from a lack of quality talent, which had become Su Quan's greatest frustration. No way. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have to go and give that old guy a piece of my mind. Su Quan shoved Jiangshu aside, preparing to storm out of the office again. Just then, ring, ring, ring. The red secure phone on the desk suddenly rang incessantly, and a piercing ringtone instantly filled the quiet office with tension. Su Quan paused in her steps, looking at the phone suspiciously. This was the minister's direct line, which was usually silent for 10 days or even half a month. If it rang, it was definitely not good news. Calling at this time. They must want to stop me from causing trouble and calm me down, Su Quan sneered. Walked over, grabbed the phone, and shouted unceremoniously, "Hello. Who is it? If you're here to persuade me not to lose my temper, save your breath. I'm in a particularly bad mood right now." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by an elderly yet powerful voice with a hint of teasing. "What's the matter, Su girl? I can smell your explosive temper even through the phone line. Complaining behind my back about favoritism again, aren't you?" Su Quan rolled her eyes and retorted without backing down. "So what if I am? You did it, and now I can't even talk about it. Those S-class talents. You've divided them so clearly. Snatching people for the King Long army. Do you have no conscience at all? Enough with the tantrums in front of me." The minister's voice suddenly turned serious. "Indeed, the King Long army just took away quite a few people, but I haven't forgotten about your Anshan army. As soon as this news came in, you were the first person I thought of." "Really?" So Kwang's face was full of doubt. "You'd be so kind? Don't try to fool me with some D-level profession from a remote area just to make up the numbers, okay? D-level?" The minister on the other end of the phone chuckled lightly, the laughter unfathomable. "Su Quan, listen carefully. This time, what I'm giving you is neither S-level nor SS level. Apocalypse City just reported a special case, a unique profession, with abilities classified as conceptual level rules. The initial evaluation by the intelligence system estimates this individual's potential and value." The minister paused and said each word clearly. "Immeasurable." "What did you say?" Su Quan gripped the phone tightly, the anger on her face instantly dissipating, replaced by shock. Conceptual level. As a high-ranking officer of the Legion, she knew exactly what that term represented: breaking all conventions. Ignoring all level restrictions, a truly invincible existence. Is this a joke? Something so precious. With those bloodsuckers from the Azure Dragon army let it go. How could it be our turn? So Kwang felt like she was dreaming. Azure Dragon army. The minister snorted coldly. "They're busy snatching a few elemental mages. Their lives are all tied up. I sent the message directly to you." "What? Don't dare to take it. If you don't, I'll give it to the Vermilion Burr White Tiger army. They're waiting for it. Take it." "Who said we wouldn't? Whoever dares to fight me for it. I'll fight them to the death." Su Quan's furious roar almost shook the roof off. She grabbed the hat on the table and put it on, her eyes blazing with fire. It was a thirst for talent, and even more so, a fervent determination to turn the tide at all costs. "Location. Name. I know. My subordinates will head there immediately. Even if we have to tie them up, we'll bring them back to the God Slayer army. Apocalypse City 3rd Senior High School, Guizhou." The minister gave the address, his tone solemn. "Su Quang, this is a rare opportunity. Remember not to scare the kid, and don't bring your usual thug-like demeanor. I'm counting on you." "Understood. Mission guaranteed, to be completed." So Quan hung up the phone with a snap, took a deep breath, and turned to the still stunned Jiangshu. A breathtaking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Zhao Zhang, don't just stand there. Grab the gear. Bring the best gifts for a first meeting. We're heading to Tianqi City to bring back our crown prince to the palace." The principal's office was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The hands of the old-fashioned wall clock ticked tirelessly. Liu Zhangyuo had just finished a direct call to the higher-ups. He looked as if he'd just run a marathon, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while sneaking a glance at Guizhou across from him with an almost worshipful gaze. As for Guizhou, he appeared calm, even a little bored. "Still need to wait for a while. Why not study the new ability?" After the upgrade, not only did his attributes skyrocket, but the range of the talent domain of Calamity expanded to a 10-meter radius. 10 meters may not sound like much, but in actual combat. It asked the distance between life and death. With a thought, an invisible force field that only he could perceive quietly unfolded. Within this range, he felt a strong sense of control over everything, as if every particle of air and dust was under his command. Complete control. Does this mean I can freely manipulate objects within this range? O's gaze fell on a delicate white porcelain teacup on the coffee table. Come. He moved his mind, and the teacup instantly disappeared. This was not an ordinary magic trick, it was completely erased from this world's space. Entering a gray, static special space, the storage space within the domain of Calamity. Release. The next second, the teacup landed back in its original spot steadily, without even causing a ripple on the water's surface. Guzu's eyes lit up. This was no simple domain, it was clearly a large portable storage warehouse. And it was the kind of top-tier spatial equipment that could be activated instantly without any waiting. In this world, even a storage ring with just a few meters of space was worth a fortune, which expanded continuously with level upgrades, was simply priceless. Not only invincible in battle, but also a perfect mover. This skill is incredibly practical. I nodded in satisfaction. Just as I was feeling a bit thirsty and about to grab the orange on the table, a red shadow beat me to it. It was the eerie bride who had been standing behind me all along. She didn't even speak. But I saw her fair, jade-like slender hands slowly reach out, her fingertips gently resting on the golden orange. The originally eerie crimson male skillfully made a cut on the orange peel. Not a single drop of juice splashed out. The orange peel was peeled off like petals, revealing the plump, translucent flesh inside. The eerie bride gently broke off a segment of the orange and held it to my mouth. Although her head was still covered with a red veil, obscuring her expression, I inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation. I opened my mouth and bit into the orange segment, the icy, sweet juice instantly bursting in my mouth. Pretty sweet, I instinctively complimented. Hearing the praise, the eerie bride seemed very pleased. In a cold, chilling aura around her softened slightly, she continued to elegantly peel the orange. Just then, a mosquito, perhaps attracted by the orange's fragrance, buzzed over, heading straight for my neck. But the sound of its wings suddenly came to an abrupt stop. At that moment, I felt an intense chill burst out around me, but it bypassed me and struck directly at the mosquito. With a crisp snap, a mosquito was instantly frozen into a tiny ice crystal, falling straight onto the coffee table and shattering into powder in an instant. The temperature in the entire principal's office dropped several degrees in that moment. Liu Zhengyuo, who was holding a teacup and drinking water nearby, was startled by the sudden chill. His hand shook, and the scalding tea spilled onto his pants. Ah! The principal let out a short, sharp cry of pain. But upon turning to see the eerie bride emitting the cold air, he forcibly swallowed back his voice. Watching this scene, a warm feeling surged in my heart. This precise physical cooling and mosquito extermination service, though a bit forceful, truly comes from a heartfelt desire to protect me. How is this anything like a female ghost? She's clearly a thoughtful little cotton padded jacket. Thinking this in my heart, I looked at the eerie bride with an even softer gaze. Amid this warm yet slightly eerie atmosphere, boom boom, a deep and dense rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky outside the window. At first, there was only a faint vibration, like distant thunder rolling across the horizon. But within seconds, the sound became deafening, even causing the office desk to tremble slightly, and the water surface in the teacup rippled violently. What happened? An earthquake? Liu Zhengyuo ignored the burn on his pants, leaping up from the sofa and rushing to the window in just a few strides. I also stood up curiously and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look outside. Although I was mentally prepared, the scene before me still left me stunned. The once clear sky was now occupied by more than a dozen steel beasts, the latest heavy armed helicopters of the Shin Xia Empire, the Black Hawk. The pitch-black fuselage gleamed coldly under the sunlight, with heavy machine guns and missile racks fully equipped beneath, exuding a powerful sense of intimidation. The massive rotors spun at high speed, stirring up violent air currents that lifted the dust from the playground into the air, forming a small sandstorm. Da-nada, da-da-da-da. The sound of the propeller tearing through the air was like a war drum, making everyone's heartbeat race. The vibrations on the distant horizon became increasingly evident as a convoy of fully armed Fury armor personnel carriers drove along the campus avenue. Liu Zhengyu tightly gripped the window frame, his voice trembling. Is this the God-slaying army, the ace mobile unit of the Supreme Command? He knew the higher-ups were taking this matter very seriously, but he hadn't expected them to dispatch this legendary army of death, an intimidating force capable of triggering a localized war. At this moment, the entire apocalypse now. 3 High School was destined to be swept up in a major storm. In an instant, the whole school was in an uproar. Students who had been quietly discussing in classrooms or sneaking glances in the hallways suddenly rushed to the windows and corridors. Countless pairs of eyes widened like brass bells, staring at the scene before them, as if watching a blockbuster movie, mouths agape, jaws nearly dropping. Oh my God, are those really armed helicopters and armored vehicles? Am I seeing this right? Look at that emblem. It's the God-slaying Legion. They're the special forces directly under the Supreme Command. Are they crazy? Could there be alien spies hidden in our school? Or have they discovered some super dangerous mission entrance? With this firepower, this equipment, just one of their units could easily take down the entire Apocalypse City. That's so cool, absolutely stunning. That machine gun could probably shred someone to pieces with a single shot. These combat machines, which were only occasionally seen in the news, completely drove the boys, full of youthful energy, into a frenzy. Even the always arrogant Zhang Hao was now wide-eyed, leaning against the windowsill, his gaze filled with envy and awe. If I could join a unit like this one day, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Chen Qian stood among the crowd, still maintaining her composure, but her slightly trembling fingers revealed the turmoil within her heart. Is this the power of a nation? Is this the world of top professionals? Compared to the shock in front of her, that so-called guaranteed admission she had before suddenly felt completely unappealing. Screech. A piercing sound of brakes echoed as a heavily modified armored off-road vehicle executed a sharp and flawless drift, coming to a steady stop in the open space in front of the teaching building. Thick bulletproof tires left deep black marks on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt rubber. Everyone's gaze instantly locked onto that vehicle. The car door clicked open. A long leg clad in black high-top military boots stepped out first. Immediately, a fiery red figure appeared, exuding a strong aura of warning. Don't come near me. It was a woman. A woman so breathtakingly beautiful yet so wild it left people gasping for air. She was dressed in a tailored dark green officer's uniform. Her wavy, wide-range long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore oversized sunglasses that covered most of her face, but they couldn't hide the unruly smile at the corner of her strikingly red lips. She was Su Kuang, the legendary figure of the God-slaying Army Scarlet Viper. She stood by the car, removed her sunglasses, and casually swept her captivating peach blossom eyes around. With just one glance, the previously noisy surroundings instantly fell silent. Immediately, another petite figure jumped off the car. Zhang Shu carried a tactical backpack heavier than herself, called a pink tablet in her arms, wore a ponytail, and had a round face, looking just like a lost middle school student. The two stood together, forming a stark contrast. One was a domineering and imposing woman, the other a cute, special ops slowly. Gulp. By the window of the school building, someone swallowed audibly. Immediately, a series of gasps followed. Teenage boys in their adolescence, how could they have ever seen such a stunning scene? The girls at their school usually seem like rippy little fruits in front of this red-haired female warrior, completely lacking competitiveness. That sense of maturity, wildness, and intense power is practically a nuclear-level impact for these young boys. Is this what a female officer looks like? I can't take it anymore. Guys, I'm joining the army. Where's the recruitment office? How do I sign up? Oh my gosh, dude, you're drooling. Many boys felt their blood boiling, and some even seemed to have a warm flow rising in their nostrils. Some awkwardly bent over to hide their excitement. Even Zhang Hao, upon seeing Su Kuang's commanding figure, couldn't help but blush, his gaze frozen. The girls stared intently at Su Kuang's exaggerated figure, their eyes filled with jealousy and inferiority. Su Kuang completely ignored the fervent or amazed gazes around her. She looked up at the teaching building in front of her. The corners of her mouth lifted into a playful smile. Third floor. Principal's office. She snapped her fingers, the sound crisp yet lazy, but full of commanding presence. Zhao Zhao, keep up. Don't let our crown prince wait too long. Yes, Sister Kwang, Zhang Shi replied cheerfully, taking quick steps and happily following along. The two walked one after the other, their military boots making crisp tap-tap sounds, as if no one dared to stop them, heading straight into the teaching building. Students and teachers passing by quickly dodged, as if automatically making way for them with a wide avenue. In less than half a minute, they arrived at the principal's office. Guzu and Yu Zheng, you all were standing by the window, watching the scene downstairs. Suddenly, urgent and forceful footsteps sounded from outside. Before Yu Zheng you all could react and open the door, it was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The entire door shook violently, the lock flew off, and the wall plaster around the door frame crumbled. Wow! Yu Zheng Yuo shuddered in fright. He then saw the red-haired woman standing at the doorway, her face fierce and domineering. His heart nearly stopped. Chief Su. Su Kwang retracted her long leg, patted the dust off her pants, and looked at Liu Zheng Yuo. Old Yu, it's been years since we last met. Your office is still the same, full of that old stench, she teased, striding in. Liu Zheng Yuo didn't dare to show any displeasure. His face quickly lit up with an even more obvious flattering smile than when he had greeted Guz earlier, almost running over to welcome her. Oh my. Officer Su, what brings you here? I truly apologize for not welcoming you properly. He reached out, attempting to shake Su Kwang's hand. Su Kwang, however, didn't look at him. She directly placed one hand on Liu Zheng Yuo's forehead and gently pushed, as if opening a door. Step back, don't block the way. I'm not here to reminisce with you today. Though the push was light, it carried an irresistible force. Liu Zheng Yuo couldn't help but stagger back a few steps, instantly clearing the view. Su Kwang's gaze suddenly locked onto the young man by the window. Guzu. The domineering aura, which was fierce and banded like just moments ago, vanished instantly. It was replaced by a warm feeling, even carrying a hint of charm. This must be Guzu, right? Su Kwang's tone softened immediately as she gracefully walked toward Guzu. The scent of high-end perfume emanating from her left. Guzu stunned. Was this change too fast? Just now, she had kicked the door open like a mafia boss in a blink of an eye. She turned into a caring big sister. Could this be the legendary Sichuan opera face changing? Su Kwang walked closer and closer, leaving Gu's gaze nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to instinctively look away, focusing on her face. And he tried his best to stay calm, not wanting to show even a hint of a rookie's nervousness. Indeed, you have an impressive appearance. No wonder you caused such a stir. Su Kwang sized up Guzu, her expression growing increasingly satisfied. This young man, facing someone as imposing as herself, still managed to remain confident. His gaze clear, without the fear or slickness typical of other boys. Just this composure alone was enough for him to become a strong figure. I am the chief of staff of the God-slaying corps under the supreme command. Just call me Su Kwang. She extended her slender hand, intending to lightly pat Guzu's shoulder as a gesture of closeness from today on. Your safety will be guarded by the God-slaying legion. The moment her hand touched Guzu's shoulder, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from behind Guzu. Su Kwang's previously smiling eyes abruptly contracted. Her body instantly tensed, and her hair stood on end. This was a keen sense of danger honed through life and death battles. Danger. Extreme danger. She recoiled her hand, as if electrocuted, assuming a defensive posture. The gaze passed over Guzu and locked onto the silent, red-haired figure behind him. Earlier, because Guzu was so eye-catching, coupled with the restrained aura of that red-haired person, she actually overlooked his presence for a moment. At this moment, the eerie bride with the red veil was staring at me. Although I couldn't see her eyes, I could clearly feel a cold and hostile gaze, like a blade piercing into my neck. Even as a top-tier warrior who has struggled on the edge of death, I couldn't help but shiver at this moment. That feeling was like walking alone in a ghost cemetery at midnight, being watched by some invisible terror. It was too eerie, so eerie it made my scalp tingle. I took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unease in my heart. The contempt on my face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme excitement. Before coming here, I had read the briefing and knew this guy's summoned creature is quite formidable, with terms like conceptual level and infinite resurrection being mentioned. At the time, I thought it might be a bit exaggerated. Now it seems. The intelligence wasn't exaggerated at all. In fact, it was far too conservative. This isn't just a bit formidable. It's practically a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. This kid, summoned creature. Even I can feel the pressure. Waves surge in my heart. But the smile on my face grew even brighter. The stronger, the better. The more abnormal, the better. Only such monsters are worthy of the name Madhouse, of our God-slaying army. Good, excellent. I laugh heartily without caring about my image, my eyes fixed on Guzu, as if I had discovered a priceless gem. Kid, you're just my type. Pack your things and come with me. This lousy school is too small to hold a true dragon like you. Guzu was stunned. He had prepared himself, knowing that once his concept level at Rebuke was revealed, it would definitely attract official attention. But he hadn't expected the attention to come so quickly, so fiercely. No lengthy reviews, no piles of forms to fill out, let alone going home to bid farewell to his family. The other party said just one sentence. Pack your things and come with me. Is this recruiting new soldiers? Clearly, it's a bandit kidnapping a bride. However, Guzu felt in his heart that this feeling seemed pretty good. Relying on the power of the state, all worries disappeared. Abundant resources, guaranteed safety, and dedicated personnel to assist with upgrades. Isn't this the easy path to getting stronger that he had always dreamed of? No problem, I'll listen to Sister Quam. Guzu grinned and agreed readily. At the moment he nodded, a familiar chill rose from behind, even more piercing than when he dealt with that mosquito earlier. The eerie bride, who had been standing quietly, was dressed in a blood-red wedding gown. Her face was obscured beneath the red veil, but the icy resentment capable of freezing one's soul was fixed firmly on me. Especially the hand I was about to place on Guzu's shoulder. In her eyes, that was the position of her husband. Anyone attempting to approach her husband was an obstacle that must be removed. The air instantly turned cold, and a faint layer of frost seemed to form on the leaves of the potted plants in the principal's office. My hand paused mid-air, my eyebrow raised slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in my peach blossom eyes, followed by an even stronger interest. Oh, quite the temper, huh? Not only did I not withdraw my hand, but I leaned forward even more, clearly provoking her. Don't, Connie, calm down. Calm down. Goose only felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly tried to persuade this Annie in his heart with all his might. This was a top-level big shot, a future boss. If they started fighting over a disagreement, it would be a huge problem. She's one of us. She's here to help us get stronger. Not some vixen. Besides, she's an officer, an elder sister. Just think of her as the god of wealth who handles our paychecks. While comforting her, Guzu also mentally tagged me as the god of wealth. Perhaps it was the words "get stronger" that worked, or maybe the term elder sister made her no longer see me as a threat. That martyrous aura finally began to subside. The cold feeling in the air also dissipated along with it. The eerie bride returned to her quiet and obedient demeanor, silently stepping back half a step, as if the anger just now had never appeared. Su Kuang saw this scene, and not only did she not get angry, but she smiled as brightly as a blooming flower. Quite interesting, really quite interesting. She laughed without any reservations and said, "All right, since your little wife isn't angry anymore, let's hurry up and go." Su Kuang didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Stretching out her long arm, she casually, unboldly wrapped it around Guju's shoulder. Her movements as natural as buddies strolling together. A unique scent, mixed with gunpowder and a high-end perfume, instantly wafted into Gu's nose. "Stop dawdling. Our crown prince, let's head back to the palace and enjoy the good life." Su Kuang pushed Guzu forward as she walked, completely ignoring the slightly bitter gaze behind them. What a joke, who is Su Kuang? A tough character who crawled out of a sea of corpses and waves of blood. Would she be afraid of a little jealous brat? Besides, this kid is going to be the treasure of the god-slaying army in the future. Being protected by her as his elder sister is the most normal thing. Outside the teaching building, the students who had originally gathered around the playground and corridors were now firmly kept outside the cordon by soldiers holding weapons. But even so, it couldn't stop their eyes from almost popping out with curiosity. When Guzu appeared at the entrance of the teaching building, the crowd immediately erupted. He's out! He's out! Holy crap! Isn't that Guzu? Why is he being escorted out by that female officer? Look at this treatment. Does this look like someone being arrested? It's more like a commander inspecting the work. Under the envious, jealous, and shocked gazes of the crowd, Guzu was escorted by Su Quan and Zhang Shu, one on each side, toward the heavy armored off-road vehicle parked in the center. Even Principal Yu Zhengyuo, who had been trailing behind the whole time, could only act like a bodyguard at this moment, while a flattering smile as he escorted them to the car, not daring to get close. In the crowd, Zhang Hao stood with his mouth agape, staring at Guzu's upright figure. Glancing at the few lackeys beside him who were still bragging about Guzu's A-level talent, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Is this the gap? While he was still proud of his A-level talent, Guzu had already been taken away by a national-level special operations unit with the highest honors. Chen Qian stood at the very front of the crowd, looking at the boy who once seemed utterly ordinary in her eyes, now being intimately held by the shoulder by that imposing red-haired female officer. She bit her lip, a wave of unprecedented loneliness surging in her heart. The guaranteed admission spot she had always been so proud of now seemed utterly powerless. Rumble. As the car doors closed, the engines of over a dozen armored vehicles roared to life simultaneously, their deep growls like the roared beasts, causing the ground to tremble slightly. In the sky, armed helicopters adjusted their positions, their massive rotors whipping up fierce winds to clear the way for the convoy. Amidst a cloud of dust, this ironclad force rumbled out of the gates of Tiankino Free High School, leaving behind stunned teachers and students in the chaotic wind. What kind of profession has this goose awakened to, exactly? No one knows who first voiced the question lingering in everyone's mind. Inside the specially designed heavy armored vehicle, the space was much more spacious than Guzu had imagined. It now felt a bit cramped. The reason was simple: the two space hogs beside him. Guzu sat in the middle of the back row, with the sultry and casually seated Su Quan on his left, and a petite Zhang Shu holding a tablet on his right. This should have been the blessing countless men dream of. But Guzu could only sit upright, eyes straight ahead, even breathing cautiously. Not to mention, he could feel that even inside the vehicle, the mysterious Undiri bride was still lurking in the shadows, her invisible eyes fixed intently on them. If he showed even the slightest hint of enjoyment, the air conditioning in the car wouldn't even be necessary. He would instantly feel a bone-chilling cold. Where are we going? To ease the awkwardness, Guzu cleared his throat and took the initiative to speak. Su Quan took off her sunglasses, her peach blossom eyes glancing at him with a smile, the corners of her mouth curling into a teasing smirk. What is wrong? Afraid I'll sell you off. She stretched lazily, her tone leisurely. Of course, we were heading to the imperial capital. How could this backwater place have the resources for a dragon like you to spread your wings? Guzu was slightly stunned. Although he had already guessed they'd go to a big city, heading straight to the capital was quite elite, wasn't it? That is right. Straight to the headquarters of our God-slaying corps. At this moment, Zhang Shu on the right finally looked up from her tablet, adjusted the black framed glasses on her nose, and took over the conversation. Her voice was crisp, like a little girl who hadn't gone through voice change, but her words were professional and efficient. Young master, no need to worry, we've arranged all the schedules and plans. Zhang Shu's fingers swiftly slid across the screen, pulling up a densely packed schedule and handing it to Guzu. After arriving in the capital, we'll first take you to the best wellness center for a comprehensive physical examination and data recording then. She paused for a moment and smiled slightly. Then we'll directly arrange for you to undergo level-up special training. Oh, and by the way, we'll also prepare tenfold experience boost curls for you, ensuring your leveling speed skyrockets. That impressive? Guzu's pupils slightly contracted. He had only seen the experience bonus scroll in textbooks, let alone a tenfold experience bonus scroll. That was a rare resource from the top strategic secret realm of the Shen Xia Empire. Legend has it that this secret realm was seized years ago by the Empire at a great cost, sacrificing several high-ranking powerhouses to snatch it from a collapsing high-dimensional fragment. Are you kidding me, leaders? Guzu could hardly believe it. Such resources were extremely scarce, and even the heirs of top families or war heroes with outstanding military achievements might not get to use one. Thinking of this, he swallowed hard, feeling as if he had just hit the jackpot. That's just what people say out there. Su Quan let out a disdainful laugh, grabbed a can of ice-cold cola from the small fridge nearby, and popped the tab open with one hand. With a spency sound, foam bubbled up. She tilted her head back to take a gulp, then wiped the corner of her mouth with a bold gesture, looking at Guzu as she said, "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Don't forget, you're the crown prince of our god-slaying army, our most important trump card. If even you can't be used, then no one else should even think about it." Crown Prince. Guzu's mouth twitched slightly. This was already the second time he'd heard them call him that. Could he use a different title? It sounds a bit like those unambitious second-generation rich kids. Don't like it. Su Quan raised her eyebrows and turned to stare directly at him with those captivating eyes. This is an honor that only you have. Meaning that from today onwards, the entire god-slaying army will spare no effort in your growth. Want the stars? No problem. We just won't fetch the moon for you. In the Legion, apart from the Legion commander, me, and a few deputy commanders, you're the most important. Although Su Quan spoke with a teasing tone, a sincerity and boldness in her words caused Guzu's heart to tremble slightly. This is not just a title, but a heavy promise. All right, as long as you're happy. Guzu shrugged helplessly, tacitly accepting the embarrassing nickname. After all, it's just like a code name. As long as the benefits are enough, it doesn't matter what it's called. Don't worry, young master. This time, Sister Quan even spent her private savings to help you level up. Zhang Shu chimed in with a cheeky grin. If you don't level up quickly, Sister Quan might end up crying. You little brat, if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. Su Quan rolled her eyes at her, then turned to Guzu, her gaze becoming intense. Kid, don't listen to her nonsense. No pressure, just train freely. Sis, I really want to see just how freakish your top-tier talent is. As she spoke, the convoy began to slow down. Guzu looked outside through the bulletproof glass and found that the convoy had entered a heavily guarded military restricted zone. High walls were equipped with automated gun turrets, and every few steps, there were fully armed soldiers standing guard. This was the military airport of Tianqi City, as well as the local headquarters of the god-slaying army. We're here. Su Quan put away her smile and resumed her decisive and commanding officer demeanor. The car door opened, and she was the first to jump out. Getting off the vehicle, Guzu followed closely behind it. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, he noticed that all the soldiers around, whether patrolling or transporting supplies, stopped what they were doing the moment they saw Su Quan. Salute the loud come and echoed deafening lie. Hundreds of soldiers stood at attention in unison, raising their arms in salute, each movement as precise as if it had been replicated. That solemn and imposing aura felt like an invisible wave rushing forward. Welcome, Commander, for the inspection. Zhang Shu jumped off the vehicle with a large bag on her back, stood beside Guzu, and explained in a low voice, "This is the branch of the god-slaying army Tianqi City, and also our transit point back to the imperial capital." She pointed to the end of a runway, where a supersonic transport plane was already prepared for takeoff. "Your Highness, our private jet is waiting for you." Looking at the scene before him and listening to the soldiers' synchronized slogans, Guzu couldn't help but feel a surge of passion in his heart. This was the feeling of power. This was a display of strength. And all of this, simply because he had awakened a profession. With a strong sense of acceleration, a silver-gray supersonic transport plane pierced through the clouds over Tianqi City like a sharp sword. The cabin lacked the simplicity and noise of military aircraft. Instead, it was specially soundproof and shock-absorbed, so quiet that only the faint sound of airflow could be heard. The spacious leather seats could recline completely, and there was a small bar nearby. Guzu stared at the rapidly retreating sea of clouds outside the window, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was surging with waves. A few hours ago, he was still sitting in the corner of a classroom worrying about the future, and now he was aboard a special plane heading to the heart of the Empire. Stop staring. What's so interesting about clouds? Su Quan unbuckled her seatbelt, holding a glass of red wine, and walked over with her long legs to sit across from Guzu. Her posture lazy and casual. While we have time on the way, let me tell you about our God-slain army, so you won't be completely clueless when the time comes. Zhang Shu obediently leaned over, opened a tablet, ready to supplement information at any time. Our God-slain army may not have been established for long and lacks a deep background of the First Army. But in terms of combat power and madness, we're definitely among the top in the entire military. Suquan swirled her wineglass. We specialize in high-risk missions. Abyss owns and unexplored areas. The casualty rate is high, but promotions are fast. The resources are far more abundant. Guzu nodded. High risk, high reward. This made sense. Let's talk about your benefits. Suqual paused, her gaze turning serious, calling you Crown Prince. Only it wasn't just a casual remark. Within the Legion, there's a specialized training system for strategic-level talents like you. First of all, you'll have an exclusive strategy team. Strategy team. Guzu was surprised. Bodyguards. What are you thinking? It's a brain power team. Su Quan pointed to her own forehead. It includes data analysts, tactical planners, monster weakness experts, equipment consultants, and even counselors responsible for your mental health. They don't participate in battles. Their sole task is to revolve around you. Zhang Shu added, in the future, every time you enter a dungeon and face different monsters, the advisory team will calculate the optimal skill release sequence, movement trends, and equipment choices for you in advance. Even every time you allocate skill points during level ups, it will go through hundreds of simulations to ensure not a single point is wasted. Uzo was secretly amazed. This is the power of a top-tier team. But now there's a group of experts full of valuable insights writing strategies for him, and they even update them in real time. Normally, only the Legion Commander, Chief of Staff, and Deputy Legion Commander receive this treatment. Even ordinary geniuses don't get this kind of privilege, but you're too special, so we can only give you the top-tier setup. Speaking of this, I really want to take you to meet our brothers in the God-Slaying Army. However, they all have tasks now, so this can only be postponed. Guzu didn't feel regretful. After all, there's still plenty of time, and there will always be a chance to meet. Back to the resources, Su Quan continued. As long as it's. In order to become stronger, you can use any equipment, skill books, or potions in the warehouse as you wish. I'll handle the approvals. You just need to sign. Guzu nodded seriously, realizing that the atmosphere among the upper ranks of the God Slayer army was much more relaxed than he imagined. The cabin broadcast sounded, attention passengers. We are about to arrive at Longjing, the capital of the Shen Xi Empire. The plane is beginning its descent. Please fasten your seatbelts. Guzu instinctively looked out the window. And a majestic, enormous city suddenly appeared before his eyes. It's huge. That was his first reaction. If Yanqi City was like a small island, Longjing was like a vast continent. Skyscrapers towered into the clouds, and dense flying vehicles darted through the air like industrious bees, forming a three-dimensional transportation network. Amid the forest of reinforced concrete, dazzling magical lights occasionally flickered. Zhang Shu pointed downward, enthusiastically introducing, that's the Empire Building, that's the headquarters of the Professional Guild. The floating structure in the air is the Royal Magic Academy. And over there, even from thousands of meters in the air, Guzu could feel the vibrant energy of this city. It was a gathering place for the Empire's strongest talents. Most prosperous commercial centers of core power. This is Longjing. Unlike the ordinary people in Tianyi who couldn't awaken their professions and walked around with a sense of loss, the people of Longjing moved with purpose, confidence, and strength. The plane braked with a slight vibration and smoothly slid into the tarmac. The cabin door opened, and a gust of air mixed with the scent of sorrel and gunpowder rushed in. This air was noticeably rougher and more authentic than that of a city. Ground service vehicles that had been waiting quickly surrounded them. Let's go, young master. Siquan went to handle the approvals, while Zhang Xun lead Guzu onto a commuter vehicle, heading deep into the base. The two passed through heavily armored checkpoints and entered a silver-white building resembling a giant space capsule. As soon as they stepped inside, a cool air mixed with high concentrations of ozone and unknown medicinal scents greeted them. The air here seemed filtered, and every breath felt like a testament to expensive investment. Zhang Shu, carrying a tactical backpack, walked briskly like a deer, her ponytail swaying with each step. She acted as a tour guide while walking, pointing out the surroundings. Young master, this is the God Slayer Army's medical center. Don't be fooled by its cold exterior or the equipment. He was the Empire's finest. See that transparent egg-shaped pod? It's a deep tissue repair device. Even someone on the brink of death can recover and feel rejuvenated after half an hour inside. And over there is the mental wavelength scanner, specifically for checking soul damage. It's the key focus of this physical examination. Guzu's eyes scanned the high-end instruments made of unknown alloys, glowing with blue light, and he couldn't help but marvel. This was true national-level strength. Back at the school infirmary, there were only red potions and band-aids, completely incomparable, like leaping from the primitive era straight into the future. However, Guzu's curious and slightly excited demeanor caught the attention of the surrounding officers and professionals. The medical center was structured like a hall bustling with people. Many injured individuals, fresh from the front lines or dungeons, had bandages wrapped around their arms, their faces pale, and the atmosphere heavy, as Jiangshu lead this unfamiliar face through. Especially with the conspicuous special approval document badge in her hand, many eyes turned toward them. Whisper murmurs reached his ears. Who's this kid? Deputy Zhang personally escorting him. A burly man in a camouflage vest frowned, his gaze full of scrutiny. Never seen him before. Looks young, probably a new recruit. On the other side, a mage treating a leg injury shook his head, speaking with a hint of envy. Look at the document bag in Deputy Jiang's hand. S-level resource allocation. It must be something significant. Is it an order? An urgent one at that? Someone asked. S-level? Seriously? The burly man widened his eyes. I heard that old Zhu from the logistics department has been stingy as a miser lately. Even my alloy latch repair request has been delayed for 2 days. How does that guy even get by? The burly man grumbled discontentedly. How, of course. It's because he has someone backing him up. A distant assassin playing with a dagger sneered. Glancing at Guzu. Look at him, no energy fluctuations at all, walking around lazily and carelessly. It's obvious he's some rich second-generation kid who's never experienced real combat. I just passed by the supply office and heard that Boss Su directly approved a 10-fold experience scroll for him. What? 10-fold experience? The crowd immediately erupted. Do you know what a 10-fold experience scroll is? It's the kind of top-tier resource that people don't even dare to dream about. It can make someone level up at lightning speed, after all the hard work clearing dungeons. The best most people can get is a double experience potion, and this guy gets a 10-fold one just like that. Who could stand it? He's really walking around like he owns the place. You're absolutely right. He must be some rich kid from a powerful family, just here in our God Slayer army to gain some reputation. What a pity for our boss, Su, wise as he is. Even he can't stand up to capital. This kind of greenhouse flower, built up by resources, would definitely wet their pants on the battlefield. The murmurs grew louder, mixed with jealousy and mockery. In their eyes, Guzu was just a useless person relying on connections, taking resources that should have belonged to them. Guzu's steps never faltered, a faint smile on his face. Such sarcastic remarks. He had heard plenty of them in his previous life's workplace. In this data-driven world, words don't mean much. Levels, attributes, and skills are everything. Once his strength was solid enough, those mocking voices would naturally turn into praise. He could endure it, but the one behind him could not. Whoosh! Without any warning, the temperature in the 24-degree, constant medical hall plummeted. The light also dimmed instantly. The burly man who had been cursing the loudest just now was surprised to find that his breath had turned into white mist, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed at his feet. What's going on? His teeth chattered as he tried to draw the battle axe at his waist, only to find his fingers stiff and completely unresponsive. Everyone in the hall felt something was off. A strong aura of resentment and killing intent spread from behind Guzu. The air slightly twisted, and a red phantom flashed by. The red wedding dress seemed to dance in the air. Although it was just a moment, the terrifying, oppressive feeling from hell struck everyone's hearts fiercely. It was a warning. A deathly gaze from a high-level eerie creature. Ding! Small-scale panic detected. Your talent Calamity growth has been triggered. Panic 1. Experience 30. Panic 1. Experience 30. Panic 1. Experience 30. Guzu looked at the rapidly flashing experience notifications and helplessly complained. Does this even count? He calmed down his own hot-tempered wife in his mind. All right, stop scaring them. These people will be comrades in the future. Though they're a bit chatty, at least they're a living source of experience. As he spoke, the chill receded like a tide. The temperature in the hall quickly returned to normal. However, the air fell silent for several seconds. The assassin, who had just been full of disdain, now looked ashen-faced, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He was a professional with keen perception, and in that moment, he truly felt as if he had almost been dragged into the gates of hell. That was a summon beast. Damn, what level of aura was that? I felt like my soul was frozen. This kid, what level is he, to be able to control something so terrifying? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The previous contempt and mockery vanished without a trace. Instead, there's deep dread and awe. This is the world of professional players, simple and straightforward. Brutal, direct. It doesn't matter how low your level is, as long as you have enough strength to make people fear you. You're the boss. It will make a group of battle-hardened veterans feel fear. Just based on this, no one dares to treat him as a greenhouse flower anymore. Guzu walked casually, as if nothing had happened, following Jiangshu forward, leaving behind only a mysterious silhouette. Jiangshu turned back to glance at those who were scared to make a sound, covered her mouth and chuckled, then whispered to Guzu, "Your Highness, your trick is really impressive. Our Zanshan army folks are just stubborn. Sometimes you have to scare them a bit to make them behave." "I didn't mean to scare them." Guzu spread his hands, looking innocent. "It's mainly because the family members have a fiery temper and are a bit protective." Jiangshu stuck out her tongue and led Guzu into a room with a sign that read Special Treatment Room. The room was arranged very warmly, without the cold metallic feel of the outside. A few pots of green plants adorned the space, and the air was filled with a faint jasmine fragrance. "Sister Zainsin, I brought the person." As soon as Jiangshu entered, she called out affectionately. Behind the desk, a young female doctor in a white coat turned around. She looked about 27 or 28 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her long hair casually tied at the back, with a few loose strands hanging by her ears. Her features were not as sharp and stunning as Su Guang's, but instead exuded a gentle warmth that made people feel at ease. Like the always smiling big sister next door. Guzo keenly noticed a golden badge pinned to the chest of her white coat symbolizing a top medical expert of the Sham Xi Empire. "Is this the Prince Su Quan mentioned recruiting?" Zhang Xinsin adjusted her glasses, her gaze falling on Guzu, her voice gentle and pleasant. "Hello, Guzu. I am Zhang Xinsin, responsible for your medical examination." "Hello, Sister Xinsin." Guzu greeted politely. Faced with such a gentle elder sister, he couldn't muster any sense of vigilance. "Come. Sit down first, don't be nervous, it's just a routine checkup." Zhang Xinsin pointed to the examination bed nearby, signaling Guzu to sit properly. The next 10 minutes or so, Guzu experienced what it meant to have a royal-level physical examination. No cold instruments probing around. Zhang Xin's fingers were long and warm, with soft white light glowing at her fingertips. She gently pressed on a few key spots on Guzu's forehead, chest, and back. That is the advanced priest Gil Holy Light detection. Not only can it check for hidden physical issues, but it can also help nurture the meridians. Guzu felt a warm current flowing through his body, so comfortable that he almost let out a sound. "Your physical condition is pretty good, although you've just changed professions. Your foundation is solid." Zhang Xinsin recorded the date a while smiling and said, "Especially your mental strength. Its activity level far exceeds that of others in the same profession. It seems the rumors are true your summoned beast is quite powerful." Uzo gave an awkward laugh, not daring to say much. As the examination was nearing its end, Zhang Xinsin put away the light panel, took off her glasses, rubbed the bridge of her nose, and suddenly asked, "Guzu, do you have a girlfriend?" Guzu was getting dressed, paused for a moment, and instinctively shook his head. "Nope." Although he technically had a wife, that didn't count as a girlfriend, right? After all, they hadn't established a formal romantic relationship yet. "No?" Zhang Xin smiled deepened at the corners of her mouth. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes sweeping over Guzu with a faint smile. Her tone was subtle. "That's good. If you ever feel unwell at the base, or get tired from training and want someone to talk to, feel free to come find your sister anytime." After speaking, she even winked at Guzu. This contrast left Guzu a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to be a gentle and intellectual doctor? Why does it suddenly feel like he's being teased? Why does this sound so strange? Ahem. Zhang Shu couldn't hold back anymore and rolled her eyes at Zhang Xin's and Sister Xinxin. Stop easing the crown prince. Be careful, his wife it's jealous and blows up your clinic. It can strip the enemy's armor, leaving them instantly in chaos, blind and deaf. Zhang Shu explained confidently. Zhang Xinxin smiled and waved her hand. Don't tease. The data is all normal. This guy's great. Guzu let out a sigh of relief, jumped off the examination bed, and was about to express his thanks when he suddenly heard Zhang Shu lean close to his ear and whisper, Your Highness, Xinxin just hinted at something. Hinted? Guzu frowned in confusion. Could it be that she's saying, I'm in good health? Zhang Shu smirked mischievously. No, she's saying you're truly an impressive guy. Guzu froze completely, thinking to himself, can these girls from the god-slain army speak properly? Zhang Shu pulled the still-dazed Guzu, waved by two Zhang Xinxin, and turned to leave the examination room. The two headed straight to the logistics department with Su Kuang's pass. The process went smoothly this time. The quartermaster in charge of the warehouse, with a pained expression, trembled as he retrieved a scroll emitting a faint golden glow from the depths of the safe. Divine Gift Tenfold Experience Scroll Legendary. Effect after use. Experience gain from killing monsters increases to 1000% for 6 hours. Guzu took the scroll, his hands trembling. This was not just a scroll, it was practically a VIP pass to becoming a powerhouse. He carefully tucked the scroll into his chest, afraid of losing it. Let's go, young master. The car is ready. Zhang Shu patted the massive tactical backpack on his back and led Guzu into a camouflage off-road vehicle. The engine roared, and the vehicle shot out of the base like a cheetah, heading toward the vast wilderness outside Longjing. The high-rise buildings outside the window gradually faded into the distance, replaced by desolate gobi and withered yellow grass. Inside the car, Guzu looked at Zhang Shu, who was adjusting the tablet on the passenger seat, his heart filled with curiosity. This adjutant, who still looked like an underage little girl, always carried a huge backpack that was completely disproportionate to her petite frame. Facing A-class berserkers and veterans, she was always calm and composed. Zhang Shu, can I ask you a question? Guzu couldn't help but speak up. Of course, we're buddies. Zhang Shu didn't even turn her head, her fingers flying across the tablet. What is your profession? You don't seem like a warrior or an assassin. Could be a mechanic? Me? I'm not very good at fighting. I'm like Sister Kuang, that kind of violent maniac. She patted her heavy backpack, becoming the center of a conversation. I'm a support, usually responsible for healing and buffing teammates. Support? Guzu raised an eyebrow. What exactly does that entail? Zhang Shu blinked her big eyes and recited seriously like she was reciting a lesson. An apocalypse, level 60, rated SS. Guzu suddenly stopped in his tracks, almost tripping. He couldn't believe that this little lowly, who barely reached his chest, had actually reached level 60 SS. This isn't just an ordinary support, she's practically a hidden ace. In this world, every 10 levels constitute one tier, and level 60 represents 6-tier combat power. SS level support is not only extremely rare, but its strategic value even surpasses combat professions of the same tier. Apocalypse. Guzu searched his mind for related information but found nothing. Clearly, this falls under the category of hidden or mutated professions. Seeing his surprise, Zhang Shu smiled and explained while counting on her fingers. Actually, it's nothing much. My skills are divided into two major categories. One category targets enemies, such as instantly making them blind, deaf, confused, or weakening their armor and resistance. Even a same-tier boss would scream and shed skin after being hit by my skills. The other category targets teammates, commonly known as boosting morale. I can double your attack power, triple your mana, recover speed, and even give you an invincible shield. As long as I'm here, you're the Iron Man on the battlefield. Want to die? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Guzu listened to these words, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This wasn't just a support role, it was practically a walking nuclear weapon. No wonder Su Kuang dared to run around the world with just her. With such a top-tier support who could control, heal, and provide all kinds of enhancement effects, no challenge could stop them. Amazing. Guzu sincerely gave a thumbs up. From now on, I'll rely on Big Sister Zhang to carry me. Your Highness, you're to guide. Serving you is my duty. Zhang Shu smiled. Our eyes curving like crescent moons. Sister Quan said that for his special training, I'm the babysitter. You just focus on dealing damage. And leave everything else to me. The off-road vehicle finally stopped amidst slight jolts. Your Highness, time to get off. Zhang Shu cheerfully put away her tablet, opened the car door, and jumped out. Guzu followed closely behind, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he was stunned by the scene before him. Was this supposed to be a leveling up spot? It was clearly a front line based straight out of a sci-fi movie. In the distance, a massive light gate stood tall in the wilderness. The light gate wasn't stationary, it rotated slowly, shimmering faintly with golden light like flowing sand. Surrounding the light gate were light defensive fortifications, including several powerful self-propelled cannons. Their barrels aimed directly at the gate, evidently prepared for any monsters that might emerge from within. Secretly amazed, this setup those in know would think it was for leveling up and combat training, while outsiders would definitely assume it was a battle against alien creatures. This is the leveling sanctuary specifically for new recruits of the Major Corps, Zhang Shu said with a smile as she walked over. This is the Empire's highest experience gaining, most stable beginner-level secret realm. Upon closer inspection, Guzu realized the place was already bustling with activity. Some bearing tiger emblems, others adorned with sharps or shaped insignias. Groups of young soldiers in different styles of combat uniforms were lining up, preparing themselves. They were about the same age as Guzu, their faces brimming with the excitement and confidence of newly awakened professions. Some were playing with brand new staffs, while others were polishing sharp swords. Those are people from the Azure Dragon Corps, each one holding their heads high, arrogant enough to be annoying. She pointed to a group of people in silver-gray uniforms on the left. That's the White Tiger Corps. So numerous it feels like a market gathering. Guzu followed her gaze and, sure enough, the Azure Dragon Corps had fewer people, but were well equipped, each surrounded by 2 or 3 capable instructors. The White Tiger Corps, on the other hand, was a large crowd, at least 40 or 50 people, noisy like a marketplace. Looks like geniuses are mass-produced these days. Guzu muttered to himself. He had thought his S-level treatment was already special, but it turned out this place was full of rising stars with high expectations. Then again, it made sense Shinexi Empire was vast and populous, without a few A-level or S-level geniuses emerging. Humanity would have long been trampled by monsters. Don't be fooled by their numbers. In terms of strength, combined, they wouldn't stand a chance against you. Zhang Shu said confidently, patting her massive tactical backpack. You are the sole pillar of our god-slaying corps. Guzu's mouth twitched. Thinking to himself, could she stop calling him Your Highness in public? Zhang Shu's loud voice had already drawn the attention of many around them, especially a few leading officers from the Azure Dragon Corps. Upon seeing Zhang Shu's iconic backpack, their expressions changed instantly. Their gazes scanning Guzu like radar, tried to discern what made him special. Zhang Shu completely ignored those stares and led Guzu through the crowd. As they walked, she acted as a commentator. Don't be fooled by everyone practicing individually now. Once everyone reaches level 10, officially stepping into the first tier, the truly exciting part will just begin. See these people? Zhang Shu gestured to the eager new recruits around them. This year, the talent pool is particularly rich. I just took a casual glance, and there are over 20 people with S-level energy fluctuations. Over 20 S levels? Guzu raised his eyebrows slightly. The ratio was indeed impressive. At Tiankino, 3 High School, it was rare to see even one S level in several years, but it felt like a large-scale talent gathering. That's normal. The military's efforts to scout for geniuses far exceed your imagination, Zhang Shu said, adjusting her glasses. With so many people, naturally, there has to be a ranking. This is the annual fixed event, Core Newcomer Martial Exhibition. Martial arts demonstration. Guzu was not unfamiliar with this term. Defeat opponents and humiliate them in this segment. Simply put, when all the newcomers in the major legions reach level 10, a special trial secret realm will be opened. Zhang Shu raised a finger. Each legion can only send one representative, the strongest newcomer, to participate. In the secret realm, it's not just about who levels up faster, but also about whose combat power is tougher. Player versus player PvP is allowed there, and the final rankings are based on points. Are the rankings important? Guzu asked straightforwardly. Extremely important. Zhang Xun nodded vigorously. It determines the allocation of resources for the military department to each legion for the next year. The difference in resources between the first and last place is like night and day. Our god-slaying legion has always suffered losses in the past few people, a gap in top-tier combat power, and every time during the martial arts demonstration, we could only pick up scraps at the bottom. As he spoke, Jianshu sighed, clearly dissatisfied with their past performance. So how is the selection process done? Guzu glanced at the massive legions around him. With so many people in the Azure Dragon Legion and White Tiger Legion, picking someone would mean they'd have to fight until their heads are broken and bleeding, right? Exactly. Zhang Shu snapped his fingers. Their internal competition is fierce for the sole spot. They first hold several rounds of elimination matches internally, wearing out those geniuses quite a bit. What about our god-slaying army? Guzu instinctively turned to look back. But there was no one behind him, not even a shadow. Wait, it seemed there was one. Us? Zhang Shu smiled mysteriously, spreading his hands as he scanned the room. Our god-slaying army only recruited you, the true god, this year. So, congratulations. Crown Prince, you don't need to participate in any selection process and directly advance to the finals. Guzu skipped a beat, so this is what they mean by a single sprout in 1,000 acres. It sounded a bit bleak, but he actually felt relieved. No need for conflict, no need to be ill with internal scheming. Directly receiving resources to level up this simple and straightforward approach suited him best. Guzu nodded in satisfaction. Pretty good, quiet, and peaceful. It's more than just peaceful, Zhang Shu said with a smile. As long as you achieve good results in the martial arts competition, besides the Legion's resources, you'll also receive unexpected benefits. For example, Guzu's eyes lit up. He was most energetic when it came to money. Legendary skill books. That's standard custom-made legendary sets, also basic and more experienced scrolls, rare materials. Zhang Shu listed them one by one like reading a menu, making Guzu's heartbeat accelerate. These items, even just one of them, would be enough to make professionals outside fight tooth and nail, possibly even causing small-scale conflicts. Zhang Shu said mysteriously, as long as you rank in the top 3 in a martial arts competition, the military will directly grant you the rank of captain. Just the monthly special allowance alone is this number. 50,000? Guzu asked tentatively. 500,000, after tax, and that doesn't even include various mission bonuses and resource cash-outs. Zhang Shu proudly waved his finger. This is a secure job. With this rate, aside from top officials, you can practically walk sideways in the Empire. If ranks for the 10 are second lieutenants, and so on. Guzu took a deep breath. At 18 years old, he had already earned the rank of captain, with a monthly income of 500,000, starting from $1 million. If it were in his previous life, such a beginning would be nothing short of a fantasy. Even in this new world, it was undoubtedly a meteoric rise. Damn it. Guzu resolutely made up his mind. He must win this martial arts competition. Anyone who dares to block his path to wealth and promotion will have that bizarre bride sing a loud song at their bedside. By the way, speaking of military ranks, Guzu suddenly became curious, his eyes darting around Zhang Shu. What's your rank now? He had always been curious. Although Su Quan was just a chief of staff, her aura was as strong as that of a commander. So her rank must be quite high. As for Zhang Shu, she looked just like a middle school student, hardly resembling a formal officer. Zhang Shu kept walking and said inferently, Quang Ji is a major general. Major general? Guzu almost bit his tongue. In this world, generals were big figures, as powerful as regional bosses. Su Quan looked only about 26 or 27, yet she had already become a major general. Then, what about you? Guzin turned his head to look at the little girl who was pulling out a bag of chips from her backpack. Zhang Shu, with a chip in her mouth, mumbled, I'm a bit lower than Sister Quang, a senior colonel. Say, senior colonel? Guzu was completely stunned. He looked at Zhang Shu's baby-like face and at the plush bear hanging from her bag and couldn't fathom how the military rank of senior colonel could possibly be associated with her. If she were walking down the street, no one would believe she wasn't a high school student skipping class. This world is just a crazy, Guzu muttered under his breath. There's nothing to be surprised about, Zhang Shu said, spreading her hands helplessly. It's mainly because there are so few auxiliary professions. so I gradually climbed the ranks. Looking at Jiangshu, Guzu felt more and more certain that he had found the right person to rely on. This is not a thigh at all. It's practically a towering pillar. Following these two big shots. As long as you don't court disaster, it's hard not to achieve great success. Attila then just passed the final security check and officially entered the interior of the secret realm. The environment changed drastically. It was no longer the barren sandy plains outside, but a seemingly desolate yet vibrant Gobi Desert. The suns hung in the sky, one red and one white, illuminating the land brightly. Speaking of which, I have a question. Guzu observed his surroundings while asking, I've awakened this kind of profession, so logically. I should be specially recruited by some divine revelation university or imperial university, right? Why was I directly targeted by the Supreme Command? He always thought that school was the breeding ground for nurturing geniuses. School? Jiangshu looked confused. That kind of place can only man ordinary geniuses. You're so exceptional. The school can't handle you. Because when someone's talent exceeds the norm, the ordinary training system becomes a burden instead. Those old professors at school can only teach you how to control your power and follow the rules. But our military department is different. Jiangshu stood on a high ground, pointing to the vast monster zone in the distance. The military department only teaches you how to kill enemies, how to survive, and how to crush your enemies as quickly as possible. She turned her head, her gaze resolute. For geniuses with true strategic significance, the higher-ups would never leave them out in the open. School relationships are complicated, with aristocratic families, financial groups, and local forces all playing power games inside. The military department is the purest combat machine and the place that can protect you the most. To put it bluntly, your profession is too powerful. The higher-ups are afraid you'll scare your classmates at school or be targeted by other forces, so they directly protected you in the most secure place. Guzu. Jiangshu's metaphor was vivid, but the term turtle shell sounded a bit odd. All right, Pound Prince, let's get to business. Jiangshu waved his hand and pointed to a low-lying area not far ahead. Several giant demonized porcupines were digging at the ground with their hooves. Their tusks were still hanging with scraps of flesh from some unknown creature, looking bloody and disgusting. As my gaze swept over, the monster's information panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Demonic porcupine level LV to description. This is a low-level magical creature with thick skin, tough flesh, and a bad temper. The sharp spikes on its back can shoot out like crossbow bolts, and getting hit by them is extremely painful. Only level 2, I curled my lips, feeling a bit disappointed. Although this practice was just a warm-up for myself, the creature seemed a bit dim-witted. Oh well, I'll use these little pins for some practice first. At that moment, several demonic porcupines seemed to catch the scent of a living person and suddenly lifted their heads. Their small, glowing green eyes stared straight at me. Roar. A piercing howl echoed as those beasts, with rumps as big as small cars, dug their hooves into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and charged at me like out-of-control tanks. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. If an elder or a novice were as seen, their legs would probably give out from fear. These beasts, weighing several tons, had shiny black spikes as sharp as steel needles, enough to make anyone's heart race. But I wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, I'll easily adjusted my collar. I'm not one of those weaklings who can only scratch with a staff. I'm the real deal. Wife, time to get to work. These pigs look pretty cocky. With a thought, I flipped open the priceless divine gift handfold experience scroll in my palm. Even though these small creatures give little experience, I'll take whatever I can get. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Rip, a crisp-daring sound echoed as I tore open the scroll. The motion was smooth and seamless, without a trace of hesitation. After all, I didn't need to spend money on this thing, so I might as well use it. A golden light instantly enveloped my entire body, and a strange energy surged to my heart. The air behind me began to distort, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The space, which had been a bit warm, turned bone-chillingly cold in an instant. Then, a streak of bright red silently appeared before my eyes. It was a woman dressed in a blood-red wedding gown, her cold eyes staring out from beneath the red veil at the approaching beast horde. The rampaging demonic porcupine suddenly seemed to hit a pause button. The leader came to an abrupt halt, its head carving deep grooves into the ground as its entire body trembled violently. This was instinctive fear. Faced with such a powerful presence, these low-level creatures didn't even have the strength to fight back. They stood frozen in place, silent. Their previous arrogance instantly replaced by utter despair. Ding! Panic detected. Talent Calamity growth triggered. Panic value 1. Experience 30. Panic value 1. Experience 30. Panic value 1. Experience 30. The pleasant notification sounds kept ringing in my ears. But as I noticed the experience points barely changing, I Calamity help the furrow my brows. TCH, no multiplier? I thought to myself, a bit speechless. This system is way too rigid, isn't it? Clearly, it has a tenfold experience scroll, but it only applies to experience gained from killing monsters. It doesn't even count the extra experience from painstakingly inducing panic. How disappointing. It's like going to a buffet where the owner says you can eat all the seafood you want, but the dipping sauce has to be purchased separately, leaving you feeling unmotivated. Forget it, don't be too greedy. I sighed, pointed with a wave of my hand. Kill it. At the moment the command was issued, the eerie bride behind suddenly moved, to be precise. Our movements were too fast to be seen clearly. Jiangshu felt a flash of red shadow pass by, followed by a series of shounds of flesh being sliced, the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh. The eerie bride darted through the porcupine herd like a phantom. Without using any fancy skills, merely extending her pale, jade-like hand, her 5 crimson nails lightly grazed, and the hard quills that even bullets struggled to penetrate were instantly sliced open. The impenetrable tough porcupine skin was as fragile as thin paper under her nails. Splut. Blood splattered, but as it brushed against her red wedding dress, it was repelled by an invisible force. Not a single drop of blood stained the luxurious fabric. In just a seconds, all 5 demonized porcupines fell. Each had a red line across its throat, lethal and precise. Ding! Killed LV to demonized porcupine. Base experience 20, tenfold bonus activated. Gained experience 200. Ing. Killed LV to demonized porcupine. Gained experience to 100. Guzu watched his experience bar gently move and finally let out a sigh of relief. But Jiangshu behind him was completely stunned. Our massive tactical bat act almost fell to the ground, both hands gripping the tablet tightly, her small mouth slightly open, eyes wide as saucers, even forgetting to adjust the black-framed glasses perched on her nose. Is it over? This is a level to magic-infused porcupine. A well-known tough-skinned, hard-fleshed beginner nightmare. For an average rookie team, even with 5 fully equipped members, it would take at least a few minutes to take down these 5, and they'd still have to be careful not to get pierced like a sieve by those spikes. And the result? To seconds. Is this slaughtering pigs or chopping vegetables? Jiangshu felt her years of professional understanding had been completely overturned. She knew Guzu had a special profession and was always highly regarded. But witnessing such a crushing massacre in reality, the impact is overwhelming. This is no rookie. Jiangshu swallowed hard, constantly complaining in his throat. This is simply a monster wearing human skin. That female ghost. Now what exactly is the attribute of that summoned creature? The burst speed in that instant just now, even I couldn't see it clearly. Their god-slaying army really picked up a treasure this time. Jiangshu was still too shocked to recover. Guzu had already leisurely walked over to the corpses. Several faintly glowing orbs shimmered on the ground. He bent down and picked up something that looked like greaves. Rough porcupine greaves, black iron grade attributes. Defense 2, movement speed 1, no tablets melee, but it can protect you. What the heck is this junk? Guzu looked disgusted, tossed the greaves back onto the ground, and casually patted his hands, as if afraid of getting them dirty. Bad stats and reduces speed, whoever wants it can take it. There were also a few porcupine quills on the ground. Low-grade arrow materials, but Guzu couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. In the past, these things could sell for a few $100. Enough for a good meal. But now things were different. He was now the crown prince, wearing a custom-made special training suit provided by the state, with a legendary scroll in his pocket. This kind of street stall stuff is completely beneath notice. This is the difference in perspective after a rise in status. Guzu sighed and turned to look at Jiangshu, who was still in a daze. Jiangshu ji. Huh? Jiangshu snapped back to reality, quickly adjusted her glasses, and tried to cover up her earlier lapse. What's wrong? Young master, are you tired? Do you need me to heal you? Heal. Tired? Not at all, I was just warming up. Guzu pointed towards the depths of the Gobi Desert, where the faint silhouettes of even larger monsters could be seen. His eyes carried a fervent intensity. These level 2 monsters are weak. The experience they give is pitiful, not even enough to fill my stomach. As he spoke, he stretched his neck. Let's go further in. I need to see just how strong my lady here can get. Jiangshu was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile. Goodness, now he's complaining the monsters are too weak. While other rookies are racking their brains trying to figure out how to farm monsters without getting hurt. This guy's already thinking about clearing the entire map. All right, whatever you say. Jiangshu didn't waste words and directly pulled out a bottle of energy potion from her bag. As long as you're not afraid, we'll charge right in. With me here, you won't die. The next half hour, the monsters on this stretch of the Gobi Desert experienced the toughest day of their lives. That level 3 rock armored bug. The tough? Honey, slash it. Guzu pointed at the massive bug covered entirely in rock ahead. The ghost bride transformed into a streak of red light and swept past. The rock-armored bud, known for its shell being tough enough to block bullets, was instantly slashed into rubble, scattering all over the ground. Instant kill. Is that a level for Wind Wolf, Fast Runner? Catch it. Guzu pointed at a giant green wolf in the distance that was trying to escape. With a slight wave of her red sleeve, resentment coiled around the Wind Wolf's neck like chains, tightening fiercely. A crisp crack sounded as the bones snapped. Another instant kill. A level 5 mutated vulture, flying in the air, out of reach. Honey, pull it down. Guzu shouted. The ghost bride looked up, her scarlet eyes glancing whitely at the vulture. Resentment lock activated. The vulture, circling in the air, seemed to lose its wings and plummeted straight down. Before it hit the ground, it was torn into pieces by several blood-colored finger winds. Still a one-hit kill. Walking all the way, this was practically a one-sided slaughter show. Whether it was creatures on the ground, in the air, thick-skinned, or fast-running monsters, as long as Guzin gave the command, there was only one outcome: instant death. Jiangshu followed behind, originally prepared to use a few defensive and buff skills at any moment. But up until now, she hadn't even had a chance to make a move. She felt like a low-level character leveling up with a pro, only able to shout awesome from behind and occasionally help pick up some valuable materials, with hardly any sense of participation. This is just too outrageous. Jiangshu looked at the young man strolling leisurely ahead with his hands behind his back, accompanied by the eerie bride in red resembling a crimson death god, and couldn't help but feel parched. How long has it been? Not even a few minutes, right? They've already advanced into the level 6 monster zone. Even the level 7 elite monster that just appeared ahead had its head twisted off into moves by that red-dressed nurse. This leveling speed is just too unreasonable. What's even more critical is that this young master isn't wearing a single piece of equipment. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV3. All attributes 10. The talent Calamity growth has further increased experience acquisition efficiency. Current number of some unable Calamity servants. 1 no change. Current radius of the Calamity domain for meters. A flash of golden light appeared on Guzu's body. The satisfaction brought by leveling up made him involuntarily squint his eyes. Only level 3, still too slow. Guzu glanced at the experience bar. Although there was a 10-fold experience bonus, the experience required for leveling up had also doubled. However, feeling the surging power within his body and the increasingly solid resentment on the ghost bride, Guzu felt it was all worth it. Jiangshu, ahead should be the core area of the level 7 monsters, right? Guzu stopped in his tracks, looking toward the stone forest filled with bizarre rocks ahead. There, an even denser demonic aura permeated the air. Faintly, the shouts of humans and the sounds of skill explosions could still be heard. That's right, Jiangshu glanced at the map, his expression becoming more serious. That place is the Black Rock Stone Forest, where level 7-8 Black Rock Colossi spawn. Their defense is extremely high, and their attacks can cause shock effects. They're one of the tougher monsters in this beginner area. Moreover, Jiangshu adjusted his glasses. I just checked the location. It seems the elites of the Azure Dragon Army and White Tiger Army are all gathered there. Lots of people, and excitement saves me the trouble of hunting monsters one by one. Guzu raised an eyebrow, his smile tinged with amusement. The Black Rock Stone Forest was currently ablaze with intense battles. Hold the line. Tank, hold the line. Don't lose aggro. Where's the priest? Hurry up with the healing. Look at the front laner's health bars. They're all Mages, stop saving mana, throw fireballs now. This stone monster is too tough, physical attacks are useless. A group of young people dressed in silver-gray combat uniforms stared intently at a 3-meter, all-black rock colossus. The colossus was entirely jet black, with every muscle resembling solid granite. It swung its massive fists like bulldozers, causing small-scale earthquakes whenever they struck the ground. The entire team consisted of this year's S-class geniuses recruited by the White Tiger Army. Most of them were around level 8. Logically speaking, fighting level 7 monsters shouldn't be stressful. But the problem is, this Black Rock Colossus not only has tough skin. This strange creature is quite peculiar, almost able to resist most low-level control skills, leaving them unable to make a move. This was already the 3rd monster to have besieged, and the team members' faces were full of exhaustion. Some were injured, gasping heavily, looking utterly disheveled. Damn it, these monsters in this cursed place are so tough. The young man leading the group, wielding a 2-handed greatsword, shouted angrily. He was the temporary captain of the team and also an S-class strong attack warrior. At this moment, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had already split open, with blood slowly dripping down the sword hilt. Everyone, hold on. The instructor said this is to test our team coordination. As long as we take this place, we can gain an advantage before the martial arts competition begins. The young man desperately tried to boost morale, but deep down, he was actually very uneasy. At this pace, whether the task can be completed before nightfall is still a question mark. At this moment, a sudden loud noise came from the entrance of the stone forest in the distance. Immediately after, the ground shook, and the entire stone forest seemed like it was about to collapse. What is going on? Did an elite monster spawn again? Everyone turned their heads in fright toward the source of the sound. The scene before then left everyone speechless in shock. At the entrance of the stone forest, a black rock colossus, even larger than the monster they were currently attacking, was violently struck and sent flying, soaring through the air. Following that, a blood-red figure dashed past like lightning, tracing a beautiful yet chilling arc in the air. Bang! With a muffled sound, the seemingly indestructible black rock colossus exploded into countless fragments mid-air, instantly obliterated. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Amidst the swirling dust, a young man with his hands behind his back leisurely walked out of the haze. In him even glanced the dumbfounded geniuses around him, ignoring them entirely. Gently waving away the dust in front of him, he casually said to the void behind him, "Wife, next time be gentler." The dust almost choked me. The air instantly froze. The entire place was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only the boy's voice echoing through the stone forest, ruthlessly striking at the self-esteem of everyone who considered themselves a genius. What kind of godlike maneuver is this? The people on site, who prided themselves as the geniuses of the Azure Dragon Legion, were all clenching their teeth at this moment, not daring to make a sound. That feeling was like suddenly being drenched in ice water, chilling to the bone. If the appearance of the black rock colossus earlier had given them tangible pressure, and the current chill was like ice water poured directly over their heads, leaving them instantly numb. The S-rank warrior with the sword, though his palm was still faintly aching and his brows tightly furrowed, surprisingly felt no pain at all. Yes, it was completely numb by the cold. The breath he exhaled immediately condensed into white frost in the air. His stiff gaze was drawn by something, slowly shifting toward the boy walking out of the smoke and dust. Behind the young man, suspended in mid-air, there was a streak of bright red. It was a phoenix scora, a net and ceremonial robe purette, so vivid it was blinding. The bright red veil completely covered the face, making the expression indiscernible. But everyone could feel it there. The gazes seemed to pierce through life and death, locking out each and every one of them. Is this his summoned creature? Someone's voice trembled as they forced out this sentence, so faint it was almost inaudible. Although everyone present was a strong individual with Awaken Day level, or even S-level talents, having seen much of the world, but truly facing this thing, they realized that all those previous experiences were nothing but child's play. That fear emerging from the depths of the soul was completely uncontrollable. Run, if you don't want to die. Run quickly. No one knew who was the first to shout this sentence. In the next second, the elite squad that had been besieging the monster instantly scattered like a disorganized mob. Formation, coordination, the noble title of elite, all of it turned into a joke in a blink of an eye. The fire mage ran so fast that he even dropped his staff and didn't dare to turn back to pick it up. He wished he could grow to more legs. Meanwhile, Guzu stood in place, watching this group of once surrogate geniuses scatter like frightened burnets, and sighed helplessly. This mental fortitude really needs some serious training. Guzu shook his head, silently complaining in his heart if this were a real battlefield. Seeing that ugly monster scared, often running for its life, humanity is doomed sooner or later. He glanced back at the eerie bride behind him, who was still striking a menacing pose, and his tone immediately softened, carrying the familiarity of an old couple. All right, wife, the person is already scared off. Put away your powers. Don't freeze our god of wealth. As soon as he finished speaking, the bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze one's blood instantly dissipated. The eerie bride obediently landed on the ground. Her red wedding dress also settled quietly, standing half a step behind Guzu. If one ignored her sinister attire and only looked at her docile demeanor, she did somewhat resemble an obedient wife from the feudal era. Not far away, Jiangshu widened her adorable eyes, her mouth slightly agape. As a senior support member of the god-slaying army, she had witnessed many grand scenes. Even Su Kuang, that kind of berserker tearing apart at Eam and Ragan on the battlefield, she had seen. But that kind of power was traceable, with energy fluctuations. That scene just now, there was no preparatory action for skill release. No energy fluctuations, and the attack trajectory was completely invisible. That thick black rock oasis just exploded like that. This is conceptual level. Jiangshu swallowed hard, her throat dry and tight. She had seen the description of rule-based abilities in textbooks. Summarized in just one sentence defying common sense. Impossible to analyze, only the results matter. Now she finally understood what it meant to defy common sense. This was it. No matter how thick the opponent's armor was or how strong their magic resistance, as long as the rules deemed you dead, you would explode like a firecracker. Jiangshu's gaze toward Guzu changed as well. She had come to humor the young master, and even if Guzu performed poorly, she was ready with excuses to back him up. But now, there was no need to hold back. This was clearly a monster disguised as a rookie. Jiangshu Ji, what are you spacing out for? Come pick up the loot. Guzu's voice interrupted her shock. Guzu stood with his hands behind his back, like an old man picking vegetables at the market, gently nudging the gravel on the ground with his toe. TSK, this elite monster is way too poor. Aside from the broken stones, it didn't even drop a decent piece of equipment. Has the drop rate been secretly adjusted? Jiangshu snapped back to reality, quickly adjusted her glasses, and ran over. Here. You can't be doing this kind of work yourself. Let me handle it. She was now more proactive than before, driven by an instinctive reverence for the strong. She swiftly packed the materials on the ground into her backpack, but inwardly she was complaining, old man, then black rock essence. A high-grade material worth 50,000 apiece on the market, and you're calling it broken stones. The next half hour was nothing short of a massacre for the monsters on this stretch of the desert. For Jiangshu, it felt like playing a completely mind-bending roguelike game. Typically, newcomers leveling up would proceed cautiously, watching every step and fearing they might attract too many monsters and its around it. But Guzu's style was completely different. In a flash, a group of sunbathing stone-scaled lizards hadn't even reacted before their heads flew off in unison. With a gentle wave of her red sleeve, a few circling carrion vultures preparing to launch a sneak attack seemed to have their necks gripped by an invisible hand, falling straight down and instantly becoming corpses. Guzu strolled leisurely like a tourist, hands in his pockets, walking at ease. He didn't need to dodge, didn't need to chant spells, and certainly didn't need to act cursorily. The only thing he needed to do was raise a finger, and then that red shadow turned into the Scythe of Death, efficiently, precisely, and mercilessly reaping all life. Jiangshu followed behind, feeling like a useless sidekick, her backpack full of buff potions, scrolls, and prepared healing skills were all completely unnecessary. The only thing she could do was keep shouting 666, acting as the hype crew while cleaning up the battlefield. The upgrade glow from the tenfold experience scroll on Guzu's body flashed like neon lights in a nightclub, blinking incessantly without stopping. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching LV6. When a fourth golden light appeared, Guzu finally stopped in his tracks. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power within his body, he couldn't help but squint his eyes to enjoy his sensation. Only level 6. His speed is probably faster than riding a rocket. With a thought, a translucent interface appeared before his eyes. Name Guzu level 60% class Calamity Lord of the old days, unique strength 85 agility 78 spirit. 200 constitution 90 talent 1 Calamity, Eroth top tier talent, to domain of Calamity top tier LV 6 radius. 30 meters talent free servant of Calamity top tier, summon able units, 1 skill Calamity days LV1. Seeing these explosively exciting attributes, Guzu couldn't help but lick his lips. This is the power of a national team. He had previously heard from his teacher at school that ordinary professionals, upon reaching level 6, would have individual attributes of at most 20 or 30 points. Even for geniuses, the limit was 50 points. But for him, his mental strafe directly soared past 100. If this news were to spread, those classmates still desperately grinding for attributes would probably collapse instantly. Especially this domain of Calamity. As his level increased, its range had expanded to a radius of 30 meters. Within this range, he was the invincible ruler. This feeling of controlling the entire situation was simply addictive. Strike while the iron is hot. I've only just begun. Guzu closed the panel and looked toward the gloomy horizon in the distance. Black mist whirled there, accompanied by the occasional low growl of beast. Jiangshu, what kind of monster zone is that over there? He pointed in that direction. Jiangshu glanced at the tablet in her hand, her expression turning serious. That's the burial grounds. A refresh zone for level 10 monsters. She continued, the terrain, there's complex, monsters gather in groups. And elite bosses with special attributes soft and spawn. She advised with some concern, Your Highness, you're only level 6. The monsters here are above level 4, and there are bosses too. Fighting them will be very dangerous, she added. The mini-bosses there have attributes, at least 10 times higher than ordinary monsters, with tough skin, high resistance, and poison and control skills. They're very hard to deal with. 10 times the attributes. Guzu's eyes lit up instead of showing fear after hearing this. He turned around to look at the silent, teary bride. The corner of his mouth slightly curved at attribute numbers, in the face of rules, are just that. After speaking, Guzu strode forward. Let's go. Since we're here, we have to check out this legendary elite BOSS, or else this trip would be for nothing. Jiangshu watched his back, treating the danger as if it were nothing, and could only sigh helplessly before quickly following him. The two walked one after the other into the burial ground shrouded in black mist. The air was filled with the stench of decay, and the ground was covered with bones and sludge. Visibility was extremely low, and rustling sounds occasionally came from the surroundings, making one's skin crawl. Roar! They hadn't gone far when a foul-smelling roar erupted from the shadows nearby, followed by a violent tremor of the ground. A giant spider, as large as the front of a truck, dashed out from the black mist. The spider was entirely pitch black, with disgusting pustules on its back. Its 8 legs resembled steel spears, glinting with a ghostly blue sheen, and were extremely venomous. The most striking feature was the bright red health bar above the spider's head, surrounded by a golden frame. Corrupted Spider Queen Elite, BOSS level 13 HP 50,000 strength 300 skills. Harm Carapace, Toxic Spray Frenzied Bite. Be careful, Your Highness. It's the Corrupted Spider Queen. Jiangshu exclaimed in alarm, immediately raising hers after cast a holy light shield on Guzu. This thing's venom is extremely potent. Even a tiny bit can cause continuous health loss. Its carapace can also reflect physical damage. Guzu halted his steps, looking up at the massive venomous spider before him, his gaze calm and resolute. A trace of disappointment flashed across the face of the giant beast, airing its fangs and claws, seemingly ready to swallow me whole. Is that all you've got? I curled my lips. You look scary, sure. But your entrance is way too cliché. No music, no lines, just roaring at best. You're a fruit delivery guy. The demon spider seemed to understand my mockery and let out an angry screech, and it only propelled itself forward with all 8 legs, shooting toward me like a black cannonball. Its foul-smelling venom splattered everywhere, covering the space around me. Its pat at me. So gross. I took a step back in disgust. The next second, time seemed to freeze. The ghost bride's figure transformed into red light and charged forward as before. From beneath the bright red bridal veil, a pair of eyes gradually opened, was an indescribably powerful or instantly spread out. Still mid-air, suddenly froze as if someone had pressed a pause button. It let out a piercing, miserable scream, filled with utter terror. It was afraid of this overwhelming presence. A being it didn't even dare to look at directly. The ghost bride extended her hand and clenched it toward the demon spider king. Boom! There was no suspense. No battle process. The elite boss, with tenfold stats and 3 powerful attributes, exploded like a balloon crushed by an invisible giant hand, instantly turning into a cloud of black blood mist. One hit kill, effortlessly crushing and annihilating the opponent. Ding! You've slain Elv, E13 elite boss corrupted spider, gaining 50,000 experience points, tenfold bonus applied. Thick, dazzling golden light descended from the sky, pouring directly into my body. My level bar skyrocketed, instantly maxing out and breaking through. L versus even. So satisfying. I took a deep breath, feeling every pore in my body open up. Beside me, Jiangshu was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the mess on the ground, her staff still raised. The glow of her holy light showed awkwardly lingering in the air. That was a level 13 elite boss, she muttered to herself, her mind utterly shattered. After all, when she was at my level, dealing with such a monster required dodging and slowly wearing it down. But I just crushed it. She turned to look at me, her eyes filled with admiration and a hint of fear. This is the only hidden class. This is the legendary top-tier talent. This until leveling up, this is looting. Looking at the blood experience points scattered all over the ground, Jiangshu's sense of seniority as a veteran was long gone, replaced by determination to cling tightly to me. This is a golden thigh encrusted with diamonds. If she could stick with this boss, she could secure the top support position in any dungeon in the future. A glint flashed in Jiangshu's eyes as she quickly pulled out a special communicator. Such good news had to be recorded to the leadership immediately, in the Imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Godslayer Corps. In the logistics department minister's office, Shuquan sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, holding a freshly signed resource allocation order, a smug smile on her face. Across from her, logistics minister Zhu Sen clutched his chest in pain, looking as if he'd just been drained of all energy. The head of the logistics department for the Godslayer Corps was responsible for the entire army's supplies, but was also the baldest man in the Corps. Zhu Sen said with a bitter smile, "You know how tough things have been for the 18th Army lately. Funds are so tight we can barely afford food. After the last battle with the Demon Clan, the equipment losses were devastating. Now the warehouse is almost empty, and the remaining items are so shabby it's heartbreaking. The military has imposed budget limits. And I am at the point where I wish I could split a single coin in half. As a frugal person, Zhu Sen must ensure that every penny is spent wisely, on the edge of the blade. If it were just an ordinary S-class, or even SS class, there would be no need to deploy so many strategic resources. All right, old Zhu, stop putting on that gloomy face." Su Kuang, in high spirits, lightly flicked the document in her hand. "I've already said, this is an investment. Once that kid grows up and casually brings back a few first clear records of rare dungeons, 1-year investment multiply hundreds of times." "That's easy to say," Zhu Sen sighed, picking up his teacup. "But I still feel uncertain. Concept level things are unpredictable. What if he's strong in the early stages, but can he hold up later? Our entire Legion's future for the next few years is riding on this. If he can't hold up, I promise to personally give him a beating." Su Guang waved her hand boldly. "I have a feeling this kid is bound to accomplish something earth-shattering." As they were speaking, the communicator on the table suddenly started vibrating. She glanced at it. It was Jiangshu calling. "Well, looks like there's news." Su Guang raised an eyebrow, answered the call, and casually pressed the speakerphone button. "Zhao Zhang, how's it going? Did our young master cry out of fear, or is he being chased all over the place by monsters?" Although she teased with her words, she didn't actually expect Guzu to have any explosive performance on its first day. After all, he had just switched trolls, and simply adapting to the wild environment would already be commendable. However, the voice on the other end of the line couldn't hide its excitement. Kwangji, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. Jiangshu's voice was so loud it almost broke the speaker. The Guzu you brought back. He's simply not human. Su Kuang was momentarily stunned, her brows furrowing slightly. What happened? Did the monsters beat him silly? Zhu Sen also leaned in, straining to listen. No, I mean, he asked the strong. Jiangshu stammered incoherently, Sister Quan. The Guzu farms monsters without moving at all, relying entirely on summoned creatures. What about efficiency? Quickly, tell me about the efficiency. Su Kuang interrupted, get to the point. Less than an hour into the dungeon, the outskirts are already completely cleared. Just now, he instantly killed a level 13 elite BOSS. Instantly, even the corpse was blown to bits. He's already level 7 now. Almost level 8. Even the war god of the First Legion back then was far inferior to him. What? Bam! Zhu Sen, who was drinking tea, directly spat out a mouthful of tea, soaking the documents on the table. Level 8 in just over an hour? He wiped his mouth, his eyes wide like copper bells. A rookie on the first day, instantly taking down a level 13 elite BOSS. Su Kuang was also dumbfounded. She had long known about Guzu Qian, but she hadn't expected the surprise to come so fiercely, so quickly it was completely bombshell level. What kind of terrifying existence is this? And also, Jiang Shu's voice carried a dreamy tone while we were talking. He has already leveled up to 8. Sister Kuang, this leveling speed, I can hardly understand it anymore. The experience bar seems like a decoration to him. The office fell into a brief silence. Su Quan and Zhu Sen exchanged a glance, both seeing the uncontained able shock in each other's eyes. A few seconds later, Su Quan suddenly burst into wild laughter, slamming the desk heavily. The solid wood office desk was almost cracked. Good kid. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Zhao Zhang, tell Guzu. Don't hold back, use everything experience scrolls. Potions, privileges, bring it all out. Let him grind. Grind like crazy. If resources aren't enough, I'll go snatch more, if the sky falls. I'll hold it up for him. I just want to see what level he can reach today. Hanging up the phone, Su Kuang turned around to look at Zhu Sen, who was still in a daze. With a smile on her lips, her peach blossom eyes gave him a playful glance. How about it? Old Zhu, didn't I say so? This time our god-slaying army is really going to take off. Without even having time to wipe the spilled tea on the table, Zhu Sen slowly stood up for his chair. Usually his face carried a hint of worry into his meticulous calculations. But at this moment, he was expressionless, his eyes fixed intently on Su Kuang. That gaze made Su Kuang's heart shiver. Were you crazy? Su Kuang raised an eyebrow, instinctively hiding the resource allocation or she had just signed behind her back. She said warily, let me tell you, this thing is already signed and stamped. It has legal effect. You want to go back on it? Dream on. Su Kuang thought to herself, Zhu Sen, this stingy miser, must be reluctant to part with the resources he just approved. After all, those resources were savings he had accumulated over several years. Hearing Guzu caused such a big commotion in less than an hour, he probably thought the risk was too high and wanted to back out quickly. Zhu Sen ignored Su Kuang's mockery, took a deep breath as if doing something against his principles, and suddenly reached out to Su Kuang for the document. Give me the document. No way. Su Kuang shook her head like a rattle drum. I already told you. A married daughter is like water spilled out, there's no taking it back. Want it back? You'll have to ruin me first. Who said I was going to take it back? Zhu Sen rolled his eyes dramatically, and a pained, worried expression instantly disappeared. I want you to bring it back, and I need to add more stuff. What? Su Kuang was stunned. Blinking repeatedly. What did you just say? Add more? That's right. Zhu Sen snatched the list from Su Kuang's hand, grabbed a pen, and started frantically making changes. This kid leveled up 8 times in just over an hour. Took down a level 13 elite monster in seconds. What does that mean? It means as long as he doesn't die, he can definitely reach the 9th tier in the future, maybe even break through the barrier. For a talent of this level, those S-grade supplies from earlier are nowhere near enough. The mage bracers aren't sufficient. Given that Void Walker said we've been keeping his storage. And a deep blue tear pendant that accelerates mana recovery, throw that in too. Go to the warehouse and grab 200 sets of high-grade mana potions. And it must be instant recovery ones. Don't try to fool me with the regular stuff. Zhu Sen's pen scratched furiously across the paper as he gritted his teeth and said, when it comes to investments like this, either don't do it at all or do it to the extreme. If we don't give him a hand now, what good will this little support do when he becomes a god? Seeing Zhu Sen in front of her, acting like a madman, and seemingly wanting to empty entire logistics department supplies, Su Quan couldn't help but laugh. Crossing her arms and leaning against the desk, she praised, not bad, old Zhu. Usually, you're so stingy that you even use both sides of a sheet of printing paper. Don't think this makes me soft. You're just someone who judges people before deciding how to act. Zhu Sen didn't even turn his head and snorted, stop talking nonsense. I'm doing this for the future of the Legion. Besides, as long as this kid can rise up, the resources I'm giving today will come back to me tenfold, 100-fold in the future. This is strategic investment. A crazy woman like you, who only knows how to fight and kill, wouldn't understand this. Meanwhile, in the wilderness secret realm. As time passed, Guzu's leveling speed became faster and faster. More than 3 hours, for an ordinary person, might just mean scrolling through their phone or daydreaming. But, for Guzu, this period completely changed his life. The ground around him was covered with a thick layer of black ash remnants left behind after the monster battle. A faint burnt and bloody smell lingered in the air. Guzu let out a long breath and casually tossed the empty drink bottle aside. Just now, a dazzling golden light rose from his body once again. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV10. All attributes 20. Mental strength, greatly enhanced. Detected that you have surpassed the level 10 threshold. The cooldown for the classed Alliance Servant of Calamity conceptual level has been refreshed. Current sum enabled quantity 1. Airing his system prompt, Guzu's originally lazy gaze instantly became razor sharp. This is the turning point. Although the Ghost Bride's strength was ridiculously overwhelming, enough for him to reign supreme here as a newly ascended individual, he knew the real challenges were just beginning. Aspiring to be the mastermind villain? No. I'm a man who dreams of playing the summoning foil. Who would ever complain about having to few underlings? Zhang Shu. Hold on a moment, Guzu called out behind him. Hearing this, Zhang Shu immediately ran to his side. Full of flattery, Crown Prince. Are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Shall I massage your shoulders? No kidding, you have to cling tightly to such a big backer. Not tired. Guzu smiled mysteriously. A new companion is coming. A new companion? Zhang Shu's eyes lit up. You mean, you can summon again? She glanced at the stunningly beautiful Ghost Bride standing quietly not far away, although a bit eerie. Her looks on Dora were absolutely top-notch. So if this was summoned by the same profession, the second summon should be of a similar style, right? Wow, what would be? A dashing skeleton general? Or a cold and glamorous vampire queen? Zhang Shu clasped her hands to her chest, as excited as a fangler. Your Highness, let me see quickly. Seeing Zhang Shu's expression, Guzu couldn't help but laugh. I don't know, it's random. But since it's from the Calamity class, it should have quite a personality. After speaking, he closed his eyes and began communicating with the mysterious profession mark in his mind. Talent Servant of Calamity, activate. Command confirmed, connecting to the Calamity nodes in the River of Time. Responding to your call, a messenger who once sowed despair and sickness upon the earth is awakening. This time, the surrounding temperature did not plummet instead. A nauseating, humid filled the air. The dry air became thick and sticky, as if one were inhaling the stench of a long-fermented sewer rather than oxygen. The anticipation on Zhang Shu's face instantly turned into a gagging reaction. She covered her mouth, her face turning pale. What is this smell? It's way too disgusting. As soon as she finished speaking, the space in front of Guzu began to distort. There was no red light, nor were there petals. Only a mass of dark green, pus-like mist slowly seeped out of the air. When the mist touched the ground, it emitted a sizzling corrosive sound, and the surface immediately turned into a pitch-black swamp. Subsequently, a short figure crawled out from the foul-smelling green mist. It was a rat, but by no means an ordinary rat. Its body was the size of a house cat, walking upright, draped in a tattered gray cloak, and holding a cane made from a human leg bone. Most of its fur had fallen off, exposing skin covered in pustules, some oozing yellow-green liquid. Its pea-sized eyes gleamed with cunning and malicious green light, and its long tail dragged on the ground. Wherever it walked, it left behind sticky, virus-laden stains. Squeak squeak, it let out a sharp, piercing laugh, bowed to Guzu, and performed a gesture that was both comical and chillingly gentlemanly. Jiangshu was still fantasizing about the vampire queen, but upon seeing this creature, he was so frightened that he clung to Guzu, stammering, "This is way too ugly." Guzu also felt a bit unsettled. The transformation was just drastic, wasn't it? Just a moment ago, it was that beautiful yet terrifying ghost bride, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a plague rat from the sewers. However, as the master, one cannot judge solely by appearance. Guzu endured the stench and opened the attribute panel of this monster. The next second, all the disdain on his face vanished, replaced by a shocked exclamation. "Holy crap, this is way too strong." Daring to shout, Jiangshu, who had been hiding on the side trying not to vomit, cautiously came over and asked, "What is it? Is it really weak?" "Weak?" Guzu glanced at her and directly shared the panel with her. "See for yourself." Jiangshu held her breath and looked at the virtual panel, emitting a faint green glow. Servant of Calamity, source of plague. Level 10, synchronized with host status, absolute royalty skill, 1 undying pathogen. Conceptual level, this thing is the virus itself, completely uncollabable. Immune to any attack. Even if killed by special skills, it can instantly revive. The more you attack it, the faster it spreads. Skill to decay or a conceptual level within a 100-meter radius. All enemies are forcibly infected with the plague. Every second, 3% of their maximum health is directly deducted. This virus cannot be purified, dispelled, or immunized. Skill-free, plague outbreak active detonates the virus inside all infected individuals nearby, causing massive damage and inflicting weakness, blindness, paralysis, and a host of other debilitating effects. After reading these 3 descriptions, Jiangshu was completely dumbfounded. She turned to look at Guzu, then at the filthy giant rat, which was scratching its rear with its dirty claws. This is a level 10 summon. Jiangshu couldn't help but curse. If the eerie bride is the queen of single target kills and control, then this rat is the ultimate weapon for group battles. 3% maximum health deducted per second. Immune to purification and immunity. What does that mean? As long as you stay near it for 33 seconds, you're guaranteed to meet the Grim Reaper. This is simply a mobile death countdown timer. What's even more twisted is that undying carrier skill, which is eerily similar to the blood-wetting dress of the Ghost Bride. It doesn't let your health bar drop off. You can't kill it, can't escape, and can only watch your health bar plummet crazily. Absolutely twisted. Jiangshu muttered softly. The Ghost Bride still needs to swing her blade to attack, but this guy can kill people just by moving? Guzu touched his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's right, in this profession, there's no strongest, only stronger. Come on, let's test the effect. Guzu waved his hand, ordering the waiting Ghost Bride to take a break and restrain her aura. The Ghost Bride slightly bowed, her bright red dress still dazzling, but the oppressive feeling instantly vanished, making her seem like an ordinary puppy. Mouse, it's your turn to perform. Guzu pointed to the group of monsters gathered in the distance. Squeak squeak. The plague source squealed excitedly, leaning on a bone cane, limping toward the monster group. In the distance, groups of level 10 rotting trolls were pretending to gather. These trolls were enormous, with gray-green skin. Upon spotting a rat, they immediately picked up giant wooden clubs and charged aggressively. Level 10 rotting trolls had incredibly thick health and super fast regeneration, making them the bane of beginners. Roar! The plague source paid no attention, slowly pulling out a piece of moldy cheese from its cloak and leisurely taking a bite. The moment the first troll stepped within its 30-meter range, the situation suddenly changed. The troll's movements abruptly froze. Although it hadn't taken any damage, green blisters began to emerge on its skin. The blisters quickly swelled and burst, oozing yellow-green pus. Roar, roar, violently coughing up blood clots. The second, the third, more and more trolls were infected. Dozens of trolls seemed to have suddenly been sent into a biochemical gas chamber, their strong bodies gradually becoming weak and powerless. They staggered, unable to get close to the rats, and collapsed one after another. No flashing blades or clashing swords, only the sizzling sound of flesh rotting. Exactly 33 seconds. The last troll knelt down 5 meters away from the source of the plague, its body rotting into a complete mess, eventually turning into a pool of foul-smelling sludge. The putrid pus and blood seeped into the soil. Everything was destroyed, leaving no chance of survival. Jiangshu, beside me, finally couldn't hold it in anymore, covering her mouth and retreating repeatedly. It was too disgusting, compared to the clean and swift cut of a blade. Watching the enemy rot away in pain and slowly disappear was a torment to both the eyes and the soul. This is just terrifying. Jiangshu's face turned pale. Is this really meant to protect the professions awakened by humanity? Why does it look even more disgusting than a demon? I didn't have such a strong reaction. Just frowned slightly. This scene is indeed not suitable for children to see. The efficiency is quite high, but it just takes up space. I commented, in the future, when eating, it's probably best not to summon this guy. Just as one of us was shocked and the other calm, a blinding golden light suddenly emerged from the pile of rotting, foul-smelling monster corpses. The light was so pure and bright that it almost hurt the eyes. Huh? Jiangshu's eyes widened as well, even forgetting her nausea. So, could it be that equipment dropped? I endured the strong stench around me, quickly walked over, and picked up a crystal-clear, golden crystal emitting faint time fluctuations from the pool of filthy blood. In an instant, the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a legendary material core Sands of Time Ferment. Description: an extremely rare drop in low-level secret realms, usually only appearing with a very small chance when defeating monsters, can be used to craft legendary equipment or trigger special quests. I took a sharp breath. Legendary material, it actually dropped from a group of level 10 elite monsters. This luck is simply insane. Is this the core of the Sands of Time? Jiangshu leaned in, her eyes almost popping out, her voice trembling. Your Highness, your luck is incredible. This thing is a hot commodity out there. And you just... She glanced at me and took another look at the big rat beside me licking its paws. A crazy thought suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be that the hidden perk of this Calamity profession is the more disgusting the disaster created, the higher the quality of a loot? We've struck gold. I held the crystal stone, the corners of my mouth stretching to my ears. This source of play isn't just a profession, it's clearly an ugly yet adorable lucky cat. After all, this is a legendary material. Many high-level players risked their life for this gem, and I picked it up effortlessly. Your Highness, your luck. Jiangshu swallowed hard and gave a thumbs up. If I said I wasn't jealous, I'd definitely be lying. I played with the crystal in my hand, feeling great, and casually tossed it into Jiangshu's backpack. Keep it. I'll definitely need your help crafting equipment in the future. Sister Jiang. Of course, Jiangshu chuckled confidently. After laughing, she suddenly frowned, as if recalling something serious, and adjusted the black-framed glasses on her nose. She looked at my level bar, which had already reached level 10, with some hesitation. What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Just say it if you have something on your mind. I sensed something was off with her. Well, young master, I need to remind you of something. Jiangshu took a deep breath, her voice serious. You're level 10 now. According to the profession rules of the Shen X Empire, you're about to face your first class advancement quest, also known as the First Advancement. Yeah, I know. It's mentioned in the textbooks. I nodded. Is this quest difficult? For the average player, it's basically just following the steps to complete it. Or for a genius, especially a monster-level genius like you, this is a real challenge. Jiangshu smiled helplessly. The heavens are fair. The greater the potential, the harder the class advancement quest. A system will automatically generate the class advancement quest based on your performance, attributes, and skill strength before level 10. Jiangshu pointed to the corpses on the ground that hadn't disappeared yet, as well as the plague source not far away, Borden chewing its nails. Along the way, you've been one-shot-ing enemies and soloing bosses, standing out too much. She said helplessly, the difficulty of your class advancement quest is definitely hell level. Maybe even abyss level. Guzu raised an eyebrow. Abyss level. How hard is that? Zhang Shu frowned, recalling that unpleasant experience. Back then, I advanced to the SS class profession Harbinger. As soon as I started the class advancement, the system threw me into a sealed space filled with level 30 elite monsters. The quest required me to survive for 24 hours and kill the final gatekeeper, but I was only level 10 at the time. One hit, and I was dead. If the military hadn't prepared a bunch of life-saving items for me, and if Sister Su Kwang hadn't gotten me high-level scrolls, I would have been done for. She patted her chest, still a bit shaken. And your profession rating is conceptual class, a tier higher than mine. I can't even imagine what kind of insane quest the system will assign to you. After hearing this, Guzu rubbed his chin. Half skeptical, level 10 against level 30, it did sound unfair, but he glanced at the two powerful companions behind him. A red-clad vengeful ghost can kill everyone in one strike. Another is a plague god whose mere stroll poisons everything around. Zhangji, I understand your concern. Guzu revealed a confident smile. But as the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals block when water flows. Earth contains. If the system really spawns a bunch of level 30 monsters for me, I should thank it for providing plenty of experience. Zhang Shu sighed and shook her head helplessly. Your mindset is truly unmatched. Anyway, with the gods slaying legion backing him, there's no need to worry too much. Stop thinking about those uncertain things. Guzu waved his hand. While this tenfold experience scroll is still active, hurry up and grind. I feel like there's something odd about the experience bar. It was indeed odd. Ever since reaching level 10, the experience required for Guzu to level up had become astronomical. Previously, killing a single monster would yield a significant amount of experience, but now, even killing a group of monsters barely moved the experience bar. This is certain, Zhang Shu explained. Before completing the job transfer quest, professionals will have their growth restricted. Although you can still gain experience, the efficiency will be reduced by 80%, and the experience required to level up will increase exponentially. In other words, leveling up to 11 is harder than going from level 1 to 10. That hard, Guzu pouted. Zhang Shu continued. But there's also a benefit. Although the experience gained during this period is less efficient, it can greatly enhance basic attributes. Many experts deliberately stay at level 10, training their attributes to the limit before transferring jobs. Alright, then let us grind. After Plague Source which joined, leveling up became more monotonous, but much more efficient. Guzu didn't even need to walk himself, which swept ahead like a green lightning bolt. Its decay aura was practically a grinding artifact, as long as it dove into a group of monsters. Creatures within dozens of meters started losing health, with strings of green numbers popping up above their heads. Guzo only needed to leisurely follow behind, like a boss inspecting work, quietly waiting for the experience to flow in. Ding! Killed level 11 rotting corpse dog, gain experience 400 tenfold bonus. Ding! Talent Calamity growth triggered. Dane Panic value 1, experience 30. Although his experience gain was restricted, with the tenfold experience scroll and talent bonus, Guzu's experience bar still grew at a pace visible to the naked eye. His slow pace was already quite fast for him. If those struggling to kill monsters outside knew about this, they'd probably be so angry they'd smash their own equipment. For hours later, Guzu was sitting on a clean, large rock, continuing to enjoy his hard-earned leveling up time. Drinking a sweet beverage overhead, he suddenly felt a faint layer of golden light flash across his body, then completely disappear. That refreshing sensation, as if being jolted awake by something, vanished along with it. Just gone like that. Guzu bit his lip, feeling a bit unwilling. Your Highness. It's been 6 hours. Zhang Shu glanced at the time, rubbed his temples, and looked a bit tired. Even a donkey needs a break, right? That scroll is a legendary consumable. Lasting 6 hours is already impressive. Guzu looked at his attribute panel. Level 11 5% after 6 full hours of intense monster grinding, combined with a tenfold experience boost. He finally broke through the level 10 barrier and reached level 11. Only level 11, Guzu sighed, dissatisfied. Without a class change, the progress is too slow. Zhang Shu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Your Highness, have a conscience. Do you know how long it takes an average person to go from level 10 to level 11? Even the elites in a legion would need half a month of hard grinding. Just a few hours? If we're out, wouldn't those newbies still chopping rabbits in the starter village die of frustration? Guzu chuckled and didn't argue further. He stood up, patted the dust off his pants, waved his hand, and tossed the empty bottle aside. The scroll's used up, so let's retreat. He glanced at the darker, more dangerous area in the distance, which was the territory of level 15 and above monsters. Although he was confident he could wind there, it wasn't worth wasting time for the reduced experience. The most important thing now is to go back and take the job transfer quest to break through this level bottleneck. Wife, wrap it up. Mouse, come back. With Guzu's shout, a red and a green light flew into his body. The suffocating cold and stench around instantly dissipated, and the air became fresh. Let's go, back to the city. The off-road vehicle roared as it drove back to the base of the god-slaying legion. When Guzu and Jiangshu stepped into the silver-white medical center hall again, the atmosphere had clearly changed. A few hours ago, when Guzu first entered, he was met with the scrutinizing, curious, and even slightly disdainful gazes of the veterans. The military values seniority and strength, even if a rookie is S-class. Without demonstrating power, they're just a baby who hasn't been weaned. But now as Guzu appeared at the entrance, the entire hall fell silent for a few seconds. He's back, so that's Guzu. I already caused quite a stir outside the newcomer's secret realm in the suburbs. Cleared out the black rock forest over there. Not just cleared it out. Someone from my Azure Red in Legion said this kid brought along a red-clad female ghost, and she instantly killed on sight. Even a level 13 elite boss was taken down in one move. Really? Then what level is he now? Not sure. He had just awakened when he left this morning. By now, he's probably around level 4 or 5. The low murmurs spread like a tide. Those indifferent glances had now turned into awe and curiosity. Especially the burly man who had previously wanted to put Guzu in his place. At this moment, he was hiding in a corner pretending to change his bandages, not daring to lift his head, fearing that the red-clad female ghost might suddenly come back with another freezing therapy. Guzu's expression remained calm, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he walked through the hall. He didn't mind the attention, in fact. He enjoyed it. In this world where strength spoke louder than words, being respected was far better than being treated like a pushover. However, among the many awe-filled gazes, there was one pair of eyes that stood out. They held no surprise, only a deep and probing scrutiny. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, silently observing its prey. Behind a load-bearing pillar of the hall, a middle-aged man in a colonel's uniform leaned against the wall, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers. In his 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, he exuded an air of uprightness and integrity. But a trace of imperceptible coldness occasionally flickered in his eyes. Sinister. Zhao Feng was the deputy commander of the 6th Regiment of the God-Slaying Corps, a level 49 strong attack-type warrior. Cheerful in personality, valiant in battle, and a pillar on the battlefield. Guzu. Zhao Feng silently recited the name in his heart, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cigarette butt. He had heard some information about this newcomer before, such as top-tier genius, unique profession, and the deliberately confidential details from the military that piqued curiosity. At first, he thought it was just another gimmick hyped up by the military, as every year there were so-called geniuses who fell from grace. But the scene he witnessed today made him change his mind. Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes, watching Guzu in his relaxed and composed stride, along with Jiangshu's expression of both nervousness and excitement beside him. As a veteran who has endured countless life and death trials, his intuition told him that this young man harbored an astonishing power capable of shaking the entire battlefield. He thought to himself, instantly killing a level 13 elite BOSS. Even with some reliance on items, this potential in explosivenses are just terrifying. Once this guy is trained, he will definitely become a game-changing variable that overturns everything. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and mercilessly extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand. Adjusting his collar, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. To uncover more secrets about Guzu, he had to find an opportunity to probe deeper. And the best entry point was naturally that seemingly simple drive, Zhang, who was responsible for Guzu's medical checkups. Inside the special-grade treatment room, the air was filled with a relaxing jasmine fragrance. Zhang Zins sat at her desk, organizing a pile of data reports. The door sounded as she looked up to see Guzu and Zhang Shu walking in. A warm smile immediately bloomed on her face. Ah, Xiaogu is back. She put down the pen in her hand and stood up to greet them without concern for her image through her gold-rimmed glasses. Her eyes scanned Guzu as if inspecting a rare treasure for any flaws. Hello, Sister Xingxin. Guzu greeted politely. Come sit down quickly, let me see if this trip has tired you out. Zhang Xingxin pulled Guzu to sit on the examination bed and skillfully began a checkup. A few seconds later, the smile on her face slowly froze. She took off her glasses, revealing a puzzled expression as she looked at Guzu. Level 11th, level 11? Guzu, are you kidding me? You just awakened this morning. It's not even dinner time yet, and you're already level 11. If you train for a month, are you planning to go solo against the Demon King? Zhang Shu, standing nearby, felt a lot more balanced and sighed upon seeing Zhang Xin's loss of composure. See, it's not that I haven't seen the world. This guy is just too abnormal. Even the eldest daughter of the Zhang family can't handle him. Guzu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just lucky. Mainly thanks to Sister Jiang's help. Yeah, right? Zhang Xingxin rolled her eyes at him, her gaze carrying a hint of teasing, making Guzu feel a wave of nervousness. Although I'm in logistics, I'm not stupid. Level 11 can't be explained by luck alone. She put her glasses back on, the surprise in her eyes turning into clear admiration, even with a touch of fervor. Looks like I really underestimated you before. Zhang Xingxin chuckled lightly. Such a strong body, such astonishing potential. Guzu, are you free tonight? Sis, I have some good wine here. We can spend more time chatting. Guzu almost choked on his own saliva. The attack came too fast, with no warning at all. The card door was practically welded shut. Although he was a transmigrator with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he still found it hard to handle such a dominant and strong-willed woman of this level. Especially with Zhang Xin's gaze, which didn't seem like she was joking at all. It was more like she was ready to devour him completely. Sister Xingxin, I have to study the job transfer quest tonight. Next time for sure. 100% next time. Guzu, like a teased little wife, blushed all over. Leapt up from the examination bed, grabbed Zhang Shu, who was watching the drama with great interest, and hurriedly fled. Behind them came Zhang Xin's bell-like laughter. Guzu felt his scalp tingle and thought to himself, this woman is truly both lovable and terrifying. I ran all the way to the end of the corridor, confirmed that the she-devil had followed, and finally leaned against the wall to catch my breath. Zhang Shu, is this drive? Zhang, always this bold. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. Of course not. Zhang Shu pouted, her face full of a, you really don't know how to appreciate this expression. Your Highness, Dantiga Dakaki. I've been in our corps for so long, and I've never seen Sister Xingxin take the initiative with any man like this. She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, do you know her background? She is truly a wealthy heiress, born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Have you heard of the Zhang family in the imperial capital? They are a major force in both the military and political circles. Zhang Xingxin is the 3rd young lady of the Zhang family. Her father is the deputy chief of staff of the Empire's Supreme Command, a rank so high that he can directly negotiate with our corps commander. And she's no simple person herself, a level 16 SSS class holy priest. If it were for avoiding her family's pressure to marry, she wouldn't have come to a frontline unit like ours to be an ordinary military doctor. The line of people pursuing her could stretch from here to the city gates. Those noble heirs and war god champions all have to lower their heads in front of her. Zhang Shu gave me a once-over. Clicking his tongue in amazement, with your charm and freakish potential, you directly managed to win over this unattainable flower. I was secretly astonished. Level 16 SS class holy priest. The daughter of the deputy chief of staff of the Imperial General Headquarters. Who is this sister? That's clearly a treasure worth a fortune. But I am very clear about the current situation. This kind of wealthy heiress, it is fine to have some fun occasionally, but if you want to be serious, you need real skills. Although I have some potential now, I am not yet at the level where I can stand on equal footing with this gold mine. Forget it. I can't reach for such a rich lady. I waved my hand. It is more practical to focus on leveling up. Not long after Zhang Shu and I left, the door of the treatment room was knocked on again. Come in. Zhang Xingchen had already put away her charming demeanor, reverting to that calm and professional elite style. She lowered her head to look at the documents, not even glancing up. The door opened, and Xiao Feng walked in with a simple, honest smile on his face. Dr. Zhang, still busy. He was holding a bag of what looked like expensive fruits and casually placed it on the corner of the desk. These are specialty fruits my friend brought from the south. Please have a taste. Zhang Xingchen looked up and saw it was Xiao Feng, her brows furrowing slightly. Although Xiao Feng was well-liked in the regiment and counted as one of her suitors, he usually behaved appropriately. But Zhang Xingchen, as an SS-level priest, had extraordinary mental perception. Every time she saw Xiao Feng, she always felt a kind of discomforting incongruity about him. It was like something rotten was hidden beneath a glamorous mask. Deputy Leader Zhao, you're the kind, Zhang Xingchen said coldly. Not touching a bag of fruit, but I don't like sweet things. You better take it back and share it with the brothers. Also, this is the clinic. If you're here for treatment, please register. If you're here to chat, sorry, I'm very busy right now. This attitude was completely different from how she treated me before. Zhao Feng's smile froze for a moment, a trace of darkness flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Zhang is still so dedicated. Xiao Feng rubbed his hands, pretending to speak casually. Actually, it's nothing. I just saw you giving that new Guzu a checkup. I heard this kid has potential. Even you see him differently. He said while staring at Zhang Xin's expression. I was thinking, if he really has the skills, I want to recruit him to our 6th Regiment for training, which would also contribute to the Corps. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xingchen looked up, her gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses sharp as a blade. Deputy Commander Zhao, she said coldly, please adhere to military discipline. All information regarding Guzu has been classified as confidential. His future is to be decided personally by the Corps Commander and Major General Su. If you want to recruit him, I suggest you talk directly to Major General Su. And also, don't come to me to inquire about him. Any data. This is a violation. After speaking, Zhang Xingchen lowered her head directly, not looking at him again. Please leave. The smile on Xiao Feng's face instantly disappeared. He stared deeply at Zhang Xingchen for a moment, and turned and walked out without saying a word. As the door closed, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted confidential. It seems this kid's volume is greater than I imagined. After leaving the medical center, Zhangshu's emotions were even more excited than Guzu's. Along the way, she hummed an unfamiliar tune, her steps as light as a little squirrel that had stolen honey. Your Highness, the job change hall is just ahead. Zhangshu pointed to the grand building in front. It was a temple in an ancient Greek style, with 12 massive pillars reaching into the clouds. The surface of the pillars was carved with totem reliefs of various professions, exuding a powerful aura that made hearts race. The Job Change Hall was a sacred place for all professionals to undergo their transformation. Before stepping onto the stairs, a fiery red figure came into view. Su Kuang had been waiting there for a while. She had changed into a more casual military green jumpsuit, leaning against a pillar with her legs casually crossed, playing with a pair of sunglasses in her hand. When she saw Guzu approaching, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with admiration. Not bad, kid. Su Kuang strode forward and unceremoniously patted Guzu on the shoulder. I've already heard Zhangshu's report. In just a few hours, you jumped from level 1 to level 9 and took down an elite BOSS along the way. You really didn't let me down. Guzu grinned as he was patted, rubbing his shoulder with a wry smile. Sister Kuang, take it easy. Will you? I'm a mage, fragile. Fragile? I think you're tougher than those ironclad warriors. Su Kuang laughed heartily, then her expression turned more serious, her gaze becoming resolute. But for you to achieve this, it really exceeded my expectations. Recruiting you into our God Slayer army is the best deal I've ever made in my life. She pointed to the deep, dark entrance of the grand hall behind her. Go on in. Now that you've reached level 11, you have to cross this hurdle. I know what you're worried about. Su Kuang seemed to see through Guzu's thoughts. Crossing her arms, she spoke with a domineering tone. Don't worry, no matter what crazy tasks the system assigns you, even if it asks you to pluck stars from the sky, your sister will build you a ladder. If the sky falls, I've got you covered. Although these words sounded a bit forceful, they gave Guzu a sense of reassurance deeper than any vow. Thank you, Sister Kuang. Guzu took a deep breath, nodded. and turned and strode into the glowing career transition gate. The interior of the hall was not as grand as imagined. Instead, it was vast and dim. In the center floated a massive crystal ball. Guzu stepped forward and slowly placed his palm on it. Buzz upon contact, the crystal ball radiated brightly, and a cold yet powerful consciousness instantly surged into his mind. Detected Professional Guzu. Profession Calamity, Lord of the Old Days, unique, conceptual level. Level 11 bottleneck state. Generating first transition quest based on profession characteristics. Potential and battle achievements. Data streams flickered continuously before Guzu's eyes. The gentle system notification sound suddenly became merely stuttered, as if the computer couldn't process it. Half a minute later, a line of blood-red text slowly emerged on the retina. First transition, ASP generated. Task name: The First Cry of Calamity, Abyss level. Task objected: enter the special dungeon Miss Quarter of the Old Days alone and slay the sealed Abyss projection Lord level within the dungeon. Special restriction: the use of any recover potions is prohibited within the dungeon, and no external assistance other than your own summoned creatures is allowed. Additional requirements: omit the legendary material Tear of the Void as a transition offering to stabilize the overly volatile source of your profession. Task time limit 100 hours. Failure penalty: profession level decreases, and all attributes are permanently reduced by 50%. Looking at the task panel that was so red, it was almost black, Guzu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I just knew it. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Although he was mentally prepared, wasn't the difficulty of this system task way too outrageous? Not only did he have to solo a dungeon, but he also had to challenge a Lord level BOSS. You have to understand, a Lord level BOSS is a whole tier harder than an Elite level 1, usually the final boss of those 100-player team dungeons. And what is this Tear of the Void supposed to be? A legendary material. He just happened to have incredible luck today and got a core of Tonsand. But who would have thought that changing professions would require legendary materials? This profession sure burns through materials like crazy, doesn't it? Sure enough, it's deliberately making things difficult for me. Guzu sighed. Although he was complaining in his heart, there was no panic in his eyes. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of a strong individual was completely ignited. Since the system thinks I have what it takes, I'll show what I'm capable of. As for the materials, he thought of the female major general outside the door, who had patted her chest and assured him, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up, and suddenly felt reassured. I'm going to feast like a king. Walking out of the job change hall, Su Kuang and Zhang Shu immediately surrounded him. How did it go? Did the mission come out? Zhang Shu asked nervously, holding a tablet in her hand, ready to record data at any moment. Guzu shared the mission interface with them without reservation. The air froze for 3 seconds. Deet, Abyss level, Zhang Shu screamed as if her tail had been stepped on. Her eyes wide like copper bells, and you have to solo a level BOSS. That's already brutal enough. Oh, what is this Tear of the Void material? That's a legendary material that can only drop in extremely dangerous void rifts. You can't even buy it on the market. Zhang Shu's perception was completely overturned this time. Is this supposed to be a job transfer task? It's clearly a disguised dismissal notif. In contrast, Su Kuang reacted much more calmly. She merely frowned slightly before relaxing again. How interesting, the job transfer task for a unique profession is indeed quite distinctive. She touched her chin thoughtfully. Word level BOSS is certainly tricky. But with those two abnormal summoned creatures of yours, if handled properly, there's definitely a chance. As for the Tear of the Void, she paused, then turned to look at Zhang Shu. There's still a piece in old Zhu's warehouse, right? Zhang Shu was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head frantically. Sister Kuang, you must be mistaken. That is the core material Minister Zhu plans to use to craft an artifact for the Legion commander. That S is treasure. If he finds out it's missing, he'll kill himself for sure. A treasure still needs to be used. As long as it's not his lifeline, anyone can touch it. Su Kuang waved her hand dismissively, looking completely unreasonable. Besides, letting it gather dust is such a waste, and it's better to use it to train our crown prince. After speaking, she looked firmly at Guzu. Don't worry about the materials, I'll handle it. You just focus on adjusting your state and get ready to dive into the dungeon and give it your all. Sister Kwang, this. Guzu felt a warm current surge through his heart. Joining the god-slaying army was definitely the right choice. If it weren't for the country supporting him, just this class change mission alone would even enough to make him quit. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me, let me show you your living quarters first. Sukwon interrupted him, directly pulling open the car door. After a busy day, hurry up and enjoy the treatment of a young master. The convoy passed through the heavily guarded military district and entered a tree-lined area of independent villas. The environment here was serene, with artificial hills and flowing water, completely devoid of the tense atmosphere of a military camp, more like a high-end wellness resort. The SUV stopped in front of a standalone villa larger than the playground at his previous school. We're here. This is your dormitory. Su Quan pointed at the luxurious mansion and said, This is the dormitory. Guzu looked bewildered. He had thought it was just a simple apartment, but it turned out to be a luxurious mansion with a garden. This used to be the Legion commander's residence. Later, he found it too quiet and moved to the command center, so it conveniently became yours. Kid. Su Kwang pushed open the villa's door and made a gesture inviting him in. Guzu walked in with a nervous heart. Guzu entered the room with mixed feelings, and the scene before him left him stunned. The spacious and bright living room was far from empty. It was filled with various high-tech display screens and holographics and tables. What shocked him even more was that all the equipment was being operated by a group of young female officers dressed in fitted military uniforms, who were both beautiful and had stunning figures. Hello, Commander. As soon as they saw Su Kwang enter, they immediately put down their work and saluted in perfect unison. Their posture was upright, their demeanor outstanding, both graceful and full of heroic spirit, resembling a live idol girl group performance. Guzu stood at the doorway, staring at the room full of young women, his mind going blank. He turned to Su Kwang. His eyes filled with confusion and shock. This is what you call a dormitory. Seeing his inexperienced reaction, Su Kwang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, What? I specifically picked this support team for you. Support team? Guzu's mouth twitched. Let me introduce you. Su Kwang pointed to the short-haired woman at the front, wearing glasses, with a capable yet slightly alluring aura. This is Wang T. Antian, the support team leader and also the housekeeper of this villa. From now on, all your daily needs, data analysis, and intelligence gathering will be handled by them. Wang T. Antian gracefully walked up to Guzu, extended her hand with a smile, and said, Hello, Your Highness, please take care of us in the future. Whether it's battlefield data support or various daily needs, we will do our best to meet them. When she mentioned any needs, although her tone was calm, her bright, watery eyes flashed with a meaningful glint. Guzu only felt a chill down his spine. This wasn't a team of strategists, it was clearly a luxurious harem. Sister Kwang, this doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Guzu rubbed his hands nervously. I'm used to living alone and with so many people. Don't overthink it. Sir Kwang flicked his forehead. Your profession is too unique. Your skills in combat data require precise analysis, and Jiangshu can't handle it all hour. These people are top-notch data analysts selected by the military to help you become stronger, not to act as maids. Although she said that, as Guzu looked at the diverse styles of beauties in the room, he still felt like this was no different from playing a simulation game. All right, introductions are over. Let's get down to business. Su Kwang waved her hand, signaling the others to continue working. They then lead Guzu and Jiangshu upstairs to the study on the second floor. She closed the door, shutting out the beautiful female officers outside, and the atmosphere instantly became serious. She sat behind the spacious desk and took out a file marked top secret from the drawer. On the way here, I wanted to say that while the transformation is important, the more urgent matter now is the new cord reel in today's. I know, Sister Jiangshu already told me. Guzu nodded. This year's drill rules have changed, Su Kwang said, tapping the desk lightly. Previously, it was just a points competition, but this year the military wants to truly test the combat abilities of the new recruits in each corps, adding an unrestricted confrontation segment. Unrestricted confrontation, Guzu frowned. Yes, any means can be used. Su Kwang's gaze sharpened. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger. Another corps have recently recruited quite a few geniuses. It's said that some of them are hiding powerful individuals with special professions. I originally didn't plan to let you take the field. You've just awakened, and a foundation isn't stable enough. But seeing your performance today, Su Quan smiled. I think our god-slaying legion can compete for first place. I hope you can fight. She fixed her gaze firmly on Goose, then not just for the legion's resources, but also to establish your prestige in the military. As long as you shine in a martial exhibition, the materials needed for your job transfer task, and even future upgrade resources, will be delivered to you voluntarily. Uzu nodded firmly without hesitation. No problem. Since I enjoy the benefits of the Legion, I'll take on this responsibility. Fighting, and the kind that earns money and promotions through physical skills, for me, it's practically a guaranteed win. Great! I like your straight for winners, Su Quan said with satisfaction, patting the table. Don't rush into dungeons these next 2 days. Let Jianshu take you to the simulation field to familiarize yourself with the characteristics of various monsters and just your skills. I'll handle the materials for your job transfer. Don't worry. After the martial arts competition, I promise to personally place the void tear on the table for you. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Quan, like performing a magic trick, flipped his wrist, and a set of equipment emitting a faint purple glow suddenly appeared on the table. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and a slight spatial fluctuation spread throughout the room. What is this? Guzu's eyes widened sharply. Since you're going to fight for first place, our army's equipment certainly can't be shabby. Su Quan casually picked up a robe and tossed it to Guzu. Is this the treasure that old Zu? That's Tingy Rooster, usually keeps tightly hidden. If I hadn't put a knife through his neck, he wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Guzu caught the robe, which felt as light as nothing, smooth as water, and slightly cool to the touch. The equipment attribute panel automatically popped up. Void Walker Shadow, Robe Legendary. Quality Legendary. Level Requirement 10. Attributes. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 100. Special Effect 1. Void Shield passive when attacked. 30% chance to trigger a shield that absorbs 5,000 damage. Special Effect Tamana's Surge passive restores to % of maximum meta per second. Just one piece of clothing, and its attributes are ridiculously strong. Immediately after, Su Quan started laying out other equipment one by one, as if setting up a stall. Void Walker Hood. Void Walker Belt. Void Walker Pants. Void Walker Boots. A complete set. This set is called Void Walker, the top-tier mage set for the level 10 stage. Su Quan pointed at the equipment and said, Akil eyes and the set effects. Guzu glanced at it, his heartbeat quickened. 3-piece, set effect spirit increased by 15%. All skill cooldowns reduced by 20%. 5-piece set effect, gain the active skill Void Transference instantly move 15 meters in the designated direction, leaving behind a continuously exploding void shadow at the original location. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Teleportation. For mages, this is absolutely a life-saving skill. Before Guzu could recover, Su Quan took out a pitch-black staff inlaid with a blood-red gemstone at the top and a deep-sea blue pendant. This is the Scepter of Dominion, a legendary weapon. Although it's not part of the set, it suits you better. Scepter of Dominion. Quality Legendary. Level Requirement. 10 Magic Attack 300 450. Attribute Spirit 300. Unique Effect King's Majesty All Summoned Creatures. Attributes are increased by 30%. Duration Unlimited. This pendant, Tear of Deep Blue, Su Quan handed it to Guzu, can make you immune to 1 mental control skill and significantly enhance mental resistance. Don't get tricked by those illusionists during the martial arts competition. Looking at the equipment on the table, glowing with golden light and purple aura, Guzu felt as if he were dreaming. This set is worth at least tens of millions, possibly even billions. It's the kind of thing you can't buy. So this is the support from the military. Guzu murmured, touching the staff and feeling the surging power within. This is just a welcome gift, Su Quan smiled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. As long as you win, this is nothing. There's even better stuff waiting for you. Quick, put it on. Let me see the true appearance of our crown prince and the god-slaying army. Guzu took a deep breath, without hesitation, and directly equipped himself piece by piece. When the last hood was put on, a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from him. The black robe moved on its own without wind, paired with the staff emitting a red glow. At this moment, he was no longer a novice, but had the demeanor of a strong figure. He was simply like a young king who had just emerged from the abyss. I looked at the young man before me, nodded in satisfaction, and joked with a smile. Well done, no wonder Zhang Xingxin, that aloof goddess, is so infatuated with you. Forget about her, even I am starting to feel moved. The next 2 days, my life was both tense and somewhat dull. Under Zhang Shu's guidance, I practically walked through every corner of the 18th Army. From the logistics maintenance department filled with the smell of engine oil and the sound of metal clashing, to the medical room filled with the scent of disinfectant and the aura of advanced healing magic, then to the operations con and center layered with encryption and brimming with holographic tactical projections. Through these past few days of visits, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of this colossal entity. This is a precise war machine, and I am being designed to become the sharpest blade within this machine. Apart from the tours, the rest of the time was spent grinding monsters to level up. With the 2 automatic monster clearing tools, Phantom Bride and Twitch, combined with Zhang Shu's cost-no-object monster luring, my experience bar surged forward, even with stuck at a bottleneck. Finally, on the eve of the marshaled drill, my level was firmly locked at level 12. At night, my luxurious villa was brightly lit. In the center of the living room, a giant holographics and box lit up. Wang Tiantian, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, held a long stick in her hand, her expression more serious than ever. Young master, tomorrow is the Legion's martial exercise. She adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and pointed at the simulated terrain on the sandbox. The rules have changed. It's quite troublesome, but I have to inform you of a situation. I lounged lazily on the sofa, hugging a pillow in my arms and holding a can of soda in my hand. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Wang Tianyan sighed and slid her fingers across the control panel. The sandbox switched to display an ancient ruins terrain. First, the competition venue is set at the Asura Ancient Battlefield. It's a points system: 1 point for ordinary monsters, 10 points for elite bosses, and the final secret realm or the Shadow of the Demon Dragon is worth 100 points. The most thrilling part is this. She looked at me and said, defeating participants from other legions directly earns you 50 points. I raised an eyebrow. So, killing people is more profitable than killing monsters. You won't actually die in this secret realm. A 1 stella ported, you're considered eliminated. Wang Tiantian explained, but that's not the most critical part. She took a deep breath, her tone becoming heavy. The key is the number of participants. Previously, to ensure fairness, each legion could only send 1 representative. But this year, the strategy department suddenly changed the rules, citing the reason of simulating a real team combat environment, allowing each legion to send 5 newcomers. 5 people. Zhang Shu couldn't help but shout. This is clearly bullying us. In our batch, there's only you. That's right. It's aimed at us. Wang Ti, Izzy Ann smiled lightly. The other legions got the news early and formed perfect teams. Tanks, healers, crowd control, damage dealers, everything is complete. And you can only face 5 people alone. My face showed no expression, only my gaze grew colder. Anything else? What about the opponent's information? Very strong. Wang Tianti and pulled out several data cards, which floated in the air. Azure Dragon Legion, Qin Shu Yao. But Awaken profession is the top tier SSS level divine arbiter, capable of healing and fighting. Known as the Valkyria, she's the treasurer of the Qin family, and her equipment is said to be no worse than yours. Vermilion, Bird Legion. Zhao Mingyu, SSS level Moon Shadow Assassin, capable of invisibility with extremely high burst damage. A ruthless character specifically targeting the backline. White Tiger Legion, Lei Zhen, SSS level Thunder Tyrant. A magic-based artillery with top-tier destructive power among peers. After introducing these 3 formidable opponents, Wang Ti and TNT Ann put away the pointer, her eyes full of worry. Your Highness, the situation is very unfavorable for us right now. The God-slaying army is absolutely at a disadvantage. She paused, lowering her voice this time. The ceremony is of very high standards. The Deputy Minister of the Empire's Supreme Command, a peak 9th tier powerhouse, will also be attending. Zhang Daozhuan will personally be present. and the Legion commanders or senior representatives of all the other major legions have also arrived. Only on our side, Legion Commander Xu, he is unable to return due to carrying out a top-secret mission. All the pressure is entirely on Major General Su Quan alone. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became tense. When it is 5, and we still have to face a group of well-equipped, highly coordinated SSS level geniuses. Even any high-level professional would be sweating nervously in this situation. So what are your suggestions? Guzu took a sip of his drink, breaking the silence. Wang Tiantian calmly organized her thoughts and said in a serious tone, avoid battle. In the early stages, try to avoid direct confrontations with the main forces of other legions. Take advantage of your summoned creatures' fast clearing speed to frantically farm normal and elite monsters. Accumulate. As long as no PvP conflicts occur with your monster farming speed, we absolutely have a chance to break into the top 3 through points. As long as we don't fight, we can win. This was the most reliable plan Wang Tianti and came up with after repeatedly simulating the data. Are you done talking? Guzu put down the can in his hand and gently crushed it. SB spoke everything, analyzed in great detail with sufficient data, and the logic is flawless. Guzu stood up, stretched lazily, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the pitch-black night outside. But I don't like it. Wang Tiantian was stunned for a moment. Why? This is the plan with the highest success rate. Tiantian, have you forgotten what my profession is? Guzu turned around, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow behind him suddenly distorted. A strange bride in a red wedding dress appeared silently, her pale fingers gently resting on Guzu's shoulder. In a dark corner, a venom-covered rat let out an eerie squeak sound, greedily staring at the red dot on the sand table. Disasters never avoid people. Guzu pointed to the 2 monsters behind him, his eyes full of disdain. 1 against 5. That's just an ordinary person's thought. For these 2, the more people, the more excited they get. Especially Twitch, it loves crowded places because the virus spreads faster that way. Wang Tianyan looked at Guzu's confident young face, then at the 2 terrifyingly menacing summoned creatures, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that all along, she had been judging this boy by common sense. But this boy was fundamentally a rule-breaking monster. I understand. Wang Tiantian nodded, revealing her signature sweet smile. Since the young master wants to fight to his heart's content, the staff department will revise the plan. No need to change. Guzu waved his hand and turned to walk toward the stairs. Tomorrow, I have only one plan. Knock them all down, force them to cry and run home to their moms. Early the next morning, the first ray of sunlight had just pierced through the clouds. Guzu was woken up by the urgent sound of the doorbell. When he opened the door, Jiangshu was already fully geared up, standing at the entrance. Today, she was clearly dressed with extra care. Not only was she wearing the latest model of combat uniform, but her backpack had also been swapped for a larger one, likely stuffed full of emergency medical supplies and provisions. She looked just like a soldier ready for a first-level combat mission on the frontlines. Young master, you haven't even changed yet? The car's been waiting outside for 10 minutes. Jiangshu stomped her foot anxiously, looking as if she was ready to rush in and help Guzu get dressed herself. Don't rush. The protagonist always appears last. Guzu yawned and slowly finished washing up. After changing into the pitch-black legendary robe, he stepped out the door, got into a specially designed bulletproof off-road vehicle, and his entire demeanor instantly transformed. Draped in the black robe, with the hood lightly hanging down, his mysterious and powerful arm made the driver steal a few extra glances. The convoy quickly left the city and headed towards the military-restricted zone in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital. An hour later, a massive valley heavily guarded by soldiers came into view. This was the entrance to the secret realm of the Asura ancient battlefield. Before even getting out of the car, Guzu could feel the atmosphere in the air, tense to the extreme. The entire square had been tightly sealed off. Every 3 steps, there is a sentry, and every 5 steps, a guard. Overhead, armed helicopters continuously circle and patrol. In the very center of the square, a grand stage has been erected. The magnificent viewing platform is brightly lit with starlight shimmering. On a platform, a group of generals dressed in splendid military uniforms, with star insignias on their shoulders, has gathered. Their every step seems to make the entire empire tremble. Sitting at the very center is an elderly man with a head full of white hair, dressed in a simple Zongshan suit, resting with his eyes closed. Although there is no trace of energy emanating from him, all the generals around him instinctively lower their voices in deep reverence. This man is none other than Zhang Daozhuan, the deputy minister of the Empire's Supreme Command in a peak 9th-tier powerhouse. Beside Zhang Daozhuan, several core representatives are engaging in polite conversation on the surface, but the atmosphere is thick with underlying tension. Major General Su, I heard that your corps commander Zhu has another important mission this time. A burly middle-aged man with a face full of scars said mockingly. He's Wang Ming, the deputy corps commander of the White Tiger Corps. Wang Ming looked at Su Quan with a veiled smirk and taunted. Old Zhu hasn't attended the martial exercises in years. Is he afraid of losing face? Said he. A female general, to hold the fort. Deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Legion, Liu Gang, held the teacup and softly added, Wang Ming, don't say that. The God-slain army has few members. And this year there's only one new recruit. Old Zhu not coming is just a safe face, everyone understands. The surrounding senior officers couldn't help but chuckle softly at his words. Su Kuang, dressed in a crisp officer's ceremonial uniform, had the star insignia on her shoulders gleaming brightly. Faced with the ridicule of these seasoned veterans, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pulled out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket and lit one arrogantly. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes full of disdain as she swept a contemptuous glance around. A bunch of grown men gossiping here like old ladies, don't you feel ashamed? Our old June isn't participating because he's busy slaying demon gods on the Abyss frontline, who guard their tiny territories every day, nurturing a bunch of greenhouse flowers and treating them like treasures. Wang Ming's face darkened, and he was about to retort. Enough, Zhang Daozhuan suddenly spoke, his voice low but instantly silencing the entire scene. Martial exercises are about strength, words alone are useless. With Zhang Daozhuan's authority, no one dared to say more, and they reluctantly dispersed. At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance of the square. They're here. It's the convoy of the God-slaying army. Everyone turned to look in unison. They saw Guzu and Zhang Shu stepping out of the vehicle one after the other. Guzu's gaze swept across the area and noticed the rookies from other corps in and in the preparation zone. As expected, it was a gathering of talents. On the Azure Dragon Corps side, 5 young individuals clad in silver armor stood in a row. She was the top-tier SSS level warrior, Divine Arbiter Qin Shuyao. On the White Tiger Corps side, 5 burly men stood like iron towers, all holding heavy weapons. Especially striking was the short-haired, lightning-clad, ferocious young man in the center SSS level Thunder Tyrant Lei Zhen. In terms of equipment, aura, and numbers, these individuals completely overshadowed Guzu. Seeing that only one person had come from the God-slaying army, those geniuses made no effort to hide their mocking smiles. Is this it? Just one person? Lei Zhen sneered coldly. When we enter the secret realm later, don't start crying before you even see a monster. Guzu completely ignored him and walked straight to the resting area of the God-slaying army beneath the viewing platform. Su Quan had already stepped down from the platform and strode forward to meet him. How do you recognize everyone? Su Quan pointed to those arrogant geniuses in the distance. Her voice low but carrying a fierce or honed through life and death battles. Recognize them all? Guzu nodded. How do you feel? Su Quan raised an eyebrow and asked. Guzu adjusted his wrinkled collar and replied indifferently. A bit noisy. Dead, I like your fierce spirit. Su Quan burst into hearty laughter, suddenly turned around, and fixed her determined gaze on the stage, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Those Legion commanders waiting to see a joke, and those smug geniuses in the audience. At this moment, she patted Guzu's back, her voice thunderous, echoing across the square, show me your true skills. This is the confidence of our God-slain army. Guzu, those with fake numbers mean victory, or that good equipment equals strength. Better have logistics prepare a few extra packs of tissues now. As she spoke, Su Quan's lips curled into a ruthless smile, her gaze icy because next, their so-called geniuses will only be left crying and admitting defeat. As she shouted, the entire square fell silent for 3 seconds. The wind blew, sweeping up a few dry leaves, gently swirling them. Then, like cold water splashing into hot oil, the square erupted instantly. Whispers surged from all directions, merging into a loud buzzing noise. Has Major General Su gone mad? Although I've heard the new recruit from a god-slain army has some skills, the martial competition is no joke. Exactly. Qin Shu Yao from the Azure Dragon Legion is equipped with a full set of legendary gear. An SSS level holy knight who can tank, heal, and fight, a truly versatile warrior. What makes the god-slaying army so arrogant? Is this psychological warfare, trying to intimidate the opponent with momentum? But this tactic is way too crude. The authoritative figures seated at the center of the viewing platform wore complex expressions. Wang Ming and the White Tiger Army stroked his beard, let out a light snort, but a faint glimmer flashed in his eyes. He had dealt with Su Quan for quite some time. This crazy woman might have peculiar ways, but she had never let anyone down at critical moments. For her to make such bold claims in front of Deputy Minister Zhang Daozhuan meant she was confident. Could it be that this Guzu kid truly had extraordinary abilities? Liu Gain of the Azure Dragon Legion maintained his elegant smile, turned to his attendant, and whispered instructions. Tell Shu Yao, once she enters the arena, show no mercy. If she encounters that boy, defeat him directly. At the very center, Zhang Daozhuan slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He stared at the boy in the black robe below the stage. His expression calm, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Interesting. Tapping his fingers on the armrest, sending this boy to the god-slaying army, Su Quan really went all in. He remembered where he first heard about Guzu. He had some doubts. The number of people in the god-slaying army was indeed small. Although he knew Guzu had top-tier talent, he was unclear on the specifics. Just as well, he wanted to observe this young man's performance. His eyes showed a hint, but anticipation. Below the stage, Guzu rubbed his temples helplessly. He had originally planned to keep a low profile and quietly make a fortune, but thanks to Su Quan's annex, now all the hostility in the rim was focused on him. Those geniuses who had been watching him with amusement earlier were now looking at him as if he were their sworn enemy, especially that guy named Lei Zhen, whose eyes flashed with electricity as he gripped his massive hammer, making a cry ominously. Sister Quan, are you afraid I am too idle and deliberately found some trouble for me to deal with? Guzu sighed. Scared? Su Quan raised an eyebrow and said disaffectedly, young people should act like young people. What kind of man has no backbone? What can they do by targeting you? In the face of true strength, schemes and tricks are nothing but jokes. Guzu shrugged. And it's not that I am scared. I am just worried that if I hit too hard, our corps will have to pay for their medical bills. Su Quan laughed even harder at this, and gave him a heavy pat on the back. As long as they ray not dead, I'll cover the medical expenses. On the other side, the rookie teams from the major corps had already assembled. Qin Shu Yao cast a cold glance at Guzu, her giant sword slamming heavily into the ground with a dull thud. Listen up, everyone. Her voice was icy and arrogant as she said, once we enter the secret realm, execute Plan C. A flash of killing intent in her eyes. Don't hold back. Eliminate them directly. Yes. The 14 members behind her responded in unison, their fighting spirits soaring. Over at the third corps, Lei Zhen extended his thumb and made a provocative, throat-slitting gesture, mouthing exaggerated, "You are dead." Guzu didn't react at all. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than living, breathing training materials. Since they were so eager to throw themselves at him, he had no reason to refuse this generous gift. To light coughs came through the broadcast. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Zhang Daozhuan slowly stood up and walked toward the microphone. Although there was no amplification equipment, his voice reached everyone's ears clearly. You are the future of the Shin Xi Empire, the hope of humanity in resisting the demonic tide. Today's martial exercise is both a competition and a form of training. I don't want to see petty squabbles harming the foundation of teamwork. While the rules allow for conflict, I must remind you all the old man's gaze swept across the crowd, carrying a sense of pressure. Competition's second. Once you leave the secret realm, you are comrades who can entrust your backs to one another. Do you understand? Understood. Hundreds of new recruits shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Of course. It sounded nice. But once inside the secret realm, when it came to real combat, who would care about friendship? Set off. With Zhang Daozhuan's command, the massive light gate at the end of the square suddenly radiated dazzling brilliance, space-twisted, and blue beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping each team. Guzu, go for it. Zhang Shu stood outside the light's circle, punching the air forcefully. I'll be waiting outside for you to take first place. Guzu gave her a thumbs up, and in the next moment, with a flash of light, he disappeared. Meanwhile, the giant holographic screen on the viewing platform lit up. The screen was divided into over a dozen small windows, tracking the dynamics of each team in real time. Look, the first Legion has landed. Someone pointed at the upper left screen and shouted. The footage showed Qin Shuyao leading her team into the ruins, surrounded by broken walls and rubble. A few wandering skeleton soldiers spotted them and charged forward, roaring, "Holy light barrier!" Qin Shuyao shouted, plunging her greatsword into the ground. A golden light wall instantly blocked the first wave of attacks. The fire mage and archer immediately coordinated their moves. Explosive fireball, piercing cloud arrow, with a loud boom, dazzling magical effects erupted. Within seconds, the skeleton soldiers were annihilated, leaving not even bone fragments behind. The entire process was smooth and coordinated, showcasing impeccable tactical skills. Truly impressive for the newcomers of the Azure Dragon Legion, their coordination has already reached such a masterful level. Excellent skill chaining, they definitely have some talent. Liu Gang, the deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Legion, smiled as he took a sip of water, but his gaze subtly shifted towards Su Quan's direction. The White Tiger Legion also showed fierce performance. Lei Zhen, wild and aggressive, paid no mind to tactics, acting like a human bulldozer, surrounded by lightning. He charged into the monster horde, smashing everything in his path. Any monster he encountered was instantly killed, and even those he brushed past were injured. Within minutes, the scores of the Azure Dragon Legion and White Tiger Legion alternated in leaderboard. Meanwhile, the screen for the God-slaying Legion remained completely dark. What is going on? Why isn't he the guy named Kim's all made a move yet? Could be that he got taken out as soon as he landed. Is there an issue with the visuals? Someone asked in confusion. Su Quan, however, crossed her legs, playing with a lighter in her hand, her expression calm and composed. She knew that the monster was merely warming Guzu up. The southwest corner of the secret realm. A gray, misty swamp filled with the stench of rotting leaves, the air oppressive, and the ground slick and muddy. Bubbles continuously rose from the mud, and occasionally, a few ghastly white hand bones could be seen stretching out from the mire. This place is really creepy. Guzu stepped out of the teleportation light, glanced at the mud splatters on his boots, and showed a hint of disdain. Unlike others who would immediately tense up and assume a combat stance upon landing, he looked around as if he were on an outdoor adventure. The ancient battlefield of Asura truly lives up to its name. After he finished speaking, he focused his thoughts. Come out, don't keep everyone waiting. The air behind him suddenly distorted, and the temperature plummeted. A scarlet figure silently emerged. Under the red veil, those unseen eyes coldly scanned the world before them. Immediately, a mass of dark green, foul-smelling mist exploded at Guzu's feet. Squeak, squeak. Twitch leaned on a bone cane and crawled out of the mist. Its body was covered in rotting flesh, appearing particularly disgusting in the gray fog. Its pea-sized eyes gleamed with greed, and it's as if it had caught the scent of death lingering on this 1,000-year battlefield. Wife, left side. Twitch, right side. Don't go too far. Clean up the flies around here properly. Guzu casually issued the command. As soon as the words fell, a piercing scraping sound suddenly came from deep within the swamp. In the mist ahead, countless red dots slid up densely. It was a group of skeleton warriors dressed in tattered armor, holding rusty iron swords, forming a phalanx and advancing toward Guzu. There were at least 100 of them. My goodness, so many? Someone on the viewing platform exclaimed. This kid is so unlucky, isn't he? Encountering a horde of monsters right after landing. Over 100 monsters. Even a top-tier legion would have to avoid them, right? Many people thought that this time, Guzu was doomed. Facing such a large-scale enemy alone, no matter how strong he was, survival seemed almost impossible. However, Guzu on the screen remained completely motionless. He took a can of drink out of his backpack and twisted open the lid. Hiss. The crisp sound of bubbles was particularly piercing in a deathly silent swamp. At the very moment when those skeleton warriors charged within a 30-meter radius around Guzu, a sudden change occurred. That menacing skeleton army seemed to crash into an invisible wall. The skeletons at the very front, whose bones were originally as hard as iron, began to blacken and become brittle at an eerie speed, as if they had undergone millennia of corrosion. Click. A skeleton had just raised its rusty sword when its arm bone broke on its own and fell into the swamp. Next came the leg bones, the rib bones. They didn't even have time to swing the sword before silently falling apart, turning into a pile of lifeless bone fragments. And it wasn't over yet. The figure in the red wedding dress barely moved, only waving a pale hand lightly across the sleeve. Several red lines streaked through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton archer tried to flank from the rear, had its head explode instantly like an overripe watermelon. No screams, no struggle. Only one-sided slaughter and silent destruction. That disgustingly repulsive rat wandered around the monster's lair. Wherever it went, the armor on the skeletons corroded and melted as if splashed with strong acid, and their bones turned into black liquid. In less than half a minute, hundreds of ferocious elite skeleton troops completely vanished from this world. Only a pile of black residue and flickering score numbers remained. Guzu took a sip of his drink, looked at the empty space ahead, and frowned. Too weak, really boring. The square was deathly silent. The experts who had just been discussing the seamless cooperation of the First Legion were now wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The teacup in Wang Ming's hand shattered on the ground with a crack, staring at the screen. He stammered, What on earth is this? Did he really make a move? It feels like he didn't even lift a hand. Is it an aura or poison gas? What are those summoned creatures? This guy can kill monsters just by walking. This is way too exaggerated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen strong ones, seen fierce ones, but had never seen someone who could kill monsters just by walking. Is this monster hunting or showing off skills? Even Mayu Gang, who had always remained calm, had his mouth stiffen at this moment. He glanced at the two strange, summoned creatures on the screen. Then at Guzu, who looked calm and composed, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. If this speed of clearing monsters were used on humans, the consequences would be unimaginable. He dared not think further. In Zhang Daozhuan's eyes, however, a brighter and brighter gleam of spirit flickered. Interesting, very interesting. The old man gently stroked his beard, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So Quan heard the sound of shot gaps around her, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and showed a known to surprised expression on her face. She glanced at Wang Ming, who had a gloomy expression beside her, and said lightly, Old Wang, don't be so quick to be surprised. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. In the secret realm, Goose monster farming was in full swing. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. A skeleton soldier attempting to ambush from the swamp had its head crushed by a ghastly pale hand before it could fully emerge from the water. A mid shadow flashed by, and the skeleton didn't even have time for its soul flame to flicker. In an instant, only a pile of worthless bone fragments sank into the muddy swamp. Guzu stepped over the broken bones without a change in expression. Behind him, the slaughter continued unabated. The eerie bride needed no elaborate moves, with just a gentle wave of her sleeve, and newly spawned monsters around her fell, like a field of crops being harvested, collapsing in an instant. A green shadow swiftly darted through the grass beside Guzu. Twitch the plague rat appeared unusually excited. Wherever it passed, whether it was ghosts hiding behind trees or zombies lying on the ground, all erupted with green poisonous bubbles, dissolving into foul-smelling blood within seconds. Ding! Killed level 12 Swamp Wraith. Experienced 60 bottleneck reduction, 80%. Ding! Talent Calamity growth triggered, panic value 1, experienced 60. Ding! Killed level 13 Decayed Zombie, experienced 80. The pleasant notification sounds came in rapid succession, like summer rain pounding on a tin roof. Listening to the endless notifications, Guzu frowned slightly. This bottleneck mechanism is really annoying. He glanced at the experience bar. Though it was still moving, it was clearly not as noticeable as before. He cursed inwardly. If it weren't for this damn restriction. With his current slaughtering speed and a tenfold experience scroll, he would have already rushed to level 15. Forget it, if the quality isn't enough. I'll make up for it with quantity. Guzu casually opened the tactical map on his wrist. This was a terrain map painstakingly drawn by the beautiful strategists of the raid team, working day and night. The entire Asura ancient battlefield was structured in a massive circular formation, with all participating teams randomly landing at points on the outskirts and then advancing toward the central demon Aragon altar. The number of elite monsters is limited. Guzu's finger traced the red line on the map, which was the optimal route planned for An by Wang Ti and Yan. If I moved too slowly, the elite monsters ahead might be snatched by other legions. On this battlefield, ordinary monsters were nothing more than bottom-tier side dishes. The only ones that could truly widen the score gap were the elite SSS darting key intersections. Twitch, stop playing around and hurry up. Guzu gave a light command. Squeaks, squeak. A mouse in the bushes let out a sharp cry, and a green poisonous mist suddenly expanded. Those monsters that originally took 3 seconds to die from the poison now disintegrated into dust the moment they touched even the slightest edge. Guzu walked with his hands in his pockets, as if strolling through his own backyard, heading towards the first elite monster spawn point marked on the map, Witherbone Forest. Meanwhile, the big shots in the observation square gradually quieted down. Their voices grew softer and softer, almost inaudible. Everyone's gaze seemed magnetically drawn, fixated on the screen, center displaying the scene representing the gods' slain army. The surveillance footage flashed by, so fast it was unbelievable. In the other split screens, the Valkyrie Kin Shu Yao of the Azure Dragon Legion maintained her steady rhythm. Knights charged ahead with shields raised, mages chanted spells silently in the rear, and priests kept a close eye on health bars, carefully scouting for potential ambushes ahead. This kind of tactical coordination was originally the model most admired by experts. But after watching the Battle of the Gods Slaying Legion, everyone silently felt that the Azure Dragon Legion's approach was simply too slow. It was like you were still sitting at the table seriously learning how to elegantly cut cake with a knife and fork, while at the next table, Guzu arrogantly dumped the entire plate of steak into his mouth, not even spitting out the bones. What level are those to summon creatures of his? Wang Meng's eyelid lifted as he pointed at the screen, at the figure leaving nothing but barren ground in its wake. His voice was somewhat dry. That's clearly a swamp wraith. Its defense is so high it can resist 50% of physical attacks. How does it look like it's made of paper in the hands of that red-clothed ghost? No one answered, because no one understood. Liu Gang frowned deeply, staring at the leaderboard, his face growing darker and darker. The leaderboard has changed. The rankings on the main screen suddenly fluctuated wildly. The scores of the Azure Dragon Legion 350 points and the White Tiger Legion 340 points, which had been neck and neck, were suddenly left far behind by another team. First place God's Slaying Legion, Guzu score, 580 points. It had only been less than 10 minutes, and the score had already widened and by over 200 points. That's impossible. Wang Ming tilted his head in disbelief, questioning reality. Could it be a system error? The aide muttered softly. Could there really be an error? Don't even think about spouting nonsense. Su Guang, sitting nearby with a cigarette in hand, had a disdainful smile at the corner of her mouth. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced sideways at Wang Ming. Didn't you see the guy's monster clearing efficiency? That's an attack covering the entire map, and it's a 1-second instant kill. Other teams are killing monsters one by one, but he's treating the entire map like a buffet, sweeping through it in one go. Su Guang pointed to a corner of the screen. Do you see that rat? Its toxic gas covers a range of 30 meters. As long as anything enters that range, no monster can survive more than 5 seconds. Do you really think your slow-moving teams can compare? As soon as the words fell, Wang Ming was left speechless, his face dark as cooked pig liver. Of course, he understood this point, and precisely because he understood, he felt terrified. A newcomer, with the summoned creatures, actually unleashed a chain-enhanced area attack. If this were on a real battlefield, throwing it casually into a pile of monsters would cause an explosion. Deputy Minister Hang Daozhuan, sitting in the main seat, had a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Deep within the secret realm, the forest of withered bones, the trees here were all dead, leaving only gnarled, twisted, and malicious branches, like helpless hands reaching toward the sky. The ground was covered with white bones, which made a creaking sound as they were stepped on. Guzu stopped in his tracks. Less than 50 meters ahead, a hill made of piled-up bones stood tall. From huff, heavy breathing echoed from deep within the bone hill. With each breath, the ground trembled slightly. Guzu glanced at the panel. Target Iron Bone Corps General Elite BOSS. Level 15. Health points 150,150 Skills: Bone Shield Defense, Death Charge, Bone Crushing Strike. Description: the overlord of the withered bone forest, who was a mighty general in life. After death, he was corroded by death energy, and his entire skeleton became as hard as refined steel. His extremely high physical defense gives physical classes a headache. Level 15, 150. 0 HP, high physical defense. Uzu chuckled softly, analyzing the data simply. If those warriors or assassins came to deal with this, they'd probably be driven crazy, because this thing is as tough as an iron-shelled turtle. Too bad for you. You ran into me. Wife, Twitch, time to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the action had already begun. A moment the sound fell, an Iron Bone Corps general that had been in a deep slumber suddenly sensed the presence of the living and abruptly stood up from a pile of bones. It stood a full 4 meters tall, wielding a rust-covered, 2-meter-long giant sword. In its hollow eye sockets burned ghostly blue soul flames. Roar! A deafening roar, accompanied by a visible shockwave, instantly shattered the surrounding withered trees into pieces. However, before it could take its first step to charge, a red figure had already appeared above its head in an instant. Without any flashy skill effects, the eerie bride floated silently, her pale, jade-like hands gently pressing on a massive skeleton skull. Resentment lock activated. Countless invisible steel-like threads of resentment instantly wound their way into the Iron Bone Corps general's rigid bone seams. Crack, 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 the piercing sound of bones fracturing echoed. The once steel-hard bones, under the infiltration of conceptual-level resentment, seemed to turn into brittle biscuits, dried for 1,000 years. Immediately after, a green poisonous mist trickled like maggots into the bone seams. Aura of decay combined with plague outbreak. This is a direct strike of true damage, with no need to consider armor or magic resistance, tearing straight from the source of life. The proud head of the Iron Bone Corps general instantly drooped, the soul fire in its eyes flickering wildly, clearly enduring indescribable pain. It tried to swing its greatsword to counterattack, but its body felt rusted, with every joint trembling and fracturing uncontrollably. The 150. 0 health points drained away like a reservoir with its gates flung open, vanishing in an instant. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds later. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the elite BOSS, which could have taken a full 5-member team half an hour of hard battle to defeat, collapsed with its massive body, shattering into a pile of rotting bones emitting green smoke, completely and utterly dead. A crystal radiating a purple glow and a piece of equipment resembling a breastplate flew out from the remains. Guzo didn't even bother to bend down. With a thought, the spatial power domain of Calamity activated, and the loot was instantly collected into his backpack. If Jiangshu were here, I wouldn't even have to think about picking up equipment myself. I'm really not used to this. Guzu muttered smugly, glancing at the rewards in his backpack. Refined bone chest plate, silver-grade necromantic in essence rare material. Not bad, better than nothing. The square instantly fell into a deathly silence. Previously, everyone can still accept Guz and his grass-cutting style of clearing monsters, but this scene now completely overturned the military high command's understanding. This was a level 15 elite monster, especially the Iron Bone Corps general, renowned for its defense in past training exercises. Whenever rookie teams encountered it, they either teetered around it or proceeded with extreme caution to avoid any mishaps. And the result? That guy named Guzon just stood there motionless. And the boss disappeared, as if erased by a rubber eraser. This doesn't make sense. A major general wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I saw it clearly just now. The boss didn't even get to use a skill before it was instantly killed. What kind of damage value is this? Is this still a rookie? Wang Ming's eyes widened like copper bells. He had envisioned various scenarios. Tucky Goose traveling in a tough battle will have it to exhaust all efforts to defeat the boss. But he never expected Guzu to crush this boss as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, a new scene suddenly appeared in the corner of the screen. At the other entrance of the withered bone forest, a fully armed 5-person squad was quietly sneaking in. They were a rookie team affiliated with the Canal Dragon Corps. The captain was a young man who had awakened S-level talent Swift Swordmaster. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence, waving his longsword and shouting to his teammates behind him. Everyone, pick up the pace. The intel says there's a level 15 Ironbone Corps general here. If we take it down, we can earn a full 10 points. This is a perfect opportunity for us to climb the rankings. Don't worry. Captain, my control skill is ready. Cool down. My explosive arrow is ready too. The entire team coordinated well, clearly aiming for the goal of being the first to kill the elite monster, heading straight for the BOSS respawn point. However, when they burst out of the forest and saw the scene before them, everyone came to an abrupt halt. The massive BOSS that was supposed to dominate the Bone Mountain was nowhere to be seen. And in front of the bone pile stood a young man with his back to them, clad in a black mage robe, exuding a gloomy and dim aura. To his left floated a red-clad female ghost with a blurred face, emanating a chilling, sinister presence. On his right crouched a giant rat, its body festering, gnawing on bones while grinning grotesquely. The scene before them was like something out of hell, eerie and suffocatingly oppressive. Where's the BOSS? The captain stammered, his mind completely blank. BOSS is missing? Could these scattered bone fragments on the ground be the legendary indestructible Iron Bone Corps general? During the commotion, the young man Guzu slowly stopped in his tracks and turned around. The red-clad ghostly figure floating behind him and the disgusting giant rat also turned their head simultaneously. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on the 5-person team that had accidentally trespassed into the Forbidden Zone. One pair was as calm as a still lake without a ripple. One pair, though without visible eyes, exuded a bone-chilling coldness. One pair burned with a greedy and vicious green light. The air was oppressively silent, suddenly broken by the sound of someone swallowing, which seemed exceptionally jarring. The newcomers of the Canal Dragon Legion felt a chill shoot from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, uncontrollably starting to shiver. That sense of oppression was 1,000 times more terrifying than facing those elite monsters outside. Guzu looked at the few faces in front of him, twisted in terror, and the corners of his mouth gently lifted into a harmless smile. He adjusted his cuffs, his voice soft yet relaxed though. You got it pretty fast. This light remark, like an icy blade, echoed through the forest of bones. The 5 newcomers of the Canal Dragon Legion froze in place, unable to move. This is... After a while the archer, throat dry, said in shock. That's Guzu, the only genius of the god-slaying army. No one answered, but everyone understood in their hearts. Before entering the secret realm, they had been confidently discussing tactics, full of fighting spirit. They had thought Guzu was just a freak with slightly better luck, planning that if they encountered him, they would show him what true teamwork and harsh reality meant. Even just a few minutes ago, they were still planning to snatch this BOS for a good start. But at this moment, as the black-robed youth truly stood before them, all their bold words turned into foam stuck in their throats. It was terrifying. That sense of oppression didn't come from Guzu himself, but from the silent aura of slaughter behind him. One person, in such a short time, had effortlessly taken down that level 15 elite BOSS known for its strong defense. Not even a corpse left behind. Captain, what do we do? The female priest, standing at the back of the team, trembled as she gripped her staff tightly. Do we still fight? As the captain, an S-rank Swift Swordmaster, his palms were already drenched in sweat, barely able to hold onto the hilt of his sword. As a prodigy with exceptional perception, he was even more aware of the terror exuded by the young man before him. The chilling aura emanating from the red-clad ghost made him feel as if he were standing naked in an icy wasteland. The disgusting, bone-gnawing giant rat made him want to vomit. Fight? With what? He roared inwardly, but he knew there was no way out. Behind him was the ceremonial platform's live surveillance. If they fled in fear before the battle even began, the 7th Legion's reputation would be utterly ruined. After going back, not to mention being treated favorably, they probably won't even escape the scolding. Don't panic. The captain suppressed the fear in his heart, clenched his teeth, and prepared to fight. Yadi said coldly, he just finished fighting the big boss. All his skills are in cooldown. He's a summoning type class. His main body must be weak. As long as we bypass those summoned creatures and take out the main body directly. Before he could finish speaking, Yadi's words abruptly stopped. Because Guzu had already moved, he didn't give the opponent even a second to prepare. So slow, Guzu waved his hand, and the eerie bride floating behind him spun around, quickly becoming ethereal. The twitch on the ground let out a sharp, piercing laugh, threw down half a bone, and with a flick of its body, transformed into a green shadow and burrowed underground. Begin the battle. Guzu coldly spat out two words. A new captain of the Candle Dragon Legion's pupils contracted sharply, the threat of death causing his hair to stand on end. Protect the priest. Concentrate firepower for the attack. Before he could finish his words, a chilling hatred instantly enveloped the entire scene. Resentment lock activated. The 5 team members suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if they were suddenly burrowed and with a 1,000-pound weight. The power that had filled their bodies seemed to be drained by an invisible hand, leaving only half of it. They were originally around level 11 powerhouses, but their strength plummeted instantly. The feeling was extremely painful, like an adult suddenly becoming a weak child unable to even tie up a chicken. The weapon in their hands became unbearably heavy, and the flow of magic turned sluggish and dry. My strength, what's going on? The frontline shield warrior exclaimed, unable to even lift his giant shield. My casting speed has slowed down. The mage's face turned pale. In the distance, Guzu quietly watched these panicked geniuses, his gaze indifferent. In his eye, the abilities of these 5 had dropped to the level of mere novice monsters. This is the pinnacle of suppression. Guzu shook his head disapprovingly. Not even comparable to elite monsters. Watch out behind, a captain suddenly shouted, his voice filled with panic. But it was already too late. A blinding blood-red shadow flashed like a ghost to the rear of the team. The eerie bride made no movement, merely extending her hands silently. And a bone-chilling cold instantly spread to the priest's shoulder. The priest's scream hadn't even escaped his lips before his health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. Boom! A dazzling white light descended from the sky. The protective mechanism of the secret realm activating at the last moment. The priest was forcibly teleported out of the battlefield, instantly killed, without even a chance to react. The only healer of this 5-person team was gone in an instant. Xiaoya, the remaining 4 screamed, fear and anger striking at their sanity. Before they could recover from the shock, a foul-smelling green poisonous mist suddenly erupted from the ground, enveloping the 4. Ah, my face. My face hurts so much. The archer screamed miserably, frantically dropping the longbow and covering his burning face with both hands. The exposed skin on his arms and neck quickly turned red, blistered and festered. His health dropped like water pouring out of a broken bucket. Decay or combined with toxic infection. With their attributes halved, their resistance was extremely low. Twitch's toxin felt to them like being drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid. Can't fight anymore. The captain's eyes were bloodshot, utterly despairing. He knew there was no escape. Running in this state would only deliver himself to the Grim Reaper. Swift wind slash. He roared, burning the remnants of his magic power. The lawns were swept out a cyan wind blade, desperately slashing toward the red-clad shadow. At the same time, the mage and shield warrior also joined the all-or-nothing counterattack. Explosive fireball. Shield bash. 3 attacks, carrying their last hope, fiercely struck at the eerie bride. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. The wind blade effortlessly passed through her red wedding dress, as if it had struck nothing but air. The fireball barely touched the dress before being instantly devoured by the aura of resentment, not even a spark left behind. As for the shield bash delivered with all his might, it felt like hitting cotton, with absolutely no reaction. Immune, immune, immune. 3 consecutive white text quickly flashed above the head of the eerie bride. How is this possible? The captain's Longsworth paused mid-air, his eyes vacant. What kind of monster is this? It is actually immune to both physical and magical attacks. How do we fight this? This is practically cheating. Squeak. A mocking laughter rang out once again. Twitch, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally revealed its sharp fangs. It suddenly detonated the toxins that had been accumulating in its body. Boom, boom. This was no ordinary explosion, but an intense pain erupting from within. The four people were plunged into darkness as blindness, paralysis, and weakness simultaneously took effect. They collapsed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, struggling painfully in the mud, letting out agonized wails. The agony of the body gradually collapsing made them wish they could die immediately. No, don't help. I give up. Let me go. I eat. The once quiet forest of bones had now turned into a living hell. The eerie bride floated slowly before them, her red wedding dress appearing particularly enchanting amidst the poisonous mist. She brought not only death but also profound fear. No, the captain let out a final desperate scream. Immediately after, for flashes of white light streaked by. The entire army was annihilated. From the start of the battle to its end, it took less than a minute. After the white light faded, the forest of bones returned to silence. Only the wreckage scattered across the ground, and a lingering scent of blood in the air remained. Yet Guzu still stood in place. He quietly listened, and to the system notification sound in his ears, his eyes full of surprise. Ding. Detected that your actions have triggered extreme panic and despair. Talent Calamity growth activated. Panic value 10. Experience points 500. Bing. Panic value 10. Experience points 500. This series of notifications was far more pleasant than when fighting monsters, and the rewards were much more generous. So that's how it is, Guzu mused, compared to pure fear. Making people see hope first and then completely plunging them into despair, the psychological gap actually multiplies the experience points. No wonder the previous panic values were only 1, with pitifully little experience. It seems the most critical reason is that the ghost bride killed too quickly, not giving the enemies enough time to experience despair. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the originally lively ceremonial square is now silent. Only the massive holographic screen is still faintly flickering. Suddenly, the teleportation array on one side of the square flared with blazing light. I quit. Mom, there's a ghost. My face is ruined. Help, it's terrifying. That's not a human, that's a demon. The 5 newly teleported recruits of the Candle Dragon Legion rolled on the ground like madmen, their screams so piercing they sent chills down one's spine. Although there were no real wounds on their bodies, the protection mechanism had repaired their flesh. But the mental trauma and the memory of near-death agony still lingered. The captain's pants were even soaked in a large patch, his entire body curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably, muttering red clothes and big rat under their breath, looking so miserable that there wasn't a trace of genius left. The surrounding medical team rushed over, administering sedatives and performing calming technique, barely managing to quiet them down. But the scene brought a devastating shock to everyone present. On the viewing platform, those usually unshakable big figures now had faces as pale as paper. The big shots all had expressions that were shockingly grim. The representative of the Candle Dragon Legion, Chen Kun, had a face so dark it was almost black. Losing isn't terrifying. What's truly terrifying is losing so miserably, so quickly, and without any chance to fight back. What was even more unsettling was that the opponents seemed to not have used their full strength yet. Wang Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something to save face, but found his throat seemed to be blocked. A sudden chill ran down his spine, the cold creeping up along his vertebrae. To be honest, he was starting to genuinely worry now. Not about anything else, but about those newcomers in their White Tiger Legion. Wei Zhen, that guy, was indeed formidable, with strong explosive power and a fiery temperament. In a head-on clash, he could hold his own against geniuses of the same level. But when facing someone like Guzu, a monster who completely disregarded common sense, and whose actions even defied understanding of the game mechanics, it's likely they wouldn't even get close to that red-clad female ghost of his before being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of toxic gas. Wang Meng wasn't the only one feeling nervous. The surrounding Legion commanders and representatives, who had been laughing just moments ago, now had serious expressions. There were seasoned veterans who had weathered storms of blood and carnage. Had they ever seen a situation like this? A rookie who had just awakened a few days ago, with the summoned creatures, instantly taking down a well-coordinated, well-equipped Tricky squad. And he hadn't even made a move himself. Does this even count as a duel? Someone muttered to themselves, their voice dry and hoarse. I feel like this kid isn't here to practice at all. He seems more like a demon crawling out of the abyss, specifically here to crush rookies in the beginner's village. The surroundings fell silent, and all the astonished gazes were fixed on Su Quan. She was in a great mood, leisurely changing to a comfortable position, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Then, she glanced at Wang Ming, whose face looked unpleasant, and casually said, "Old Wang, nothing to say, but quite talkative just now. Go on." Wang Ming's mouth twitched twice, but in the end, he kept quiet. Speaking now would only invite ridicule. Deep within the secret realm, in the dark and damp jumble, Uzu had no idea that the big shots outside had already been stunned by their performance. He stepped on the ground covered with dead branches and leaves, heading toward the dragon altar at the center of the map. This is the buffer zone of the ancient Asura battlefield. The trees are tall and twisted, with thick gray mist permeating the air, making visibility very poor. The rules say that this circular battlefield has entrances in all four directions, and they all eventually converge at the central altar. Guzu muttered to himself while walking and staring at the tactical map on his wrist. Although I don't know if I'm the fastest, there's no need to fight for first place. After all, in this kind of point-based competition, killing monsters is reliable but far too inefficient. A regular monster only gives 1 point, and an elite monster at most 10 points. Guzu's eyes glinted as he said, but killing one person is worth 50 points. Moreover, since those so-called geniuses all consider him an easy target, he doesn't mind harvesting their points and confidence together. Just as he was thinking, intense sounds of fighting and magical explosions suddenly came from the bushes ahead. Boom boom. A fireball exploded, dyeing half the sky red, immediately followed by the piercing sound of metal clashing and several angry roars. Someone? Guzu frowned, immediately stopped in his tracks, and gestured for wife and mouse to conceal their presence. He approached silently. Pushing aside the thorny bushes, he peeked ahead. In front was a relatively open clearing, where the fully armed squads were engaged in a fierce battle. Judging by the emblems, they did not belong to the formidable Azure Dragon Corps or White Tiger Corps. Instead, they were rookie teams from the Black Tortoise Corps and the Quan Ki Corps. Hand over the points card in your possession, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The captain of the Black Tortoise Corps was a berserker wielding dual axes. His face flushed red and muscles bulging. He was roaring, ready to fight desperately for the prize. I roared and charged forward. Nonsense. We were the first to discover this elite monster. The Quan Ki Legion was not to be outdone either. An ice mage waved their staff, shooting out ice spikes like sharp arrows. Both sides were already at each other's throats, bombarding each other with all kinds of skills without restraint. Healing lights flickered, and the sound of shields shattering echoed continuously. The warriors' roars intertwined, creating a lively and chaotic battlefield. I leaned against a large tree, watching the intense battle in front of me with great interest. I even thought to myself, it would be too much to take out some sunflower seeds and snack while watching. Have to admit, the rookies trained by the military are indeed different. I nodded silently. Although their awakening time hasn't been long, the positioning and coordination of the two legions are quite precise. The tank charges at the front to take damage, the damage dealers hide in the back looking for opportunities, and the support keeps a close eye on health. If anyone breaks through the rear, someone immediately falls back to defend. This instinctive tactical coordination is clearly the result of high-intensity training. What a pity. I shook my head. In the face of an absolute power gap, as textbook-style coordination is like glass shatters upon impact. I wasn't in a hurry to make a move. If I rush out now, I could win, but it would be too cumbersome. As an elegant lord of Calamity, I prefer to be a patient fisherman. Waiting until they exhaust each other, their skills are depleted, their magic runs out, and their psychological defenses collapse. That is the best time for me to strike. That kind of despair is the most satisfying. Time passes second by second. About 5 minutes later, the battle situation gradually becomes clear. The Zhuanwu Legion barely gains the upper hand through the Berserker's desperate assault, but it is a hard-fought victory. The Berserker captain was covered in scars. gasping for breath, clearly exhausted and hoarse. The Quan Ki Legion was in even worse shape, with half of their shields shattered and the mages drained of magic, forced to wield their staffs as weapons. Give it up, you can't win. The berserker wiped the blood off his face, revealing a ferocious smile. Hand over the points, and I'll let you leave with dignity. The members of the Quan Ki Legion looked at each other in despair. They were unwilling to accept it, but they knew the outcome was already decided. Just as they were about to give up, and the Zhuanwu Legion breathed a sigh of relief, thinking victory was assured, I began to act. Wife, serve the dishes. I whispered softly in my heart, as the air suddenly turned cold. The previously heated battlefield, due to the fierce fight, instantly felt like it had been placed in a freezer. Before everyone could react to this sudden chill, a blinding red figure suddenly appeared behind the priest of the 4th Legion. Without any warning, no sound of footsteps, not even a trace of killing intent was emitted. The priestess, who was in the middle of casting a healing spell on her teammate, suddenly felt a chill on her neck. It was as if someone had suddenly blown a cold breath at her. She instinctively wanted to turn her head. Crack. The crisp sound of bones snapping was particularly jarring on the slightly quiet battlefield. The priest figure instantly turned into a beam of white light shooting into the sky. One hit kill. Zhaolan. The berserker captain's eyes narrowed sharply. This is just the beginning. Almost simultaneously, a red shadow flashed, appearing like a streak of red lightning beside the most vulnerable archer. With a gentle wave of the red sleeve, the archer, who hadn't even drawn the bow, was struck heavily. In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated. What is that thing? A ghost. There's a ghost. Defend quickly. The tower, originally tense and confrontational teams, instantly fell into chaos. The joy of victory turned into the panic of despair, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They saw that figure in a reed, floating mid-air, with a red veil covering its head, exuding an ominous aura of bizarre bride. It's a monster brought by that guy from the God-slain army. Someone recognized that iconic appearance. What was even more despairing was that, without anyone noticing, strange negative status icons began appearing at the corners of their vision. A nauseating stench suddenly rose from the ground. Everyone looked down in horror, only to see that the ground had suddenly become layers of dark green venom were frantically ramming their battle boots and greaves. Priest. Save me, I'm poisoned. The mage of the Quan Ki Legion hadn't even finished speaking before his voice got stuck. He was horrified to discover that the priests on his side, as well as the enemy's priests, had all disappeared. In the first wave of attack by that red-clad ghost woman, she had precisely unruthlessly wiped out all the healers on the battlefield. This tactic was simply genius level. Without healers, in this toxin-ridden, high-damage battlefield, there were nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Violent coughing echoed one after another, and health bar plummeted and a speed visible to the naked eye. Twitch's sly figure finally emerged from the shadows, stepping onto a rock and grinning sinister lie at the crowd. Squeak. With a sharp scream, the venom exploded. The two already retreating teams completely collapsed this time. I'm not willing to accept this, the berserker roared, attempting to charge at the figure in raid, but as soon as he took a step, his legs gave out and he fell to his knees. The poison had drained all the strength from his body. Goose Al eagerly walked out from behind the tree, hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his face. Thank you all for your hard work. I'll accept the points. As soon as the words fell, the eerie bride's figure turned into a streak of red light and flashed past. The harvest begins. In less than 10 seconds, the clearing returned to a deathly silence. All that remained on the ground were chaotic remnants, along with the crisp and pleasant system notification sound in Guzu's ears. Ding. Eliminated Zhuanwu Legion Berserker, points 50. Ding. Eliminated Quan Ki Legion Ice Mage, points 50. Ding. Extreme despair detected. Talent disaster growth triggered. Experience points say 100. Ding. Experience points say 100. Feels great. Guzu glanced at the points panel, a smile spreading across his face. Including the previous team, he had already taken down 15 enemies, earning 750 points from kills. Adding the points from clearing small mobs and the elite boss, his total score had surpassed the 1,000 mark. At this moment, on a large screen in the external spectator square. The originally intense competition and closely ranked leaderboard suddenly experienced dramatic changes. The name that had been persistently chasing but hadn't widened the gap to much God-slaying army Guzu. The points skyrocketed as if riding a rocket. Bang, 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 jumping to a shocking number. First place God-slaying army Guzu 1020 points. Second place, Azure Dragon Army, Kenshu Yao 410 points. Third place, White Tiger Army, Lazen 380 points. The score gap is too big. Awaken was directly opened, even more than double the second place. The sound of gasping echoed from the viewing platform, as if trying to suck all the air dry. Everyone stared at the screen, watching the boy standing amidst the remnants of white light, his face calm, evoking both envy and resentment. He really treated the other Legion rookie squads like wild monsters to farm, and even took down both teams at the same time. The only member of the God-slaying army. The veteran powerhouse, Jiang Daojuan's eyes sparkled as he couldn't help but lightly slap his thigh. Good lad, ruthless, cunning, and precise. At this moment, Su Quan couldn't help but want to applaud Guzu. This boy is exactly to her liking. On the battlefield, one martial ethics, winning is the ultimate truth. In the secret realm, Guzu looked around at the empty surroundings, not in a hurry to leave. He raised his head to look at the central area not far away, shrouded in a massive barrier. There, faintly visible, was an ancient altar with the shadow of a demon and dragon coiling above it. According to the schedule, Kenshu Yao and Lei Zhen should have already gone into fight for the monster, right? Going now? He shook his head, no rush. If they went in now, they would have to face the 100-point demon dragon head-on. Killing the demon dragon would end the competition. But that would be like having just a few bites of cold dishes at a buffet, and then having the plates taken away. Where's the satisfaction in that? This path is the only way to the center. I glanced back at the spot where the ambush had just been set, and looked at the few moving light spots on the map, those with the teams from other legions still on their way. Then let's keep fishing. I smiled and pointed to the empty space near the entrance. Twitch, go over there and set some especially smelly traps. Wife, quickly hide in that tree. We'll just wait here like a hunter waiting for prey and reap the rewards. 5 minutes later, a rookie squad from the 5th Legion, gasping for breath, managed to escape the entanglement of the surrounding monsters and charged into this seemingly peaceful clearing with hope. Quickly passed through, the central altar is just ahead. We still have a chance. The captain was encouraging the team members. However, none of them saw my figure clearly, not even entering the range of the domain of Calamity. What greeted them was a fierce green poisonous mist, and a red phantom descending from the sky. Ah-ha-h! The screams didn't last 10 seconds. Then, the world returned to silence. I sat on a rock, my eyes fixed on the experience bar that had risen again, nodding in satisfaction. This feeling of not having to run around, with experience and points delivered straight to me, is just amazing. At that moment, the central altar suddenly shook violently. A thick pillar of thunderous light shot straight into the sky, accompanied by divine golden swordlight. The faint sound of thunderous roaring fury could still be heard. As a beat, I stood up, brushed the dust off my robe, and fixed my gaze in that direction. Looks like a main course has been served. Adjusting my collar, I tapped the ground lightly with the scepter of dominion in my hand. Let's go. It's time to give our genius friends a surprise gift package from a god-slaying army. When I parted the gray mist and entered the central area known as the demonic dragon altar, the scene before me was even livelier than expected. This was a massive circular plaza with the ground covered in broken stone slabs. At the very center of the plaza stood a pitch-black altar, and a phantom shadow of a demonic dragon coiled in the air, lazily in howling dragon breath. On the open ground beneath the altar, 2 groups were engaged in fierce combat. On the left was the squad led by Qin Shu Yao of the Azure Dragon Legion. Known as the Valkyria, she was clad in silver white knight armor, wielding a giant sword taller than herself, swinging it with ferocious dominance. Golden holy light flowed around her like a stream, and every swing of her sword unleashed a crescent-shaped golden sword, carving deep grooves into the floor. On the right was Lei Zhen of the White Tiger Legion. He had a fiery temper and wild methods. Instead of a traditional staff, he wielded a warhammer wrapped in purple arcs of lightning. Although a mage, he followed a close combat path. Boom boom. Purple lightning and golden holy light clashed fiercely in midair, the sound deafening. The surging shockwave directly pulverized several skeleton minions attempting a sneak attack. Qin Shu Yao. This demon dragon is mine. If you don't want to die, take your group of lady soldiers and get lost. Lei Zhen laughed wildly while swinging his warhammer, even summoning a lightning strike to force back a First Legion assassins trying to flank him. Qin Shu Yao let out a cold snort, slamming her greatsword into the ground. A golden wall of light rose up, blocking Lei Zhen's lightning attack. Her face was exquisitely cold and stern, her gaze sharp. Lei Zhen, shut your mouth. With your superficial lightning techniques, you dare to covet the demon dragon? Go back and practice more. The squads on both sides were fiercely battling on the outskirts. Although no one had fallen yet, everyone was injured. Skill effects filled the air, and the fight had already reached a fever pitch. Qin Shu Yao, a true SSS-level divine arbiter, not only possessed the defensive power of a knight, but also the explosive strength of a warrior. She could even enhance her own state. Under the storm-like thunderous attacks, she remained as steady as a mountain, completely unshaken. She could even launch sudden counterattacks, delivering a fierce blow to Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen, however, was not to be outdone. The profession of Thunder Tyrant granted him exceptional mobility and destructive power. He transformed into a purple afterimage, darting across the battlefield, with every pause triggering violent thunderstorms. This is the true strength of top-tier geniuses. Although their levels were only around 11, the combat skills and power they displayed were enough to easily crush those ordinary level 15 players outside. Truly spectacular. Guzu stood behind a stone pillar at the edge of the square, unable to help but give these two a mental thumbs up. If nothing unexpected happens, their future holds infinite possibilities, and they might even have a chance to reach the pinnacle. But today, they encountered an unreasonable trouble. Guzu cleared his throat, his voice not loud but unusually distinct. With his hands in the pockets of his robe, he strolled out of the shadows leisurely, like a passing tourist. Behind him followed two peculiar companions, one on each side, a red-clad ghostly woman floating erratically, and a drooling giant rat. "Excuse me. You too." Guzu's voice was calm. "This place is so spacious, you wouldn't mind setting up another set of tableware, would you?" With a casual remark, the tense battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence. Qin Shu Yao and Lei Zhen almost simultaneously stopped their actions, quickly retreating over 10 meters to establish a safe distance. The next moment, both of their gazes locked on Guzu. As prodigies meticulously nurtured by their respective families, they were proud but certainly not foolish. That lunatic from a god-slaying army dared to make bold threats before the battle, focusing all hatred on Guzu alone. This undoubtedly indicated that this black-robed youth was not someone to be trifled with. More importantly, the fact that he could directly appear in the central arena was enough to make them highly vigilant. Guzu, Qin Shu Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, a massive sword held horizontally in front of her as she cautiously sized up the lone young man from a god-slaying army. Our intuition told her that this seemingly laid-back teenager harbored an extremely dangerous killing intent. Heh. Lei Zhen sneered coldly, his face full of disdain, but his hand gripping the warhammer involuntarily tightened, and the lightning shield became even sturdier. The two exchanged a glance across the distance. Once sworn enemies, they instantly reached a consensus at this moment: eliminate the troublemaker first. The fight for the ownership of the demon dragon could wait, but they absolutely couldn't let the god-slaying army's outlier take advantage. Drive him out first. Lei Zhen roared, his gaze fierce to the extreme. Exactly. Qin Shu Yao nodded, the holy light on her body shining once again, this time with her sword tip pointing directly at Guzu. However, just as they were about to join forces and charge, an inexplicable chill spread from their spines. This is not just a drop in temperature, but a fear that penetrates the soul. It feels as if being targeted by a predator at the top of the food chain, with every cell in the body screaming to escape. The bride in red slightly raised her head. Her face had obscured beneath the veil, but the atmosphere of fear had already spread across the square. Lei Zhen felt his throat dry, and the violent thunderous power seemed to slow down for a moment. He bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to use the pain to dispel the unwarranted fear in his heart. "Stop pretending to be mysterious," Lei Zhen shouted. As if to bolster his courage, I am an SSS level. Why would I fear you? Attack. Finish this quickly. With the command issued, Lazen transformed into purple lightning, his warhammer carrying the power of thunder. An overwhelming force capable of destroying the heavens and earth, charging straight at Guzu. Quite a lot of nonsense. I hope you can handle it. Guzu looked at the incoming thunderbolt, his face expressionless, just tilting his head slightly with a faint smile. Let's go. Just as I was thinking, the twitch at my feet suddenly moved. It didn't charge forward to confront Lazen head-on but let out a sly, piercing cackle. In an instant, its figure vanished into an almost imperceptible green shadow, directly bypassing Lazen's defenses and blending into the crowd at the rear. Lazen, halfway through his charge, suddenly felt an unbearable itch in his nose as a nauseating stench invaded his nostrils. Immediately after, a green icon flashed and his vision poisoned. 380. 420. His health bar strangely began to drop continuously. Although the amount of health lost each time wasn't much, the speed of the loss was astonishing. What the hell is this? Lazen's heart tightened, but he knew he couldn't retreat now. As long as he took down the summoner first, the summoned creatures would naturally disappear. Just as he was preparing to endure the poison damage and continuous charge, a commotion suddenly erupted from behind. Priest, shield, purify. Over at the Azure Dragon Legion, Kinshu Yao also noticed something unusual. Her health was continuously decreasing, her body growing weaker. As if being corroded, she immediately called out to the team's priest for help. But the expected purification aura was nowhere to be seen. She reflexively turned her head to look back. Her pupils suddenly contracted. The priest of the First Legion, who had been standing at the rear of the team under tight protection, had somehow disappeared. All that remained was a patch of white light points that had yet to dissipate. And a trace of red shadow drifting away with the wind. How is this possible? Kinshu Yao felt a chill rush straight to her head. That was a fully armed priest. There were also the professionals protecting him nearby. How could he be taken out without even a shout? At this moment, Lazen, who was charging at the front line, also noticed something was wrong at the rear. Where's my healer? He roared angrily, just about to turn his head to check, when he suddenly saw a green figure crouching at the priest's previous position, holding a piece of rotten cheese in its mouth and making a face at him. And that priest also turned into white light spots. Damn beast. Lazen, furious, abruptly halted his charge, spinning the warhammer in his hand. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck fiercely at that damn rat. Die for me. This move, filled with hatred, was immensely powerful, blasting a charred pit into the ground. The dust settled. Lazen thought the rat was undoubtedly dead. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. Twitch remained crouched in place. Not even the dust on his tattered cloak was shaken off. It scratched its dirty paw on its head, then raised a middle finger at Late. The words immune slowly appeared above its head. Immune? Lazen's eyes widened. This was a full-force strike from the SSS class profession Thunder Tyrant. Even a tank of the same level would lose half its skin if hit. How could this dead rat, which looked like it had been soaking in the sewer for 3 years, remain completely unscathed? Don't believe it. Lazen frantically unleashed his power, countless bolts of lightning crashing down like raindrops. On the other side, Kinshu Yao gritted her teeth, swung her giant sword, and slashed out one holy sword door after another, fiercely striking at the rat. Boom, boom. After the relentless bombardment, Twitch was still alive and kicking, even wiggling its hips in a dance. Physical immunity. Magical immunity. This left the two geniuses utterly shocked. Their skills hit this thing like throwing stones into the sea, not even causing a ripple. But the most terrifying part was yet to come. Just as they were helpless against the rat, the screams behind them became incessant. Ah! A monster! I can't even see where she is. Help! I can't use my skills. Captain, save me. The red after image, like a Sith of death, was crazily cutting down people in the back rows of both teams. Without the priest's healing support, coupled with Twitch's disgustingly toxic global damage aura, those mages and marksmen once hailed as geniuses were now on the verge of falling one after another. At this moment, I felt like a flickering candle in the wind, fragile and ready to be extinguished at any time. Blinding, white lights flashed one after another every time the red shadow darted by. It meant the fall of a teammate. It didn't even require any complex moves, just approaching them, reaching out a hand, and they were instantly killed. In less than 10 seconds, across the entire square, only Qin Shu Yao, Lei Zhen, and I remained standing. Everyone else had perished. What kind of monster is this? Qin Shu Yao's hand trembled uncontrollably on the sword hilt. She stared at the empty space behind her, utterly shocked and at a loss. We didn't even have time to react, and all our teammates were wiped out. Don't just stand there. Lei Zhen's roar snapped Qin Shu Yao back to reality. At this moment, Lei Zhen's entire body had turned dark, a clear sign of toxin corrosion. His health was down to a dangerous red line, yet his eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Those to summon creatures must have damage immunity. We can't kill them. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of black blood, his gaze fixed firmly on Guzu, who stood not far away with his hands still in his pockets. Capture the leader to stand a chance. Only by killing him first can we have hope. Even if I die, I'll drag this guy down with me. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling purple light suddenly erupted from Lei Zhen's body. His body instantly swelled, and dense lightning patterns appeared on his skin. This was his innate skill under God's descent. Immune to all control, all attributes increased by 99%, lasting for 10 seconds. This was Lei Zhen's ultimate trump card upon reaching level 10 awakening. Originally intended to deal with the demon dragon, now he could only risk it all. Kill, Lei Zhen roared, charging towards Guzu like an out-of-control heavy tank, ignoring the poison damage numbers bouncing on his body and the surrounding toxic mist. Seeing him like this, Qin Shu Yao gritted her teeth. Holy light protection, fearless charge. A golden shield instantly enveloped her entire body. This was also an invincible skill, capable of blocking all damage for 3 seconds. She closely followed Lei Zhen, transforming into a golden meteor and rushing forward. Two geniuses, unleashing their strongest combat power in a desperate situation, gave it their all, even abandoning defense, just to reach the black-robed youth and deliver one final strike. Watching the two figures charging forward with determination, Guzu's smile slightly faded in his eyes. He nodded lightly, but did not retreat, nor did he raise his staff. Only speaking coldly, what a pity, if this is all the strength you have. Then this show should come to an end. As soon as Guzu finished speaking, Qin Shu Yao and Lei Zhen rushed into the range of the domain of Calamity. In an instant, it was as if the entire world pressed the pause button. There was no warning, nor any violent energy collision. Lei Zhen only felt his body suddenly sink, like a high-speed car abruptly plunging into a thick, sticky asphalt swamp. Inertia remains, but the momentum instantly disappears. The purple lightning dancing around him seemed to be extinguished directly by an invisible hand. The shining electric arc suddenly dissipated into the air. What followed was even more terrifying. The full attribute boost and explosive power, brought by his innate skill under God's ascent, vanished without a trace, as if evaporated. Impossible. Lei Zhen maintained his hammer-raising posture, but his movements were stiff like a rusted machine. His eyes were filled with terror and confusion. Where is my skill? Where is my immortal body? Where has my power gone? The same situation occurred to Qin Shu Yao, who was half a beat slower. This Valkyria of the First Legion still maintained her charging posture, but her invincible shield of fully light protection had already vanished without a trace. Even more absurdly, a giant sword in her hand had become so heavy it felt like 1,000 pounds, causing her wrist to ache painfully, almost making her unable to hold the hilt. The two of them, like boneless mollusks, stopped stiffly in front of Guzu in a very comical posture. The abrupt transition from full speed, sprinting to a dead stop caused their blood and energy surge within, almost making them vomit blood on the spot. What kind of ability is this? Qin Shu Yao screamed, her voice trembling noticeably. She desperately tried to mobilize the holy light power within her, only to despairingly discover that her energy was as still as stagnant water. Even lifting a finger felt incredibly difficult. The sensation was like being crushed under immense pressure at the bottom of the ocean, a surrounding force suffocating her. Guzu remained lazily seated. Seeing the terror written all over their faces, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Is this your so-called charge? He shook his head lightly, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. I thought your ultimate move would be impressive, but you can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Isn't that a bit too disappointing? This is the core of the Calamity domain. Rules, resistances, invincible shields, all are nullified. Here, there's only one iron law Calamity. When facing ancient beings like the Old Ones that cannot be directly gazed upon, unless you are stronger than them, you can only swallow your pride, let alone these to rookies who had just reached level 11 not long ago. Even a peak 9th T-Rexper like Zhang Dao's when outside wouldn't dare to take risks or lightly. He could easily crush them. In this secret realm, he was an invincible existence, an iron, indestructible, the ruler of all. What exactly did you do? Lei Zin finally pieced things together, his voice trembling with both terror and accusation. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. This inexplicable fear was more terrifying than death itself. Physical and magical attacks were understandable, but this method of directly stripping away power and ignoring rules completely shattered his understanding of the professional system. What did I do? Goose tilted his head slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I just showed you something interesting. Skill Calamity Days LV11 activated. Judging. Target's mental strength is far below the host's. Judgments, successful. Forcibly applying negative statuses, extreme fear, mental confusion, soul paralysis, hallucination overload. After leveling up to 11, this skill was no longer the minor ability that could only target a single enemy. Thanks to his class rates, it had undergone a qualitative leap. Now it could simultaneously lock onto up to 10 targets within his line of sight, forcibly implanting the terrifying imagery from the deepest abyss into their minds. Sure enough, the moment Guzu activated the skill, Qin Shu Yao and Lei Zin's world instantly collapsed. The ancient battlefield shrouded in mist disappeared, the floor beneath their feet, the distant altar, even the dust in the air lost all color. Replacing it was an endless expanse of darkness. This darkness was not the black of an ordinary night, but a void so profound it could swallow light itself, like the emptiness at the end of the universe. In this boundless void, they suddenly felt as insignificant as specks of dust, or even less. Then, the darkness behind the black-robed youth Guzu began to riff. An ancient, unspeakable aura of malevolence surged toward them like a tsunami, engulfing them. What is that? Qin Shu Yao's eyes widened to the point of almost popping out, her pupils contracting sharply. She opened her mouth to scream, but only fragmented gasps escaped. What did she see? In the void and darkness behind Guzu, countless eyes slowly opened. These eyes were dense and chaotic, varying in size, some as small as a fingernail, others as large as shining stars. They emitted all kinds of eerie glows. Different gazes reflected, some filled with greed, others brimming with violence, and some cold and merciless. Without exception, these eyes were locked onto the two of us, being stared at by countless, indescribable entities. The feeling made my defenses collapse instantly. And this wasn't even the most terrifying part. Around those eyes, the darkness seemed to come alive. Countless fat, smooth tentacles extended from the void, writhing madly, covered in barbs and suction cups, dripping with soul-corroming slime. Faintly, we could see unimaginably massive figures looming in the depths of the darkness. Some were oozing rotten pus, leaving everything in their path withered and dead. Some had countless heads, each mouth chanting maddening incantations. Others were entirely composed of shadows, and just one glance would suck away your soul, leaving no escape. Could these be the old ones from the Cholula mythos? Abyssal demon gods? No. They were even more terrifying and incomprehensible than those legendary monsters, because they represented the very essence of disaster. Lei Zin completely broke down, no matter how confident he was. Faced with this oppressive force from another dimension, an overwhelming fear surged from deep within. After all, he was just a fragile human. At this moment, his spirit was utterly shattered. All his pride, fighting will, and rationality were destroyed by that indescribable, horrifying scene. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, like a frightened shrimp, foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. "Big brother, Dati, look at me. Dati, look at me. Go away. All of you, go away." The sounds coming from his mouth no longer resembled a human nest, but rather the desperate howls of a dying beast. Qin Shu Yao wasn't much better off. The once noble Valkyria had completely lost her former grace. Her eyes rolled back, her face smeared with tears and snot. Like a soulless puppet, kneeling on the ground, trembling incessantly, she muttered a string of meaningless sounds. Too fragile. Guzu looked at the two shattered geniuses before him and sighed softly. The purple glow at his eyes gradually faded, and the terrifying illusions around him disappeared along with it. Collapsed just from a single glance. Guzu sneered disdainfully. He had merely intended to test the skill's effect. Judging by the current situation, another attempt might truly turn the two of them into idiots. Although it was just a sparring match, if he genuinely scared these two family treasures into madness, it would cause a lot of trouble afterward. Let's end this. Guzu lost interest and waved his hand lightly. The eerie bride that had been floating behind him all along moved like an executioner receiving an order. A flash of red streaked by, and a hauntingly beautiful red wedding dress traced an elegant arc through the air. There was no resistance, nor the slightest struggle. The pale, jade-like hands gently brushed past Lei Zhen and Qin Shu Yao's necks. Crack, crack. Two faint sounds rang out almost simultaneously. For these two trapped in a hell of terror, death instead became their only release. Two dazzling beams of white light shot into the sky. Lei Zhen and Qin Shu Yao's figures gradually faded within the radiance, leaving only the sweat-soaked imprints on the ground. Ding detected that you caused an extreme mental collapse, triggering Calamity talent growth, and gained an additional 5,000 experience points. Listening to the crisp sound of the system and seeing the experience bar suddenly increase, Guzu finally revealed a satisfied smile. Indeed, defeating geniuses of this level yields much more experience. It's more profitable than farming 10 elite bosses. He stretched lazily, feeling great. Turning his head, he looked at the altar still standing behind him, and the shadow of the dragon with a confused expression. All right, all the obstacles have been cleared. Next, it's your turn, big guy. Outside the secret realm, in the observation square, there was dead silence. For a full minute, not a single sound was heard. Previously, Guzu had instantly defeated several ordinary teams, which could still be attributed to luck or skill restraint. But what had just happened was so shocking that no one could believe it. Suddenly, with a crash, a chair fell over, and the abrupt sound broke the silence. Immediately, the atmosphere in the square exploded like boiling water. Did I see that right? Someone shouted. Was that an instant kill? Just like that? The high-ranking military officials on the viewing platform went from being serious and composed to completely losing control. Leaning forward, staring intently at the massive holographic screen, their faces were full of expression shock, confusion, and most of all, disbelief. Wang Ming of the White Tiger Legion's eyes widened. That was Lei Zhen. He was regarded as an invincible genius, equipped with 2 tenfold experience scrolls and legendary gear. Not to mention the seemingly unbeatable Thunder God's descent skill, hailed as the Thunder Tyrant who was unmatched at the same level. In a result, he ended up collapsing to the ground without any resistance, screaming like a madman, and was instantly killed like a slaughtered chick. The deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Legion's mind buzzed. Qin Shu Yao was an all-around paladin, excelling in attack, defense, recovery, and even possessing a unique talent for weakening enemies. How could it be possible to be completely crushed in an instant, losing all ability to resist? What exactly happened just now? Why did those 10 geniuses suddenly stop during their charge and completely lose their combat power? What kind of power was hidden in the gaze of that young man named Guzu at the end? Countless questions filled everyone's minds. A major general swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Why do I feel like this kid doesn't belong to our system at all? Someone nearby echoed, I feel the same way. This isn't just numerical suppression, it's a complete overturning of the existing rules. Is this the true strength of the unique profession? Someone exclaimed. No, it absolutely can't be this exaggerated. If this kind of profession really went to the battlefield, could one person possibly withstand thousands of troops? The discussion grew louder, and everyone's gaze eventually focused on Su Quan. Su Quan, the female major general of the God-slaying legion, was leisurely crossing her legs and comfortably leaning against the back of her chair. Her strikingly heroic face carried a smile that made people want to punch her. Her smugness seemed to ooze from every pore. Why is everyone standing up? Su Quan pretended to be surprised as she glanced around, her tone full of undisguised mockery. Sit down, don't get so excited. Isn't it just beating the kids? What's the big deal? It's basic stuff. Our Guzu is just that straightforward and decisive. When he says he'll send them home, he won't let them stay a second longer. Listening to this utterly self-congratulatory speech, Wang Min and the deputy commander of the Azure Radiant Legion felt their chests tighten, almost unable to catch their breath. Defeating to kids. This is clearly a public humiliation, pressing their faces to the ground and rubbing hard, directly tearing apart their dignity. The scene was extremely awkward. Deputy Minister Hang Daozhuan, who had remained silent all along, finally withdrew his gaze. His experienced old eyes were now gleaming, and although his body was slightly hunched, the pressure he exuded at this moment was chilling. Conceptual level. The old man murmured the words softly, his fingertips tapping the armrest rhythmically. To think that at my age, I would actually witness the legendary talent and power. If those old fellows were still alive, they'd probably go mad with jealousy. Zhang Daozhuan took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement in his heart. He turned his head, his deep gaze falling on Su Quan's smug face. I couldn't help but shake my head slightly. With Lei Zin and Qin Shu Yao eliminated, this competition, which was supposed to be an intense battle among experts, had essentially ended prematurely. The remaining ordinary teens, still struggling desperately with wild monsters on the outskirts, had no idea the brutal scene that had unfolded at the center of the battlefield. They were still excited over a few points or a dozen points, completely unaware that the person at the top of the leaderboard, Guzu, had already left the others far behind. His score was so high that just looking up at it would make their necks ache. At the center of the secret realm, atop the altar, the Phantom of the Demon and Ragan let out an unwilling roar before finally dissolving into countless points of light, disappearing into the air. Guzu stood at the top of the altar, lazily playing with the dragon soul crystal that had burst out from the Demon and Ragan's body. This is a precious spiritual material, entirely jet black, with what seems like magna flowing inside, and it is the highest reward for this martial arts competition. Wrap it up. Guzu casually tossed the crystal into his backpack and dusted off his hands. He didn't linger on the empty battlefield. He had claimed all the rewards he deserved and shown off enough. Staying any longer was pointless. Teleport. With a thought, he activated the teleportation token in his hand. A blue beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. When Guzu appeared again in the ceremonial square, what greeted him was no longer the previous doubts and ridicule, but a dead silence. Thousands of soldiers and dozens of generals in the stands seemed frozen in place, their eyes fervently fixed on the young man walking out of the beam of light. He was dressed in an immaculate black robe, without a single crease. His expression was as calm as if he had just returned from buying a bottle of soy sauce at the supermarket across the street. Not far from him in the medical area, Lei Zin and Qin Shu Yao lay on stretchers, their eyes vacant, occasionally convulsing violently due to shock. Several senior priests were busy around them, with various calming and purifying lights flickering incessantly. This stark contrast made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. "Why, Your Highness?" A scream broke the silence. Zhang Shu rushed over like a little cannonball, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding experts, and directly pounced in front of Guzu, so excited that she was incoherent. We won! We won! First place! It's really first place. The point gap is huge. We left them all behind." While shouting, Zhang Shu pulled a bottle of chilled soda from her backpack and handed it to Guzu, looking every bit like a little fangler. Guzu took the drink in, amused, ruffled the girl's hair. "Don't get too excited, this is just basic stuff." He unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and took a sip. The icy liquid flowed down his throat, quickly dispelling the heat brought by the secret realm. "Guzu." At this moment, an aged yet authoritative voice rang out. The crowd automatically parted to create a path. Zhang Daozhuan walked over slowly, surrounded by a group of generals. The old man's eyes were sharp and full of spirit as he sized up Guzu. That gaze was as if he had seen a rare treasure. "Greetings, Chief." Guzu calmly gave a military salute. Although he was a bit lazy in daily life, he still knew how to show proper respect to seniors who had made great contributions to humanity. "Good, good, good, good." Zhang Daozhuan said good 3 times in a row, his face breaking into a wide smile with wrinkles blooming like flowers. He extended his withered hand and gave Guzu's shoulder a heavy pat. "Young people are truly remarkable. Your battle this time not only showcased the spirit of the god-slaying army, but also opened the eyes of us old soldiers." After speaking, Zhang Daozhuan turned around to face the entire audience. His voice was solemn and grand. I announce, the champion of this Legion, newcomer martial arts competition is Guzu of the Gods Slaying Legion. Boom! Thunderous applause erupted. Although members of other legions felt a bit inside, faced with this undeniable strength, they could only accept it. Was this even a martial arts competition? It was practically Guz in his personal showcase. To be honest, they were all incredibly envious now, especially the Azure Dragon Legion. In a legion, the big shots of the White Tiger Legion couldn't help. I regret so much that their guts turned green. They really couldn't believe how they hadn't snatched this young man back then. Next to me, Su Kuang was smiling like a cat and had stolen cream. Her eyes fixed on Guzu, who was being praised to the skies by everyone. She was already calculating how to use this achievement to compete with Yu Sen for funding and resources. That legendary top-tier material, Terror of the Void, seemed to be within reach. As the light of the teleportation array faded, the noise in the square gradually subsided, becoming solemn and dignified. The afterglow of the sunset shone on the battle flags that had weathered countless storms, casting a golden reed halo over the conferment ceremony. I stood on the high platform, having changed out of the pitch black mage robe into a neatly tailored deep green military dress uniform. The most eye-catching feature was the new epaulette on my shoulder, one bar through his stars, the captain's rake. For a new recruit who had just enlisted a few days ago, this was practically a meteor cries. The Legion commanders below, including those who had been green with envy earlier, couldn't utter a single word of ejection at this moment. Strength is, and always will be, the hardest currency in the military. I moved my shoulders slightly. The formal uniform was a bit tight, while my face remained calm and composed. My gaze casually swept over the crowd below, where the Azure Dragon Legion and White Tiger Legion teams hung their heads, looking utterly dejected. Especially Qin Shu Yao and Lei Zhen, who stood at the very front. Although they had undergone treatment from high-ranking priests and barely regained their composure, no longer writhing on the ground as before, their faces were still as pale as paper. When I gazed gently fell on them, the two instinctively shuddered, the kind of bone-chilling fear making it impossible for them to control themselves. They subconsciously shrank their necks, not daring to meet my eyes. It was as if just looking at me a moment longer would cause the red-clad ghost and a giant rat to leap out from the shadows again, and they will be targeted by countless bizarre disasters. Ding! Detected deep fear from Qin Shu Yao. Experience points 200. Ding! Detected psychological shadow from Lei Zhen. Experience points 200. Ding! Detected a large amount of awe caused by you. Experience points 50. 50. I raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to myself, this counts too. These two are just experienced treasure troves in the dungeon. They can keep producing even outside of it. The numbers may be small, but this is steady pocket money. Looks like I'll need to hang around them more often in the future. I thought to myself, practically seeing them as the self-operating experience machines. Aside from these two, the other new recruits in the Legion also looked at me differently. Previously full of disdain, mockery, and provocation, their gazes had now completely transformed into awe. The strong will always dictate the rules of this world. With an absolutely overwhelming performance, I etched this sense of awe deeply into the hearts of all the newcomers. Captain Guzu, Zhang Daozhuan's aged, yet powerful voice rang in my ears. The old man personally took out a golden medal, not handing it to anyone else, but pinning it onto my chest with his own hands. This is the Imperial Vanguard Medal, awarded only to champions who demonstrated dominating level of strength in martial exhibitions. Zhang Daozhuan patted my chest with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Well done, you've brought honor to our human race. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I saluted solemnly, my movements precise, without a single unnecessary word. And also, his tone shifted, and with a flip of his hand, a black gold bank card and an ancient book emitting a faint purple glow appeared in his palm. In that instant, the previously quiet atmosphere on the scene turned tense, as the eyes of several Legion commanders were almost glued to that book. 1 million in prize money is your reward for winning the championship this time. Use it to take good care of yourself. Be well, drink well. This is the time for you to grow. Don't neglect yourself. Zhang Daozhuan said. Zhang Daozhuan, like a kind grandfather giving New Year's money to his grandson, casually slipped a card into Guzu's pocket. Then, picking up the book, his expression turned somewhat serious. This book is a token of my personal regard for you. I know you're a professional warrior, and you might not be interested in ordinary skill books. This Void Refraction is a legendary skill book I obtained in my youth from the Abyss Ruins. A legendary skill book. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ming, sitting below the stage, twitched his eyelid, feeling as if a piece of his heart had been gouged out. This is the kind of rare and precious original copy that countless ninth-tier powerhouses dream of. This old man must have spent a fortune this time, Wang Ming wailed inwardly. Why didn't the things never come their way? Zhang Daozhuan ignored the hungry gazes and handed the book. To Guzu, this book has an exceptionally powerful effect. It can reflect any damage you receive back proportionally, and the opponent cannot evade your counterattack because it carries spatial attributes, ensuring a force-take. For a fragile mage, this is simply the best life-saving artifact. Guzu's heartbeat accelerated. Reflective damage equipment, and its unavoidable spatial type reflective damage. This is practically a divine skill, combined with the control skills of the Ghost Bride and Twitch. Who would dare provoke him in the future? Before even touching his clothes, the opponent would already suffer. Bestowed by an elder. I dare not refuse. Guzu accepted a skill book with both hands and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Elder Zhang. At this moment, everyone understood. This young man was not just a mere champion. He had already been acknowledged by this top figure of the empire. With Zhang Daozhuan as his backing, combined with Gu's ear-fine talent, his future would be brighter than anyone else present. The ceremony concluded, and the clamor gradually faded away. Under the setting sun, the returning off-road convoy sped along the highway, the desolate scenery quickly retreating. In the car, Su Kuang rarely refrained from smoking. She took off her military cap, casually ruffled her hair, and her usually roguish eyes were now sparkling brightly. Kid, today's battle of yours was truly satisfying. Su Kuang couldn't help but pat the steering wheel while driving, laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. You should have seen Wang Ming's face. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. For so many years, it's the first time I've seen him not dare to say a word in front of me. Guzu sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with a legendary skill book in his hand, and said with a smile, they weren't overconfident. If it had really come down to it, I would have had to use some real skills. Don't be modest. Excessive modesty is just false humility. Su Kuang glanced at him. I know you have a strength. In the military camp, strength needs to be shown. Today, you not only made a name for yourself, but also helped our god-slaying army vent all the pent-up frustration in one go. Speaking of this, Su Kuang's tone became serious. For the next few days, focus entirely on the important tasks. Changing professions may be difficult, but it must be done. When we return, I'll arrange the best leveling spot for you to upgrade and break through the first transition. As for the profession change materials, Su Kuang's lips curved slightly. It'll be resolved once we return. Guzu nodded and put away the skill book. Understood. I also want to see how much of a change there will be after the first transition. The atmosphere in the car became relaxed. Guzu looked out the window, but his mind was calculating the path ahead. This time, he won the martial arts competition, but he also revealed some of his cards. Next time, the enemy will definitely be prepared. He must become stronger. Strong enough that no one can figure out his true strength, that is true safety. The moment the convoy drove through the gates of the god-slaying army's base, Guzu almost thought he was in the wrong place. Was this still the same solemn, cold, steel-laden military camp? Before the car even came to a complete stop, deafening cheers surged through the bulletproof glass into his ears. 1. Champion, we are the champions. Amazing. Through the car window, Guzu saw the entire base bustling like a festival. The trees along the roadside were adorned with bright red banners, bearing simple and direct slogans. Warmly celebrate Comrade Guzu's victory in the martial arts championship. Defeating the First Legion, so satisfying. Long live the god-slaying army. Guzu. Long live comrades. The most astonishing scenes are yet to come. In the sky, 3 fully armed helicopters hovered at low altitude. They weren't carrying missiles, but their tails trailed colorful smoke streams, forming a massive NO. One in the air. On the ground, several tanks raised their barrels in unison and fired colorful fireworks like ceremonial salutes. This spectacle was clearly to welcome the new champion of the martial competition. Anyone unaware might have thought a national leader was visiting for an inspection. The corner of Gu's mouth twitched slightly. Unable to hold back, he turned to Su Quan and said, "Sister Quan, isn't this a bit over the top?" Although he was a ruthless killer in the virtual scenarios, in reality, he was a social anxiety sufferer. Facing such a scene, his toes were practically curling inside his shoes. Su Quan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a steady stop at the end of the red carpet. She turned her face seriously toward him and said, over the top, "You still don't realize how important this championship is." She pointed to the cheering soldiers outside. "Do you know how many years our God-slaying army has been struggling in poverty? No background, and the resources allocated by the military every year are just leftovers from others. The equipment is an old model, the supplies are second-rate, and even the allocation of potions is half of what others get. These soldiers are risking their lives to fill that gap." Lowering her voice, Su Quan continued, "But today, because you won this championship, next year starting next month, our resource allocation will directly double. Everyone will be able to switch to the latest equipment and receive to extra recover potions. This battle, you didn't just fight for yourself. You won it for tens of thousands of brothers. So their respect for you, their fear of you, it's all well-deserved." After speaking, she smiled and pushed open the car door. "Get out. Hero, this honor is yours to claim." Guzu was silent for 2 seconds and took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that his rampage back then would carry the weight of so many lives. That heavy sense of honor instantly dispelled all his awkwardness, replacing it with an unprecedented sense of belonging. Since that's the case, then just accept it wholeheartedly. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. Bang, bang, bang. The moment his foot touched the ground, salutes fired simultaneously for both sides. On either side of the red carpet, hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers instantly raised their guns, the butt striking the ground with a thunderous sound. "Salute!" The shout swept across the sky like a storm. Guzu straightened his back, his expression solemn and returned his standard military salute. At this moment, there was no system notification sound, nor any increase in experience points. But his soul seemed to have been completely cleansed. At the end of the red carpet, officers with stars and stripes on their shoulders had been waiting for a long time. Meeting them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Looking refined and scholarly, the Minister of Logistics, Zhu Sen. Beside him, the most striking figure was a tall, cold-as-ice female military doctor in a white coat. Zhang Xingsen. Guzu paused slightly when he saw the aloof flower. He hadn't forgotten the enthusiastic look this elder sister gave him during his enlistment medical examination. She even insisted on giving him a comprehensive checkup. Su Quan stepped forward and helped introduce Guzu one by one. "This is old Zhu, in charge of finances and supplies." She pointed to Zhang Xing's, "And you know this one too. The goddess of our medical department, Director Zhang." Zhang Xing's and took a step forward. Today, she wore light makeup, and her usually icy eyes were now gleaming with fiery brilliance. She didn't use any formalities to congratulate him, just looked Guzu up and down, her gaze sweeping over him several times, finally nodding in satisfaction. "Not injured, that's good." Zhang Xingsen's voice was cool, but Guzu vaguely heard a hint of excitement. "I was actually hoping that if you got a little injured, I could take the opportunity during treatment to collect some samples." She muttered softly, her voice almost inaudible. But Guzu's sharp hearing made his back instantly feel cold. "However, I've seen your performance at the martial arts arena." Zhang Xingsen stared at Guzu, her gaze suddenly becoming exceptionally intense. That ability to directly affect mental states is truly of great research value. If you have time in the future, come by the medical department. We can have an in-depth discussion. Her tone was sincere. Guzu awkwardly laughed twice. Sure. Discussion? How to discuss? Would it involve slicing and analyzing? At this moment, Zhu Sen walked over, breaking the awkwardness. The logistics minister, jokingly nicknamed Dire Roosters by Su Quan, was now beaming with a smile, as if a flower had bloomed on his face. "Commander Su, your foresight this time truly impresses me." Zhu Sen gave Su Quan the thumbs up and said excitedly, "I used to care about that signing fee, but now it seems it was absolutely worth it. The military headquarters just sent a document. Next quarter's budget will be tripled." Tripled? Zhu-sen was so excited his hands were trembling. We finally don't have to scrape by anymore. The batch of equipment I wanted to get for the brothers is finally within reach. Su Kuang raised his chin proudly. Of course, when have I ever made a loss? By the way, old Zhu. Su Kuang suddenly glanced over. Where's the stuff? No need to look for it. It's already prepared. Zhu-sen unhesitatingly pulled out an exquisite lead box and handed it to Guzu with both hands. Tear of the Void, a legendary material. His eyes were full of gratitude. Originally, this was reserved for the Legion commander to make equipment. I had no right to touch it. But this time, you've made a great contribution. This thing is yours. I'll explain to the Legion commander. Without you, we would have had to endure a few more years of hardship. This is what you deserve. Guzo took the heavy lead box, and even through the specially designed shielding layer, he could feel the powerful spatial energy erupting inside. This was the most critical item for completing the mission. Thanks, Minister Zhu. Gus didn't hesitate and directly put it into his backpack. Stop wasting words, save the sentimental talk for later. Su Kuang waved her hand. Full of boldness, today is a great day. Pass the order, the whole army will hold a victory banquet. Bring out all the exotic beast meat from the warehouse. Tonight, everyone must eat well and drink to their heart's content. Roar! The surrounding warriors roared, their cheers thunderous. The victory banquet was held outdoors at the training ground. Bonfires lit up, and the aroma filled the air. The long-restrained Legion completely let loose this night. As the main character, Guzu naturally became the center of everyone's attention. At first, everyone was still reserved, mindful of his status. After a few drinks, this group of tough men also loosened up. Your Highness, cheers to you. Captain Gu, that move of yours was amazing. How did you train that red dress ghost? A group of soldiers surrounded Guzu, chattering away. Suddenly, a few tall and strong men exchanged glances, chuckled, and charged forward. Brothers, let's lift our champion up. Before he could react, Guzu felt his hands and feet grabbed and was directly thrown high into the night sky. Whoa! A sensation of weightlessness came over him. He looked at the star-filled sky and listened to the cheers around him, his lips unconsciously curling upward. This feeling, so exhilarating. However, just as he was thrown up for the second time, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Stop it, all of you. Zhang Xingson appeared out of nowhere, her face serious as she rushed into the crowd. Put him down immediately. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, she forcefully squeezed through the group of strong men, loudly reprimanding at them. You reckless bunch, that's a mage. What if he hits his head or suffers nerve damage? Is such a precious person meant to be treated like this by you? Zhang Xingson impersonally directed everyone to carefully lay Guzu down, then nervously helped him tidy up his clothes. Her gaze was like she was caring for a rare treasure, afraid of making the slightest mistake. The soldiers exchanged glances, holding back their laughter. Guzu stood there, helplessly raising his hands under Zhang Xin's overly concerned, almost obsessive gaze. On Dr. Zhang, my physique is pretty good, really not that fragile. As the night deepened, the bonfire burned brightly, and the cheers of the God-slain army's celebration echoed continuously, standing among the crowd. Guzu finally felt truly integrated into this big family, thanks to the lively atmosphere and camaraderie of the evening. At the same time, he mentally prepared himself to face the imminent, true transformation belonging to the lure of Calamity. The night after the celebration banquet was not as peaceful as expected. Guzu returned to the spacious standalone villa, thinking he could finally sleep peacefully. However, upon opening the door, he saw Chief of Staff Wang Tianti and leading over a dozen female officers, busily working in the living room. The walls were covered with holographic projection screens displaying complex curves and real-time simulation diagrams. Wang Tianti stood in front of a massive hologram, her expression far more serious than her usual gentle demeanor as a housekeeper, exuding the calmness of a data analyst. She adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and quickly tapped on the virtual keyboard. Young master, although telling you this now might dampen your mood, you must understand just how upcoming job transfer dungeon really is. On a sofa, Su Kuang and Zhongshu's faces also turned serious, completely devoid of their earlier ease. Go ahead. I'm listening. Guzu pulled over a chair and sat down. As Wang Tianti finished speaking, a three-dimensional map appeared before everyone. It depicted a sinister, undeary underground labyrinth, with a complex structure resembling a giant serpent coil beneath the earth. Dungeon named Mist Corridor of the Old Days. Located deep within the abandoned subway lines of Dacheng City in northern Zhejiang. The official difficulty rating is LV15 Nightmare level. One thing to note is that this dungeon is generally designed for a full team of 5 elite players. Data from the past 3 years shows that even with a well-balanced setup, the clearance rate for 5-person teams is less than 10%, while the death rate is as high as 68%. Upon hearing this high mortality rate, Jiangshu couldn't help but shiver, almost dropping the tablet in her hands. In other words, for every 3 teams that enter, are completely wiped out. The dungeon's difficulty is insane, mainly due to the terrain and monster configuration. Wang Tianti and pointed a finger. The map zoomed in. If 3 areas were marked in bright red. The first area, the toxic sewers. This place is filled with corrosive poisonous gas, without advanced antidotes. Just standing here will cause continuous bleeding. Shallow graphic screen displayed a bloated and hideous monster model. Guarding this area is the BOSS Stitched Abomination Patchy, level 15 elite. It is pieced together from corpses, with a health pool of 200,000, and not only has strong regeneration abilities. Even more terrifying is its passive skill Play Cloud, which gives melee classes a headache. It can also use a hook to pull enemies from 30 meters away and unleash brutal combos. Usually if a mage gets hooked, it's instant death. Guzu raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking, isn't this just a beefed-up version of the Butcher? One misstep, and you're dead without a trace. The second area, the Silent Clock Tower, Wang Tianti, and continued switching the screen. What appeared was a ghostly model holding a broken dagger, flickering unpredictably. The BOSS, he was the Shadow Assassin Faceless One. A level 15 Lord tier. Its most annoying traits are its ability to turn invisible and silence enemies. It will randomly stealth, and its next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. The Silent Throat Slash skill can completely prevent mages from casting spells for 5 seconds. For mages, this is practically a nemesis. Even the usually careless Su Kuang furrowed her brows. Physical attacks fear the Stitched Abomination, while this assassin specifically uses silence to target mages. Finally, the target for the class advancement is the ultimate BOSS as of the third area. Wang Tian took a deep breath and summoned a black shadow, its specific form and clear. Abyss Projection LV, Lord level. We don't have detailed data on it, because it is a special BOSS created specifically for the class mission. Based on the level implied by the name, Abyss, its strength definitely surpasses world bosses of the same level. It is highly likely to possess extremely strong control skills and destructive capabilities. Power, space distortion, and even the ability to directly attack the soul. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Even Jiangshu, who had the most confidence in Guzu, felt her throat dry at this moment. Is this still called a class change quest? It's clearly sending a newbie fresh out of the starter village to solo a dragon, and not just 1, but 3 in a row. Is the system broken? So Kuang slammed the table, breaking the silence. Making a mage solo this kind of monster, the first stitched monster is barely manageable. But how do you deal with the second silent assassin? If it gets close and silences you, wouldn't a mage just become a lamb to the slaughter? And then there's that abyss projection or whatever. Su Kuang irritably ruffled her hair. Isn't this just deliberately making it impossible to pass? Seeing Su Kuang more flustered than herself, Guzu felt a warmth in her heart. He smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. Sister Kuang, calm down. Would it still be called the only profession? You can still smile? Su Kuang glared at him angrily. Do you know what this means? A single second of error, and you're dead. Don't worry, Guzu put down the teacup. His tone calm. That Stitch monster, Twitch, will teach it what true poison is. As for that assassin, my bride loves playing hide-and-seek with little mice. In the face of true strength, these monster skills are insignificant. Guzu's words were not blind confidence. He had witnessed the terrifying one-hit kill methods of the Ghost Bride. He had gained a whole new understanding of so-called difficulty. As long as no deity descended for a direct confrontation. At the same level, he was invincible. No, I can trust assured. Su Kuang was not swayed by his confidence. She stood up and paced back and forth in the room, the sound of her high heel striking the floor echoing urgently. There's still one more day tomorrow. She suddenly stopped, determination flashing in her eyes. We'd have to maximize the margin for error. She turned to Jiangshu. Zhaoshu, don't worry about anything else tomorrow. Go to logistics and take out all the tenfold experience scrolls from the warehouse. Take Guzu to the advanced level in area tomorrow. Even if we have to rely on resources, we must ensure he reaches level 15 before entering the dungeon. And also, Su Kuang's gaze was firm as she looked at Guzu. Your current equipment is still at level 10, and its attributes strong enough. I'm going to file a report and ask Koldzu to bring out his level 15 legendary mage set, Wrath of the Stars. That set comes with an invincible shield and teleportation. Its survivability is way better than yours. With this set, plus the level suppression, we might actually have a chance at clearing this dungeon. Guzu listened to Su Kuang's series of arrangements, his expression somewhat peculiar. Sister Kuang, he raised his hand helplessly to interrupt. Thank you for your kindness, but about the equipment, that might not work. What do you mean it won't work? Oldzu dares to refuse. If he refuses, I'll tear down his office. Su Kuang's eyebrows shot up in anger. It's not Minister Zhu's problem. Guzu sighed, reopened the mission panel, and pointed to a line of red text, saying, take a good look at this restriction. Everyone's gaze swept over in unison. Special restriction: the use of any recover potions is prohibited within the dungeon, and no external assistance other than personal summons is allowed. The air instantly froze. Su Kuang's face froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Jiangshu's face twisted even more. What? No external help, not even equipment. What kind of joke is this? It's like sending a warrior to the battlefield, but confiscating his armor and sword, barehanded, owing up against a tank. For a mage who heavily relies on equipment bonuses, without equipment, their magic power, defense, and casting speed would all drop significantly. This is directly cutting off the foundation they depend on to survive. This damn mission. Su Kuang gritted her teeth. Is it trying to get you killed? All the plans were completely disrupted. The method of relying on strong equipment to cover weaknesses was directly rendered useless. Seeing Su Kuang and Jiangshu's expressions, as if facing a great enemy, the atmosphere seemed to grow tense. The sky was so gloomy it weighed heavily on one's mood. I actually became the one comforting others. It's not that serious. I spread my hands and said calmly, the core of my profession is summoning creatures. As long as I don't die, the summoned creatures won't disappear. My summons don't rely on equipment and rebuke bonuses. Their strength lies in their own abilities. As long as I can stay far away and run fast, not having equipment just means a bit less mana, which doesn't matter much. Looking at my relaxed demeanor, Su Kuang was both angry and helpless. She thought to herself, how is this guy's mind wired? How can he stay so calm at a time like this? She let out a long breath, as if trying to expel all the frustration from her chest. Walking up to me, she lowered her voice, yet it carried a chilling, murderous intent. Even though you say so, I still feel it's not safe. Once you go in, no matter how long the mission time limit is, I'll be waiting outside. If you stay inside for more than 3 hours without any movement, or if there are any abnormalities in your vital signs. She paused, then said word by word, I will summon the full heavy firepower of the god-slaying army, along with the spaced, airing device just approved by the military, and directly blast that broken instance open from the outside. No rule restrictions, no system frameworks. Nothing can stop me. If they dare to lay a hand on you or me, I'll blow up the instance along with the entire land of Dachang City. Her words sounded both crazy and bold. The historical cost of violently breaking through system instances was severe. It could even trigger spatial chaos. Looking at her determined eyes, I understood she was serious. To save me, she was willing to risk everything. My heart skipped a beat as I looked at this bossy, somewhat unconventional, but wholeheartedly protective female boss. I felt incredibly warm inside. All right, I smiled, with Sister Kuang's words. If we can't clear this dungeon, I wouldn't have the face to show myself. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, deafening roars echoed from the leveling area outside the Imperial capital. With the help of a tenfold experience scroll, even with the experience penalty, my leveling speed was still incredibly fast. Jiangshu, Being the most reliable support, nervously watched me use the giant shrat to poison the monster groups while busily picking up loot and recording data. I didn't choose those low-level monsters and directly jumped into the level 20 restricted zone. A lack of equipment bonuses did make me feel a bit uncomfortable, but relying on the insane skills of the Ghost Bride and the Plague Source, I still charged forward without hesitation. In the evening, a golden light enveloped me. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to LV15. You have reached the first critical point. Finally maxed out, I exhaled, feeling the surging magic power churning within me. Although I couldn't equip gear, the basic attribute boost from leveling up gave me a sense of relief. While I was frantically leveling up, the external network exploded due to a military directive issued by the god-slain Ari. Dachang City, a second-tier city with millions of residents, has the Mist Corridor of Old Days dungeon within its borders. Though challenging, it is an important resource area for professionals. However, this afternoon, citizens were surprised to find that the usually bustling dungeon entrance square had been sealed off. It wasn't by ordinary police, but by a fully armed military force. The armored vehicles of the strategy department blocked the street intersection, and soldiers set up 3 layers of security lines, driving away anyone within a kilometer. Drones patrolled the area around the clock, tightly guarding the zone. Related posts flooded the online forums. Shocking, the old corridor has been taken over by the military. What on earth happened? Is some big shot coming to clear a dungeon, or has some super strong boss appeared? I'm on site, and this scene is terrifying. A streamer tried to get close to filming, was immediately detained. I heard it's being sealed off specifically for someone. Wow, how influential must they be? Even the mayor's job change didn't get this kind of treatment, right? Speculations ran wild, and heated discussions erupted. Everyone was stunned by this sudden military control. Rumors spread about the discovery of a hidden artifact. Some claimed the dungeon was about to spiral out of control, and others even worried that the dungeon might invade the city. But these speculations were partially confirmed the next morning. At exactly 9 o'clock, the military airport in Dachang City was under significantly higher security levels in the urban area, skimming low over the airport with tight escort formations. Shortly after, a fully black-painted heavy military transport aircraft marked with a bright red 18 on its side slowly landed. Its massive tires screeched against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cabin door opened slowly, and a team of elite guards dressed in black tactical uniforms with cold, sharp gazes swiftly emerged. Following them, Guzu descended the plane calmly, surrounded by numerous senior military officers. Su Kwang, wearing sunglasses and draped in a military coat, exuded an imposing aura akin to a mafia boss. Zhang zinks and adjusted her glasses and revealed a faint smile. The scene was 100 times grander than a celebrity walking the red carpet. Is the convoy ready? Su Kwang removed her sunglasses and coldly asked the local military commander. Commander, everything is ready. The road to the dungeon has been completely cleared, a burly lieutenant colonel responded respectfully. All right, let's go. Su Kwang waved her hand to signal. A row of black bulletproof SSU verses roared to life, their engines merging into a symphony of sound. Guzu got into the central command vehicle, the scenery outside the window quickly retreating. The once bustling streets were now deserted, with soldiers standing guard at every intersection, saluting the convoy. Dozens of black-painted armed helicopters hovered between the skyscrapers, the roar of their rotors echoing. The streets were empty, guarded only by armed soldiers and armored vehicles, creating a formidable deterrent. Citizens hid behind their windows, recording this rare scene with their phones. Quan Ji, isn't this a bit too much? Guzu smiled helplessly. Looking at the tight security outside, I prefer to clear a dungeon, but people outside might think I'm off to save the world. It's not too much. Su Kwang leaned back in her seat and handed him a bottle of ice water. Her gaze was resolute. There are people in this world who envy you, some who might even sabotage you at critical moments. If someone sets an ambush at the entrance, it would be a huge problem. Don't worry about what others say. I just want to ensure everything goes perfectly. Guzo held the cold water bottle, fully aware that this was to intimidate those with ill intentions. The power of the military was evident. Who would dare provoke it lightly? The convoy, like a black dragon, sped along the main road of Dachon City, and finally stopped in front of an abandoned and industrial area surrounded by high walls. This was the entrance to the Corridor of Despair. The rust-covered iron gate creaked open, revealing hundreds of soldiers holding their ground, their gun barrels gleaming coldly. Several futuristic-looking energy vehicles were parked nearby, with thick cables connecting to massive devices. Su Kuang's secretly prepared backup plan, a spatial rift device. If Guzu were to encounter danger, these machines would activate at full power to forcibly break through the instance's spatial barrier. "We're here." Su Kuang stepped out of the vehicle, taking a deep breath of the air teemed with a scent of rust. She turned to look at Guzu, the light-hearted expression on her face replaced by seriousness. "Are you ready?" Guzu adjusted his collar. Though he carried no equipment, his upright posture and calm demeanor surpassed any battle arrow. Any divine gear must inspire confidence. I fixed my gaze on the underground entrance, emitting a faint purple glow and spinning like a black hole, and the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. "Of course." Guzu stepped forward without hesitation. "My little cuties, you must be starving." When my vision cleared again, I found myself standing on an abandoned railway track. The surrounding walls were peeling and mottled, oozing a dark green viscous liquid. The air was icy cold and carried a rancid, sour stench of decay. Without the aid of equipment, I could clearly feel the flow of magic within me was much more obstructed than usual. Clack, 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 a piercing scraping sound came from the shadows. Several swaying figures emerged from behind the abandoned train carriages. They were wandering monsters from the dungeon, called rotting wraiths. There are as many as 15 levels. The eye sockets of these monsters flicker with ghostly blue flames, and their shriveled flesh clings tightly to their skeletons. Name Rotting Wraith. Level 15 normal. Skill Shadow Assault. Soul Grasp. Trait 20% physical attack damage reduction. The moment the wraith spotted me, a piercing roar erupted from their hollow throats. Their figures instantly turned into blurred after images, charging fiercely toward me. I stood still, a faint smile on my lips. "Family, come out and get to work." As soon as the words fell, two extremely oppressive auras suddenly spread out from behind me. The eerie bride, dressed in a blood-red wedding gown, silently floated to the left, her red veil trembling slightly amid ghostly wind. Meanwhile, Her touched his neck, revealing a row of sharp yellow teeth, sneakily glancing around cautiously on the right. As soon as these two god-level beings appeared, the aggressive wandering spirits immediately froze. Perhaps they didn't know what fear was in life, but at this moment, the trembling instinct of living creatures erupted instantly. The wandering spirits reacted, as if they had encountered mortal enemies, the blue ghostly flames in their eyes flickering violently, their bodies involuntarily retreating. A minor riot event has been successfully triggered. Talent Calamity Growth Concept Level has been activated. Panic Value 1, Experience 30. Panic Value 1, Experience 30. Panic Value 1, Experience 30. Ding. Level has reached the job transfer threshold level 15. Kill experience will be reduced according to the rules. I glanced through the system notifications and smiled helplessly. Twitch began to move, with toxins spreading wildly within his body. Killed Rotten Wraith, Experience 1. Killed Rotten Wraith, Experience 1. After all that effort, only 1 point of experience, so stingy. I shook my head. The level cap had locked the gains. However, despite the low experience, the growth experience brought by Calamity Growth kept increasing. Although the increments were small each time, they added up over time, making the long-term gains quite decent. Stop dawdling. Push forward. I issued the calm and calmly. In my opinion, this so-called nightmare difficulty is no match for me as long as there aren't any absurd silent skills. Twitch let out a strange cry and slipped into the shadows in an instant. The toxin spread rapidly between the narrow tracks, and the level 15 ordinary monsters couldn't even catch a glimpse of me before turning into a puddle of black sludge. A ghost bride was even simpler and more brutal. She slowly raised her snow-white, translucent palm and gently crested toward the dense swarm of wandering souls ahead. An invisible ripple spread out, striking deep into the soul, and in an instant, the entire corridor fell silent. I strolled through the garden of my backyard, stepping over the foul-smelling remains scattered everywhere. The pace of progress was like a bulldozer rolling through. If outside experts saw this, they would probably be shocked. Passing through the dimly lit transfer hall, a massive arched tyrant appeared ahead. Before even getting close, a nauseating stench hit me in the face. The smell was a mix of dead fish, excrement, and the stench of severely decayed corpses, so strong it made it hard to keep my eyes open. Behind the iron door was a spacious sewer hub. In the center, a mountain-like pile of corpses was stacked, and I was just about to. At the peak of the corpse mountains, and a massive and terrifying monster, named Stitch Corpse Demon Patch. Level L V15 Elite BOSS. Health 250,250,000. Status effects: Jagged Grappling Hook, Crushing Dismemberment, Dual Resistance Boost, Toxic Spread. In my eyes, its body was pieced together from countless dismembered limbs of different races, with pale yellow mucus oozing from every stitch seam. Its left hand gripped a rusty long-handled hook chain, while its right hand held a massive steel boning knife. Its stomach was split open with a large gash, crawling with countless maggots inside a truly revolting sight. As I approached, it let out an earth-shaking roar, its massive body rolling off the pile of corpses, causing the ground to tremble with a deep rumble. "Is that all you've got?" I couldn't help but pinch my nose in disgust, though it was nauseating. To be honest, it was just a slightly larger monster. "Twitch, don't let that filthy hand touch me. Drag it around, keep it occupied," I instructed while retreating 50 meters behind a stone pillar, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Darling, give me an opening quickly. Don't waste time, this place stinks too much," Twitch responded, as deadly toxins rapidly spread, suffocating Patch completely. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away in Beichuan province from Dachang City, in the center of Beichuan City. This is the headquarters of the transfers in Beichuan province. It was in a state of utter chaos. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. A uniformed staff member, face full of panic, clutching a stack of blue files, disregarded formalities, and abruptly pushed open the office door of Director Yang Tiancheng. "Director, something major has happened." Liang Yancheng frowned deeply. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with graying temples, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. "Why the rush?" He put down his pen, his gaze steady. "Apologies, Director, but this matter is extremely dangerous." A staff member spread the documents across the desk, pointing to several photos. "Just now, we detected intense spatial fluctuations on the outskirts of Beichuan City. A new secret realm entrance that appeared just yesterday." "New secret realm?" Liang Yancheng took the photo, and his expression immediately turned grave after just one glance. In the photo, a massive grave vortex with a diameter of over 100 meters had appeared in the wilderness north of Beichuan City. The space around the vortex seemed to be covered by a distorted mosaic. Vegetation withered instantly, and the soil turned ashen gray. "This is..." Liang Yancheng stared at the photo, his fingers trembling slightly. "A Calamity-level secret realm." "Yes, Director. The instrument data shows that the energy signature matches the highly dangerous and bizarre Calamity-level secret realms recorded in our archives, with a 98% similarity. Danger level: extremely high." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Liang Yancheng suddenly stood up, a flash of fear in his eyes. In the world of job changers, secret realms were classified by levels. In ordinary secret realms, the monsters had flesh and blood, powerful but could be overcome with firepower or high-level professionals. Calamity-level secret realms, however, were entirely different. The monsters here are mostly ethereal spirits or bizarre enemies beyond common understanding. Physical attacks are completely ineffective, and mental attacks are absorbed by the rules of the secret realm. Liang Yancheng muttered to himself, "If this secret realm cannot be closed in a short time, the disaster rules will affect reality. By then, the millions of people in Beichuan City will be drawn into that eerie space." In his mind, he recalled the painful memories from decades ago. The neighboring Sakura Nation once experienced the Night Parade of 100 Demons incident. That disaster-level secret realm erupted suddenly in the heart of Metropolis. At the time, the local professionals were unprepared, and within 3 days, the entire city turned into a ghost town. To this day, it remains a desolate place no one dares to set foot in, shrouded in thick fog that blocks out the sun, hiding countless monsters that can never be eradicated. To resolve the crisis, Sakura Nation, in collaboration with multiple countries, dispatched several level 90 saints, yet still lost through them just to barely seal the secret realm. This time, Baichuan must avoid repeating the same tragedy. The entire country is suffering immense pain. This disaster feels like a global nightmare. Has the news been blocked? Yan Tianqing anxiously turned his head and asked. It has been completely blocked, but this thing has such a huge impact, and it probably won't stay hidden for long, the staff member replied. Moreover, the 20-person exploration team stationed nearby lost all vital signs the moment the secret realm appeared. He continued. When the secret realm first appeared, 7 or 8 teams went in to investigate, but now not a single person has come back alive. The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. They didn't even manage to send out a single distress signal. And one of the team captains was a 4th-tier berserker. What? Lian Yanshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. A 4th-tier warrior, considered a top expert outside, was annihilated silently in just an instant. Contact a military immediately. At the same time, issue an emergency recruitment order. Gather all 5th-tier and above experts in the province, especially those with holy or exorcist professions. Miao Diansheng propped himself against the table, his face ashen. We absolutely cannot let this thing spread out from the northern suburbs. Even if it costs lives, we must find its source. Also, report to the Imperial Capital Headquarters immediately and request reinforcements. The situation in Baichuan might require their intervention. Orders were issued one after another, and the once peaceful Baichuan city instantly entered the highest level of combat readiness. Military trucks loaded with powerful professionals headed to the northern suburbs one after another. Meanwhile, in the corridor of despair, the stench of decay still lingered. The stitched abomination Patchy was filled with rage. Its already hideous face twisted into an even more grotesque expression, while the massive gash on its belly opened and closed, spewing yellow, green acidic mist. As the top overlord of the dungeon, it had never been so frustrated as it was today. The troublesome enemies left it completely powerless, as if punching with all its might into a mass of cotton. Roar! It let out a furious roar, its body suddenly swelling as a dark red blood glow enveloped it entirely. Berserk mode activated, instantly doubling its attack power and speed. Accompanied by the sound of chains scraping, the massive bone hook in his left hand tore through the air like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Guzu's throat. The speed of this strike was astonishing, leaving a trail of after-images in the air. An ordinary mage likely wouldn't even have time to react before the sharp barbed hook pierced through their chest, dragging them away to be torn to pieces. However, Guzu remained completely unflustered, hands in his pockets, standing steadily. Just as the bone hook was about to touch the tip of Guzu's nose, the surrounding space rippled with gray waves, as if some kind of rule had descended. The originally hard weapon was instantly covered with red rust, which then spread rapidly like a plague, causing the entire bone hook to decay in weather at high speed. Platter, less than 3 inches from Guzu, the bone hook completely disintegrated into a pile of iron dust and powder. Drifting down, Patch's murky eyeballs suddenly bulged, his mind blank, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Clearly, in the domain of Calamity, such malicious physical rules were suppressed and rendered ineffective by a higher level power. Hey buddy, it seems your toy is broken, Guzu mocked softly. The eerie bride suddenly appeared, her red figure swiftly closing in like a ghost. Patch swung the massive boning knife, trying to smash her, but the blade seemed to cut through air, passing directly through the body of the eerie bride. Physical immunity is the most infuriating aspect of eerie-type summons. Before Patch could recover from the mist ring, a sinister cackle rose from beneath his feet. Try this. Twitch silently slipped behind Patch, pointing the human bone staff at the ground beneath him. Puff, puff. Several drops of dark green slime dripped onto the ground, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The toxin rapidly accumulated in Patch's body, instantly freezing it stiff. I glanced at the deep purple skull mark above its head and snapped my fingers lightly. Detonate. Twitch immediately cooperated with an exaggerated explosion gesture. Boom. A muffled sound of flesh and blood bursting echoed, and Patch's massive, obese body was instantly torn into pieces by countless toxic gases. Green poisonous mist spewed out from every crevice, not even giving it a chance to let out a final scream. The over 200 0 health points were instantly reduced to 0. The enormous corpse collapsed like a toppled mountain, splashing filthy water everywhere, and dissolved into countless points of light and disappeared. Ding! Killed LV-15 Elite, BOSS Stitched Abomination Patch. Ding! You have reached the job change bottleneck and cannot gain experience points. Ding! Dropped item Gluttony Ring Legendary. Ding! Dropped item Abyssal Demon Ness Stomach Pouch Legendary Material. 2 dazzling golden lights shone on the filthy ground. I stepped forward, ignoring the dirty water on the ground, and reached out to pick up the 2 spoils. I have to say, although this hidden class is hard to level up and the quests are insane, the drop rate definitely has let me down. The first item is a ring with a medieval-style appearance, entirely dark red, with a demon face carved on the ring face, its mouth wide open. Gluttony Ring. Quality Legendary. Part Ring. Level. LV-15. Attributes Constitution 200, Strength 200. Special Effect 1 Greed Passive restores 3% of maximum health and mana. Special Effect to Gluttony Shield Active consumes 30% of current health to generate a shield equal to 300% of the consumed health, lasting 10 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Top notch. My eyes lit up as I immediately put on the ring. For my current level, sustainability and survival are always the top priorities. This ring not only provides extremely high constitution and strength, but the passive effect of restoring health and mouth in enemies is simply a leveling artifact. The active shield skill can save my life at critical moments. Then, I looked at another dropped item. It was a dry, leather-like black pouch, but it felt unusually heavy, as if it contained endless space inside. Stomach pouch of the Abyssal Demon Legendary Material. Description: the core organ of the Abyssal Glutton, possessing the ability to devour and transform everything. It is a top-tier material for crafting space-related equipment or expanding backpack capacity, and can also serve as a catalyst for advanced alchemy. This thing, I calculated in my mind. Although I don't lack space equipment, this kind of legendary material with abyssal attributes is definitely a rare and valuable commodity. Previously, winning $1 million prize in the martial arts competition was an astronomical figure for ordinary people. But for professional players, especially top-tier ones, it was at most just enough to buy a few bottles of high-grade potions. So there's no such thing as too much money. As the saying goes, having many skills may not weigh you down, but at its core, having more money definitely doesn't. This item, if taken to the auction house, would have the starting price of at least $5 million. It could even be bid up to tens of millions. I contentedly stored the material into my backpack. This isn't even a dungeon, it's more like a supply run, and one with an exclusive monopoly on highly profitable goods. Let's go to the next level. I clap my hands without a hint of hesitation, and lead the 2 recently well-fed, summoned creatures through the rusty iron door at the end of the sewer. Pushing open the iron door, the scene before me instantly transformed. A narrow and dark sewer had disappeared, replaced by an extremely spacious underground area. The guards standing near by joked and teased a bit. But those who knew her well understood that this hot-tempered female major general was far from common sight. Her gaze would unconsciously drift toward the entrance of the replica, emitting an eerie glow, glancing at it every few seconds. An hour had already passed. For a nightmare-level job traits for replica that no one had ever cleared. This was just the beginning, and the time was still short. Yet the sense of complete loss of control over the situation had already made Su Kwang restless. Beside her, Zhang Zainsen was staring at a portable microscope, studying the data samples left behind during Guzu's battle, occasionally exclaiming softly. Zhang Shu held a tablet computer, scrolling through the military department's internal forum with a bored expression. As Su Kwang's personal adjutant, she didn't have to risk her life personally, but the waiting process was equally tortuous. Huh? Zhang Shu's finger paused on the screen, as she softly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Is it another brainless guy on the forum bad-mouthing our crown prince? Su Kwang looked up and asked casually. No, it's not about Guzu. Zhang Shu raised her head, her expression turning serious. Kwang Ji, Zinzin Ji. You both need to look at this. She handed over the tablet. On the screen was the military department's highest-level emergency notification, with only one pinned urgent announcement. S-Class Emergency Report: an unknown disaster-level secret realm has erupted in Beichuar Province. Codename Ashes. Current status: extremely dangerous. A White Tiger Legion's vanguard has lost contact, and there's also a 4th-tier berserker inside. Impact range: spreading toward Beichuan City at a speed of 1 kilometer per hour. Su Kuang took the tablet and quickly browsed through the content. The laziness on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. Zhang Xingchen also leaned in. When she saw serious terms like disaster level and rule-based, a trace of surprise flashed in her usually cold eyes. Disaster level secret realm. Zhang Xingchen adjusted her glasses, her voice heavy since the ghostly night walk in Sakura country 3 years ago. This is the first time such a dangerous secret realm has appeared domestically. The monsters in this kind of secret realm are all spirit entities, immune to all physical attacks, and capable of distorting the rules of reality. Conventional firepower is completely ineffective instead. It only accelerates the monster's spread. Su Kuang furrowed her brows, tapping her fingers lightly on the tabletop. The White Tiger Legion happens to be training over there, although their commander, Sun Honlei, isn't much. His soldiers are tough as nails. How could they fail to even hold their ground against the enemy's shadow? Zhang Shu swallowed hard and flipped to the next page of the battle report. The report says they didn't see the enemy at all. As soon as they entered that gray font, all communication devices failed, and the life sign monitors immediately dropped to 0. It was as if some invisible force completely erased their existence. The atmosphere in the calm and center instantly became as heavy as an ice cellar. This invisible fear was far more helpless than facing an army of thousands. Su Kuang was silent for a few seconds and threw the tablet back into Zhang Shu's hands. These things are not something we should worry about right now. She leaned back into the chair again, her gaze firmly locked on that dark door. No matter how bad things get, there will always be stronger ones to step up. Those old guys in the military and the national-level experts will handle it. We have only one ask. She pointed at that door. Wait for Gu Zhu to come out. Before he comes out, even if the entire Beichuan province falls, we won't move. That being said, Su Kuang and Zhang Xingchen exchanged a glance, both seeing deep worry in each other's eyes. The appearance of a catastrophic secret realm often signifies that major events are about to unfold. And Gu Zhu, the man with the profession of master catastrophes, is his appearance a coincidence or destiny? Hundreds of kilometers away, in the northern suburbs of Beichuan City, the sky was shrouded in thick, ashen clouds, and the once vibrant forest was now withered on yellow. It was as if all life had been drained away. Inside a temporarily constructed frontline command center, the atmosphere was unbearably heavy and oppressive. Countless. The red light on the instrument kept flashing, and the piercing alarm sounded wave after wave. Sun Yuchuan, the deputy commander of the White Tiger Legion, stood heavily in front of the holographics and table, his brows tightly furrowed. Still no contact with Wang Hu and his team, he suddenly asked, breaking the silence in the calm of post. A communications officer removed his headset and recorded with a slightly unsteady voice. Report, Deputy Commander. All signal channels are filled with static. No effective communication has been established. Moreover, based on the footage sent back by the last drone, the officer's voice trembled. It seems like something is moving within the gray mist. What? Sun Yuchuan's eyes widened sharply. Before the words were finished, the energy fluctuation observer reported loudly, detected another surge in the secret realm's energy levels. The gray mist is spreading faster, and its affected range has already breached the 1-kilometer warning line. So fast? Sun Yuchuan stared at the black area on the sand table, spreading like ink, his frown deepening. This eerie secret realm was far more troublesome than they had anticipated. Immediately issue the order, all heavy artillery, open fire. Target the Vortex Center fighter until ammunition is depleted. He commanded in a deep voice. Have the 3rd Regiment send another 25-man team inside to scout. Tell them not to go deep. Just gather intelligence from the perimeter. Understood. As the order was given, hundreds of heavy cannons roared in unison on the outskirts of Beichuan City. Shells tore through the sky, bombarding the eerie gray mist. However, under the illumination of the explosions. The gray mist not only failed to dissipate but instead surged more fiercely, like an enraged beast. As if from the depths of hell, echoed lowly in everyone's ears. Guzu pushed open the rusty iron door. In a smell of aged machine, what all mixed with moldy dust hit him, making his throat immediately feel itchy. This was area to the silent clock tower. The name sounded poetic, but in reality, it was just an abandoned and mechanical factory. The massive bronze gears on the walls, which hadn't turned in years, were as large as millstones and emitted a teeth-grinding creak, as if protesting Guzu's unwelcome intrusion. A spiral stone staircase wound upward, leading to the dark dome, where a faint light could be seen. Did the dungeon designer not understand lighting? Guzu muttered as he stepped forward, hands in his pockets, making it this eerie saving electricity doesn't work like this. Just 2 steps forward, a few wandering souls holding broken daggers jumped out from his shadows. Guzu didn't even lift an eyelid. The eerie bride behind him gently waved her red sleeve, and those monsters vanished instantly, like graffiti erased by a rubber. Experience points 1. The prompt sound in his ear was faint, but Guzu couldn't help but curl his lips. Although stuck at the bottleneck of job transition and unable to absorb experience, seeing the panic value gradually increase felt as satisfying as watching a bank account balance grow. He charged forward, cutting through gargoyles hanging upside down from the ceiling and shadow spiders hidden in the gaps of gears. Against the combination of Guzu, the eerie bride, and the little mouse, none of them stood a chance. Guzu even had the leisure to study the murals on the walls, which could only be described as having an artistic sense as pure as a kindergarten child's graffiti. 10 minutes later, he reached the top floor of the clock tower. The air here was even colder, and the massive pendulum swung overhead, emitting a deep, muffled roar. They're here. Guzu stopped, his gaze locking onto the shadow in the center of the clock tower. The air suddenly twisted, as if something was squeezing out from another dimension. A humanoid monster draped in a black cloak with a blank face slowly emerged. The dagger in its hand was surrounded by visible black mist, accompanied by occasional piercing wails. Shadow Assassin Faceless One Lord, Level BOSS. Level LV15. HP 180,180 Status Stealth, Silent Throat Slash. Backstab Fatal Strike. This guy doesn't even have a face, truly faceless. I looked at its bare face and couldn't help but laugh. Saves a lot of trouble. The model designer must have had an easier time. It seemed to understand my sarcasm, as the blank face of the faceless one suddenly split open, letting out a piercing scream. The next second, its figure rapidly faded into the air and completely disappeared. Invisibility. This is the most annoying ability of assassinate bosses. For ordinary mages, this is nothing short of a nightmare. You never know where the knife will suddenly strike from. That kind of unknown fear is enough to cause spellcasting errors. But I'm different. Squeak squeak. Twitch, who had been by my feet all along, suddenly let out a sharp cry. A trace of panic flashed in its tiny, bean-sized eyes. In a void, without any warning, a cold gleam appeared behind Twitch. This guy actually didn't go for the back line first, but attacked the little cat instead. It seems Twitch's sneaky appearance really makes it easy to attract trouble. Touching my mouse, I raised an eyebrow. Before the dagger could pierce, the eerie bride's figure instantly appeared behind Twitch. The unnaturally pale hand directly grabbed the faceless one's wrist. Resentment lock activated. Like a scorching iron dropped into cold water. Black smoke rose from the faceless one's wrist. Its previously invisible form was forcibly dragged out, and its 180,000 HP are rapidly drained under the corrosion of the eerie wedding dress. Clearly, the faceless one hadn't expected the red-clad ghost woman to be this tough. It suddenly broke free from the restraint and disappeared into the darkness once again. This time, it got smarter. Since it couldn't touch the summoned creatures, it decided to take out the summoner first. No matter how strong the summoned creatures are, the summoner's body is always the weakest. That's the rule. As long as it kills me, these terrified summoned creatures will naturally disappear. A faint triple flashed through the air. I stood still, pretending not to notice. At the moment when the shadow behind me overlapped with the clock tower's pillar, a black dagger, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, struck straight at my back with deadly chill. The strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. It also carried a silence effect if it hit. Not only would it deal massive critical damage, but it would also seal all my skills. But I didn't dodge. I didn't even activate the defensive mechanism of Domain of Calamity. Perfect, let's try this new skill. I focused my thoughts and activated Void Refraction. Clang. A crisp metallic clash rang out. The dagger capable of cutting through steel suddenly stopped if 1 centimeter away from my robe, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Immediately after, a bizarre scene unfolded. Under the absolute invincibility judgment of Domain of Calamity, a large outerja appeared above my head. At the same time, a bright red number floated above the Faceless One's head. 18,000. Roar? The Faceless One let out a painful groan, as if his wrist had been shattered by a strong counterforce, and his entire body uncontrollably flew backward. For the first time, that black face showed a trace of bewilderment. What's going on? I clearly struck him, yet I'm the one bleeding, and it's a tenfold rebound. I stared at the scene, my eyes instantly lighting up like light bulbs. This skill is pretty impressive. The book Void Refraction that old Jane gave me originally had the effect of reflecting received damage proportionally, but in my Domain of Calamity, this move triggered an miraculous chemical reaction. Because I'm invincible, I don't lose health. The attack judgment still takes effect, and the skill reflection succeeds. In other words, I've taken the attack. The skill activates the reflection, but I remain unharmed. Isn't this the perfect counterattack? Maybe you won't profit, but you'll lose everything. This is practically like using cheats. Guzu laughed. This doesn't look like a mage at all. It's clearly an iron-armored beast covered in spikes. Come on, don't hold back. Hit me with 2 more strikes, and I promise I won't counterattack. The Faceless One, though not very bright, could sense that the situation was turning bad. It hesitated for a moment, trying to sneak around for an ambush. Slash! Another blade cut through. Guzu remained motionless, even considering pulling out some sunflower seeds from his bag to snack on. 21,000. The Faceless One's health bar dropped by more than half again. This time, even the edge of its dagger chipped. The scene became particularly comical. The top-level boss of this nightmare-level dungeon was frantically jumping and slashing around, desperately attacking a mage who stood motionless. As a result, the more it fought, the weaker it became, draining its own health completely. Meanwhile, the mage's face was full of a kind and gentle smile, with an encouraging look as if saying, "Keep it up. You're the chubby's tea." "That's too unfair," Guzu exclaimed. "If I encounter high critical assassins in the future, I could just stand there and let them slash at me. They wouldn't be able to break through my defense, even if they exhaust themselves, and they'd end up being killed by the rebound damage." This is the power of legendary level skills combined with advanced talents, completely unreasonable. Less than a minute, as a Faceless One swung its final desperate strike. Its remaining health was completely drained by the rebound damage. But this unlucky boss, full of grievances, dissolved into a sky full of black mist and disappeared. On the ground, clang, to pieces of equipment with an orange glow dropped. Guzu happily walked over to pick them up. Cloak of the Faceless One Legendary. Increases dodge rate by 30% when worn. Active skill Void Walk Race Invisibility for 3 seconds. Dagger of Shadows Legendary increases critical damage by 50% and adds a bleeding effect. Hit the jackpot again. Guzu put on the cloak. Although its attributes were temporarily restricted, the design was so cool that he absolutely had to wear it to show off. As for the dagger, though it was useless for a mage, selling it to the wealthy assassins could definitely get him a seaside mansion. Let's go. Time to take down the last big guy. Guzu clapped his hands, feeling great. With the counter-damage mechanism, he felt more confident about dealing with the upcoming abyss projection. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in the northern outskirts wilderness of Beichuan province, the sky was a dull gray, like a lead block pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The once lush forest was now completely dead. The tree roots, ashen white like burned bones. The area was shrouded in mist, with extremely low visibility. The thick, gray fog not only obscured vision, but also seemed alive, creeping into people's nostrils and ears, sending chills down their spines. ZZ. A captain of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Special Operations Battalion of the White Tiger Legion's 3rd Regiment, Wang Hu, was vigorously slapping the communicator in his hand. Inside, there was only chaotic static. Even military-grade anti-interference equipment was rendered useless here. "Captain, are we retreating or not?" The adjutant's voice trembled, gripping the greatsword tightly in his hands. Wang Zhu, standing at 9 meters tall, was a fourth-tier berserker, usually exuding a fierce aura that no one dared to provoke. But at this moment, looking at the deathly silence around him, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This place was truly strange. Their elite squad of 25 had just stepped into the gray mist area. As if cut off from the outside world, the compass spun wildly, and the electronic map malfunctioned. Even their sense of direction began to fade. "Don't even think about retreating. Without orders, hold your reconnaissance position even if it kills you." Wang Hu shouted loudly to bolster his courage. "Groups of 3, back to back. Don't get separated." At that moment, a faint, indistinct sound came from deep within the mist. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound was sharp and piercing, stabbing into their hearts. That was the sound of a Suane. In this eerie place, how could there be the sound of a Suane? Moreover, the melody didn't sound festive at all. Instead, it sent chills down the spine. "Everyone, stay alert." Wang Hu roared, his entire body suddenly surging with power, ready to face the unknown threat. The surrounding mist began to disperse, everyone gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Amid the rolling fog, a glaring red suddenly appeared in the gray-white world. It was a sedanch air, a bright red bridle set and embroidered with golden mandarin ducks. But it was dilapidated, not touching the ground, floating in mid-air. There were no festive ribbons around. Only paper money fluttering in the air, round with square holes, the deathly white paper money drifting like snowflakes, filling half the sky. "What is this thing?" A young soldier's teeth chattered. The scene was too overwhelming. The bright red bridal sedan and the deathly white paper money formed a stark contrast, making one feel nauseous at first glance. "Don't look, everyone, don't look at that sedan." Wang Hu suddenly realized the danger, shouting hoarsely, "This is mental contamination. Close your eyes immediately." But it was already too late. In the team, the soldier who had transitioned to a mage suddenly started convulsing, his eyes bloodshot, his eyeballs almost bulging out. The corners of his mouth twisted into a terrifyingly eerie smile, saliva dripping from the edge of his lips. A joyous occasion. Boom! Orange red flames erupted without warning. "Aha!" A scream instantly tore through the silence. Two prepared soldiers were immediately engulfed by the flames, turning into human fireballs, writhing in agony on the ground. "Liu Qiang, are you crazy?" Wang Hu roared, attempting to rush over and stop him. At that moment, the large red sedan chair seemed to be startled by the commotion, and its curtains moved without any wind. The palanquin bearers hidden in the mist finally revealed themselves. For paper figures dressed in mandarin jackets, with ghastly pale faces and to read dots painted on them, stood there. Their toes barely touched the ground, their bodies floating lightly as if weightless. As the Suane sound became urgent, the 4 paper sent and carriers simultaneously turned their heads, staring intently at the living person. The next second, they moved more accurately. They floated over. Their speed defied all logic. Poof! A firefighter didn't even see what happened, only feeling a chill on his neck. The hand of the paper sitting carrier was like a sharp pair of scissors, effortlessly severing his carotid artery. Blood spurted out, staining the paper money on the ground. "Read. Fire! Open fire for me!" Wang Hu's eyes burned with fury as he swung his battle axe fiercely at the nearest paper figure. Slash! The battle axe struck the opponent, but the sensation was strange, like chopping into a ball of cotton. The paper figure was only sliced open slightly, revealing no flesh inside, just bamboo strips and glue. It wasn't staggered, and with a backhand grab, it left 5 deep claw marks on Wang Hu's chest armor. Immune to physical attacks, Wang Hu's heart sank completely. Amid the eerie sound of the Suane, more and more soldiers lost control. Some started hacking at each other, some knelt and bowed to the bridal sedan, and some desperately fired into the air. Just as the elite's clod was about to collapse, the Suane sound suddenly shifted, its tune changing from sharp to low and mournful, filled with the aura of death. From the other side of the mist, a group of soldiers slowly emerged, dressed in white mourning clothes, holding soul-summoning banners, their faces expressionless. With every step they took, the surrounding temperature plummeted. On one side was the dazzling, unbeery red wedding procession. On the other was the cold and sinister white funeral procession. Caught in the middle, we were like an ink squeeze between two massive boulders. Looking at the fallen comrades, the paper money fluttering in the air, and the white funeral banners, Wayne who froze for a moment. "Captain, I want to go home," a trembling voice said. The adjutant fell into a pool of blood, his gaze gradually fading. But at this moment, Wang, whose face bore a strange cold smile, and the battle axe in his hand hung limply, outside the outskirts of Beichuan, amidst the gray mist. As a final scream abruptly ceased, the sound of the Sioux on a gradually faded into the distance. All that remained was the chaos on the ground and the paper money drifting in the air, as if laying the final farewell shroud over the squad. After the squad was completely annihilated, the terrifying red and white collision procession that struck fear into all did not stop. On the contrary, their once ethereal figures became more distinct, and the sound of the Sioux on A grew sharper and more piercing. The gray-white wasteland began to move. The gray mist, originally confined to a few kilometers, seemed to absorb some sacrificial power and started to spread wildly outward. Its speed rapidly increased, transforming from a slow crawl to a visible sprint. The trees touched by the gray mist instantly lost their color, their leaves turned yellow and curled. Trunks cracked and weathered, eventually becoming fragile and gray-white like brittle bones. The land lost its vitality, insects ceased their chirping. Birds only had time to stiff on mid-air before plummeting to the ground. This is the most unreasonable aspect of a disaster-level secret realm. The rules here are forcibly altered. The laws of the living vanish, and death becomes the only truth. 500 meters away from the edge of the gray mist, at the temporary defense line, Sun Yuchuan was holding binoculars, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Damn it, this speed is way too fast." In his field of vision, the gray mist symbolizing death was approaching the defense line at an astonishing speed. The surface of the defensive structures in contact with the mist instantly became mottled and crumbled, as if weathered by centuries. "Open fire. Keep suppressing it," Sun Yuchuan ordered grimly. "We absolutely cannot let it breach the warning line. Beyond that is the Beichuan City Ring Expressway." Boom! The thunderous sound of heavy artillery echoed. Shells rained down into the gray mist like a storm, but despairingly, as soon as the shells touched the mist. The fire, explosions, and shockwaves were all swallowed, as if they had never occurred, leaving only faint wisps of smoke drifting away. The laws of physics completely fail here. Thermal weapons are nothing more than powerless toys in this mysterious domain. Deputy Commander, the first line of defense has lost contact. The communicator took off his headset, his face growing increasingly pale. Monitoring equipment shows that the vital signs of all 300 guarding soldiers had disappeared, instantly dropping to zero. Just 1 second, 1 second of contact, and 300 vibrant waves vanished silently without even having time to activate their skills. Sun Yuchuan's face turned ashen, knowing the situation had deteriorated beyond recovery. He understood that if they didn't act swiftly, at the rate this gray fog was spreading, it would invade the northern district of Beichuan City within 2 hours at most, putting millions of lives at catastrophic risk. "Retreat," he gritted his teeth. His voice squeezed out through clenched jaws, and raised his tone. "Fall back 5 kilometers across the entire line. Establish the second line of defense immediately. Notify the city, sound the air raid alarm, and evacuate the residents of the northern district immediately. Hurry. Connect to the Imperial Capital's Strategic Department hotline." Although the military had promptly cut off civilian communications in the area and sealed off information completely. But in this era of information explosion happening on the outskirts of a city with a population of millions, trying to completely conceal the news is nothing but a pipe dream. In Beichuan city center, had spread like an invisible virus through the internet and airwaves, reaching every corner faster than the expansion of the gray fog. The first alarm was raised by residents in the northern suburbs who captured images of the sky darkening gray cloud. In a photo, the originally blue sky was half devoured by something resembling mold, oppressive and terrifying. Soon, various messages went viral on social media and local forums, and the panic escalated rapidly. This sound. It feels like a war is happening. Don't even mention it. My cousin works in the traffic police department, and he said all the roads leading to the northern suburbs are completely sealed off. with armed soldiers guarding them. My house is right next to the Ring Road highway, and I swear I just heard the sound of Suwane. Hearing it in broad daylight sent chills down my spine. And that thick gray fog is drifting this way. Although online administrators tried their best to delete posts, the sheer number of them made it impossible to clean up in time. Before long, a blurry video broke through the blockade and was uploaded to the country's largest social platform, SSS Entertainment. The video seemed to be secretly filmed with a high-powered telescope. In the footage, at the edge of the rolling gray mist, a red bridal sedan chair could be faintly seen swaying unsteadily in midair. Paper money was flying everywhere. Several fully armed soldiers caught fire strangely upon contact with the paper money or collapsed directly to the ground. The video lasted only 5 seconds before being forcibly taken down, but those brief 5 seconds caused an uproar. Bichu on strange event. Disaster level, secret realm. 100 ghosts appear. These topics instantly dominated the top of the trending list, accompanied by the striking explosive symbol. Really? It looks exactly like the video from 3 years ago in Sakura country. Don't scare me, I'm still on a business trip in Bichu. Is it still possible to fly back in time? Even if you want to go back, it's difficult. The train stations and airports have already been sealed off. What about the military? Why haven't they taken action yet? How can they let that thing enter the city? You don't understand. For this kind of disaster, sending regular troops is just sending them to their death. You need real experts, but time is already running out. Panic erupted online. Supermarkets in Bichu were empty, and lines of cars stretched several streets at gas stations. Everyone wanted to escape this city on the verge of being swallowed by a nightmare. Overseas, the video also went viral on social media. However, unlike the tension and anxiety domestically, foreign netizens mostly displayed a schadenfreude attitude, treating it as entertainment. On a major forum in the lighthouse country, please, at least this strange event happened in SSS. The professionals they usually brag about are going to be embarrassed this time. Based on data analysis, this kind of energy wave can't be stopped without tactical nuclear weapons. SSS is in big trouble this time. Strongly recommend sealing the borders to prevent this thing from getting out. The Sakura country's internet is even livelier, with many people gloating as if they can finally understand the pain they experienced 3 years ago. The eyes of the world are all focused on this ancient eastern country, focused on the city of Bichu. Some are praying, some are watching, and some are secretly preparing. The imperial capital, the highest command center of the SSS Empire, the building that controls the empire's highest military authority, is currently filled with a suffocating atmosphere. On the top floor of Conference Room 1, a massive circular holographic screen is broadcasting the brutal scenes from the outskirts of Bichu in real time. The ever-expanding black area resembles an unsightly scar, piercing the hearts of everyone present. At the end of the conference table sits an elderly man in a Zongshan suit, his hair straight with gray but his spirit sharp. It is Li Weiguo, the minister of the Empire's strategic department. To his left is the familiar Deputy Minister Shane Daozhuan, and to his right is Deputy Chief of Staff Shane Zhen, dressed in military uniform with 3 golden stars on his shoulders. Suddenly, a solemn report from Sun Yuchuan comes through the conference room. Speaker's conventional firepower has no effect at all, not even slowing it down. We also deployed senior military mages for elemental bombardment. But as soon as the gray mist enters the attack range, all elemental magic immediately loses control and dissipates. Minister, I must be honest, even if we send the entire White Tiger army of tens of thousands of elite soldiers, I fear we won't be able to stop it from entering the city. Requesting support, we need a force that can truly contend with the rules. The report concluded, and the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. The constantly ticking countdown on the screen reminded everyone that time was running out. Li Weiguo finally spoke, his voice low and resolute. Everyone, the situation is right before us. His attitude was firm, without a trace of panic. The anomaly in Bichu is an extremely rare and bizarre disaster, the kind that occurs only once in decades. Zhang Zhen, has the General Staff's latest assessment been completed? Deputy Chief of Staff Zhang Zhen quickly stood up and pulled up a set of data. Minister, based on the current rate of gray mist spread and its energy intensity, we have classified this disaster as SSS level. If it enters densely populated areas, the estimated death toll could exceed 1 million. Not only that, but the resentment left by the deceased will become the energy for the disaster, possibly causing the secret realm to further evolve, ultimately affecting the entire Beichuan region. This must not be allowed to happen. Liuig, Uro slammed the table hard, his gaze sharp. Beichuan is the industrial core of our northern region. No mistakes can be made. The key is, what do we use to stop it? Zhang Daozhuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. He slowly turned the teacup in his hand, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Ordinary knife-tier professionals, or even some regular hidden professions going in, would just be courting death. Zhang Daozhuan's voice was not loud, but everyone immediately paid attention to him. Rule-based disaster can only be suppressed by higher-level rules or crushed with absolute power. We cannot repeat the mistakes of Sakura Nation. They hesitated back then, unwilling to use their trump card, and as a result, they lost the city and couldn't even save the saints. In this situation, we must use the ultimate move. Liuiguo looked at his old partner, seemingly understanding his meaning. You mean, let that person take action. Zhang Daozhuan raised his head, his gaze fiery, since this is a disaster that toys with souls and death. Let the specialist in this field teach them the rules. Reaper Linyuan. Upon hearing this name, all the senior officers unconsciously straightened their posture. Some even felt a chill run down their spines. The knife-fierce saint of the divine summer empire, the pinnacle of the professional pyramid. And Lin Yuan is extremely unique among the saints. He possesses the one and only undead monarch profession. Dealing with corpses and souls for years, he is a figure that inspires fear. Amatolko Lin Yuan is equivalent to an entire army. Lin Yuan. Liuiguo was silent for a moment. Isn't he currently in seclusion, researching the advancement of the 9-turn skill? In a time of national crisis, nothing is more important than this. Zhang Daozhuan firmly said. Moreover, a place where high-level necromantic and rules converge is also a form of training for him. Liuiguo nodded without hesitation. He picked up the red dedicated phone and said only one sentence, call Lin Yuan out. 5 minutes later, there was no earth-shattering teleportation light, nor howling winds. The door of the meeting room was gently pushed open. A slender man in a black trench coat walked in. He wasn't very old, appearing to be in his early 30s. Pale skin, as if it hasn't seen sunlight for a long time. Deep-set features, with slightly sunk and eye sockets. The most attention-grabbing part is his eyes. They are a pair of cold, emotionless as gray pupils. As if with just a glance, he could see through your life and death. Even Zhang Zhen, who often fights, felt his soul freeze when swept by his gaze. He walked silently, shapeless like a ghost. Within half a meter around him, the air condenses with a chilling cold. Faint whispers of countless lost souls could be heard. This is the 9th-ranked saint, Reaper Lin Yuan. Minister, Elder Zhan. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse, cold yet magnetic. No salute. At his level, such formalities were unnecessary. Liuiguo stood up, quickly stepped forward, his expression serious. Young friend Lim, you were urgently summoned because the situation is extremely dangerous. He pointed the devastation of Beichu on city displayed on the large screen. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and took a glance. Seeing the bright red bridal sedan chair and the sky full of paper money, a trace of change flickered in his eyes. But it was any fear. Quite interesting. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth slightly curved up, red and white dual fiends. Or should I say the embodiment of the rules? This level of soul energy is extremely rare in the outside world. This mission won't be simple. Liuiguo said solemnly, Lin Xiaoyu, the lives of millions in Beichu depend on you. As long as you can control the situation, the Empire is willing to pay any price. Lin Yuan said inferently, no need for any reward. He turned around. The hem of his black trench coat weighing gently despite the absence of wind. Clean up the battlefield. I don't like anyone interfering with my work. He added. Tell Sun Yuchua to keep his people far away. Once I unleash the Sea of Embiid, it will be hard to distinguish friend from foe. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's figure quickly became blurry, like a reflection in water being disturbed. The next second, he had disappeared from the heavily guarded Strategic Department building. 3 minutes later, the official account of the SSS Empire posted a pinned announcement during a moment of nationwide panic. The words were few, but their weight was immense. Announcement regarding the SSS-level disaster secret realm in Baichuan City. The Empire's Supreme Command has initiated a Level 1 response. 9th tier Saint Trooper Lin Yuan has personally gone to suppress it. Citizens are urged to remain calm, trust the nation, and trust the military. As soon as the announcement was made, the previously noisy and bustling internet fell silent. Immediately after, an unprecedented cheer erupted. Damn. Lin Yuan, the great god, is personally stepping in. It has settled. No matter what kind of monster it is, and it's going down now. This is a saint-level figure. Even neighboring countries wouldn't dispatch such a powerful expert this quickly. The nation is truly confident. The response speed is top-notch. Where are those gloating foreign trolls just now? Come out and witness the strength of Shen Xia. The news caused a huge sensation internationally. Intelligence agencies of various countries were stunned. A 9th tier saint is the top strategic deterrent of any nation, akin to a living nuclear weapon, rarely deployed lightly. The Shen Xia Empire, for the sake of a secret realm that had only recently emerged, directly sent out their trump card. Such bold decisiveness demonstrated unparalleled confidence and determination. The once mocking Western media instantly fell silent, beginning to repeatedly analyze Lin Yuan's combat power data. At this moment, in the despair cordon dungeon, Guzu was happily grinding monsters, completely unaware that the outside world had erupted over a similar mutant power. He didn't even know that in this world, there was someone who had mastered necromancy to the 9th tier, preparing to unleash a true and catastrophe just a few hundred kilometers away. Achoo. Guzu rubbed his nose and kicked away the gargoyle remains blocking his path. Who's calling me? In the northern suburbs of Baichuan City, the clouds of war loomed heavily. The gray sea of death continued its relentless expansion. Whether it was reinforced concrete buildings or towering power pylons, they silently corroded and collapsed. Tens of thousands of soldiers retreating to the defensive line gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense. They all knew the weapons in their hands were completely ineffective against the gray mist. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It wasn't ordinary clouds, but a heart-stopping pitch blackness. It was as if someone had pulled up a massive black cloth, covering the sky within a 10-mile radius. "Look up there," a sharp-eyed soldier exclaimed. Everyone looked up, only to see countless pale ghostly flames flickering within the pitch-black clouds. Gradually, a massive throne of white bones emerged from the clouds. A figure in black sat upon it, resting their chin on one hand, coldly gazing down at the arrogant gray mist of death below, as if watching a swarm of frantic ants. That's Saint Lin Yuan. Sun Yuchuan was so excited he nearly crushed his new telescope. Reinforcements are here. They're really here. Deafening cheers erupted across the battlefield. The oppressive aura of a 9th tier saint, even from several kilometers away, made these battle-hardened soldiers struggle to breathe. But this pressure simultaneously gave them immense peace of mind, because it was their own master. In mid-air, Lin Yuan quietly observed, preparing to unleash his necromantic storm. Yuan ignored the cheers below. His gaze was fixed intently on the bright red bridal side and chair still scattering paper money. "Is this supposed to be something impressive?" Lin Yuan said calmly, his voice not loud but clearly echoing across the desolate wilderness. "Pulling tricks on someone else's turf. You'd better recognize the owner's identity." He slowly raised his right hand, and a vast black cloud behind him suddenly began to churn violently. "Come out, my children." Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding filled the sky, sending chills down the spine. The next moment, the true disaster descended. Countless white skeleton warriors rained down from the black clouds. They wielded bone shields and bone knives, with blue ghostly flames burning in their eye sockets. It wasn't just skeletons, there were also death knights riding ghostly war horses, massive rotting abominations, and a legion of gargoyles blotting out the sky. This wasn't hundreds of thousands, but a full 100,000. Lin Yuan directly summoned this army of 100,000, indeed, from another world, into reality. like a black downpour, charged fiercely into the gray mist. Roar! The bright red beetle sud and seemed enraged. Its curtains suddenly flung open. A piercing ghostly wail echoed. Countless red-clad paper figures and white-clad mourners surged out from the mist, attempting to block the dark flood. Two completely different forces of death collided violently on the outskirts of Beichuan. No dazzling magical attacks, only the most brutal slaughter. Lin Yuan sat on the throne, lightly tapping his fingers. If it were someone else, it might take quite a bit of effort. But in the world of death, a trace of confidence flashed in his eyes. I am the one and only king. Death decay. As Lin Yuan's words fell, a gray-black aura rapidly spread from him, covering a range of 10 kilometers. Within the aura, those immortal, immune to physical attack paper figures suddenly began to emit black smoke. Their bodies, in the face of the higher-level rules of death, were firmly suppressed. Piercing screams rang out one after another. The once arrogant and domineering red-clad vengeful ghost had now become the prey. One skeleton warrior after another relentlessly pounced forward. Individually, they were not as strong as the opponent, but their numbers were astonishing. With over a dozen attacking at once, they could tear you apart no matter what. Not to mention the high-level specters wielding scythes of death, harvesting souls. The situation reversed in an instant, and gray mist not only stopped spreading, but even began to be forcibly withdrawn. Inside the ground command center, Sun Yuchuan stared at the one-sided massacre on the big screen, his mouth wide open and unable to close for a long time. Is this the power of a saint? He murmured to himself. This is not a battle at all, but a dimensional reduction strike. That Calamity's secret realm, which had troubled their entire legion and rendered all conventional weapons ineffective, in front of Lin Yuan, was like a child who hadn't grown up, yet encountering an irritable adult. Directly pressed to the ground and rubbed. Too cruel. A nearby staff officer swallowed hard. I think St. Lin Yuan is far more terrifying than the ghosts in that secret realm. Indeed, the battlefield is like a living hell. Broken limbs and wreckage everywhere, constant wailing and howling. But this is the confidence of the Shen Xia Empire, using even greater power of death to end death. Half an hour later, the bright red sedan was dismantled into pieces. Immediately after, it was blasted into fragments by a single breath from a massive bone dragon. As the sedan shattered, the gray mist enveloping the outskirts of Beichuan quickly dissipated. Sunlight poured through the gaps in the clouds, though the ground remained lifeless and desolate. The suffocating sense of oppression finally vanished. In midair, Lin Yuan waved his hand inferently. The countless undead army across the mountains instantly turned into black smoke, drilled back into the spatial rift behind him. Still not strong enough. Lin Yuan gently shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Didn't even force out 1/10 of my power. I glanced at the soldiers below who were still celebrating, without the slightest intention of descending to accept their worship to me. This was just a minor task cleaning up a mess, a simple conclusion. The next moment, my gaze pierced through the thin layer of clouds, locking onto the 100-meter diameter light gate on the ground. That was the entrance to the secret realm, the passage connecting the real world and the secret realm. Based on past experience, as long as the external influence of the secret realm is defeated, the rule-based power within the secret realm will temporarily retreat. At this point, dispatching an elite squad to Russian, locate the dungeon's boss, and eliminate it, then the matter would be perfectly resolved. I thought I would encounter a formidable enemy, but it turned out to be nothing more than an empty shell bluffing. I snorted lightly, not even bothering to move. I slightly moved my fingers, and several massive bone dragons immediately turned around, circling above the light gate, ready to unleash their dragon breath at any moment. Sun Yuchuan, I transmitted my words directly into Zhao Aijun's mind using mental power. Have your troops establish a blockade line around the entrance. I will leave some indeed to guard this place. Once the defense line is set up, I will personally go in and clear it. After speaking, I said no more. This kind of battle was not even a warm-up for me. It didn't allow me to comprehend any higher-level death laws instead. It felt like a waste of time. However, just when everyone thought the mission was over, even the generals in the command room had relaxed. An unexpected change occurred. Without any warning, not even the wind speed in the air changed. Was a low. Deep hum came from the depths of the earth. The sound was NT loud, but it carried a strange frequency that made everyone's hearts suddenly tighten. I was about to leave when my figure abruptly stopped. I turned sharply to stare at the light gate. A spatial vortex, which had been glowing with a faint blue light, suddenly seemed to have a drop of thick ink poured into it, turning as black as a dead night. Something's wrong. My pupils suddenly contracted, and an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly spread throughout my body. As a ninth-tier saint, my danger perception is almost akin to foreseeing the future. At this moment, my mind screamed, "Run! Escape now!" Before I could react, the pitch black, ink-like light gate suddenly trembled violently. Boom boom! A black mist, 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than before, frantically erupted from the light gate. If the previous gray mist was as subtle as a stream, this black mist was like a tsunami, devouring everything. Retreat! My face turned ashen, and without caring about my image, I shouted directly below everyone, "Retreat immediately!" But it was all too late. The black mist spread at a terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, a newly established second line of defense was completely engulfed. The soldiers who had just been cheering moments ago had their smiles freeze instantly. They didn't even have time to scream as soon as their bodies touched the black mist. They vanished silently and swept away by a fierce wind. This time, not a single corpse was left behind. No resistance, only complete obliteration. Damn it! I roared, unleashing the death energy within me, desperately trying to summon an army of the undead to block the black mist. However, when those thousands of skeletons charged into the black mist, it was like throwing a grain of salt into the sea, not even stirring a ripple, disappearing instantly. Then, a chilling sound echoed once again across the heavens and earth. Drip, drip. It was the sound of a suwane, not the intermittent morning tune from before, but a high-pitched, sharp, ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. It was as if thousands upon thousands of vengeful spirits were simultaneously close to one's ears, blowing the funeral dirge with all their might. This sound was not just an auditory shock, it pierced directly through the eardrums, striking deep into everyone's soul. Inside Mao, Sun Yu Chuan at this moment clutched his ears with both hands, collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony, blood streaming all over, writhing in pain, almost to the point of rolling. Lin Yuan suddenly retreating to a position thousands of meters high in the air, his eyes flashing with shock and fear for the first time. "What on earth is this monster?" he muttered under his breath. The situation before them was completely out of control, utterly shattering everyone's psychological defenses. Previous disasters could still spark hope for resistance. But now, what was presented to the world was nothing but absolute despair. The black mist spread madly, as if it had its own consciousness, frantically devouring every inch of land, every ray of light. In the northern outskirts of Beichuan City, it took only 1 minute to turn into a land of deathly silence. But the more terrifying part was yet to come. As the piercing sound of the suwane intensified, the black mist suddenly began to rise upward. It did not dissipate, but rapidly condensed and reformed tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. The next moment, the entire sky displayed a scene that made all living beings tremble. A gigantic bridleless sedan chair. But it was not the small paper sit and chair from before. It was made of darkness, so immense that words could not describe it. It spanned the horizon, blocking out the sun, and even covered the entire sky over Beichuan City. Even in neighboring cities hundreds of kilometers away, people could look up and see this terrifying shadow occupying half the sky. The entire sedan chair revealed a strange dark red color. Embroidered on the sedan chair were not festive Mandarin ducks, but countless twisted human faces. The bridal sedan floated above the clouds, drifting slowly. The paper effigy bearers who had been carrying the sedan had all disappeared. In their place were towering figures, each 100 jang tall. Their faces were indistinct, their features hard to discern. Yet the cold, imposing aura, as if descending from on high, pressed down like a tangible force. Ghost soldiers cleared the way, and spirits carried the sedan. Around the sedan, countless indescribable bizarre creatures floated. Some had 3 heads, some were all tentacles, and others were nothing but a giant mouth. They flicker in and out of sight, emitting whispers that doctor people to the brink of collapse. This is the legendary Yin soldiers borrowing the way, and it's on a mythical level. The visual impact is immense. The millions of residents in Beichuan City seem frozen in place at this moment. They stand dumbfounded on the streets, balconies, and rooftops, gazing up at the sky that seems like hell descending. Some were so scared they wet their pants. Some collapsed to their knees, trembling, and desperately kowtowed. More people were left with blank minds, even losing the thought of running away. Extreme fear numbs the senses. Meanwhile, the network servers of the Shen X empire crashed instantly. Major social platforms such as Shen X Entertainment, TNEA, and Taibie were overwhelmed by billions of users. Programmers stared blankly at the servers, whose lights were glowing red from the overload. What on earth is going on? Is this the end of the world? I can see that wedding sedan from a neighboring province. It's bigger than a mountain. Where's Sage Lin Yuan? Didn't the authorities say it had been suppressed? Why has it turned out like this? Stop talking. My home is in Beichuan. And my hands are shaking. That sound is terrifying. It feels like my soul is being sucked away. It's over. It's over. This is something humans can't possibly resist. Countless videos and photos broke through barriers, spreading like a virus across the globe. This time, no one dares to underestimate it. Even through the screen, the bone-chilling cold can be felt. Suffocating. This disaster concerns the fate of all humanity. What's out of control, not only the Shen Xia Empire, but the entire blue planet will plunge into a hell overrun by ghosts. Dachang City, several hundred kilometers away from Beichuan. Although not directly shrouded in the black mist, the terrifying scene in the sky remains clearly visible. A square outside the entrance to the corridor of Despair Dungeon. Su Quan held an unlit cigarette between her lips, the lighter in her hand, long since dropped to the ground. She looked up, staring at the massive red phantom on the horizon that seemed poised to devour the heavens and earth, her expression cold yet unusually composed. The playful smirk on her face had completely vanished, replaced by an incredibly pale complexion. This is just unbelievable, isn't it? Su Kuang muttered under her breath, beginning to doubt her own eyes. Although she wasn't a top-tier expert, she had seen her fair share of extraordinary things. However, the scene before her was entirely beyond her comprehension. This could no longer be described as a mystic realm or a dungeon. It's almost like another world is trying to forcibly break into reality. This energy fluctuation is at least 10 times stronger than that of Lin Yuan. The saint, Zhang Xingxin, held the tablet tightly, staring at the red, off-the-charts numbers on the screen, her body trembling uncontrollably. As a researcher, she understood better than anyone what this meant. Any existing defense system would be like paper and for nothing. Zhang Shu gripped the tablet tightly, her expression turning extremely grave. Puangji, that direction is Beichuan, right? A disaster of this magnitude, is there really no one who can stop it? Su Quan did not answer. She had no idea how to respond. Unconsciously, she turned to look back at the dark and tranquil entrance of the replica. For some reason, even though this world seemed on the verge of collapse, the image of that boy suddenly surfaced in her mind. The boy who always had his hands in his pockets, with an indifferent expression, as if nothing in the world could faze him. Guzu. Su Quan bit her lip, a trace of indescribable anticipation in her eyes. If it were you, would there be a way? This thought seemed utterly absurd. Guzu was just a newcomer who had recently reached level 15. And a disaster in his style was an apocalyptic level threat that even 9th-tier saints were powerless against. Yet Su Kuang still couldn't help but wonder. After all, the boy's profession was called Lord of Calamity. 3,000 meters above Beichuan. This was an absolute death zone. Black gales howled, carrying a chilling aura capable of corroding steel. Lin Yuan hovered at the center of the storm. His originally pristine black trench coat was now tattered and torn. His face was even paler than usual, with a few drops of fresh blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how could this happen? Lin Yuan gasped for breath, his face full of disbelief. Just now when the phantom of that enormous flower palette moon appeared, he tried to activate the Reaper's domain once again to resist. As a 9th-tier death-type professional, his understanding of the laws of death had already reached its peak. Within his domain, he was supposed to be invincible. But when his mental power touched that black mist, an extremely strong and domineering will counterattacked. This was not an ordinary attack, but a direct deprivation of his power. Warning, suppressed by unknown high-level rules. Warning, your Reaper's domain is being devoured. All attributes decreased by 10%, 20%, 30%. Lin Yuan had not yet figured out what was happening when the system warning sounds kept ringing. The red numbers on the profession panel in front of him kept flashing, and his magic power rapidly drained like a flood breaking through a dam. He tried to sever the connection. It turned out that the surrounding space had already been sealed. The black mist seemed like a swamp. Once trapped inside, there was no escape. Impossible. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, determined not to fall. I'm 9th tier. I'm a saint, the master of death. How could I be suppressed to this extent by a monster in a secret realm? He was unwilling, unable to accept it. In this world, 9th tier was the pinnacle of power, almost akin to a godlike existence. Except for those equally powerful old monsters, no one could make him so embarrassed. But reality was right in front of him. In front of that massive flower Palak Noon and several shadow soldiers as solid as mountains. He, this god of death, was nothing more than a child wielding a toy Sith, trying to show off in front of the real Grim Reaper. The enormous gap in strength made even the thought of counterattacking incredibly difficult for him. Not easy. Is that the power of a god? Lin Yuan suddenly sensed something, his pupils contracting sharply into pinpoints. In the deepest part of the black mist, through a slight gap in the flower Palak Noon, he sensed an extremely faint yet incomparably exalted aura. This was not an ordinary power. This was a touch upon the realm of God, transcending the rules of mortals. Only a god can disregard the limitations of mortals. Only a god can alter reality at will. Run quickly. The last shred of pride in Lin Yuan's heart completely collapsed. He finally understood what he was facing. This is simply not something he can handle. It is very likely that even the Shen Xi Empire cannot resolve this now. This could be a catastrophe that destroys the entirety of human civilization. We must get this message out. Lin Yuan forced himself to suppress his fear and muster his courage. Forbidden spell Necromantic and Terror. Using the power of an instantaneous burst, he forcibly tore open the locked space around him. His figure transformed into a streak of light, desperately sprinting toward the outer perimeter. At the very moment he fled. In the sky, within the bridal sedan, there seemed to be a disdainful sneer. Insignificant insect. The voice was not loud, yet it exploded like thunder in Lin Yuan's mind. Poof! While flying, Lin Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly losing control and falling from the sky. He dared not look back, only desperately burning his magic power to accelerate his escape. Behind him, the vast black mist that covered the sky continued to spread unhurriedly, paper money fluttering in the air, the piercing sound of Suane, and a sedan chair that seemed like a deity or demon, step by step dragging this world into endless darkness. In the distance, the sound of Suan echoed, drawing closer and closer, as if playing the final dirge for the city about to be destroyed. The sky over Beichuan province was swallowed by darkness. This catastrophic mutation that shook the entire globe was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, with ripples rapidly spreading across the entire blue planet. As the disaster map's red lights on satellites worldwide flashed frantically, ambitions hidden in the shadows began to stir restlessly. In the Northern Alliance, deep within the frigid icy plains in a steel fortress, the firelight from the fireplace illuminated a group of burly men around a round table. They were dressed in heavy coats, their gazes fierce and ruthless. On the electronics and table, the border defenses of the Shen Xi Empire were displayed in real time. Everyone, the opportunity has come. Sitting at the head of the table was the Berserker Prinov, known as the Wrath of Winter. He swirled Vata in his hand, preened, gleaming in his eyes. Intelligence indicates that Shen Xi's Lin Yuan is likely trapped in the disaster secret realm of Beichuan. That Palak Moon, even we cannot see through it. This means the strongest defense line of the Shen Xi Empire might be temporarily paralyzed. He pointed at the flashing light on the sand table and said calmly, "The secret realm Frost Dragon's lair on the border is a key resource point. The ice crystals inside can double the strength of our ice mages. Since Shen Xi can't handle it right now, let's help them share some of the pressure." Meanwhile, off the eastern coast, Sakura Empire. In a quiet Japanese-style courtyard, an elderly samurai knelt under a cherry blossom tree, polishing the long blade in his hands. A sharp aura emanated from him, silently slicing even the falling petals. Lord Yamamoto. A young samurai in Japanese armor suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Intelligence confirmed the disaster's secret realm of Shinsha is extremely difficult. The strategy department is preparing to deploy a large number of high-level forces to support Baichuan. Should we take action as well? The elder paused his movements, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. That ancient country has always occupied too many resources. The Tide Temple dungeon by the East Sea should have belonged to our great Sakurai Empire. He slowly sheathed his sword, a crisp sound echoing. Immediately issue the order for the Ghost Slayer squad to set out. If they encounter Shin Xia's defenders, kill without mercy. On the southwestern border of the Shin Xi Empire, outside the humid and hot rye forest, the Elephant Cavalry Corps of the South Indian Kingdom began frequent maneuvers, targeting several precious medicinal secret realms along the border. This is the harsh reality brought by global datafication. Secret realms, underground dungeons, and wild bosses are no longer simple leveling grounds, but valuable strategic resources. Places with advanced dungeons can cultivate a large number of high-level professionals. Regions controlling rare materials can forge legendary equipment. A strong rule, and in this era, border conflicts have never ceased. Now, the Shin-Xia Empire appears weak, which has emboldened long-coveting enemies, making them feel it's the perfect opportunity to take advantage. Inside the Supreme Command headquarters of the Shin-Xia Empire, the atmosphere was tense but not chaotic. Li Weiji stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the busy staff officers behind him, listening to the adjutant's continuous reports of urgent border updates. The Northern Alliance's 3rd Armored Division is approaching the Frost Dragon Lair. Radar over the East Sea has detected the Sakura Nation fleet crossing the boundary. The Southern Indian forces are mobilizing. Li Weiji turned around, his weathered face showing no trace of fear, but instead a faint, contemptuous smirk. Do these clowns really think that with Lin Yuan absent, Shin-Xia is just a toothless tiger? He walked to the command platform, picked up the red communicator, and spoke with resolute authority. Issue the order to activate the Zhenyue plan. Deploy the elite combat readiness teams guarding the 4 major war zones immediately. Tell our old comrades, it's time to take action. If someone reaches out, then break their claws. Leave none behind. The shifting winds outside, the power struggles, Taguzu, who was hundreds of meters underground, felt like stories from another world. The old corridor, District 3. The environment here was completely different. No stench of sewers. No clamor of mechanical factories. Darkness enveloped the area. Beneath the feet was a mirror-like black water surface, each step creating ripples. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to be swallowed. Finally, the last level. Guzu stopped in his tracks, staring at the massive door floating in mid-air before him. The door was composed of countless writhing tentacles, its frame embedded with numerous eyeballs that followed his movements. This was the entrance to the final BOSS. He straightened his slightly disheveled collar. Although he had swept through everything along the way, the level restrictions have left him feeling exhausted. But more than that, he was excited. Every cell in his body was cheering, feeling like a long-lost wanderer finally about to reunite with family. Or like a hungry wolf catching the scent of fresh blood. Open the door, he said, his voice calm and firm. Beside him, Twitch revealed a sly smile and swung the bone staff, striking the door hard. Rumble. The door emitted a creaking sound and slowly opened to both sides. A strong abyssal aura surged out like a flood. The world behind the door was a massive circular altar. At the center floated a grotesque mass of flesh beyond description. No, this is no ordinary chunk of meat. Name Abyss Projection Complete Form. Level LV15 Lower Class Calamitized. HP 500,000 500,000. Status Abyssal Gaze, Soul Corruption, Sanity Collapse. Space Distortion. This is the final boss of Guzu's first transformation target. It has no fixed form, resembling a massive ball of flesh. Its surface covered with thick tentacles and countless mouths of various sizes. At the center of the flesh ball is a gigantic purple-black eyeball, over 3 meters in diameter, with a vertically slit pupil, concealing a mysterious space of stars and whirlpool-like patterns. When Guzou stepped onto the altar, the giant eye suddenly turned, locking its gaze firmly on him. Buzz. There was no sound, only a mental wave that directly impacted the brain. If it were an ordinary person, their sanity would collapse instantly under such a stare. Sir? That would mean the brain would fall into complete chaos, becoming a puppet of this monster. But Guzou stood there, motionless, without fear or disgust. His body unexpectedly began to heat up, and the rhythm of his heartbeat strangely synchronized with the writhing tentacles of the monster. That feeling was actually hunger. Yes, the feeling of wanting to eat. Guzou was shocked to discover that he wasn't afraid of this monster at all, but instead wanted to swallow it whole. This wasn't physical hunger, but a primal desire from deep within. It was the most primitive craving of the Old One's lowered hidden class. The abyss projection before him was no longer a terrifying boss in his eyes, but a delicious and enticing high-grade energy supplement. So that's how it is. Guzou lowered his head and looked at his palm. Is this the only hidden profession? The so-called abyss, the so-called calamity, are nothing more than my food. And looked up, the corners of his mouth curling into a strange smile that sent chills down one's spine. Hey, everyone. The next moment, Guzou took a step forward, his tone flippant since you're a projection. Just let me devour you obediently. Don't struggle, or it'll hurt a lot. That gaze was like looking at a delicious feast. The monster was enraged. The massive flesh ball trembled violently, and the purple single eye at its center suddenly contracted. Roar. Accompanied by a furious roar, dozens of thick tentacles tore through the space like black lightning. With a sharp, whistling sound, they surged overwhelmingly toward Guzou. Each tentacle wasn't winged with black lightning, carrying abyssal energy that ripped through space. Stand down. Guzou smiled faintly and snapped his fingers lightly. Squeak, squeak, try this. Twitch's figure vanished instantly, and in the next moment, a green poisonous mist erupted violently from the altar. As soon as the tentacles touched the poisonous mist, their surface rapidly decayed, oozing yellow pus. But this was not enough to stop the fatal attack of the Lord-level boss. The tentacle was about to smash Guzou into pulp. A streak of crimson, like a blooming red spider lily from Vienna shore, blocked in front of him. It was the eerie bride. She did not assume any defensive posture, quietly floating. The red wedding dress swayed without wind. Bang, bang, bang. Those destructive tentacles struck her heavily. But the moment the tank-shattering attack touched the wedding dress, it was as if it passed directly through the air. Every blood wedding dress concept level triggered, immune to all physical damage. Not only that, after the tentacle passed through the wedding dress, it seemed to be drained of life, rapidly withering, unshriveling. Husband, it dirtied my dress. The eerie bride's voice was faint, carrying a trace of heartbroken grievance and deep resentment. She slowly raised her head, her pitch-black eyes under the veil staring intently at the giant eye. Entry resentment lock activated. Crack. The solder chains tightening echoed in the void. The massive body of the abyss projection stiffened. It felt an emotion colder than the abyss, more despairing than death. This emotion forcibly flooded into its consciousness. All its attributes were halved in an instant. Roar? The monster cried out in shock, unable to comprehend why higher-level rules existed in this low-level world. It panicked, desperately mobilizing mental power, preparing to directly attack Guzou's brain. Since physical means are useless, then erase this human from the soul level. A purple mental laser shot toward Guzou's glabella. His speed was at its limit, completely unavoidable. Buzz. The beam hit Guzou's forehead directly. This move would render even a powerful mage crippled on the spot. But in the next second, the faint layer of Calamity domain on Guzou's body suddenly lit up. That's it. Guzou shook his head, with a hint of disappointment. I thought you'd come up with something new. Mental attack. Sorry. In my world, I am the rules, and rules cannot be hypnotized. Under the absolute protection of domain of Calamity. As long as Guzou still exists, he is the absolute dominator. This level of mental attack can't even break through his defenses. Had enough fun. Guzou stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He stared at the monster that had already started to retreat, even attempting to withdraw its tentacles. and said calmly, "Had enough fun, then leave." He slowly extended his right hand and clenched it in the air. "Twitch, give it some extra spice. Honey, send it off." Venom burst. Twitch let out a strange cry, igniting the toxins that had long been planted. Dap. The ghost bride screamed, and countless red threads burst out from her body, instantly wrapping the massive flesh ball tightly. The abyss projection struggled madly under the dual torment of poison and curses. Its health drained like water gushing from an open faucet. 50%, 30%, 10%. Still too slow. Guzo stared at the writhing mass of flesh, unable to suppress the hunger within any longer. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Following his instincts, he opened his mouth toward the dying monster. He made a devouring motion. At that moment, an indescribable ancient phantom seemed to emerge from the void behind him. The phantom opened a massive mouth capable of devouring stars. Devour. Boom boom. A terrifying suction force erupted from Guzu's body. The struggling, the SSS, with its massive body, began to twist and stretch, eventually transforming into a pure black stream of energy, directly absorbed into Guzu's mouth. No explosion, no flesh and blood splattering. As simple as eating noodles. The altar instantly fell silent. Only Guzu remained standing there, letting out a soft burp. The taste, kind of like spoiled jelly. Thumbs down. Guzu wiped the corner of his mouth and casually complained. Immediately after, an overwhelming surge of powerful warmth swept through his entire body. That is pure professional origin power. At the same time, a grand heavenly voice echoed in the mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Abyss projection. Mission objective completed. Job trial passed. The first cry of Calamity. Commencing job ascension. Congratulations. Successfully transferred to Calamity Old 1 Dominator Unique First Transition. Level cap unlocked. Current level automatically raised to LV20. All attributes significantly enhanced. Guzu felt his soul being elevated to another level, and the once blurry rules of the world now appear crystal clear to him. But it wasn't over yet. Ding! Due to triggering the concept of Devour during your class change, you have acquired a new skill. New skill, Abyssal Maw Concept Level Active Summon, the Abyssal Maw to forcibly devour any unit, no more than 10 levels higher than yourself. After devouring, permanently convert the target's attributes into your own in a proportional rate. Cooldown 24 hours. Note the old gods have finally answered the fervor of their believer. Seeing this new skill, Guzu took a deep breath. Insane, truly insane. Directly devouring to convert attributes. This is practically a god-tier snowballing skill. Immediately, two beams of light fell on the eerie bride and Twitch. Ding! With the rank upgrade, your Calamity servants have completed their evolution. Calamity Servant Teary Bride. Nether Wedding Domain Conceptual Level unleashes a domain, forcibly dragging all enemies within range into the marriage hell. Within a domain, enemies' attack power drops to 0. And it must offer a wedding gift life points to the bride. Those unable to pay will be completely annihilated. Note her obsession echoes eternally through the river of time. Calamity Servant played, Source Virus Host Conceptual Level. Each attack has a 10% chance to implant a plague rattling in the enemy's body. Note your body is my nursery. Guzu looked at the refreshed and a sinner face, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Forcing wedding gifts and using people as nurseries. How is this a professional? It's clearly designed to slap on the villain label. But Guzu clenched his fist, ready to face the next challenge. I clenched my fist tightly, feeling the surging power within me, but only softly uttered two words like it. However, this feeling didn't last long. Soon, I realized something was wrong. A sense of satisfaction that came from deep within my soul suddenly vanished, replaced by a scorching heat, like raging flames consuming my sanity. The abyssal energy I had once devoured was not ordinary experience points or mana replenishment. It was more like a living seed, falling into the fertile soil called Eldritch Bloodline, instantly taking root, sprouting, and expanding wildly. I groaned, clutching my collar tightly with both hands. Hot. The blood seemed to have turned into boiling lava, churning and roaring in my veins. My heartbeat surpassed the limits of human capability, each beat like a hammer pounding fiercely against my chest. Looking down, I was shocked to find an eerie red glow emanating from beneath my skin. The veins, like black worms, twisted and bulged, writhing incessantly. This was not just a strengthening of the body, but a violent leap in a level of life itself. Crack! A crisp snapping sound echoed from within my body. I felt the chains of certain genetic codes breaking apart. My pupils, once distinctly black and white, now resemble water stained with fresh blood, read in a strange and profound way. In those eyes, there is not a trace of human warmth, only an aloof majesty, coldly indifferent to all living beings. This power is too immense, completely incapable of being contained by this human body. It is about to erupt. It must erupt. But with this deafening roar, the underground space of the despair corridor began to shake violently. The surrounding hard rock walls slowly cracked without any external force. Countless fragments of stone tumbled down, plunging into the bottomless darkness. Even the space itself emitted a deep rumble. It was as if a balloon blown to its limit, or even a single breath could trigger a catastrophic explosion. I wanted to control this change, but suddenly felt my perspective shift. That feeling was both wondrous and terrifying. Consciousness seemed to break free from Earth's gravity, rapidly ascending, soaring into the skies. The once towering altar now appeared like an insignificance and table. In my body, I lowered my head and examined it with omnidirectional perception. My human form is blurring and dissipating. In its place are countless tentacles wildly thrashing and infinitely extending in the void. Those tentacles are not physical entities, but are woven from darkness, chaos, and rules. At the end of each tentacle grows an eye capable of piercing through the past. On my skin, mysterious runes incomprehensible to humans are engraved. I am growing stronger. I am expanding. This underground dungeon has become a cramped matchbox for me. I need a broader space. The sky, the sea, the whole world. This is my stage. At this moment, outside the abandoned industrial area of Dacheng City, Su Kuang was anxiously waiting when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet tremble violently. What is going on? An earthquake? Zhang Shu exclaimed, almost unable to stand steady. Before everyone could react, the tremors grew stronger and stronger. The vibrations didn't come from the movement of the Earth's crust, but directly from the depths of that dark instance. Buzz, 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 buzz. Several energy monitoring devices at the edge of the square emitted sharp alarms. The values on the screens directly broke through the red alert, turning into a mess of garbled code. Damn it. So Kuang threw aside the deformed cigarette box in her hand, her face pale. As an experienced commander, she knew all too well what this meant. This was the precursor to spatial collapse. The disaster over in Baichuan had just erupted, even trapping Lin Yuan. Now in Dacheng City, could something major be about to happen as well? Guzu is still inside. Zhang Xing's disregarded her image, rushing to the instrument and shouting at the wildly fluctuating data. With this level of energy collapse, the spatial rules inside will completely break down, and it'll be torn to pieces. I know. Su Kuang gritted her teeth, hesitating for less than a second before loudly commanding, "Issue the order immediately. Activate the spatial rupture device. Set the power to maximum and blast that entrance. Even if the instance collapses, we must get him out." The surrounding soldiers, though stunned by the sudden situation, instinctively rushed to the control panel upon hearing the command. Several large machines, originally the last line of defense, began emitting a low hum of charging, thick barrels aimed at the frantically twisting black vortex. However, before the charging was complete, a presence that made souls tremble suddenly surged out from that small entrance. It was neither wind nor an energy wave, but a kind of existence. An ancient, immense, indescribable aura of terror. That is. Jiangxu raised her head, her finger pointing to the sky, her entire body stiff as if she had lost her bones. Su Kuang instinctively followed her gaze. The next second, the pupils of the female major general, known for her resilience, suddenly contracted, and the walkie-talkie in her and fell to the ground with a clatter. The replica light gate, originally just over 3 meters tall, was instantly shattered under the force of some mysterious power. There was no fire or explosion, just a phantom piercing straight from the ground to tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The sky over Dacheng City changed. The once bright sunlight vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep, ocean-like dark green thickness. The clouds in the sky rolled wildly, drawn by some force, converging into massive whirlpools. At the center of the whirlpools, a terrifying shadow, so enormous it could block out the sky, slowly emerged. Its head was covered with tentacles like those of an octopus, and its body was so vast it resembled undulating mountain ranges. The pair of wings on its back, not yet fully unfurled, seemed capable of covering the entire planet. The space around it appeared like a shattered mirror. Countless indescribable monsters flickered in and out of the void. Some resemble floating brains, some like flesh full of teeth, and others are riding shadows. They surround this massive phantom, like worshippers bowing before a deity. Gulp, in this deathly silence, someone, identity unknown, swallowed nervously, the sound piercingly loud. If the eerie bridal sudden in Beichuan City brought a fear akin to death, then the presence before them was pure physiological terror, capable of driving one to instant collapse and madness. It floated there silently, making everyone feel as insignificant as dust. Human civilization, high-tech weaponry, so-called strong individuals all seemed laughable before this ancient god. What is that? Zhang's inks and adjusted her glasses, staring at the sky in confusion. As a scientific research fanatic, all rationality told her that she should either run for her life or close her eyes. But instinct made it impossible for her to look away. They were the pinnacle of evolution, the embodiment of rules, carrying a forbidden sense of beauty. Just as everyone's sanity was on the verge of collapse, someone noticed that beneath the massive shadow of Chalua, at the center of the swarm of terrifying monsters, a person was floating. A tall and slender young man. His hands hung naturally at his sides, and his black hair danced wildly in the frenzied energy storm. There was no expression on his face, only a pair of eyes burning like rubies, calmly staring at the terrified crowd below. Guzu, a newcomer who was worried just a few minutes ago about whether he could complete the dungeon. Now, he seems like the king of these ancient monsters, reigning at the pinnacle of the world. Behind him, the massive phantom appeared to be his shadow, rising and falling with his breaths. Guzu. Suquang's mouth gaped open, her throat stuck as if stuffed with cotton, unable to make a sound. The scene was so overwhelming, and it almost caused her brain to momentarily crash, unable to process what was in front of her. Suquang simply couldn't understand. How that usually smiling, slightly shy young man, how did he become so powerful just after completing a simple task? In an instant, is he the master of disaster, or the disaster itself? This celestial phenomenon cannot be concealed. It is many times more ostentatious than the black mist over Beichuan City, because the black mist in Beichuan only slowly spread outward. But this shadow directly projected into the sky. Not just Dachang City, the entire northern Zhejiang province, and even the eastern region of half the Shen Xi Empire. As long as you look up, you can see that terrifying figure dominating the sky. Inside Dachang City, citizens who were originally following the Beichuan disaster online suddenly noticed the sky turning dark. When they walked to their balconies and looked up, countless screams instantly echoed throughout the city. Ah, is that a monster? Oh my god, could it be the end of the world? Don't look into its eyes. I feel like my head is about to explode. Countless people clutched their heads, trembling, muttering incomprehensible gibberish. His fear spread rapidly like a virus. The imperial capital, supreme command, Li Weiguo and Zhang Daozhuan, who had been overwhelmingly busy, were now staring intently at another large screen. It was footage transmitted back from Dachang City via satellite. Although the footage was somewhat blurry, the strong energy interference caused the signal to be intermittent. But that silhouette, that kind of aura, still sent a chill down the spines of these seasoned veterans who had weathered countless storms. What exactly if the level of this energy reaction? Li Weiguo's voice was hoarse. Impossible to measure. The operator beside him looked pale. The energy index has exceeded the instrument's limit. Preliminary judgment far surpasses the black mist attack encountered by Sage Lin Yuan back then. And also, the operator paused for a moment, pointing at the magnified image of the young figure on the screen. The energy core is a human. Facial recognition confirmed. It's the newly promoted captain of the god-slaying army Guzu. The entire conference room instantly fell into dead silence. Zhang Daozhuan widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. This kid, what kind of strange thing did he do? The eyes of the whole world were forced to scatter at this moment. If the disaster in Baichuan was like opening the gates of hell, then the scene in the sky above Dachang City was like the descent of gods from ancient mythology. Monitoring centers in foreign countries were completely panicked. What is Sherlock doing? First the rule's secret realm, and now a doomsday dominator appears. Are they conducting a drill or preparing to destroy the world? Countless questions and fears filled the international news channels. Meanwhile, above Dachang City, Guzu slowly spread his arms, feeling the tide like emotions surging from all directions. The fear and trembling of countless people. Even a wary gaze is cast from all over the world. At this moment, under the system's rules, everything was transformed into intuitive data. In his ears, the melodious system notification sounded like the most beautiful symphony in the world. It rang out crazily. Ding! Detected that you have caused massive chaos. Calamity growth activated. Ding! Detected deep fear from Su Kwang. Experience 5,000. Bing! Detected mental disturbance from John Chu. Experience 3,000. Ding! Detected mixed emotions of fanaticism and fear from James Ingson. Ain special faith power. Panic value 100 100 100. Experience points 1,000. 5,000. 10,000. Level 15 increased to 16. Level 16 increased to 17. Level 18 increased to 19. Guzu slightly narrowed his scarlet eyes and murmured softly, "I am a disaster itself." As he whispered, the massive phantom behind him let out a silent roar. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread outward. The clouds and light were distorted. This day later became known as the Day of Divine Descent. Above Dachang City, there was an oppressive dead silence at this moment. It was called dead silence because under the enormous shadow that covered the sky, whether it was the sound of the wind, bird song, or the noise from the streets, all seemed to be completely swallowed. The breathing of millions of people seemed to be consumed by a greater force, becoming almost inaudible. Guzu felt a surge of power breaking through within him, and the experience bar that had been stuck at level 19 suddenly began to rise rapidly. A golden upgrade beam lit up around him, but due to the massive and dark shadow behind him, the light appeared eerie, more like a coronation of corruption. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to LV20. All attributes significantly increased. Class Talent Servant of Calamity, concept level cooldown refreshed. Summonable quantity 1, total summonable count 3. Guzu raised an eyebrow, already level 20. For ordinary people to level up from 10 to 20, even grinding dungeons overnight and using tenfold experience scrolls would take 3 months. He had just devoured a boss. Showed up briefly, and it only took a dozen minutes. Before he had time to examine a newly added summon slot, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Level requirement reached, automatically triggering the second class advancement quest. Please proceed to the nearest job change temple to undertake the Lord of Calamity's second advancement trial. A prompt had just appeared where an even more violent stream of data overwhelmed him. Ding! Experience overflow. Forced level up. LV20 LV20 LV21. LV21 LV22. LV20 to LV23. His body grew increasingly hot, every cell cheering, greedily absorbing nutrients. Power surged, and his vision extended further. He seemed to transform into a true giant, with Dachang City beneath his feet gradually shrinking, resembling a delicate and box model. Finally, when his level skyrocketed to LV25, the frenzied leveling momentum slightly subsided. Ding! Level increased to LV25. Warning! World rule restriction detected. Without completing the Calamity ritual, the level cannot surpass LV25. EXP1. 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 Looks like I've hit the ceiling. Guzu sighed, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. If it weren't for this damned advancement quest, he might have already broken through and ascended to godhood today. However, LV25 is not bad either. Less than 10 days away from professional awakening. He covered in a few days where others would take a year to achieve. And that was without doing anything, just in a standing still state. This is just too unreasonable. Guzu shook his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I just wanted to quietly farm some monsters. How did I end up in an invincible state? He looked down at the crowd beneath his feet, as small as ants. Soon, he saw Su Quan's stunned and shocked face, Zhang Shu's jaw-dropping expression, and several military instruments burned out by the energy waves. Looks like I caused quite a commotion, Guzu thought to himself. Behind him, the massive, sky-covering Chalua shadow began to slowly contract, its wildly flailing tentacles gradually dissipating. The mental pressure that could drive someone insane with just one glance also weakened accordingly. Although the sky remained gloomy and the oppressive feeling lingered, it was no longer the suffocating despair. He did not rush to land. Standing higher, seeing farther. With the full attribute boost of LV-25, his vision easily pierced through layers of clouds and mist, gazing toward the distant horizon. That was the direction of Baichuan City, hundreds of kilometers away. It was shrouded in a heavy darkness, so dense it couldn't be dispersed. Guzu squinted his crimson eyes. Even at such a distance, he could clearly sense the aura emanating from there. Cold, lifeless, filled with the stench of decay. Completely different from his own violent, domineering, indescribable abyssal aura. At the edge of his vision, amidst the black sea of fog, a ridiculously enormous red Sid and chair floated, resembling a moving mountain. Paper money fluttered in the air all around, and faintly, groups of massive ghostly soldiers could be seen. That is, memories of catastrophic secret realms from his high school textbooks flashed quickly through Guzu's mind. Disasters were categorized into several types: beast tides, elemental upheavals, and the most troublesome of all eerie researches. And what lay before him was clearly a rare type of eerie disaster secret realm. Written whites a downfall. Ghost soldiers borrowing a road? Guzu stroked his chin. Looks pretty impressive, quite a grand spectacle. The commotion over there was indeed significant. The sound of Suane horns was deafening, and a black fog seemed to come alive, devouring everything in its path. Even the light distorted and warped upon reaching it. However, just as Guzu was staring in that direction, something extraordinary happened. The black fog domain, which had once spread arrogantly and forced back the ninth tier Saint Linyuan, suddenly froze the moment his gaze swept over it. It was as if a rabid dog had caught the scent of a tiger. Immediately after, the edge of the black fog closest to Dachang City began to tremble violently, emitting a sizzling sound, like ice on snow meeting fire. The originally solid and orderly black fog actually began to dissolve on its own. Guzu hadn't launched any attacks, nor had he even used any skills. He simply stood there quietly. As a higher-level Elder One, his very existence was an irresistible pressure. It felt like a mountain, allowing no second mountain to exist. Am I really that terrifying? Guzu looked at the increasingly chaotic and nearly collapsing black fog, and couldn't help but smile. The massive flower set and chairs seemed to sense the threat as well, halting its advance. A corner of the sedan curtain was lifted, and it seemed as though a pair of resentful eyes were staring in this direction. This scene, of course, did not escape the surveillance of the major forces. In the command hall of the Imperial Capital's Supreme Command, a deathly silence was followed by a series of gasps. Li Uo stared intently at the screen. The image split into the halves. On the left was the despair-inducing black Miss Flower said in Baichuan City, and on the right was the godlike figure of a young man in the skies above Daocheng City. Between the two, the rapidly spreading black, mist-defensive line was visibly collapsing and dissipating. He's suppressing that secret realm. Zhang Daojuan was utterly shocked. An SSS-level disaster that even Lin Yuan couldn't defeat is actually retreating. The operator beside him stammered in excitement. Report. The data is out. The two energy fields are interacting. The energy waveform from Baichuan City is being suppressed. Huh? Is that so? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Daojuan and Li Yuo exchanged a glance. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. The skies above Dachang City. Guzu had no idea about the impact he had caused, which had already been clearly observed by the high-ranking officials of the command headquarters. He was still studying the particularly appetizing bridal sedan. This thing, I really want to try its taste. Guzu licked his lips as that familiar hunger surged in his heart again. Although he had just consumed an abyss projection, his profession felt like an insatiable stomach. Whenever he saw a high-energy rule aggregation, He couldn't help but want to devour it. I really wonder what that big burrito sudden tastes like. Just as Guzu hesitated about whether to go up and take a bite, a red figure appeared in the void behind him. Without being summoned or commanded, she appeared on her own initiative. She was dressed in a blood-red bridal gown, with a red veil embroidered with a golden phoenix covering her head. The eerie bride. This time she didn't silently float behind him as a background figure, like before, but drifted to Guzu's side. Those eyes hidden beneath the red bridal veil exuded a deep secret and resentment. The air suddenly turned chilly, and a strong sour smell, like vinegar mixed with a murderous aura, spread around me. Wife? I turned my head in surprise to look. This was the first time the eerie bride had actively expressed emotion. She slowly raised her pale, slender finger, pointing straight in the direction of the Aishuad. And next moment, a ghostly and ethereal voice echoed in my mind, carrying a soft, almost sickly yearning husband. I shuddered all over. She had never spoken like this before previously. It was only telepathic communication, merely the transmission of thoughts. But this time, it was a real voice. There is something there. Her voice was intermittent, as if she hadn't spoken for a long time and wasn't used to organizing her words. Attracting. That is, a piece of my puzzle. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have exhausted her strength or didn't know how to express herself, and fell silent. But that hand still pointed at the bridal sedan, not lowering. I could even feel that the red wedding dress she was wearing trembled with longing, emitting a faint humming sound. Puzzle. I immediately caught the key word. My mind immediately thought of the advanced theory of bizarre creatures. Some special anomalies can evolve by devouring their kind to complete themselves. That bright red bridal side, and clearly plays the ghost marriage game too. My eerie bride is also in this line of work, so this is meeting a peer, and a wealthy one at that. Want it? I looked at the red-clad bride beside me, my gaze instantly softening, like a husband doting on his wife. She nodded slightly, the movement small but resolute. Since you want it, go and take it. I laughed and naturally reached out to wrap my arm around her slender, cool waist. Since it's something my wife has her eye on, then it's yours. Don't just talk about a shabby bridal sedan. Even if it's a star in the sky, I'll pluck it down for you. Later, your husband will take you to restock. After saying that, I slowly descended from several thousand meters in the air. Not a speck of dust rose from my body, and the hem of my clothes remained perfectly neat. If it weren't for the few piles of smoking scrap instruments nearby and the spitter bear like dense cracks on the ground, no one would believe that this seemingly delicate young man had just almost punched a massive hole in the sky. Wish my feet touched the ground, and I gently exhaled, casually brushing the dust off my clothes. Guzu. Before I could steady myself, an anxious and excited voice came through. So Kwang rushed to the front, completely disregarding her weight as a major general, striding over to me in her military boots. She looked me up and down, her eyes full of concern, and couldn't help but squeeze my arm and shoulder. How are you? Are you hurt? Anywhere uncomfortable? That space collapse just now was terrifying. I almost wanted to use everything I had to blast open that door. Right behind her, Zhang Shu and Jane Zhangsen also surrounded me with worried expressions. Especially Zhang Shu, who was tightly clutching the now black screen tablet. She looked at me as if witnessing a miracle, like I had just narrowly escaped death. I'm fine, Sister Sue, don't worry. Looking at their faces full of concern, a warm current surged in my mind, and I then revealed my signature calm smile. It was just a bit dramatic during the job change, but the process went quite smoothly. Smooth is good, smooth is good. Su Kwang let out a long breath, finally easing the worries stuck in her throat. Only then did she realize her earlier actions might have been too intimate. She quickly withdrew her hand, coughed twice to cover her embarrassment, and returned to her bold and straightforward demeanor. Luckily, I didn't let anyone down. I spread my hands and pointed to the job mark above my head that hadn't yet dissipated. First job change task completed, job traits acquired. This dungeon run was a huge gain. Is that all? Done? Zhang Shu widened her eyes, glanced at her watch, and was full of surprise. Crown Prince, you've been in there for less than 2 hours, right? A highly difficult hidden class change quest. And you cleared it so easily? Guzu raised an eyebrow, looking as casual as if he'd just gone downstairs to buy a bottle of water. What else? Were you expecting me to spend New Year's in there? But that commotion just now. Zhang Shu pointed at the sky, then at the instruments on the ground that had turned into scrap metal. Her mouth twitching. Crown Prince, you call that a slight commotion? You nearly scared the entire Zhejiang North province out of their wits. Just now was that an evil god descending? Su Quan, however, waved it off nonchalantly, confirming Gu Zu's successful class change. Her face couldn't hide her joy. Young people, full of energy, it's normal for things to get a bit dramatic. As long as you become stronger, I don't care if you poke a hole in the sky or turn Dacheng City upside down. I've got your back. Seeing her proud my kid is amazing expression. Zhang Xing's helplessly adjusted her glasses, but the shock in her eyes couldn't be concealed. As a holy priest, she understood what that energy signified. It was a power capable of altering the rules of the world. Job change complete. Let's head back to the base first. Su Quan waved her hand. Celebration a night. Order whatever you want. Even braised abyssal beast is fine. Gu Zu didn't move, standing in place and stroking his chin, seemingly pondering something important. Sister Su, don't rush to eat just yet. He looked up, the red glow in his eyes not fully faded, and asked seriously, where's the nearest second transition temple? I want to take on the second transition quest while I'm at it. The wind suddenly stopped. Su Quan, who was about to summon the guards to drive, froze in place and almost stumbled. Zhang Shu, who was drinking water to calm her nerves, heard the sun ended up spraying water all over Zhang Xin's white coat. The scene instantly became suffocatingly silent. A few seconds later, Su Quan mechanically turned her head. What did you say? She suspected the shock had affected her hearing. You want to take the second transition quest? Yeah. Gu Zu nodded matter-of-factly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Quan's voice was so sharp it almost pierced the sky. Brother, you just completed the first transition. You were only level 15 when you went in. You've only been out for a few minutes, and now you're saying you want to take on the second transition? Even a well-informed Su Quan was completely stunned. Oh, that was... Gu Zu scratched his head, pretending to be embarrassed. The commotion earlier gave me some experience. The experience bar filled up quickly, and I couldn't control it. I'm already at level 25 now. What? Level 25? Zhang Shu Quan was stunned. How long has it been? Jumping from level 15 to level 25. Zhao Gu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Zhang Xing's and was also dumbfounded, and that's with the bottleneck restriction in place. Oh my, even a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Su Quan also came to her senses and smiled helplessly. When people are speechless, this is how they react. She smiled. After a moment, she sighed and said, since you've said so, I'll immediately arrange for someone to locate the coordinates of the second transition temple. Just as everyone was digesting this shocking news, Zhang Shu suddenly seemed to remember something. Her eyes flashed with a mix of fear and anticipation. She quietly leaned closer to Gu Zu, glanced around, and lowered her voice. Your Highness, now that you're level 25, your class talent should have refreshed, right? Are you talking about the servant of Calamity? Gu Zu nodded. Yes. Zhang Shu nodded repeatedly, her face showing a hint of hesitation. What exactly does your third summoned creature look like? Her sensitivity was understandable. After all, the previous plague sourced which had left a deep impression on her. That big rat was covered in pustules, oozing poison all over its body. Even now, it still frequented her nightmares. Although the first eerie bride was breathtakingly beautiful, a second one turned out to be so hideous it was terrifying. Zhang Shu felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness about the third summoned creature. Is it as coldly alluring as the eerie bride's sister? Or is it like that stinky rat? Zhang Shu swallowed hard, not daring to finish her sentence. Su Quan and Zhang Zhengsin also perked up their ears. After all, every summoned creature of Gu Zu's was extraordinarily powerful. Each a trump card on the battlefield. The third Calamity was definitely a strategic level weapon. Gu Zu looked at Zhang Shu's expression, which was both fearful and curious. He couldn't help but laugh. Actually, I haven't summoned it yet. He spoke honestly. I was as busy upgrading, the slots were refreshed, but I haven't had time to use them yet. Huh? You haven't summoned yet? Zhang Shu was a bit disappointed but quickly became excited again. What about now? This is a rare opportunity. And since there's plenty of space here, let's take a look. Alright, Gu Zu wasn't the type to keep things hidden. He was also curious about what the third Calamity would be. especially after experiencing the Abyss Devourer and a Shadow, a Chaluha's incarnation earlier. He vaguely felt that the third summoned entity must have a close connection to the Old Ones and the Abyss. Step back a bit. Guzu waved his hand, signaling everyone to spread out. Su Quan and the others immediately understood and retreated 100 meters away. Zhang Zins and even set up several small protective fields. Guzu's summoning rituals were always particularly awe-inspiring, with movements so intense they were frightening. Guzu closed his eyes and silently chanted Talent's Servant of Calamity. Activate. Command confirmed, connecting to the Calamity nodes in the River of Time. Responding to the call, a fervent believer of an Old One is awakening. Buzz. This time there was no foul green mist like when summoning Twitch, nor the fluttering red paper from the eerie bri. What appeared this time was a pure spatial tremor, as if even his soul was trembling. The space in front of Guzu suddenly shattered like a mirror. A pitch-black crack appeared out of nowhere, but instead of healing, it was forcibly pried open by some unknown force. A cold, slippery wind, carrying a decayed and ancient ore blew out from the crack. The light in the sky seemed to be absorbed by the crack, plunging the entire square into darkness. They Ray here Guzu opened his eyes. A strange purple glow reflected in his pupils. Inside the crack, there were no humanoid creatures. The first thing to emerge were several massive tentacles, covered in dark red blood vessels and tumors, wildly flailing. Each story produced a piercing sound of rupture in the air. Immediately, a suffocating lime acid monster slowly squeezed out from the void. It was a gigantic eyeball. To be precise, a colossal sphere of flesh with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, floating in mid-air. The front of the flesh sphere was almost entirely covered by a single enormous eye, occupying 2/3 of its surface. That eye was not an ordinary pupil, but a bottomless, purple abyss swirling like a nebula. The flesh sphere was surrounded by countless small eyeballs and sunken veins resembling brain issue. Dozens of tentacles floated below like a skirt, each ending in a mouth filled with sharp teeth, constantly opening and closing, emitting a hissing whisper. Eye of the Old Ones. It hovered silently 3 meters above Guzu's head, the massive single eye slowly rotating before finally locking on his Su Quan and the others in the distance. Zhang Shu just took one look, and it was as if she had been struck hard. Her face turned pale instantly as she covered her mouth, starting to retch. It wasn't just a visual disgust, it felt more like her innermost being was being brutally torn apart. This was truly a form of mental torment. Those countless tiny eyes, the constantly writhing fleshy tumors, and an enormous single eye that seemed to pierce at the darkest corners of one's soul. It was simply a challenge to the limits of human sanity. What kind of monster is this? Su Quan felt her scalp tingle, and Gusenstrau's layer upon layer all over her body. She had been through countless battles and seen all kinds of disgusting monsters, but she had never encountered something like this before, something that instinctively made her want to stay away, something she found physically unbearable. This is simply the ultimate combination of chaos and evil. Could this be the legendary Old Ones series summoned beast? Guzu looked up at the colossal creature, feeling no fear at all. He found the pale purple glow strangely comforting. He gently waved his hand, sharing the attribute panel of this new companion with everyone. Stop complaining and take a look at the attributes. It's a powerful support. Guzu thoughtfully reminded. Zhang Shu forced himself to endure a wave of dizziness, trembling as he looked up at the virtual panel projected in midair. At first glance, his heart nearly stopped. Servant of Calamity, Eye of the Old Days. Level 25 synchronized with the Master. Status: Absolute Loyalty Hunger. Skill 1 Vision of the Old Days. Conceptual level: everything under its gaze is completely exposed. Ignores all invisibility, stealth, illusions, and disguises. Directly attacks the target's weaknesses and vital points, while nullifying its defense and resistance completely. Hint: in the face of truth, you are utterly unprepared. Skill to Sanity, Collapse. Conceptual level: within a range of 625 meters, synchronized with the Master's Calamity domain. All hostile targets randomly fall into negative states, such as confusion, frenzy, self-harm, petrification, etc. This effect can stack infinitely until the target's mind completely collapses. Whatever you do, don't look into its eyes. Don't look. Skill 3, Ray of the Old Days conceptual level. Gathers the power of Calamity to release a destructive ray. This ray has the ability to erase existence, rendering any resistance ineffective. Target's hit will gradually be eliminated at the atomic level. Hint: this is a direct ticket to heaven. Silence. Everyone fell silent, even quieter than before. If the source of the previous play was disgusting and the eerie bride was terrifying, and this giant highball in front of them is utterly unreasonable. Defense reduced to 0. True damage, no resurrection. Zhang Xinsin murmured those skills, her throat so dry she could barely speak. These 3 skills, any one of them alone would be a god-tier ability, and now they are all concentrated in one monster. Especially that Eye of Truth. What does it mean to forcibly reduce defense to 0? Even if you're wearing the most top-tier divine armor, it's completely useless in front of it, no different from being naked. Absolutely insane. Su Kuang muttered under her breath. With this thing around, do assassins and tanks even have a chance anymore? At this moment, Zhang Shu no longer felt disgusted. In the face of this absolute power, appearance no longer mattered. Your Highness, Zhang Shu stared at the big eyeball with admiration. Although it looks like a lump of meat covered in mold spots, I declare. It is the most handsome. Guzu nodded in satisfaction. This Eye of the Old Days is practically designed specifically to counter enemies with high defense and strong evasion. Combined with the control of the eerie bride and Twitch's team fight poison damage, this team is simply unbeatable. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of the powerful attributes of the new summoned beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sharp and urgent vibrating sound suddenly broke the silence. The sound didn't come from the nearby instruments, but from Su Kuang's wrist. She looked down, and her expression instantly turned unusually serious. It was her military-grade special communication wristband, currently displaying the highest-level red emergency signal vibration frequency. This type of alert is only used by the Empire's highest command in emergency situations. Silence. Su Kuang gave a low shout, and the crowd that had been watching with wide eyes quickly fell silent. She took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. At the same time, she activated the holographic projection. The next second, the atmosphere on site suddenly became tense. A blue light screen unfolded in mid-air, revealing the figure of Zhang Daozhuan, Deputy Minister of the Imperial Command. Mr. Zhang, Su Kuang immediately stood at attention and saluted. Su Kuang, Chief of Staff of the God-Slain Legion, awaiting orders. She was well aware of the current situation and knew she couldn't afford the slightest laxity. Zhang Daozhuan wasted no words. His gaze bypassing Su Kuang and landing directly on the young man not far away. Su Kuang, no need for unnecessary talk. His voice was hoarse and urgent. Since Guzu is by your side, it is simple. As fast as possible, we'll rendezvous there. Understood. Su Kuang nodded without hesitation, promptly accepting the order. The light screen flickered and disappeared. She turned to look at Guzu and the others behind her. Let us go. Biaichuan. These mere 5 words represented something of great importance. Biaichuan, that is the hell where even the powerful 9th-tier Saint Lin Yuan was trapped. It is now a living purgatory. And yet the Empire is sending Guzu, an 18-year-old who has just completed his first transformation there. Isn't this sending him to his death? 10 minutes ago, she might have tried to appeal to the higher-ups, urging the military to reconsider carefully. But now, things were different. She glanced at the lingering dark clouds overhead and thought coldly to herself, "This strange disaster. Perhaps it's a case of fighting poison with poison." Su Kuang's expression suddenly turned serious. Guzu. What's wrong? Sister Su. Guzu snapped out of the thoughts, a faint blush in his eyes, but he seemed much more clear-headed now. Looking just like the boy next door. This meal, I'm afraid we'll have to change the location. She gave a wry smile and pointed to the communicator on her wrist. An urgent message from his supreme command. Deputy Minister Zhang Daozhuan has personally requested to see you. The location: Biaichuan City. Biaichuan. Zhang Shu and Zhang Xinsin, standing nearby, both had a change in expression. As soldiers, they immediately understood what this meant. Guzu, however, raised an eyebrow. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they carried a faint sense of composure. That old guy is quite clever. The chorus as mouth lifted slightly as he gazed thoughtfully toward the northern horizon. This as well, my wife was complaining earlier, saying she wanted to see the scenery over there. Since someone is covering the travel expenses, let's go. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Su Kuang shook her head helplessly. That's Guzu for you, bold enough to fear nothing, not even tigers. All units, prepare. Su Kuang commanded, and the soldiers, now alert, immediately sprang into action. Complete preparations within 5 minutes. The entire army will set out destination be Ichuan province. Yes. A thunderous sound echoed over the base. 20 minutes later, 10,000 meters above the ground, a heavy fighter jet tore through the clouds, rapidly heading north. The atmosphere inside the cabin was tense. Su Kuang, Zhang Shu, and Zhang Xing sat upright, staring intently at the tactical tablet. On the screen, the real-time satellite image of Beichuan City was chilling. Although the Black Death Zone had not expanded further, a dense black fog was suffocating. In contrast, Guzu seemed as if he were on vacation, laying back in a comfortable seat, holding a cup of hot coffee just delivered by the flight attendant. He eagerly looked down through the porthole, overlooking the eerie scenery below. As a fighter jet approached Beichuan, the lush green mountains and forests below turned into ashen gray skeletons, and the winding rivers took on a dark, inky green hue. A chilling cold permeated the air, and even through the cockpit, one could feel the spine-tingling coolness. This place is really unsettling, Guzu said softly, pursing his lips slightly. Your Highness, you sure are brave, Zhang Shu said with a bitter expression, handing him the latest battle report. Lin Yuan, the sage, hasn't even shown up yet, and his forces have already. Su Kuang took a deep breath, understanding that what awaited them was a trial of blood and fire. The Spirit Legion was almost entirely annihilated. The anomaly known as the Ghost Sedan Chair, though temporarily immobilized, had its energy fluctuations become even more concealed. This indicates that the danger has definitely escalated. I glanced at the massive red said and chair on the screen and smiled faintly. Whether it's dangerous or not, I am not so sure. After saying that, I instinctively licked my lips, but I do know that if it doesn't run away soon, it has bound to become my leveling up hack sooner or later. Good lad, well said. Big sis, light your spirit. Su Kuang burst into laughter at my words, her eyes full of admiration. My confidence might seem a bit arrogant to outsiders, but to Su Kuang, this is what makes me unique. Why is our God-slaying core called the Madhouse by others? Because we fear nothing. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we dare to face it head-on. Report, ready to land. The pilot's voice came from a cockpit. The fighter jet began to dive, piercing through a thick layer of clouds, heading towards Beichuan City Airport. As soon as the fighter jet came to a halt and the cabin door was not yet fully open, a tense and serious atmosphere rushed in. On the spacious tarmac, there was no ceremonial guard to welcome them as usual. Only a few dark green armored vehicles and a group of well-equipped, stern-faced elite soldiers stood guard. At the very front stood an elderly man wearing a Zhongshan suit. Zhang Daozhuan, without a doubt. Seeing Minister Zhang personally come to greet them, Su Kuang and Zhang Shu both tensed up and hurriedly adjusted their military attire. We quickly walked down the gangway. Minister Su Kuang strode forward and gave a standard military salute. Zhang Daozhuan nodded slightly, his gaze bypassing Su Kuang and landing on me, the young man leisurely walking down. Indeed, this wasn't the first time he had seen me, but he could feel that the aura on me was several times stronger than last time. Zhao Gu. Zhang Daozhuan didn't put on airs instead. He took a step closer to me, his face showing a warm yet dignified smile. You really caused quite a stir just now. Gave this old man quite a scare. Minister, sorry for causing trouble for everyone. I remained calm, neither indifferent nor arrogant. It was like greeting an ordinary elder, of course. I also have to thank the country for the opportunity and the strong support of the military. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the second tier so quickly. That's your own ability. The country and the military were just fulfilling their responsibilities. Zhang Daozhuan gave me a deep look, stopped beating around the bush, and got straight to the point. This isn't the place to talk. There are some things I need to confirm with you first. Speaking, he raised his hand and pointed toward the direction of the northern suburbs, still shrouded in darkness. Just half an hour ago, the out-of-control black mist over there was suddenly suppressed by some kind of advanced power, forced to stop expanding, and even began to recede. At the same time, A mysterious phenomenon, indescribable in words, appeared over Da Chang's city. The old man's gaze was serious, as if trying to see through my thoughts. That power, it was released by you, wasn't it? Although he had reviewed the surveillance data, he still wanted to hear me admit it personally. This is not only about the survival of Bichir, but also concerns the future of the entire Shenxi Empire. The surrounding instantly fell silent. So Kwang held her breath, and those high-ranking guards were fully focused. I glanced in that direction, then looked back at Zhang Daozhuan's expectant eyes. I didn't deny it. That would be me, I suppose. I nodded lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. When I broke through the first stage just now, I did notice something unusual over there. So I casually took a look. I was cautious, knowing to leave some room when speaking with a leader. Hearing what I said, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Zhang Daozhuan's tense face. Good, good, good. The old man said good 3 times in a row. It seems to be correct. Only higher-level rules can suppress lower-level rules. Lin Yuan's death rule. Although those rules are powerful, they are merely the rules of the dead man's game. But I possess the power of Calamity in ancient days, which transcends life and death. These rules are clearly superior to the Calamity's secret realm itself. I have hope to end this chaos. Guzu, I will represent the Empire, represent the 30 million people of Bichuan province, and I ask for your help. Zhang Daozhuan spoke with a very serious expression. Right now, a ninth-tier Saint Lin Yuan from the Empire is suffering from rule backlash and is trapped in the secret realm, unable to escape. Meanwhile, the influence in the secret realm continues to expand. At this rate, soon the entire Bichuan city, and even the entire Bichuan province, could be swallowed by this Calamity's secret realm, turning into wasteland. After a deep evaluation by the Empire's command headquarters, it has been determined that across Shenxia and even the entire Blue Planet, you are likely the only one capable of dealing with this red-white collision Calamity's secret realm. Zhang Daozhuan looked up, his gaze resolute. I implore you to take action. Break through this Calamity-level secret realm. Completely sever this core etching into the human world and restore a bright future for the Shenxi Empire. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was stunned. All their eyes focused on me. This is the responsibility of saving Bichuan province being placed on my shoulders. The pressure is immense, overwhelming. No problem, I agreed almost immediately without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Daozhuan had originally prepared a lengthy persuasion, but was stunned upon hearing my response. You agreed? Of course. I adjusted my sleeve calmly, my expression composed. I am also an imperial soldier, eating the nation's food. When faced with such matters, it is only right. Besides, I chuckled lightly. Just as I said earlier, this thing does seem quite intriguing. I also want to see just how formidable this so-called Calamity-level secret realm could be. Ambitious. Zhang Daozhuan vigorously patted my shoulder, full of praise and relief. Since you've agreed, I won't be stingy. This mission will be treated as a special-level campaign. As long as you successfully resolve this crisis, dismantle that ghost carriage, and force the secret realm back, he said, raising a finger, I will personally decide to directly promote you to Deputy Chief of Staff of the Divine Jaw Empire's God-Slaying Corps, granting you the rank of Colonel. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked, especially Su Kuang, Zhang Shu, and Zhang Xingxin. Their expressions were incredibly vivid, from captain to colonel in one leap, skipping for ranks. This is a height that many military transfers struggle to reach in their lifetime. I'm only 18, able to serve as Deputy Chief of Staff in a department with real power. This means that from now on, in the Shenxi army, I can walk sideways with confidence. Additionally, Zhang Daozhuan continued to sweeten the deal. You can pick any 3 pieces of legendary equipment from a national treasury, high-level skill books, even if there's only 1 copy. As long as your profession can use it, they're all open to you. Before that, do you have any other requests? Zhang Daozhuan waved his hand grandly. Feel free to ask. Whether you want tanks or cannons or even mobilizing the entire mage corps to non fodder, I'll approve it all. This is the determination of a nation. As long as it can end the disaster and protect the people, no cost is too great. I stroked my chin and began to think seriously. Everyone stared at me without blinking. Do you need a magical artifact? Do you need advanced potions? Or perhaps special life-saving equipment? When facing unknown disasters, being more prepared means having an extra chance at survival. A few seconds later, I raised my head and scratched it awkwardly. I actually don't have any special requests. It's just, I pointed to my attribute panel. Leveling up to fast has left me stuck at the bottleneck of level 25. If I don't undergo a second class change first, I won't be able to level up further. Fighting the bid, I might put me at a disadvantage. So do you think you could arrange for me to visit the nearest class change temple first? I'll take on a second transfer quest while I'm at it. If the quest happens to involve conquering this Calamity's secret realm, wouldn't that be killing the birds with one stone? I said casually. The helipad suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Daozhuan was stunned, and Su Quan helplessly covered her forehead. Take on a second transfer quest while you're at it. Brother, do you even understand how job transfers work? When others complete their first transfer, they usually spend at least half a year consolidating their skills, improving their combat power, and preparing thoroughly before daring to embark on the second transfer path. But you just completed your first transfer a couple of hours ago. Your skills aren't even warmed up yet, and you already want to go for the second transfer? Are you in such a rush like driving a donkey? Zhang Daozhuan quickly regained his composure. Although he was mentally full of complaints, he maintained the calm demeanor of a seasoned veteran. This request is reasonable. He nodded seriously and said, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Since your level is sufficient, transferring jobs is key to enhancing combat power. Although Baichuan City is on high alert, and Job Transfer Temple is well staffed and hasn't been affected. After speaking, he turned to his secretary, Chen Yan, and ordered, prepare the car. We're heading to the Job Transfer Temple. I'll personally accompany young friend Uzu on this trip. Baichuan City, Job Change Temple. This place is usually bustling with young people full of dreams and seasoned professionals who have experienced battles. But at this moment, due to the disaster occurred, the entire city is under strict curfew, and 3 layers of security lines have been set up around the Job Change Temple, guarded by elite garrison troops. Boom! A deep engine roar broke the silence as a convoy of military vehicles, holding special passes, ignored red lights and obstacles, heading straight for the temple gates. The car door opened. Zhang Daozhuan was the first to step out. Ignoring the salutes of the guards, he walked to the second vehicle and opened the door. A colonel guarding the temple almost had his eyes pop out. This was the second in command of the Empire's Supreme Command. A big shot rarely seen even on television, personally opening a car door for someone. Out of the car stepped a young man with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and lazy. If one looked closely at the shadow behind him, they would notice it's utterly writhing outside the natural patterns of light and shadow. Friend, Guzu, please. Zhang Daozhuan stepped aside and politely gestured. Sorry to trouble you, Alder Zhan. I nodded in response, skipping formalities, and directly stepped toward the main door. Su Kuang, Zhang Shu, and Zhang Zinx, and followed closely behind. Pushing open the door, the temple was empty, with a glowing white crystal still at the center. Although it's not open to the public now, his crystal operates around the clock. Zhang Daozhuan stood outside with his hands behind his back, not daring to approach. The job transfer process is extremely quiet. If outsiders come close, it could trigger the rules and cause accidental harm, as well as interfere with the task evaluation for the transfer. I took a deep breath and placed my palm on the crystal. As the moment I touched it, the white glow of the crystal turned abruptly into a dark purple-black, as if ink had been poured into it. The light within the temple was instantly swallowed, and the temperature plummeted. An ancient and grand chaotic whisper echoed through the empty hall. It was not a human language, but a whisper from some higher dimension. Standing on the outskirts, Su Quan and the others felt a sharp pain in their minds, as if something was trying to break into their brains. This is... Zhang Daozhuan's face changed dramatically, hurriedly waving his hand to set up a barrier, shielding them behind him, his eyes full of shock. Is this the hidden professions transfer ceremony? Just connecting a mission feels like a descent of an evil god? But as I stood in front of the crystal, I was completely unaffected. On the contrary, those piercing whispers unbearable to others sounded like a welcoming greeting to him. Detected Professional Guzu. Profession. Calamity Lord of the Old Days, Ruler of the Old Days, Unique, Concept Level. Level 25 Bottleneck State. Generating second transformation based on profession characteristics, potential evaluation, and past achievements. Guzu stared at the virtual panel in front of him, unable to suppress his curiosity. The first transformation abyss projection might sound intimidating, but for him, it was as simple as having a meal. What kind of trick will the second transformation bring this time? Just like last time, he waited for a full 30 seconds. Blood Ray, text appeared once again. Second transformation generated. Mission name Revival of Calamity Abyss level. Mission description. As an old one ruler, your upgrade does not require worldly recognition, only blood and fear as sacrifices. There is a place where rules are shattered, currently being devoured by a false god. Mission objective: enter the disaster secret realm of Raid and White Collision in Baichuan City. Requirement 1: eliminate the illusion outside the secret realm, Ghost Mother's bridal set, in 0. Requirement to devour a local creature of lower level or above within the secret realm 0. Requirement 3: devour the fragments of the secret realm's rules and integrate them into your own divinity 0. Special restriction. The use of any recovery potions is prohibited within the instance. No external assistance is allowed except for your own summoned creatures. Task time limit 100 hours. Failure penalty. Permanently lose the old bloodline and become an unconscious monster. After reading these mission requirements, Guzu was momentarily stunned and burst into laughter. The laughter echoed through the grand hall, unrestrained and tinged with arrogance. This task is simply tailor-made for him, effortless yet thrilling. The grand hall's doors were pushed open once again. Even the wind seemed to pause for a moment. Zhang Daozhuan stood with his hands behind his back at the foot of the steps. Behind him, Su Kuang, Zhang Shu, Zhang Xinxin, and others held their breath. Dozens of eyes fixed tightly on the figure emerging from the dark hall. Guzu walked out with his hands in his pockets, his steps light, showing no sign of having just undergone some grand ceremony. He looked up at the crowd waiting solemnly outside, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly. "Well, Mr. Zhang, the task is accepted." His tone was relaxed. Zhang Daozhuan's expression tightened, and he stepped closer. "How's the situation? What's the specific content?" "Nothing special." Guzu shrugged and casually said, "The system wants me to take a stroll in the Reed and White Clash secret realm. First dismantle the big red wedding sit outside, and go inside the secret realm to find a lower-level monster to swallow. And finally snack on the rule fragments. That's basically the process." The air instantly became so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Su Kuang's mouth gaped wide open, her jaw almost hitting the floor. Zhang Shu's eyes widened like copper bells, and the tablet in her hand nearly slipped. "Dismantle the sedan. Swallow the Lord, each rule fragments. You call that a stroll? That is an abyss-level calamity that even the 9th Order St. Lin Yuan was stuck on. And you make it sound as simple as buying meat with a scallion at the market? This is the second-tier advancement quest." Zhang Xing's and adjusted her glasses, her face full of disbelief. "Yeah, the system knows me well, even knows I'm hungry." Guzu grinned. "Perfect, saves me the trouble of hunting monsters to level up." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Daozhuan's expression became complicated. Having lived most of his life, he had seen countless brilliant and extraordinary geniuses. Whenever faced with high-level quests, each one was cautious, as if walking a tightrope. But this guy Guzu, treating calamities like an all-you-can-eat buffet, was an unprecedented exception. But this is also the confidence he needs most right now. The old man's expression turned serious. He didn't need ask further, just solemnly patted Guzu on the shoulder. "Guzu, regardless of whether this is fate's arrangement or whether you can tear through the veil of that day, only know that the limbs of 30 million people in Baichu, our province, rest on your shoulders." Still the same words, "I am counting on you." Guzu put away his joking demeanor and nodded seriously. "Don't worry. Since I've taken on the task, I'll give it my all and never hold anyone back." Half an hour later, in the northern suburbs of Baichuan City, several heavily modified armored vehicles sped through the streets. The once bustling North District had now turned into a dead city. The shops on both sides had their doors tightly shut, and the road was littered with scattered trash, discarded shoes, and wreckage from car accidents during emergency evacuations were everywhere. The traffic lights continued to flash incessantly, but no vehicles remained to obey their rules. The entire city was shrouded in an oppressive and extreme silence, as if time itself had stopped. Up ahead is the temporary blockade line. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Kuang pointed forward, toward that area seemingly abandoned by the world. Guzu looked out through the car window. In the distance was a pitch-black wall. It was not a wall of construction, but a dense black fog, so thick it seemed almost impossible to disperse. The black mist seemed alive, slowly yet resolutely writhing, devouring several meters of the street with each roll. Streetelted, bus stop signs, greenery upon contact with the black mist, they decayed into ash instantly, as if weathered by 1,000 years. Above the black mist, a massive red sedan chair hung in the air, pressing down on the sky like a towering mountain. Countless paper money fluttered through the air, scattering down as if carrying some kind of curse. This setup is truly terrifying. Guzu squinted his eyes, showing not a trace of fear. Instead, he licked his dry lips. The hunger within his body began to stir restlessly. The convoy stopped 500 meters away from the black mist. This is already the maximum distance. Going further, even high-level professionals wearing shields would have their spirits instantly twisted by that force of rules. Surrounding them were soldiers with weapons sheathed, each face filled with tension and seriousness. Guzu, you must be careful. Before getting out of the car, Su Kuang tightly gripped his arm. If it doesn't work out, even if the mission fails, you must come back alive. Sister Su, saying that makes it seem like you don't believe in me. Guzu smiled as he pushed open the car door and stepped out boldly. Whoosh! As soon as his feet touched the ground, a cold wind mixed with the stench of decay rushed toward him. He stood with his hands in his pockets, alone in the middle of this street leading to hell. In front of him was darkness and despair that blotted out the sky. Behind him were tens of thousands of nervous soldiers in a city on the brink of collapse. Time to get to work, brothers. Guzu whispered softly and snapped his fingers. Buzz! His space suddenly distorted. A crimson figure eerily appeared to his left. That was the eerie bride, dressed in a red wedding gown, fluttering in the sinister wind. Under the red veil, her eyes stared intently at the distant bridal sedan, and the chilling aura around her even caused a layer of red frost to form on the asphalt road beneath her feet. Following Matt, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A strange creature emerged from the void, making bizarre noises as it appeared. It leaned on a white bone staff, its skin covered in pustules that were further inflamed by the intense stimulation of a black mist. It crawled to Guzu's right side, greedily sniffing the virus-laden air. And that was not all. Guzu slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping toward the sky above. Boom! It was as if an invisible giant hand had torn open the heavens. A massive fleshy eyeball, surrounded by a mind-shattering purple aura, squeezed out from the sky. Countless tentacles danced in the air. This was the legendary arrival of the Eye of the Old Ones. At this moment, the soldiers in the rear were all stunned. They felt as if the blood in their entire bodies was about to freeze. That red-clad female ghost is even more terrifying than that ornate sedan chair. That giant rat looks just like a messenger of death. Especially that enormous eyeball. Just one glance at it feels like your brain is about to explode. This is our reinforcements. A young soldier trembled, muttering, "Why do I feel like we're the bad guys here?" However, in the next second, a scene that changed everything unfolded. Guzu stepped forward with those three bizarre Calamity servants. The originally arrogant and all-devouring black mist suddenly acted as if it had encountered its nemesis, began to tremble violently. For a while, the eerie Suane sound that had been echoing over the city actually started to go out of tune. The black mist began to churn, but instead of surging forward, it retreated. They were like a pack of troublemaking vicious dogs, suddenly retreating in panic as if they had encountered a true opponent. A Tyrannosaurus Rex from the ancient primordial era. With every step I took, the black mist retreated hundreds of meters. I walked with ease, the eerie bride's red sleeves behind me fluttering in the wind, and the key grinning strangely. Above, the lifeless glow in the old ones I kept swirling. This combination of one person and three monsters forcibly carved out a path to the horizon in this desolate and lifeless land. Are they really afraid of him? Su Kuang stared at the frantically retreating black mist, murmuring softly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the internet in the real world had descended into chaos. Although the signal in Beichuan City was cut off, the Chaluha-like shadow that spanned the heavens and earth over Dacha'an City earlier was captured by witnesses across half of the Shen Xi Empire. This video spread across the globe like a virus. The servers of several major social platforms in Shen Xi crashed multiple times. Programmers cursed while frantically expanding server capacity. "Hen, what the hell was that giant octopus just now? Someone tell me, is Shen Xi experiencing a biohazard outbreak? Don't talk nonsense upstairs, that's clearly a miracle. I'm right here in Dacha'an City, and I clearly saw someone under the shadowy figure. Fake, right? Who could create such a huge commotion? This special effect would cost at least 500 million. Nonsense, I was on site. That pressure scared me to the point of wetting myself. Didn't you notice? That direction is Beichuan City." Panic and curiosity spread like wildfire. As time passed, more and more bad news came through various channels. News: I heard that Age Linyuan still hasn't appeared, and the black mist over in Beichuan is still spreading. It's over, it's over. Even 9th tier experts have fallen. Is this the end for Shen Xi? Was that Chaluha-like shadow just now the final boss? If it really is, we might as well start digging our graves early. Countless people stared at the screen trembling. They had no idea of the truth and could only let speculation amplify their fear. And this panic is the best nourishment for my Calamity growth talent. Meanwhile, the neighboring countries of the Shen Xi Empire had long been eyeing this opportunity. And now they finally couldn't hold back. The Northern Nicey Tundra. The 3rd Armored Division launched a full-scale attack, confronting the Gongon Corps of the Diaxia Empire at the Frost Dragon Mare Dungeon. The Eastern Sea. On a destroyer flying the Cherry Blossom flag, an elite squad named Oni/Gring was ready to set out. The southwestern border. The elephant cavalry of the southern Indian kingdom crossed the border on a large scale, their heavy elephant hooves trampling the boundary markers. Their goal was clear: to seize several high-yield medicinal secret realms amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the Divine Zhao Empire found itself besieged on all sides. Internal disasters raged unchecked, while external enemies surrounded them. The fate of the entire nation, at this moment, began to change subtly. The main road on the northern outskirts of Beichuan City, its asphalt surface was already shattered beyond recognition, as if trampled repeatedly by hundreds of giant beasts. Streetle-tied poles by the roadside twisted like pretzels, with some even drooping to the ground like noodles. This was precisely the core diffusion area of the eerie black mist, and also the place where the power of the red bridal savannah's rules was the strongest. But at this moment, an utterly baffling scene unfolded here. With my hands in my pockets, I strolled leisurely as if walking in a backyard garden, occasionally kicking aside a few obstructive stones on the uneven road. Is this the so-called Deary disaster? I stopped in my tracks, frowning discontentedly. Raising my hand, I casually waved it toward the void ahead. In my eyes, the black mist that was supposed to engulf everything is now in a rather ridiculous state. Centered around me, within a radius of 625 meters, was an absolute vacuum zone. This is the ultimate effect of the talent domain of Calamity, my territory, my rules. The black mist, with its strong corrosive and assimilative properties, recoils instantly upon touching this invisible boundary, as if it had seen a ghost. It retreats frantically, not even wanting to crawl away. All of this leaves me somewhat speechless. Seriously, who is truly the mastermind behind this disaster? I thought you would confront each other head-on. I watched the mist that skirted around, sneaking along the edges. It couldn't help but mock. They're supposed to be the big boss swallowing the city whole. That you have no temper at all? Come on. Tear each other apart and cause some damage. The only response to him was the black mist retreating even more frantically. Above, those ancient eyes slowly turned, emitting a deep humming sound. Beside me, the eerie bride in a bright redding dress seemed to disdain the feeble black mist. She gently flicked her red sleeve, and the surrounding air immediately turned colder by a few degrees. Twitch pouted in disappointment. It had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos and the black mist to unleash its poison and see whose venom was stronger. But the opponent didn't give it any chance at all. So boring. Guzu shook his head and continued walking forward. With every step he took, the black mist had to retreat one step. This created a peculiar scene under the all-encompassing darkness. A person was forcefully pushing forward a path of light, carving out a straight passage through the ruins. When Guzu had walked about 2 kilometers, a peculiar area suddenly appeared within the rolling and retreating black mist ahead. It was not entirely ruins. There, a faintly visible, half-destroyed protective field could be seen. A barrier intertwined with white bones, and deftly Aura struggled to hold on. But it was already in a state of disrepair, on the verge of collapse. Under the precarious white bone dome, leaning against a broken pillar, sat a person. His appearance seemed like he was about to breathe his last. That person was Lin Yuan, a Ninth Order saint who once intimidated Shin Xii and made foreign forces tremble. At this moment, he was in a pitiful state. His iconic black trench coat had long been torn into shreds, barely covering his body. His exposed skin was ashen and lifeless, covered with black scars, marks left by the erosion of rules. His left arm was grotesquely twisted, clearly fractured. His chest was deeply slashed by sharp claws, the wound devoid of blood, with only faint black smoke drifting out. If he weren't a necromancer with high resistance to death, there is still the formidable vitality of a 9th-tier powerhouse sustaining him. If it were anyone else, such injuries would be utterly unsurvivable. Lin Yuan coughed violently, and with each cough, fragments of his internal organs came out from his throat. His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, and the world before his eyes gradually lost focus. Could it be that I'm going to die here? Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. He had roamed the world relying on the abilities of an eagle all his life. Yet in the end, he was pecked in the eye by an eagle. He underestimated the dangers of this secret realm within, inside the bridal set, and did not follow the rules at all. Its overwhelming strength left him completely powerless to fight back. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use his last breath to ignite the soul fire for self-destruction, he suddenly felt a presence approaching. This presence was even more terrifying and powerful than the one in the bridal sedan, causing his soul to tremble involuntarily. Another big shot has arrived. Lin Yuan closed his eyes in despair, knowing full well that there was no saving him this time. But this presence arrived without attacking him. Instead, it made him feel that the previously oppressive rules had eased significantly. It was as if the mountain pressing down on his head had been moved away. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was completely stunned. Even someone like him, accustomed to life and death, was left speechless in awe at this moment. Less than 50 meters away stood a young man. The young man looked no older than a high school student, dressed simply in casual clothes, with an ill-fitting military combat uniform draped over him. But none of that was the main point. The main point was the 2 companions beside the young man. On the left was a woman dressed in a blood-red wedding gown, her face unclear, but exuding an aura 100 times more terrifying than that of a vengeful ghost. On the right stood a massive plague rat walking upright, its body oozing pus. Just a glance at it made one feel as if their internal organs were rotting. What suffocated Lin Yuan the most was the presence hovering above the young man's head. A gigantic purple single eye, covered in tentacles and fleshy tumors. This single eye merely glanced at him casually, and Lin Yuan's Reaper's domain almost collapsed on the spot. His soul was screaming in fear, bowing in submission to that great existence. What kind of monster is this? My voice was hoarse, and my body instinctively wanted to retreat, but I was too severely injured to move at all. Well, isn't this the Saint Lin? Just when I thought I was about to be torn to pieces by this terrifying combination, the young man suddenly spoke. His voice was clear, carrying a hint of surprise and disdain. Disdain? I was stunned. Guzu walked up to me. Looking down at me, the once top-tier powerhouse, and clicked his tongue. TSK. You're pretty badly hurt. The thing I came quickly, otherwise by this time next year, someone would probably be burning paper offerings for you. I struggled to lift my head, staring intently at Guzu's face, trying to recall this face from my memory. But I couldn't find it. In my understanding, within the Shen Xi Empire, or even the entire Blue Star, there was no such person. Someone capable of controlling a summoned beast of this level must at least be at the peak of a knife rake, perhaps even nearing a demigod's existence. How could they be completely unknown? Who exactly are you? I gritted my teeth, suppressing the fear in my heart, and asked, are you some old monster from a hidden family? Or someone from another world. Old monster, Guzu chuckled. Pointing to his youthful face, sir, is your eyesight failing? A legitimate citizen of the Shen Xi Empire. Speaking of who I am. He adjusted his collar, his tone becoming more serious. At work, call me Plant, captain of the God-Slaying Corps, 18th Army Group. Supreme command of the Shen Xi Empire, Guzu. After saying that, he added, all right, Mr. Zhane just mentioned that if I handle this matter well, I might be promoted to Deputy Chief of Staff when I return. So in the future, you can also call me Deputy Chief Guru. Captain, I felt like I was dreaming. Or maybe this was a hallucination before my death. A captain? With 3 and beasts capable of instantly killing 9th tier experts. This is called a captain. Then what am I? A rookie. Stop spacing out. Guzu didn't give me much time to think. He pointed around. Look, to accommodate you, be injured. My domain has been paused for half a day. If you can still move, retreat quickly. His reminder made me finally notice the changes around me. I was surprised to find that the black rule-like mist, which had cornered me and Calamity, dispelled by any spell, had now retreated hundreds of meters. At the edge of the mist, it was as if there was an invisible wall. A mist churned and roared outside the wall, yet dared not approach even a step. Are you controlling them? My pupils suddenly contracted. I knew very well what this meant. This wasn't a simple clash of power, it was complete suppression on the level of rules. In other words, the rules this young man had mastered were of a higher level than this Calamity grade secret row. Sort of, Guzu shrugged. These things are a bit afraid of me. Not daring to get too close. Afraid of me. The corner of my mouth twitched. This is called fear. It's clearly fear of death. Okay. I took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in my heart. No matter who he really is, one thing I know for sure, he is a friend. And moreover, an unbelievably strong friend. I understand. I don't act pretentious, knowing that staying here now would only hold him back. I tried hard to stand up, but my body completely refused to cooperate, and I fell back heavily into the seat. Advisor Gu. I felt a bit awkward. The way I addressed him sounded strange. But I blurted out anyway, can you give me a hand? Or maybe cast a healing spell? Healing spell? I can't. Guzu spread his hands. I'm a mage, not a priest. But I can give you a lift. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Twitch. Don't just sit there. Give this gentleman a shot. No. Wait, lend him your cane. Twitch, who was lying on the sideboard and doodling circles, grumbled reluctantly upon hearing the command, but still handed over the cane, which was made from a human leg bone. I looked at that bone cane, still smeared with some unknown green slime, and holding it in my hand, made my heart race with fear. Guzu's expression shifted repeatedly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, can this thing really be used? Isn't it poisonous? But seeing the black mist around, eyeing him menacingly, Guzu gritted his teeth and took it anyway. Guzu. Just as he was about to continue forward, Lin Yuan suddenly called out to him. Guzu turned back and asked, anything else? Lin Yuan leaned on the foul-smelling cane, barely steadying himself, his expression more serious than ever. As a 9th tier powerhouse, Lin Yuan had his pride. Since he couldn't be of help, he couldn't accept someone else's life-saving grace for nothing. He trembled as he pulled out 2 items from his tattered trench coat, a bone shield emitting a soft white glow and a thumb-sized black bee, faintly emanating eerie cries. This is the sacred bone shield, a legendary defensive item that can block a fatal rule-based attack. This is the soul bead, which contains the high-level soul essence I've collected over 100 years. If your magic is depleted, crushing it will instantly restore your state. Lin Yuan sincerely handed them to Guzu. I know you're very strong and might not need them, but the thing in that bridal stud man is too sinister. Having more cards up your sleeve can't hurt. Guzu stared at the 2 top-tier items glowing with an orange light, his eyes immediately lighting up. These were legendary treasures, extremely rare on the market. Just one could trade for an entire building in the city center. Don't mention it, he said, but his hands were faster than anyone else's, grabbing the offered treasure and stuffing it into his pocket. Since it's a kind gesture from a senior, I won't stand on ceremony. It's not polite to refuse a gift from an elder. Seeing the greedy smile on Guzu's face, Lin Yuan's previously tense mood slightly relaxed. This kid, though ridiculously strong, still shows a hint of human warmth. All right. I've accepted the stuff. Guzu patted his bulging pocket, his expression relaxed. You better leave now. If a fight breaks out, the commotion will be huge, and I'm afraid you might get blown away. That pearl is nice. Next time, find an opportunity to get me a few more. After saying this, he didn't linger any longer. Turning around, he strode into the depths of the darkness, accompanied by the bride and reed, the pus-dripping rat, and a giant floating eyeball. Lin Yuan watched the young man's departing figure, leaning against the wall in silent contemplation for a long time. He gazed at the black mist beneath the youth's feet, which continuously cracked and dissipated, and at the radiant path tearing through the heavens and earth. A complex yet gratified smile appeared on his lips. This is what it means to be the rising star. Bidding farewell to Lin Yuan, Guzu's pace noticeably quickened. With his worries set aside, he completely unleashed all his aura. Accompanied by the rumbling vibrations was the wailing of space being compressed by dense energy. The domain of Calamity behind Guzu was fully activated, still with a radius of 625 meters, but its oppressive force was several times stronger than before. He no longer just defended but began to counterattack, devouring the eerie fragments of rules that failed to escape. Those fragments were sucked into the void vortex, turning into numbers playfully jumping on Guzu's experience bar. All were 1 upgrades, small but continuously stacking. 10 minutes later, Guzu finally reached the end of this path, the northern outskirts of Baichuan City, the location where the giant secret realm gate was opening. The scene above the secret realm would make any person with trypophobia feel deeply uneasy. Countless paper figures densely floated in mid-air, dressed in reed mandarin jackets, their cheeks painted with blush, holding Su-on as copper gongs and soul-summoning banners, all playing soul-summoning music in unison. In the center of this group of paper figures, a massive red as enormous as a mountain quietly hovered. The Sidnur stood as tall as a dozen floors with heavy red gauze obscuring the interior, making it impossible to see inside. However, the chilling aura seeping through the gaps had already caused black ice crystals to form in the surrounding air. For towering phantom figures of yin soldiers, each 100 shang tall, stood guard at the 4 corners of the sedan chair like protective statues. The moment Guzu stepped into this area, the atmosphere of heaven and earth suddenly grew heavy, as if on the brink of an impending battle. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The Suwane sound that had been echoing through the vast heavens on earth suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Thousands upon thousands of paper figures simultaneously turned their heads at the exact same moment. Countless dead fish eyes stared intently at the lone human at the edge of the square. A wave of intensely threatening malice surged forward like a tsunami. Faced with the scene, as if all the ghosts were watching him, Guzu merely raised his head slightly with calm composure. He fixed his gaze on the massive bridal sedan chair, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile even more eerie and filled with excitement than those of the paper figures. Finally, I get to meet the real deal. Hope your taste is a bit more impressive than that eyeball freak. The next second, the eerie bride behind Guzu suddenly lifted a corner of the red veil. A piercingly shrill, ghostly wail shot straight into the sky. Roar! The floating old eye in mid-air, its single eye instantly filled with blood, gathered power and suddenly struck towards the flower pal at noon. Boom! A disintegration ray shimmering with eerie purple light tore through the sky. This was neither an ordinary physical attack nor a typical energy beam. It directly erased all existence from the most fundamental level of matter. Wherever it passed, space seemed scorched by fire, leaving blackened traces. In the distance, a ghostly mother's flower Palak Newman appeared to sense the fatal threat and trembled violently. The sound of the siu on it immediately became more mournful and piercing. Thousands of paper figures seemed to receive an order, their movements stiff yet swift. They densely blocked the path in front of the bridal sedan, forming a thick, white wall. These paper figures were not ordinary lifeless objects. Each sheet of paper glimmered faintly. Layered and stacked, they formed a giant wall dozens of meters high, forcibly blocking the deadly ray. The disintegration ray struck the paper wall, but there was no collision sound as we had imagined. Instead, there was a piercing sound of dissolution. The paper touched the purple light and instantly turned from solid to void, evaporating and disappearing. The light beam seemed to enter a realm with no defense, violently penetrating several layers of paper figure fences. The affected paper figures disintegrated in midair, turning into wisps of black smoke. Immediately after, a shockwave exploded from the point of impact. The sound was deafening, faster than the speed of sound, forming a circle of transparent ripples that swept across several kilometers. Nearby abandoned buildings instantly collapsed, rubble scattered everywhere, silently dissipating like and blown by the wind. This powerful shockwave was almost like a small-scale nuclear explosion. The dense fog shrouding the northern suburbs was forcibly torn open, leaving a kilometer-wide gap. The soldiers hiding in the safe zones suddenly felt the ground sink sharply beneath them, their ears buzzing. Many were even shaken to the point of falling, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. This is the power of high-level energy collisions. This energy fluctuation is way too strong. My God, I feel like my head is about to explode. It hurts so much. Call the priest quickly. Someone here is injured. The safe's ohm instantly descended into chaos. High-level job changers could barely hold on, while the lower-level ones directly questioned their existence. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was still so far away. If it were at the center of the battle, a single shockwave might shatter even bones. Guzo's cold gaze swept over the shattered paper figures, a cold smell appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the first round of probing, he achieved a complete victory. Although the ray emitted by the Eye of the Old Days was restrained by the paper figures, consuming some of its power, the opponent's defenses were completely toyed with. Those dead paper figures could not be resurrected through the black mist, as their existence had been completely erased. So this so-called ghost soldier's borrowing the path doesn't seem like much after all. Guzo spoke, casually taking a step forward. A glint of undeniable ruthlessness and confidence flickered in his eyes. A lofty mockery, completely disregarding the bizarre and terrifying scene before him. Ahead, the paper figure defense line pierced by the rays was rapidly repairing itself, but the surviving paper figures were trembling. The suane in their hands played intermittently, the melody in complete disarray. This suane sound is really unbearable. Guzo covered his ears and tilted his head to say to Twitch beside him, "Rat, add some seasoning for them, make them play something new." Twitch grinned grotesquely, the hideances on his face becoming even more pronounced. He struck the ground hard with his second bone cane, and the yellow-green pustules on his body swelled madly as thick, dark poison mist quickly spread across the ground. This was the fully activated aura of decay, and as Guzo's Calamity domain expanded, the range of the aura of decay also extended to a radius of 625 meters. Where the poisonous mist passed, strange mold grew out of the cracks in the ground, and a faint, hair-raising sound echoed in the air. The spectral soldiers, originally a blend of illusion and reality, developed visible spots on their bodies upon contact with the toxin and began to decay on a large scale. A pungent stench filled the air, overpowering the chilling atmosphere. At the same time, the blood-red bride swiftly began her slaughter, suddenly unfurled, resembling a model of flower burning in purgatory. With her movements, countless sounds of chains dragging echoed in the void. Crack! Countless red thread shot out from beneath her feet, entangling the paper figures attempting to approach, instantly draining them at their withered host. The eerie bride's black eyes fixed on the massive bridal sudden in the air, and with each step she took, the air grew heavier with a sense of resentment. The once rampant black mist now served merely as a backdrop to the ferocious actions of the three monstrous entities. The sound of this suane is really unbearable. Guzo mopped the flower-scented chair in the air as he walked. If all you can play are funeral tunes, I suggest you go back to the underworld and relax. His mockery was particularly jarring on the desolate battlefield. The flower sedan chair seemed enraged, shaking violently. A sharp roar came from behind the curtain. Like the overlapping voices of countless women, the retreating ghost soldiers and paper figures began to regroup under the sound of the roar. This time they no longer acted individually but formed a roaring black torrent, surging toward Guzo like a storm. But in Guzo's eyes, this was nothing more than a desperate struggle of a trapped beast. At this moment in Baichuan City, a once despairing citizens began peeking from various corners to observe the changes in the northern suburbs. When a purple ray piercing through heaven and earth erupted, everyone in the city felt a devastating pressure. Some brave souls hid on rooftops, holding binoculars, furiously watching as the black mist barrier was forcibly torn apart. The mist is retreating. Look, the black mist is retreating. It's true, that bridal sedan was so big just now. Why does it seem smaller now? Oh my god, what is that thing? That red ghost bride is actually devouring those paper figures. As the distance closed and the mist dispersed, people finally saw the battlefield clearly. A ghost bride in a red wedding dress threw apart the ghost soldiers within the black mist, making the hearts of all who witnessed it tighten. Her beautiful yet terrifying appearance instantly shattered the mental defenses of many. Is this really the reinforcements invited by Saint Linyuan? I don't know why, but I feel like these reinforcements are scarier than the monsters appearing in the secret realm. Look, there's a giant eyeball floating in midair. Stop looking, turn your head away. Don't stare at it. My god, I just glanced at it, and it feels like my head is about to explode. What on earth is this thing? Not only at the scene, but in front of the large screen at the Empire's Supreme Command, all the generals also fell into silence. Although the satellite footage had been specially processed to reduce the effects of mental contamination, that ancient and primal pressure still spread invisibly through the screen. Li Wei. Gu stared intently at the boy in the center of the screen, hands in his pockets. In front of the boy, 3 bizarrely shaped monsters were wreaking havoc. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was the true source of the disaster. Is this Gu Zu's trump card? Li Wei's voice was low, yet he couldn't hide his shock. Where did he get these things? They're strange. Each one has an aura no maker than the max-level Abyss Lords from back then. The personnel from the command department quickly recorded data. Sweat dripping down the temple's report. Unknown advanced Truel field detected. All the opponents' some and beasts possess extremely strong concept-level suppression effects. The rules of the BIQ on Secret Realm are collapsing. Now, it is more like they ray being devoured. As soon as the news broke, everyone in the venue gasped. 3 some and beasts, all possessing concept-level suppression. This is simply too exaggerated. You must know, even the 9th tier Saint Linyu on almost suffered defeat inside back then. And the guy in front of us has just reached the first transformation stage. To be this strong if he truly reaches the 9th tier, the scene would be unimaginable. On mine, the blurry video that was intercepted earlier was restored through technical means and caused an uproar on social media platforms. Netizens stared at the scene of the red-clad bride tearing apart hundreds of shadow soldiers with her bare hands. And the comments section exploded. What is this? A battle of gods? I thought it was a supernatural film. But it feels like I'm watching a Chaluha movie. Who exactly is that young man? I'm begging for his name. Wait, doesn't anyone think that bride and the sedan chair are a perfect match? Could it be that she's a runaway bride coming back to crash the scene? Stop joking, my head is about to explode. All I can see is that giant purple eyeball. Help. Meanwhile, the monster inside the sedan chair gradually realized that relying solely on a war of attrition was no match. The rat holding a bone cane was poisoning its soldiers, and the red-clad ghost was tearing apart its rules. One settled it, the most was the enormous single eye above, constantly staring at it. Every second, it could feel its defense and rule resistance gradually slipping away. Like a delicate piece of craftsmanship, its outer shell was slowly peeled away, revealing a weak and powerless interior, exposed nakedly under the sunlight. Roar! A piercing scream tore through the space. The once massive ghost Mother Palak Noon began to shrink rapidly, but this was not weakness, it was energy being intensely condensed. As it shrank, the surrounding dark red glow became viscous, and a near-divine oppressive force erupted. It knew clearly that there was only one way to break the current predicament. Kill the boy who controls everything. These powerful summon beasts require an immense amount of mental energy, and as long as they're mastered eyes, they will immediately dissipate. In the next moment, the elite ghost soldiers who had been besieging the red-clad bride and which suddenly changed direction. No longer entangling with the enemy, even if their bodies weren't apart, they desperately charged toward Guzo. Several ghostly shadows, 100 feet tall, let out earth-shaking roars and raised their long banners in unison. The banners were shrouded in the wailing aura of countless vengeful spirits, gathering nearly 30% of the rule's power of the Biaichu on Secret Realm for a final desperate strike. Die, deep, the Secrador. A teeth grating voice came from within the bridal sedan. A long banner tore through the sky, like a black lightning bolt rapidly shooting toward Guzu. As long as this strike hits, even a ninth-tier saint's soul would shatter and dissipate into nothingness. The surrounding ghost soldiers, in a frenzy, formed a human wall with their bodies, desperately blocking the bride and Twitch's assistance. Countless spinning blades formed from the scattered paper money in the air, sealing off all of Guzu's escape routes. This scene unfolded in an instant. But facing this fatal strike, Guzu narrowed his eyes, calmly watching the incoming long banner, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Finally, can't sit still. Since you're so eager to deliver yourself to death, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. He casually extended his right hand and lightly pressed in the void. Domain of Calamity. Activate. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying wave of profound darkness erupted from Guzu as the center. The space, already suppressed by his aura, instantly became even more oppressive and terrifying. At this moment, this space completely transformed into his domain. Within a radius of 625 meters, all light and sound vanished in an instant, replaced by a deathly stillness. A silence filled with an oppressive sense of tranquility. Here, Guzu was no longer just an ordinary person, but the sole rule maker. He is the ruler of this dark space-time, the ancient deity that cannot be gazed upon. He can reverse gravity, causing the sky to fall to steel, freeze the void, decay all rules, and even bring about their complete collapse. His footprints symbolize disaster and are the requiem of false gods. Guzu coldly watched the four massive spectral soldiers struggling at the edge. Their bodies twisted unreassembled, embodying endless pain and resistance. He extended his index finger and gently drew a line kneel. Boom! The four spectral soldiers, each 100 meters tall, seemed unable to withstand the command. The void shattered and collapsed at their knees, and the entire Bichu on city trembled intensely under the impact of this monumental meal. If at this moment an ignorant observer stood at the center of the area shrouded by the domain of Calamity and happened to glimpse Guzu's true form, there would be only one outcome: their mind would instantly crash. Unable to process such surreal and terrifying power. Subsequently, their spirit would completely collapse, their mind reduced to a blank void. Ultimately, amidst frenzied screams, they would violently gouge out their own eyes with their hands. Standing here was no longer a mere human. As the domain of Calamity fully unfolded, the ancient and indescribable divinity within Guzu were part his human shell and descended recklessly into this fragile dimension. He stood there, outwardly unchanged, but his eyes were no longer ordinary black and white pupils. They had transformed into burning oceans of blood. That crimson hue was infused with ferocity, chaos, greed, and divine power. Those eyes held no trace of human emotion, no compassion, no hesitation, not even anger, only a cold indifference, as if gazing down at mortals from the clouds. But as the air began to tremble, and a shadow behind Guzu quietly shifted. It was merely an ordinary shadow, but now it seemed to have gained life, writhing and twisting madly. Rip accompanied by a spine-chilling tearing sound, countless black tentacles emerged from the shadow. They swayed wildly behind Guzu, like sinister lotuses blooming in the abyss of darkness, making him appear as though he were an ancient, resurrected evil god from myth. Tentacles danced wildly, revealing an even more terrifying scene gradually coming into focus. In the twisted void, the faint outlines of countless massive, ancient, indescribable monsters emerged. Some had wings as enormous as mountains, others were covered entirely in constantly shifting eyes, and some were merely black shadows of light, devouring all brightness around them. Though their forms were blurry, as if separated by an endless door of time and space. At this moment, they all bowed their heads in reverence toward Guzu's back. The sound was deep and indistinct, impossible to be produced by human vocal cords. Yet it echoed throughout the domain of Calamity. Those murmurs seemed to burrow into the depths of every soul, a hint to ancient deities and the calling bell of the end of all things. Is this your power? Guzu slowly spoke, his voice no longer clear and bright, but layered with countless overlapping tones, emanating simultaneously from within him. He gazed at the four towering Yin soldiers before him, kneeling yet still struggling to rise. These Yin soldiers were products of the rules of the Raid and White Collision's secret realm. Originally disasters capable of destroying a city, an entire province, or even a nation. Under Guzu's blood-red days, those lifeless entities felt an unprecedented fear. Yes, though they were lifeless. Fear was still etched into their very instincts. That absolute suppression from a higher existence made them only want to flee, to dissipate, to return to nothingness. But Guzu didn't give them a chance to escape. Too weak, Guzu gently raised his right hand, without any complex movements, just pointing at the four colossal figures from a distance. Poof! The next second, the black tentacles dancing wildly behind, Guzu instantly launched. Hundreds of orderly tentacles pierced through the void like arrows, moving so fast that even light was left far behind. In a blink of an eye, the four seemingly indestructible ghost soldiers collapsed instantly. They didn't shatter into pieces, nor did they turn into black smoke, but were directly twisted into countless white bubbles flying through the air. That's right, in just the blink of an eye. The four great ghost soldiers were completely obliterated. If the previous use of the disintegration ray, the paper figures already demonstrated firepower, then the silent and effortless Arasur at this moment is nothing short of divine intervention. This is no longer a battle, it is clearly garbage disposal. The silence is so profound that you can almost hear the air solidifying. As the four great ghost soldiers vanished, the northern outskirts fell into a suffocating stillness. Only the white foam drifting down from the sky remained, slowly settling in the black domain. They were both beautiful and eerie. At the end of it all, the massive ghostly mother flower Palak Noon floated alone like a mountain. It stopped. It dared not move again. The once arrogant and domineering core consciousness of the secret realm, which even dared to launch attacks. Now like a toothless tiger, like a small beast encountering its natural predator, it trembled and shrank into a corner. Guzu slowly stepped forward. Each of his steps landed on the supports extended by the tentacles. Step by step, he walked up to the flower Palak Noon. Compared to the towering, layered Sidon ores, Guzu appeared as insignificant as dust. Yet in terms of aura, he seemed ready to trample this bridal sedan and the entire world beneath his feet. Just now, you sounded quite cheerful, didn't you? He slightly raised his head, his blood-red eyes piercing through the red sedan curtain, staring directly at the trembling crescents. His tone was filled with undisguised mockery and contempt. Using ghost soldiers to clear the way, trying to intimidate me with a clash of red and white. Guzu shook his head and laughed. It might work to scare ordinary folks in the countryside, but who gave you the guts to act so brazenly in front of me? Buzz as his words fell, the domain of calamity behind Guzu contracted, and a terrifying gravity suddenly pressed down on the bridal sedan. Click click. The Palak Noon, condensed from advanced rules, emitted crisp sound as the massive carrying poles began to bend, and the bright red lacquer surface quickly peeled off. The once blood-red vibrant color was rapidly fading. It wanted to flee, desperately burning its source of rules, trying to tear through space to escape. But it was useless. The surrounding space was completely sealed by Guzu. In this domain, Guzu had the final say. He commanded it not to move, and even light had to stop. What's wrong? Cat out your tongue. Guzu looked at the bridal sod and hanging limply in the air like a dead dog, and smirked with a bored, mocking expression. Weren't you just trying to judge me? Trying to take my life? You think you're worthy of being called Calamity? He reached out and patted the thick sedan pole, as if it were a cheap toy. In this world, there's only one existence truly deserving of the name Calamity. He pointed to himself, then to the indescribable shadow behind him. And that is us. After saying this line, which could easily be added to the villain's book of confident quotes, Guzu lost interest in toying with this prey. He turned his head to look at the figure beside him, who could no longer contain herself, a ghost bride. She floated quietly on the left, her silence resembling a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Her eyes, hidden beneath the red bridal veil, were fixed intently on the bridal sedan chair. The wedding dress she wore was so red, it seemed as if it might drip blood. And the air was thick with an intense, lingering aura of resentment and desire. It was a devouring hunger for her own kind, a primal instinct born for her body's urge to perfect itself. Do you like it? Guzu's voice suddenly turned gentle, like a husband asking his wife what gift she wanted. The ghost bride trembled slightly, then solemnly nodded. If someone were to see her face now, they would surely notice that her pale, stunningly beautiful face bore a sickly yet fervent smile. Then go and take it. Guzu revealed a brilliant smile tinged with blood. Whether it's the power inside or that old hag hidden within, it all belongs to you. After speaking, he made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation, his voice filled with indulgence and affection. My wife, go seize it. Turn everything of hers into your dowry. This sentence was like a spark igniting an entire world, bro. Think. My husband, a soft, seductive response filled with joy and murderous intent echoed in Guzu's mind. In the next moment, the eerie bride, who had maintained an elegant demeanor, suddenly struck. Boom. She did not float over as usual, but transformed directly into a streak of red lightning. This red light was both poignant and swift, instantly traversing space and striking the massive flower palanquin. The curtain at the front, which even a ninth-tier St. Lin Yuan could not penetrate, was utterly defenseless before her, torn apart like paper. Rip! The red figure tore through the curtain, carrying a resentment that dyed the heavens in earth red, forcefully barging into the interior of the palanquin. In an instant, a grand and eerie feast between the supernatural officially began. In less than 3 seconds, a sharp, piercing scream erupted from within the sealed palanquin. Ah-ha-h! The sound was no longer eerie and terrified, but filled with extreme fear, despair, and excruciating pain that was the voice of the ghost mother. Accompanied by the scream, the entire bridal sid and violently convulsed, swelled, and twisted. The originally dark red sid and began to ooze fresh blood, gushing out like a torrent from the cracks of the sid and orange windows, flooding the square below into a sea of blood. Inside the bridal sedan, two completely different forces were clashing and tearing at each other. But the domineering red light, clearly imbued with the aura of a ghost marriage, was devouring the other force with an overwhelming momentum of destruction. This was blatant plundering, a counterattack by the bride against the matchmaker. No, don't. Song Nanze, Hi. No, you can't. A ghost mother's intermittent pleas for mercy had just begun when they were rounded out by even more piercing screams. Standing outside, Guzu could even clearly hear the chewing sounds coming from inside. That chilling crunch-crunch sound was like a beast gnawing on bones. Looks like my wife has quite the appetite. Guzu nodded in satisfaction. Faced with this bloody scene, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he thought this was the true essence of Calamity. As time passed, the screams gradually weakened, eventually leaving only feeble whimpers. The once massive bridal sighted and was now rapidly deflating. Its surface luster disappeared, and that despair-inducing force of rules was also drained. In its place, a brand new aura of terror and nobility slowly rose from within the bridal sedan. By Gu's Uzur's pleasant notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, your Calamity's servantary bride has successfully devoured the Lord-level enemy, Ghost Mother, and its accompanying artifact Ghost Sedan. Deep fusion in progress. Fusion progressed and percent 30%, 50%. Biachuan City, on the outskirts of the safe zone. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the officers commanding the retreat or the Empire's high-ranking officials staring intently at the screen, at this moment, they seemed frozen in place, blankly gazing in that direction. They heard a piercing scream and saw the massive palanquin, as large as a mountain, collapse with a thunderous crash. What was even more shocking was the young man standing in the pool of blood, hands behind his back, expressionless, as if everything was under his control. Just like that. It's over. So Kwang sat in the armored vehicle, completely dumbfounded. She had imagined countless scenarios of Guzu's battles. Perhaps it would be an earth-shattering magical duel, or maybe a brutal and bloody tug-of-war. But she never expected it to end in such a one-sided, cruel conclusion. A fierce massacre so intense that even television wouldn't dare to broadcast it. This was a disaster-ridden secret meltdown that troubled the entire Shun'ai Empire. The Empire had originally planned for the worst, even considering designating an entire province as a battlefield. Who would have thought that all of this would be completely shattered and dissipated by a casual remark from that young man? Zhang Shu, who was beside Su Kuang, was also stunned in shock. Her eyes were wide open. A single thought kept flashing through her mind: is this really something a human would do? This is just too exaggerated. After a long while, Zhang Shu swallowed and said softly, is this even a person? The Crown Prince's combat power. Isn't it a bit beyond reason? Just this bridal sudden, alone, at the very least. It's a Calamity-level existence. Right? And now, it's just gone. If the two sides had fought back and forth, battling for half a day, with the skies darkened and the earth shaken. And after 300 rounds, Goose barely emerged victorious. Jiangshu could still accept it. But now, the plot is completely out of order. That was a terrifying monster capable of trapping even a 9th-tier saint like Lin Yuan. As for herself, a 6th expert going in, at best, she'd just end up as Kim Nun fodder. As a result, if for a Guzu, this monster was like a freshly baked crispy biscuit, shattering with a single crunch. This isn't challenging a disaster's secret realm, it's clearly a max-level expert returning to the novice village, crushing the weak. And the one who reacted most noticeably was none other than Zhang Zizi. This usually calm, almost obsessively meticulous and aloof lady was now trembling slightly all over. Her fair face unexpectedly showed a strange blush, as if, "Old Zhang, what exactly are you trembling about?" So Kwang noticed the subtle vibrations beneath her and looked at Zhang Zizi in confusion. She had known Zhang Zizi for so long, yet she hadn't noticed this flaw in her. Maybe Sister Zizi was just too excited. Jiangshu saw that Zhang Zizi wasn't speaking, so she quickly chimed in to ease the awkward atmosphere. Su Kwang smiled faintly, glancing at Zhang Zizi with a meaningful expression. However, as the leader of the god-slaying army, she was no stranger to storms. She quickly forced herself to stabilize her aura, maintaining the tough demeanor of a military leader. She lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled both her tension and the stale air in her chest. The smile at the corner of the mouth just couldn't be contained. "Hey, what's so surprising about this? What kind of existence is our god-slaying army? Who in our legion is a pushover? Zhao Gu is even called the Crown Prince if he didn't have this ability. Now that would truly be strange." That's what they said, but Su Kwang secretly complained in her heart, "This is way too fierce. It's like sending a little brother to a fight. And the little brother turns out to be a top-tier enforcer, knocking down the entire opposing group in one go. Also conveniently took over the place. Damn, that feels amazing." Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, as the final piercing scream faded into the air, the massive ghostly bridal sedan was completely a thing of the past. The overwhelming blood-red light surged madly into the body of the boy dressed in reed, like rivers flowing into the sea. The eerie bride floated mid-air, her once blood-red wedding dress now shimmering with dazzling bright. The once blurry golden phoenix embroidery now appears vivid and lifelike, as if it could spread its wings and fly in the next moment. She slowly restrained the overwhelming killing intent, but the noble and majestic aura around her grew even stronger. Beneath her feet, a brand-new bridal sedan chair was slowly taking shape, equally mysterious, but more exquisite, and far more agile than its previously bulky and cumbersome form. This was no longer the oversized bridal sedan chair of the past. It is a finely crafted carrier sedan chair. The body of the sedan is adorned from top to bottom. It glimmers with a dark, blood jade luster, and the tassels hanging around it are astonishingly composed of countless tiny crystals of resentment. Anyone who sees it can't help but exclaim, "This thing is absolutely high-end." Guzu stood to the side, and suddenly a series of crisp and pleasant notification sounds echoed in his mind. "Ding, your Calamity servant, the eerie bride, has successfully devoured. Obtained companion Calamity artifact River Styx Ghost Scent and growth concept level. Attribute 1 crossing the River Styx, as long as it is in a shadow-covered area. This sedan can instantly traverse space, rendering the person inside immune to any spells. Note husband, no matter where you go, I will accompany you. Attribute 200 Ghosts Escort during movement. It can summon 108 escorting vengeful spirits for protection. Anyone blocking the way will be dragged into the escort team, becoming a soul beneath the sedan. Note such a grand procession is worthy of my husband's status." Seeing this series of outrageously luxurious review panels, Guzu couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this the legendary golden belt for murder and arson? Not only did he forcibly take over the opponent's territory, but he also snatched their prized treasure for an upgrade. Who could stand that? The little figure in his mind started muttering, "Am I becoming less and less like a good person?" But soon, Guzu shook off these thoughts and gave up on his inner conflict. After all, his chosen profession was never exactly righteous, so lacking a bit of virtue didn't matter. Guzu touched his nose, looked up at the red-clad figure slowly descending, and teased, "Why are you full?" The ghost bride paused slightly. This time she didn't respond with her usual cold mental voice but gently landed in front of Guzu. The pair of eyes hidden beneath the red veil were gazing at him deeply at this moment. "Thank you, husband, for taking care of me." The voice still carried a hint of coldness, but the awkwardness and sense of distance were long gone, replaced by tenderness unwarped. The tone of speech resembled that of a newlywed wife speaking to her husband with a coquettish softness. Guzu was stunned. Wow, this evolution not only upgraded her strength, but also improved her intelligence and language skills. "You're speaking much more fluently than before." He leaned in curiously and boldly reached out. "Attempting to lift the red veil, hearing you say that, does it mean you've remembered something?" The eerie bride did not avoid his hand, slightly lowering her head. His fingers touched the cool and silky satin. "I remembered some things." Her voice was extremely soft, as if afraid to disturb this beautiful dream. "My name is Song Nanzi Hi, once a daughter of the Song family. If you wish to look, then look. This veil is left for you." These words were spoken with rich emotion, carrying a touch of tenderness and deep affection. Guzu felt his heart melting as he listened, thinking about her earlier ferocious display, tearing apart 100 ghost soldiers and swallowing the ghost mother whole, and now, seeing her so gentle, the contrast was simply astonishing. His hand paused at the edge of the veil, but in the end, he did not lift it. Grinning, he withdrew his hand and naturally wrapped his arm around the slender, icy waist of the eerie bride, like a playboy teasing an enviable partner. "No rush. No rush. We need to clean up this mess completely before we can slowly enjoy ourselves." The eerie bride's body trembled slightly, clearly feeling a bit shy at being called wife. Then, she obediently leaned against him, her eyes hidden behind a red veil filled with overflowing dependence and possessiveness. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. With the destruction of the ghost mother's bridal sedan, the suffocating black mist enveloping the northern suburbs of Beichuan City began to dissipate rapidly. The long-awaited sunlight, though still faint, finally pierced through the dark clouds and shone upon the scarred land. The mist is gone. The black mist is gone. Heavens, we survive. Did it work? Did we succeed? Cheers erupted instantly from the distant safe zone. It was not mere celebration, but a release of newfound life from despair. Countless soldiers embraced each other in tears, and citizens, with eyes brimming with tears, finally saw the light of hope in this dark world. Nothing is more exhilarating than being alive. Several armored vehicles roared through the blockade, kicking up clouds of dust. As soon as the vehicles stopped, Zhang Daozhuan had already jumped out. This second-in-command of the Empire's Supreme Command, usually calm and composed, appeared somewhat excited at this moment. He quickly walked up to Guzu, his gaze complex, as if looking at a mischievous child who had just jumped out of a crack in a rock. Suqor, Zhang Shu, and Zhang Xingxin followed closely behind. "Good kid, truly remarkable." Zhang Daozhuan gave Guzu a heavy pat on the shoulder, the force of which would have dislocated someone else's shoulder. "The impact of this bizarre disaster was so great, and you actually managed to quell it. Good kid, you've saved the entire Beichuan province. Just a bit beyond normal performance. I guess I got lucky." Guzu said modestly with a wave of his hand, and added calmly, "Don't celebrate too soon, it's not over yet." He pointed to the door, not far away. After all, this ghostly bridal sedan was at best just the security guard at the door. The real big trouble is still inside that door. Everyone looked at the portal shrouded in black mist. Zhang Daozhuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something encouraging or remind everyone to be cautious. After all, the eerie disaster secret realm is not so easy to deal with. Although Guzu's performance just now was incredibly impressive, this matter is of great importance. But before they could speak, Guzu impatiently waved his hand. "All right, old Jane, and all the leaders. I know what you want to say. You're making it seem like I'm going on a pilgrimage." Guzu put his hands in his pockets. "Let's talk about this later. I'm in a hurry. When I get back, you can promote me to advisor bill." After speaking, he completely ignored the expressions of the people behind him and stepped straight into the vortex as thick as ink. This kid, Zhang Daozhuan, was slightly stunned as he looked at him. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Well, turns out this kid really is obsessed with officialdom. A wave of dizziness and weightlessness hit. But for Guzu now, this feeling was just like riding a high-speed elevator, nothing to fuss about. When his feet steadied and he opened his eyes, the surrounding scenery had completely changed. If the outside was a wasteland style, this place was practically the scene of a Chinese horror movie. First, a nauseating smell assaults the nose. It has not just the stench of corpses, but more like the odor of rotten, boiled fish mixed with the musty scent of decayed wood, accompanied by the smoke of cheap incense burning. Guzu took a breath and almost felt like his head was about to explode. Cough, cough. The air quality in this secret realm is way too bad. Doesn't anyone care about environmental protection? He covered his nose and mouth, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings. In front of him was an absurdly wide river. But what flowed in the river was NT water. It was a thick, fluorescent dark green liquid. The river's surface constantly bubbled, and when the bubbles burst, wisps of green miasma would escape. The sky was gray and hazy, with neither sun nor moon. White paper money danced across the sky, fluttering everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. If it were a sanitation worker with a bit of a cleanliness obsession, they'd surely be dizzy with anger upon seeing this. How many trees would have to be cut down to make this much paper money? That ghost mother is way too environmentally unfriendly. Guzu couldn't help but complain. A rickety wooden bridge spanned the river. No one knew what kind of wood was used for the bridge. It was black and covered in dark red moss. Two broken lanterns hung on the stone pillars at the bridgehead, their flames a ghastly green, flickering in the eerie wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Through the fluttering paper money, Guzu vaguely saw shadows on the other side of the river. There stood a crowd of people. To be precise, it was a group of zombies dressed in old-fashioned clothing. Yellow talismans were stuck on their faces, and they held white banners used for summoning spirits. They were neatly arranged, as if performing some kind of welcoming ceremony. However, no matter how you looked at it, the ceremony carried an eerie and sinister vibe. Wow, such a grand setup, huh? Guzu raised an eyebrow. Not scared at all, but rather excited. Is this supposed to be an honor guard? The taste is just a poor. I muttered to myself, thinking the ghost bride should give them some training. Even in disaster work, we should pay attention to aesthetics, right? I got to work immediately, swaggering onto the rickety wooden bridge that looked like it could collapse at any moment. Creak. As I stepped down, the old wooden plank let out a piercing groan, like the sound of a starting gun. The horde of zombies on the other side of the river suddenly became active, as if some switch had been flipped. Roar. It was a sound no human could make, more like the screech of a broken bellows being forcibly pulled apart. The densely packed zombie army threw away their white sails one after another, charging madly toward the wooden bridge, as if injected with adrenaline. Their shriveled, blackened claws waved in the air, fangs glinting coldly, and their thirst for blood was bone-chilling. These zombies were like a group of elderly people going crazy over a massive bargain sale. I remained calm and composed, my mind stirred, and I cast the scouting skill. Monster name Corpse Fiend White Sail Strongman. Level 50 Elite. Description: a deaf warrior refined by the ghost mother using secret techniques, with tough skin, immense strength, no sense of pain, and never tires. As long as there's a trace of life, it will try to tear apart any living being in front of it. Being scratched will result in infection with stubborn corpse poison. Level 50. I raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Are the small monsters in this dungeon all this high level? A group of level 50 elite monsters. They could really dominate outside. I stopped in the middle of the bridge, looking at the tide-like swarm of corpses, without any intention of retreating. Instead, I adjusted my collar and said confidently, "Too bad, you've encountered me. Although I'm only level 25, I have no other skills. But I'm good at having many brothers and be protective." After saying that, I snapped my fingers. "Come out and get to work, boys." As the words fell, the space behind me suddenly distorted. A red silhouette appeared once again. But this time, the eerie bride held a delicate little round fan in her hand. With a wave of the fan, her previously gentle demeanor instantly changed. The red wedding dress seemed to come alive, transforming into countless blood ribbons shooting toward the horde of corpses like arrows loose from a bow. "Damn. Honey, what did you change the special effects?" My eyes lit up. I couldn't help but stare at my wife's exquisite figure without stopping. This feeling, I couldn't help but sigh indeed. Getting married is a major event in life. Even though we are now in this eerie and ghostly place. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same time, Twitch stealthily went invisible and darted under the zombie's feet. His sneaky little eyes flashed green, and the bone staff struck the ground fiercely. Decay aura. Boom. The dozens of zombies that had been charging aggressively at the front immediately went limp. Their iron-hard flesh quickly rotted into green pus. Isn't this way too easy to defeat? I shook my head, a bit impatient. Can't we have something more intense? I still want to see just how powerful my so-called conceptual level skill really is. The giant single eye in the sky, the eye of the old days, wasn't idle either. Beams of death rays locked onto the zombies that leaped up to attack. Any zombie hit by the death rays left no trace behind, disappearing entirely from the physical plane. I didn't make a note of myself, hands behind my back, strolling leisurely across the wooden bridge through the ashes of corpses, like a leader inspecting the scene. Ding, detected extreme fear in the White Sail Corpse Fiend group. Experience points 3000. Bing, killed a level 50 elite monster. Experience points 1. Ding, experience points 1. 1. A system chimed in my ear, though each notification only brought a pitiful amount of experience. I sighed, thinking to myself, this dungeon is way too easy. Ignoring the incessant notifications flooding the screen, I lifted my foot and stepped onto the final bridge plank. At the end of the bridge was an open area, with a massive Iridagia village standing in the distance at its center. The village was astonishingly large, built entirely from black boulders and logs. The walls were intimidatingly high, adorned with countless white soul-summoning banners. A gate was a heavy copper-studded door, with a towering 3-meter-high guardian deities pasted on it. But these guardian deities looked a bit strange. The one on the left had a green face and fangs. Holding a severed head in its hand, the one on the right had red hair and bloodshot eyes, with a thigh bone clenched in its mouth. Anyone who saw them would think these were clearly not divine protectors, but rather a starving ghost reborn. The taste of this homeowner is just too bizarre. I stood in front of the main gate, staring intently at the two paintings, rolling my eyes uncontrollably. If we manage to take over this place, the first thing we'll do is tear down these paintings. They're absolutely disgusting. As soon as I finished speaking, with a thunderous rumble, the heavy copper-studded gate seemed to have heard my complaint and slowly began to open inward on its own. Without hesitation, I swaggered in with my 3 followers. Just as we crossed the threshold, the gate behind us slammed shut with a loud bang. There were several dull clanking sounds of chains walking, as if determined to prevent us from escaping. The same old trick. I sneered, turning back to look at the tightly shut gate, and said disapprovingly, "This whole closing the gate to trap us routine might fool some inexperienced rookies. But it's just childish. Let's see who the real prey." I turned my head and looked toward the open space in the center of the village. It was a massive training ground, or perhaps a sacrificial square. The ground was covered with strange symbols drawn in fresh blood. At the center of the symbols lay a gigantic monster. At first glance, it looked like a mountain of flesh, but I've seen too many bizarre things. As I got closer, I couldn't help but furrow my brows, my stomach churned with nausea. It was definitely not an ordinary mound of flesh, but a horrifying sphere of corpses pieced together from countless dismembered bodies. Thousands upon thousands of arms stretched out from the mass like weeds, some still clutching broken weapons. Countless human heads were embedded on its surface, men and women, young and old, their expressions ranging from agony to ferocity. And some were blank and lifeless, their mouths open and closed, emitting indistinct murmurs. The tip of the paw split open into a massive gaping maw, filled with sharp ribs, resembling a giant abyssal mouth, continuously oozing yellow, putrid liquid. Suddenly, a blood ray data interface appeared before my eyes. Dungeon Boss 1000 Corpse Ashui Jinchuriki. Level 55 Lord Class. HP 15,550,000 15,550. J-Ro status source resentment, power of 1000 corpses, resentment overflowing. Description: this is the Ghost Mother's most prized masterpiece. She refined and fused the flesh and resentful souls of thousands of villagers, enduring 49 days of agonizing tempering and stitching, ultimately giving birth to this undead monster. with thousands of wraiths collectively enduring any attack. Reminder: pay attention to those heads, they seem a bit familiar. Of this time, I was truly disgusted. Although I am a Calamity practitioner, it doesn't see me, and I am a pervert. This thing in front of me is purely a monster created to scare people. Completely insulting the word Calamity. What the hell is this thing? I took a step back, my face full of disdain. I mean, is the threshold for this industry really that low? Anyone can piece something together and become a BOSS. I pointed at the massive 1,000-corpse Daishui and turned to Twitch beside me. Mouse, stop underestimating yourself. Compared to this monster, you're practically a handsome guy. Really, this doesn't even count as ugly. This is practically mental pollution. Twitch froze for a moment. Although it didn't quite understand what delicate and handsome meant, it could feel that its master was complimenting it. Excited, it waved the bone staff in its hand and squeaked twice. Even a usually indifferent ghost bride had the red glow around her body flicker on stability at this moment. Clearly, this cleanliness-obsessed young lady felt extreme disgust looking at the grotesque thing pieced together from countless corpse parts in front of her. Enough. Stop looking. The more you look, the more nauseous you'll feel. Guzu had no interest in wasting more time on this monster. Not only was this thing an eyesore, but it was also blocking the way. More importantly, it seemed to have a strong resistance to attacks. Minions. Guzu's face turned cold as he raised his hand to point at 1,000-corpse Daishui, which was slowly standing up and letting out a deafening roar. Tear it to shreds. I don't want this thing to have any chance of coming back to life. Roar the 1,000-corpse out. I seemed to sense danger. And the thousands of mouths on its body let out piercing screams simultaneously. Northern outskirts of Baichuan City, outside the cordon. The air was still filled with a lingering scent of soil and blood. The tense atmosphere of the battlefield began to ease as the black mist gradually dissipated. Everyone let out a slight sigh of relief, but the tension had not completely faded. They were all waiting for that blood-red bride outside and to finally cool down. And waiting for news from a young man who had dared to venture in alone. Next to the makeshift medical tent, Lin Yuan sat on a sofa. This 9th-rank saint, who usually made all of Shen Xi8 tremble with his mere footsteps, now looked somewhat disheveled. Not to mention his iconic black trench coat, which was already tattered and hung on end like a beggar's rags his left arm. Though saved by Zhang Xin's holy healing magic, was still tormented by excruciating phantom pain and gnawed at his nerves. Zhang Xingxin adjusted her glasses, the tip of her staff glowing with a gentle white light, as waves of healing magic enveloped Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, your body is really tough, with death energy corroming to this extent. An 8th rank would have long gone to meet the king of hell. But you just keep holding on without a word, Zhang Xingxin teased with a smile. Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Xingxin, don't talk about me like that. Luckily, I play an necromancer and have some resistance, otherwise this scene today would have been a memorial service. With the final healing spell completed, Lin Yuan's complexion finally improved a bit. He stood up, stretched his body, and the aura of a peak powerhouse slightly returned. However, the fear in his eyes was still unmistakable. He looked up at the distant, still spinning portal to the secret realm, then turned his gaze to Zhang Daozhuan, who was standing by the command vehicle. He walked over. Lin Yuan, how are you feeling? Zhang Daozhuan asked. His hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with concern. Not dead, but my dignity is completely gone. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly, pulling out a half-smoked cigar from his pocket. He wanted to light it, but suddenly remembered this was the medical zone, so he awkwardly stuffed it back. A dignified 9th-tier saint, not even making it through the door, getting ground into the dirt by the gatekeeper. I'll have no face left in the community. Don't underestimate yourself, Zhang Daozhuan waved his hand. That was just a limitation of the game rules, not a failure. Besides, who would have thought this broken place could breed such a monster? Speaking of monster, his gaze naturally fell on Su Quan. The female major general of the God-slaying corps was leaning against an armored vehicle, playing with a windproof lighter, flicking it open and shot with a click-clack sound. Her face adorned with an inscrutable smile. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment but couldn't suppress his curiosity. He walked over and asked, Old Su, that's Staff Officer Gu who went in earlier. What's his background exactly? Old Lin, what do you think? Su Quan paused her actions, still exuding the bold demeanor of a big sister. Lin Yuan lowered his voice, his tone filled with curiosity and anticipation. We gotten to know each other pretty well, and I've met some of the brothers from the God-slain army a few times. Lin Yuan shifted the topic. Pointed to the entrance of the distant secret realm, his expression somewhat complicated, but this Guzo. Those summoned creatures just now, even watching from afar gave me chills. Since when did Shen Zhao have such a god-tier figure? Lin Yuan had his reasons for thinking this way. It's like playing a game where you're already a max-level player, and suddenly a random passerby shows up, dealing 999 damage with every strike, flaunting gear so flashy it's overwhelming, and treating the boss you can't defeat like a minor mob who wouldn't be stunned. Sokwal couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing this. Her laughter left Lin Yuan momentarily dazed. Old Lin, your imagination is too vivid. You should definitely try writing novels. She pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. Completely ignoring the no-smoking rules, handed one to Lin Yuan, and lit one for herself, taking a deep drag. Her eyes gleamed with pride amidst the swirling smoke, like a parent eager to boast about their child's achievements. God-tier figure, that's a new recruit we just enlisted in the 18th Army. A true red-blooded and upright soldier, steady and reliable. Rookie? Lin Yuan almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. Are you kidding me? What kind of rookie runs around with 3 top-tier Calamity summons? I'm not lying to you. Su Kuang flicked the ash off his cigarette and said calmly. He completed the job transfer ceremony less than a week ago. At that time, Jiangshu and I were the ones who picked him up. The air suddenly became eerily quiet, and a wind whistled sharply through the ruins. Lin Yuan's face froze, his entire body tense. He turned to look at Zhang Daozhuan and found the deputy commander smiling at him and nodding. That's right, I was the one who brought him to the military headquarters. How has it been? Lin Yuan's tongue stumbled. Less than a week. Yes, at most 5 or 6 days. Su Kuang shrugged. The next second, Lin Yuan unconsciously snapped the cigarette he hadn't had time to smoke in his hand. If anyone else had said this, he would have slapped them and cursed, "Who are you trying to fool?" But Su Kuang was a major general of the God-slain army. He definitely wouldn't joke about something like this. Then what level is he now? Lin Yuan asked again. He had just seen with his own eyes that the kid completely disregarded the rules. With that kind of strength, his level must be at least 70 or 80 to start with. But that doesn't make sense, either. He just completed the first-class advancement quest. Su Kuang gave a devilish smile. He's level 25 now. He can't level up further. Level 25. These 2 words struck Lin Yuan like a bolt from the blue. He felt as if his 200 years of cultivation had been completely wasted. Back then, Lin Yuan was hailed as a genius among necromancers. It took him at least half a year, even 8 months. To level up from 1 to 25th, that was already a record-breaking speed, hyped by the media for years. And now, there's someone who did it in less than a week, and even managed to poke a hole in the sky in the process. Is this even human? Lin Yuan held back for a long time before finally blurting out the most down-to-earth curse. Beside him, Zhang Daozhuan shook his head and sighed deeply. The new wave surpasses the old. Young people are impressive indeed. Truly, not to be underestimated. Zhang Daozhuan sighed with emotion, then suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had remembered something important. Lin Yuan, Su Kuang, what do you think? This kid is only level 25 and has just transitioned to the first tier. Doesn't that perfectly meet the condition? Lin Yuan, still doubting life, froze for a moment. What condition? Silver Moon Realm, Zhang Daozhuan said softly. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuan's entire body trembled, murmuring, Silver Moon Realm. His thoughts seemed to be pulled back decades ago. It is a special combat secret realm open only to global professionals below level 40, with no more than 40 advancements. This secret realm strictly restricts high-tier experts from entering to prevent them from monopolizing resources. But don't think this is a safe haven for beginners. On the contrary. It is the most brutal arena for young warriors. The most precious reward in the Silver Moon Realm is neither equipment nor skill books, but primordial power. That is the key opportunity to break through the 9th tier limit and step into the Demidode realm. Back then, Lin Yuan fought desperately here, battling geniuses from Europe, America, and Japan, and managed to fight my way to 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd places were taken by America's Thunder God and Japan's Demon Blade, respectively. This has always been my regret. Yeah, how could I forget about this? I slapped my thigh, my face trembling with excitement at her level 40. Guzu is only level 25, completely meeting the requirements. The more I thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, even making me chuckle a bit. Think about it, in the past, our Shunxia always got suppressed here by foreigners. They relied on their professional rates and equipment advantages to bully us terribly. This time, if we throw Gungzu in there, I imagine the scene. And it was so spectacular it made once near. This isn't a competition, it's clearly fishing. Zhang Daozhuan also nodded. His eyes gleaming. That's right, if Guzu goes in, forget the top 3. Even taking all the top 10 rewards wouldn't be a problem. For the future development of Shunxia, this is definitely a shot in the arm. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if the rise of Shunxia's stronghold was already within reach. But Su Kuang wasn't as thrilled. She stubbed out her cigarette with a kick, crossed her arms, and frowned slightly. We need to ask Guzu about this first, she calmly said. That guy usually has a cheerful smile, but he's a bit shy and doesn't like being in the spotlight. If it were really in order, he might go, but he wouldn't necessarily be happy about it. And also, Su Kuang paused, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. He's now the crown prince of our god-slaying army, not just me, even Commander Zhu, he has to coax him. If we sign him up on our own initiative and he decides to quit, who could possibly control him? Zhang Daozhuan and I exchanged a glance, both seeing the awkwardness on each other's faces. To be honest, with Guzu wandering around with 3 concept-level calamities, who would dare provoke him casually? Zhang Daozhuan quickly smiled to lighten the mood. Of course, when he comes out, we'll have a good talk with him. Reason with him and appeal to his emotions, right? What's more, there are plenty of good things in the secret realm. Guzu is a big-money G-rubber and will definitely be interesting. Just as we were figuring out how to persuade Guzu to join in unwreak havoc, a soldier carrying a communication radio suddenly rushed over, his expression serious. Report. The soldier walked up to Su Kuang, saluted us, and handed her a tactical tablet. Major General Su, the Legion Command has sent an urgent message of the highest priority. Su Kuang's brows furrowed tightly, her heart sinking. An urgent message of the highest priority is not sent lightly, unless the Legion is facing a major crisis or the defensive line has completely collapsed. She grabbed the tablet and quickly scanned the encrypted information on the screen. Just one glance, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. Su Kuang, who had been laughing just moments ago, now seemed to transform into an enraged mother T-Rex. A strong killing intent erupted from her, making the surroundings as cold as an ice cellar. These bastards really know how to pick the perfect time to set me up. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, snap. The tactical tablet in her hand instantly emitted a crisp cracking sound, its screen shattering into countless cracks. Zhang Daozhuan and I exchanged glances, raising our eyebrows. This time, it seems like trouble is big. What happened? Zhang Daozhuan asked solemnly. Deputy Legion Commander Ji Wenzu sent an urgent telegram. There's trouble over at the East Sea. The Sakura Nation's Oni/group has crossed the border with a clear target at the Tai Temple dungeon we've been fighting over. Oni/group. Lin Yuan frowned deeply. That group of ninjas like sewer rats. Where did they get the courage to confront our god-slaying legion at this critical moment? Don't they know our main forces are all preparing for battle? As a 9th-tier saint, Lin Yuan was well-versed in international affairs. Although the Sakura Nation has always coveted Shunxia's resources, they usually only resort to minor tricks. This time, they actually crossed the line and blatantly seized the instance. That is certainly not without being prepared to face a painful price. They themselves certainly wouldn't have the guts. Su Kuang sneered, but this time, they really went all out. According to frontline intelligence, they sent 3 quasi-saint-level experts as the vanguard. And it's not all, there's also a true saint escorting them. 3 quasi-saints plus 1 saint. Everyone was visibly surprised upon hearing this. Is this the posture of fighting for a dungeon? Clearly, it's the calculation for an all-out war. High-end combat power is a country's trump card, usually kept tightly hidden, but once it's all revealed at once, it means they are determined not to fight an unprepared battle. The two sides have already clashed. Su Kuang continued, Deputy Commander Ji is under immense pressure over there. Her tone shifted, carrying a hint of helplessness and heaviness. The more troublesome issue is that because the strong individuals from both sides fought fiercely at the entrance of the Tidal Temple, The energy fluctuations were too intense, directly causing turmoil in the East Sea aquatic races plane. Plane turmoil? Doesn't that mean? Lin Yuan's expression darkened. That's right. Su Kuang nodded, a shadow passing through her eyes. The plane fissure is continuously expanding. Although Legion Commander Zhu Yi and several Deputy Commanders rushed to the front line immediately, desperately defending the East Sea aquatic races plane. But the breach was too large. Imagine the scene: space shattered like glass struck by a heavy blow. A massive crack opened. Countless monsters from other planes surged out of the fissure like a tide, madly devouring all life force. Commander Zhu and his team are very strong, but they are clearly outnumbered. Now those East Sea aquatic creatures have broken through the plane's entrance and started a reverse invasion. A thunderous sound landed, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. The wind swept through the ruins, lifting a few torn and decayed paper money, swirling them to the ground at their feet. But no one paid attention. Everyone would feel a chill in their hearts. If Baichuan City's red and white collision curse is like a malignant tumor growing inside the body, painful but survivable from it, then the dimensional invasion in Donghai is akin to brutally slashing the lifeline of the Shen XIA Empire. What's those aquatic creatures, adapted to deep sea pressure, with tough skin and massive numbers, break through the defenses and rush into the human settlements along the eastern coast? The consequences would be unimaginable. It would be a living catastrophe with devastation everywhere and fields littered with corpses. For the Shen XIA Empire, this is no longer a small-scale conflict, but a true disaster concerning the fate of a nation. One wave has just subsided, and another rises. Zhang Daozhuo took a deep breath. It seems someone thinks the old lion of Shen XIA has grown feeble and wants to take a bite while we're off guard. Want to take a bite? Let's see if they even have the teeth for it. Su Kuang fiercely extinguished the cigarette in her hand, her military boots stomping heavily on the ground. She turned around, her gaze instinctively falling on a military transport plane on standby, exuding the commanding aura of a true leader. Jiangshu. Su Kuang shouted in a low voice. Here. Jiangshu, who was nervously recording data, immediately stood at attention, her face tense. Pack your gear and follow me immediately. While fastening the clasps on her combat uniform, Su Kuang spoke rapidly. We must head to the front line right away. One more person means one more strength to help the Corps commander relieve the pressure. This situation cannot collapse. Strategist. At this moment, she had no retreat. This was her battlefield, her comrades, and the hope of millions of families behind her. At the very moment Su Kuang took a step forward, she suddenly stopped. She instinctively turned her head back, looking at the slowly rotating black vortex, the entrance to the copy where Guzu was. The surge of determination she had just felt gave way to a hint of hesitation at this moment. Su Kuang frowned deeply, her gaze filled with conflict. But Guzu is still inside. She bit her lip, her voice carrying a trace of hidden anxiety. That kid just went in, and no one knows what's happening inside. Even Lin Lao stumbled in that copy. It was practically like throwing her own child into a tiger's cage. And the adults still had to leave to fight a tough battle. Although Guzu had shown astonishing strength earlier, he had just changed professions after all. He was the future hope of the God-slaying Legion, the crown prince in everyone's hearts. If something happens to him, there's no one outside to rescue. Su Kuang felt a wave of panic at the thought of the consequences. If she just left like this, how would she explain it later? Stop overthinking it, this isn't like you. Just as she was hesitating, a firm hand patted her shoulder. Zhang Daozhuo had somehow already appeared by her side. The elder adjusted the collar of his Zhongshan suit and said calmly yet resolutely, You heading to the front line is what truly matters. On a battlefield like a meat grinder, having one more high-level combatant could save more young lives. He pointed to the entrance of the secret realm, his tone carrying an undeniable force. As for Guzu, leave this to me. You. Su Kuang was still hesitating. Don't trust this old bag of bones. Zhang Daozhuo chuckled. Don't worry. I'll guard this place. If he can come out safely, that's best. But if something goes wrong, or the situation inside is right. At this point, the smile in Zhang Daozhuo's eyes faded, and the air seemed to freeze. This old man still has some skills. I'll carry him out. It was like a military pledge. Hearing these words, Su Kuang finally felt relieved. She knew that Minister Zhang was a man of his word. The promise of this second in command of the headquarters was more valuable than anything. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Su Kuang nodded firmly, no longer hesitating. She was not someone who dwelled on emotions. Now that there were no more worries, it was time to focus on the task at hand. Let's go. Su Kuang waved her hand and rushed towards the transport aircraft with Zhang Shu. Wait, count me in. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice rang out. He moved his newly re-attached left arm and strode over. Although his trench coat was tattered, the sharp aura of a ninth-tier powerhouse emanated from him, even stronger than before. Old Lin, your body. Su Kuang paused for a moment, looking at his injured appearance. You should rest. Don't make others take care of you on the front line. Rest? Lin Yuan cursed, spat on the ground, and looked displeased. I was suffocating in that lousy sedan chair just now, with no place to vent my anger. Now it's perfect. Since I can't make an appearance myself, I'll go and beat those Sakura country guys to the ground. Besides, I'm already here. How could I let you two young ladies risk your lives alone? Lin Yuan curled his lips and said arrogantly, if word gets out, would I? Lin Yuan still have any dignity left? And also, he glanced at Zhang Daozhuan and then at the entrance to the secret realm. With old Zhang guarding here, it's perfectly secure. Staying here just to watch the show is pointless. I might as well head to the East Sea to stretch my muscles. Su Kuang looked at his stance, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. All right, and let's go together. Let those guys know that even if our shun kicks, I ain't saints are seriously injured. They're not ones to be messed with. No. Without wasting words, several people quickly boarded the black private jet with its engine already running, heading straight to the front line. The massive airflow stirred up dust on the ground, and the deafening roar of the engine filled the air. Zhang zinks and stood still, hands in the pockets of her white coat, adjusted her glasses, and watched the plane soar to the clouds. Although she was a senior priest, she was not a combatant. Moreover, someone needed to stay behind to handle medical responsibilities, so she decided to remain. In the blink of an eye, the vast temporary camp was left with only Zhang Daozhuan, Zhang Zinsin, and a group of vigilant guard soldiers. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Daozhuan watched the plane's tail lights gradually disappear into the horizon and let out a soft sigh. Then he turned around, found a relatively clean, concrete block to sit on, and fixed his gaze on the dark entrance to the mysterious realm. In another dungeon, the air in the village remained foul and stifling. The 1,000 corpses Tasui collapsed with a thunderous crash. But it wasn't over yet. Guzu stood to the side, watching the mass of rotting flesh that kept twitching and trying to reassemble itself. His expression was like someone watching a chaotic circus performance. His stomach churned violently, protests rising within. This is the so-called legendary tonic. Guzu's mouth twitched. His gaze lingered on the pile of flesh made up of severed limbs and blackened organs for less than a second before quickly looking away. It felt like eagerly anticipating a Michelin-starred meal, only to lift the lid and find a pot of rancid sewer sludge with a few dead rats floating on top. The system panel's notification sound kept tempting him. High-level Calamity creature source detected. Would you like to activate the skill Abyssal Maw to devour? Hint devouring will greatly enhance physical attributes and may grant the skill 1,000 corpses husk. Guzu was caught in a dilemma. It was like someone telling you that as long as you swallowed this unpalatable thing, you could immediately get 5 million. Reason told you this was a surefire deal. But your instincts were frantically sounding alarms, almost making you choke on the spot. I want to get stronger, but I don't want to turn into a freak. Guzu sighed, trying hard to make his final mental preparation. As the Lord of Calamity, theoretically, he should be able to eat anything. Just as he was about to close his eyes and force himself to eat, Touch beside him very helpfully added fuel to the fire. The big rat excitedly waved his bone staff, crazily smashing it into the wound of the 1,000 corpse Daishui. The green plague venom splattered across the sky like a sprinkler. Pustules immediately erupted on the originally disgusting mound of flesh. Yellow-green, liquid mixed with corpse water, bubbled and frothed, emitting a stench that would put biochemical weapons to shame. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Perch turned his head and grinned at Guzu, his beady eyes full of anticipation. As if saying, Master, praise me for doing a great job. Guzu, great? absolutely great. At this moment, his last bit of desire to grow stronger was completely extinguished by this pot of biochemical sting with extra ingredients. Forget it, let this blessing be for someone else. Guzu's face darkened. Retreating several steps, afraid of getting even a drop of the juice. I may not be a gentleman, but I still have standards when it comes to food hygiene. After eating this thing, even my wife might not want to kiss me. He gave up on devouring it. Mental health always comes first. Get rid of it, it's too disgusting. Boom. As the order was given, the long-prepared eye of the old days suddenly rotated. A beam of purple-black light pierced through the 1,000-corpsed eye Shui without hesitation. That massive mountain of flesh instantly melted and evaporated, turning into a pile of ashes. The world finally returned to tranquility. Ding! Successfully killed, level 55 Lord BOSS 1,000-corpsed eye Sui Jinchuriki. Ding! Reached the job transfer bottleneck, level remains unchanged. Ding! Obtained legendary equipment. 1,000 Soul Corpse Robe Legendary. Ding! Obtained legendary material Tai Sui Flesh Ganadorum Legendary. Ding! Obtained legendary material Spine of Resentment Legendary. Pleasant notification sounds rang out. A piercing sound echoed in his ears, and immediately after, 3 dazzling golden beams of light suddenly rose from the previously filthy ground. Now that's more like it. Guzu's gloomy expression instantly transformed, his radiant smile replacing the usual gloom, changing as quickly as flipping a page. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Although the air was still filled with an unpleasant stench in his eyes, this place was now a heaven-sent treasure trove. Defeating bosses and collecting gear, this was the real thrill. Disgust or not, it was nothing compared to the dazzling golden light. He skillfully manipulated the domain of Calamity, effortlessly making the loot float before him. The first item was an inner armor made from some kind of biological membrane, named Corpse Guard. Surprisingly, it felt smooth to the touch, with a faint gray glow shimmering on its surface. 1,000 Souls Corpse Guard. Quality Legendary. Part Upper Garment. Equipment Level LV50. Attributes Constitution 3,000, Spirit 1,500, Strength 1,000, Agility 1,000. Special Effect 1 Corpse King's Body Passive Physical Damage, reduced by 30%, immune to all toxins and corrosive negative statuses. Special Effect 2. Scapegoat Passive automatically blocks 1 fatal damage every 24 hours and transfers the damage to enemies within 50 meters. A life-saving divine gear. Guzu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he directly stored it in his backpack. This kind of skill that transfers fatal damage to enemies is practically like a cheat-level divine ability. Next appeared a chunk of meat resembling a Ling Zai HI mushroom, emitting an enticing aroma. Tai Sui Flesh Mushroom. Quality Legendary. Type A. Consumable. Effect permanently increases maximum health by 5,000 points after consumption, and grants the limb regeneration trait. Limbs can fully regenerate within 10 minutes, as long as the heart and brain remain intact. Not bad. Though can't compare to an immortal physique, it's tough enough. Guzu casually placed it into his storage bag. As for that spine, he'll find a blacksmith later to help forge a new cane. Wandering around with a rotten bone is really embarrassing. After tidying up the spoils, Guzu clapped his hands. Feeling great, let's got time to search the back and find out where the ghost mother is hiding. However, after wandering around this Tajia village with his 3 underlings for 10 minutes, his good mood was completely ruined again. This village is practically like a maze. Identical black stone houses, intricate corridors, and various paths leading to dead ends. What's even more absurd is that there are no signs here. You have to rely entirely on guessing. Is this ghost mother afraid of being caught, acting all cautious? Guzu stood at the fork in the road, helplessly kicking the stone lion beside him. Even going back to your own home feels like navigating a maze. If you're in a hurry to use the toilet, you'd probably hold it in until you die. He finally understood why the protagonists in horror movies always get lost and can't escape. It's not some supernatural trick. It's just that the roads are terribly designed. Fortunately, with the unique skill of the domain of Calamity, Guzu finally managed to find a path leading to the back mountain. It was a winding stone staircase, flanked by clusters of red spider lilies that only grow in places with the heaviest yin energy. The sea of red flowers looked both enchanting and dreary under the gray, hazy sky. Seeing the endless steps, Gu's laziness kicked in. Climbing up there would be exhausting enough to kill someone. He curled his lips. As the holder of legendary equipment, the Lord of Calamity, climbing a mountain on his own two legs was hardly dignified. Wife, he turned his head naturally and called to the red-clad woman beside him with righteous confidence. Bring out your ride. Let us go for a spin. The ghost bride was slightly stunned, evidently not fully understanding the term go for a spin. But soon, she grasped her husband's meaning. Under the red veil, her beautiful eyes curved into a lovely crescent moon as she softly replied, "Yes, my husband." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space suddenly darkened, as if countless invisible hands had covered the sky. Ru. A mournful and ethereal sound emerged from the void. No longer a piercing noise, but a solemn melody imbued with ancient rhythm. A solemn wedding procession tune began to play, followed by a sudden gust of eerie wind. From the ground, 108 ethereal figures slowly rose, each dressed in bright red attire, their faces pale, and their feet not touching the ground. Some held high avoid signs, some played mournful suones, and others carried dazzling bright red lanterns. In the middle of the procession, in newly transformed and evolved river Styx ghosts, a dam floated. The sedan was now completely renewed, entirely red, with a golden fiend exposed to take flight perched atop its roof. The tassels were made of tiny skulls, which whitely collided with each other in the eerie wind. A faint black mist surrounded the body of the sedan, representing tangible rule power. This formation was truly magnificent. Guzu looked at the terrifyingly impressive wedding procession before him, his face full of satisfaction. Now this is grand enough. He strode forward to the sedan, unceremoniously wrapping his arm around the cold and soft waist of the eerie bride beside him. The two gently floated up like a celestial couple and settled comfortably into the spacious interior of the sedan. Twitch. Sin tactfully refrained from squeezing into the sedan. Instead, he scratched his rear and cheerfully ran to the front of the procession to act as the vanguard. Above them, the old eye hovered like a diligent drone, suspended above the sedan, ready to fire death rays at any unwitting intruder. Accompanied by a red-clad vengeful ghost, led by plague rats, guarded by that giant eyeball, and with 108 vengeful ghosts scaring the sedan share, this combination is simply too striking. Lift the sedan. Goose alwaysly leaned against the soft couch, holding the cold yet soft teary bride in his arms, playing with a folding fan in his hand. Looking every bit like an old-time feudal lord heading to the countryside to seize a bride. Hey-ho! 108 vengeful ghosts let out a synchronized low roar, and the ghostly sedan chair rose steadily into the air without a single wobble, slowly drifting along the cold, hard stone path toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, in the real world, eastern coastal region of the Shen Ixi Empire, frontline command center of the East Sea Battle Zone. The sky here was in T as gloomy as Beichuan, but it wasn't exactly clear either. The sea roared with fierce winds, giant waves crashing against the reefs, the air filled with a pungent salty tang and an unsettling restlessness. On the massive helipad, a black military transport plane slowly landed. Before the rotors had even stopped, the cabin door opened. Su Kuang, with Zhang Shu, strode directly down the cabin against the wind. Several off-road vehicles bearing the banner of the God Slayer Legion were already waiting there. Beside the vehicles stood a middle-aged man, tall and upright, dressed in combat gear, wearing black-framed glasses. He looked more like a professor than a soldier. The golden star on his shoulder revealed his extraordinary identity: Deputy Commander of the God Slayer Legion. Seeing Su Quan disembark, the tense expression on Jiwenzu's face finally softened into a smile as he quickly stepped forward to greet them. Su Quan. Zhang Shu, you're finally here. His voice was slightly hoarse. The situation in the East Sea is worse than expected, and we're short on manpower. Your arrival is a huge help. Su Quan didn't waste any words and responded decisively. Old G. We already understand the situation. We'll discuss the details on the way. I'm not here for a vacation, just give us the toughest task. Ji Wenzun nodded and was about to reply when his gaze suddenly shifted past Su Kuo, landing on the third figure who had just stepped out of the cabin. At that moment, his expression froze instantly. He adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The young man wearing a tattered trench coat, yet exuding an aura so powerful, it was impossible to look directly at him. Lin's age. Wenzu's voice was filled with shock. Why are you here? According to military intelligence, this 9th-rank expert should currently be trapped in the distant Biaichu, a disaster secret realm, with their life or death uncertain. But now not only have they appeared completely unscathed, they've even shown up thousands of kilometers away on the East Sea for a while. Could be that something major has already happened over in Biaichuan. This thought made Ji Wenzu's heart sink instantly. Lin Yuan noticed Ji Wenzu's astonishment, gave an awkward smile, and raised his hand in greeting. Old Ji, don't stare at me like that. As if I'm some kind of anomaly. Me? I just came out for a walk and thought I'd lend a hand while I was at it. As Lin Yuan spoke, he couldn't help but feel like crying inside. He couldn't possibly admit that he had just been saved by a rookie soldier who had only recently enlisted, and even felt like he was the unnecessary one. Now he had no choice but to come here to find some sense of presence. But where was his dignity? Hey, a walk. Ji Wenzu looked at the group in front of him, his mouth agape, unable to find the words. The world suddenly seemed to have become utterly baffling to him. The explosion-proof tires of the military off-road vehicle rolled over the rugged coastal road, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. The once dense windbreak forest had mostly been snapped by some powerful force, resembling a group of bent-over wounded soldiers trembling in a sea breeze. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was even more tense and dreary than the storm outside. Ji Wenzu, sitting in the passenger seat, was completely frozen. He took a deep breath, pushed up the glasses sliding down his nose, and looked at Su Quan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. So, what you're saying is, there's a particularly skilled individual who quietly joined our corps. It's one of the new recruits who just transferred a few days ago. Su Quan slightly opened his eyes but said nothing, merely letting out a faint snort through his nose, which was taken as confirmation. Ji Wenzu couldn't help but curse, his usual refined demeanor giving way to rough language. No wonder. I was wondering why that guy Zhu Sin suddenly became so generous. You have no idea. Before, when I asked logistics for supplies, he was stingier than a miser. I asked for a bullet, and he made me write 3 application forms, then spent half an hour crying core, saying we were draining the family fortune rye. Yet yesterday, as soon as I submitted the supply request, he suddenly waved his hand and approved a whole batch of top-tier resources for me. At that moment, I thought he must have hit his head on a door. Ji Wenzu paused for a moment, and suddenly realized and said, so we recruited a great general back, and that old guy Zhu San only became generous after seeing the battle achievements brought by the Crown Prince. At this moment, Zhang Shu, sitting next to Su Quan, was holding her precious equipment manual and wiping it, unable to hold back hurl after Deputy Commander Ji. You should have seen Minister Zhu's expression when he first saw the Crown Prince participate in the rookie performance. He was so excited, he almost knelt down to him. Lin Yuan had just opened a bottle of mineral water and taken a sip. Hearing this, he directly spat it out. He coughed twice, looking helplessly at the 2 ladies who were boasting wildly. Ji Wenzu smiled bitterly. His expression complicated such a big deal, and he even took first place in the rookie martial arts competition. Yet you all kept it from us deputy commanders. That's just unreasonable. Su Quan sighed, took out half a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. The plan was to wait until the kid finished his mission, throw a celebration banquet, and then call you all back to give you a surprise. Who knew that before the surprise arrived, I was already scared half to death. She turned her head to look out the window. The horizon was already covered by an ominous dark red. Ji Wenzu nodded, his expression turning serious again. But this batch of supplies is truly impressive. If it weren't for the things Guzu brought back, the situation in Donghai would definitely be worse. If I ever get the chance, I must properly meet this prince. As soon as the words fell, the off-road vehicle suddenly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching sharply. Sir, we've arrived. The driver's voice was taut, like a tightly stretched string, a fully drawn bowstring. The air was filled with tension, and everyone in the car could almost feel the suffocating pressure. The air was mixed with a strong smell of blood, carrying the salty tang of seawater and an unpleasant stench of decay, making people wrinkle their noses in discomfort. Su Quan suddenly pushed open the car door, her foot stepping onto the slippery, muddy ground, splashing mud and water. Ahead was a massive island, the location of the tidal temple, but now this island seemed to have transcended the realm of humanity. On the surface of the sea, the void appeared to have been torn open by a giant hand, leaving a bloody rifted arc-purple fissure spanning between heaven and earth. Inside, chaotic energy storms raged. From that rift, hordes of deep-sea monsters poured out frantically, their numbers as overwhelming as dumplings being dropped into boiling water, continuously emerging. Some monsters had enormous pincers, some were covered in slimy mucus and bristling with tentacles, and some even resembled writhing masses of flesh. They were tightly packed together, not needing to swim, as the monsters behind them pushed and squeezed them forcefully onto the shore. Lin Yuan stood beside the car, staring at the dense swarm of monsters. Wave after wave of dazzling skill effects exploded along the defensive line. Fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning wove a deadly net, frantically harvesting the monsters' lives. But there were too many monsters. The ones in front were instantly killed, yet more immediately surged forward from behind, making it impossible to kill them all. Not just these monsters. Ji Wenzu walked to Su Kuang's side, coldly pointed to the flank of the island, and said, "There are also those guys." Looking in the direction he pointed, several warships bearing cherry blossom emblems were anchored at the edge of the horizon, resembling floating coffins. On the sea between the warships and the island, a group of figures dressed in black tight combat suits and wearing hand-aim masks moved like dust through the waves. They were the special forces of Sakura Nation Oni's I and Jayan. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they took advantage of the chaos as the Shen Xia garrison fully resisted the deep-sea monsters, launching a frenzied attack on the defensive barrier at the flank. Boom, boom, boom. Blades of ghastly green light and black skill waves continuously struck the pale golden barrier, creating wave after wave of violent triples. Each impact caused the already fragile barrier to dim further. Inside the barrier, the team of professionals from Shen Xia was struggling to hold on. The two sides, separated by a thin veil of light, were engaged in fierce combat. Skills flew chitically through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. This group of bastards. Su Kuang gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing coldly. Taking advantage of the situation, huh? Do they think Shen Xia has no one left? Move to the frontline command center. Without hesitation, she led Zhongshu and Ji Wenzu, darting like lightning toward the island's command center. The command center was set up under the lighthouse, surrounded by sandbags and various defensive structures. As they approached, angry shouts and the piercing beeps of communicators could be heard from inside. Hold the line. Where are the mages of the 3rd Regiment? If you're out of mana potions, use your life instead. Absolutely do not let those water monkeys break through the 2nd line of defense. Energy in the eastern barrier is critically low. Deploy the reserve team immediately. Tell them, if they must die, they die on the front line. Su Kuang strode into the command center, greeted by the stifling air mixed with the stench of sweat, smoke, and tension. In front of the massive holographics and table, a tall, stubble-faced middle-aged man leaned on the table, roaring as he directed the battle. His uniform was covered in mud and bloodstains, and the golden stars on his shoulders were dulled by ash. He was Jin Yichuan, the deputy commander of the God Slayer Legion. A hardened warrior renowned for his mad dog style of relentless combat, striking fear into the hearts of his enemies. When he saw Su Kuang and Ji Wenzu enter, followed closely by Zhongshu, he almost threw the half-broken chalk in his hand at them like a weapon. Recognizing who it was, his taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. "Old Su. Old Ji, you got here so quickly." No unnecessary pleasantries. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. No unnecessary words. On this battlefield where every second counts, any wasted action is playing with one's life. Su Kuang strode to the sand table, her eyes swiftly scanning the densely packed red dots representing enemy forces. "Old Jin, you've worked hard. Now that I'm here, you can relax." She looked up at Jin Yichu on where is the most urgent. Where needs people to hold the line and fight to the death. Jin Yichu paused for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile, pointing to the left side of the sand table. It was an area where enemy forces were most concentrated, almost breaking through our blue defensive line. Here, the flight defense line is the main attack direction of the Oni/group. The barrier is about to collapse. If they break in, we'll be caught between them and to sea monsters at the front, and the situation will become very difficult. Understood. Soquan nodded without a trace of hesitation and turned to look at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu. Coming. Zhang Shu stood at attention, her usually cute little face now filled with a serious expression. Grab your gear and follow me. Soquan spoke as she briskly walked out of the command post, the wind wicking her combat uniform, making a snapping sound. The domineering aura of a big sister was fully unleashed at this moment. Tell the brothers on the flanks that reinforcements have arrived. Tell them to stand tall. Today, let these arrogant fools remember once and for all whose territory this tidal temple truly is. The fierce wind carried the salty tang of seawater and a lingering stench of blood straight to her face. The off-road vehicle hadn't even come to a complete stop when the door was violently kicked open with a bang. Su Quan leapt out of the vehicle, her military boots stomping hard on the mud, soaked by seawater, splashing up a puddle of murky water. She raised her eyes to look at the distant, crumbling golden barrier, her brows furrowed tightly. Damn it! She spat out contemptuously in a low voice, reaching up to tug at the slightly tight collar of her combat suit. This old body of mine is almost rusted. Perfect time to use these blind fools to stretch my skills. As soon as the words fell, she naturally extended her right hand. Standing behind her, Zhang Shu, the usually quiet girl who always held a book, displayed astonishing coordination at this moment. Almost simultaneously, the heavy, bronze-colored codex in Zhang Shu's arms suddenly flipped open on its own. The pages rustled loudly, as if ancient incantations were being softly chanted. Zhang Shu, go full power. Su Quan's voice was calm, but the icy tone caused the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. Forget about mana consumption. If we don't beat them so badly, they won't even dare show their asses. My name isn't Su. Understood, Commander. Zhang Shu gritted her teeth and nodded, her face tense. As a dazzling white light flashed across Zhang Shu's fingertips, the codex floated in midair, its pages flipping rapidly, leaving almost only after images. Skill Shield of Revelation. 8 semi-transparent light shield immediately enveloped Su Quan, giving a reassuring sense at first glance. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Shu took a deep breath, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly indicating that the next move was putting considerable pressure on her. Skill Revelation Arcana Divine Power Infusion. Sister Su, be careful, this is a triple attribute boost, and it drains mental energy super fast. Zhang Shu hurriedly reminded. Hadn't finished speaking, an astonishing surge of magic instantly flooded into Su Quan's body. This wasn't just an enhancement, it was like equipping a rocket booster to a sports car with its engine already at full throttle. Su Quan only felt his blood boiling, as if the fresh blood in his veins was roaring for slaughter. This feels right. A cold sneer curled at the corner of her mouth, and her originally sharp and heroic eyes were completely dyed blood red. Her right hand suddenly clenched the air, and the space in her palm shattered like a mirror. A massive blood-red greatsword, as wide as a door panel, was forcibly pulled out from the void. This was her profession, bloodthirsty war soul. As the greatsword came into her hand, Su Quan's entire body erupted with a violent surge of blood energy. That blood energy was no longer an intangible mist, but thick as fresh blood, rolling unroaring around her, finally condensing into a sinister and terrifying phantom of blood-red armor. At this moment, Su Quan was nothing like the decisive, calm, and capable female officer she usually was. She seemed like a demon crawling out of hell, solely to tear every enemy in front of her into pieces. Little ones, watch how your big sister makes you submit. Boom. The ground beneath her feet instantly shattered. Her entire body was like a blood-red meteor piercing through the dark clouds, accompanied by a deafening explosion, directly charging toward the most intense battlefield on the flank. There, a group of Sakura Nation's Oni slayers were arrogantly slaughtering. These people wore tight black outfits and terrifying Hanie masks, relying on their level 70 to 80 strength to rampage recklessly through its IA defense line. The samurai swords in their hands emitted a green glow, and every slash carried a powerful energy wave. The defense of Sherlock is just so-so. A leading elite of the Oni Slayer group mocked. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the sky above his head turn red. That red was not the sunset, but the shadow of death. What? Instinctively, he looked up, only to be greeted by the last scene of his life, a massive blood-colored greatsword, reeking of a strong metallic scent, mercilessly smashing down like swatting a fly. No resistance. No suspense. Faced with the terrifying power of a level 89 Quasi, Saint's full force outburst, and a 300% attribute boost. This level 78 Shadow Assassin was as fragile as freshly made tofu. Theft. He didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a pile of flesh along with his blade by the giant sword. The shockwave spread outward from the point of impact. The dozen or so sneering ghost/members near were blown away like leaves caught in a storm. They began vomiting blood wildly in midair, their shattered organs spewing out. This is the difference in levels. This is how a top-tier powerhouse makes an entrance. Die. All of you. So Kwang landed without a moment's pause, the exceptionally heavy greatsword in her hand, as light as a feather. She seemed like a ruthless meat grinder, charging into the enemy's flock. Wherever she passed, severed limbs flew, and rivers of blood flowed. Fancy footwork, advanced in jutsu. In the face of her absolute power and speed, all of it turned into meaningless tricks. She didn't even need to distinguish between the real body and shadow claws. With one sweeping strike, all were cleaved in half. Boom! Boom! The ground cracked, and dust filled the air. On the battlefield, the defenders of Shenx IA were all dumbfounded. A young platoon leader, covered in blood, leaned against the trench, clutching his broken arm and wiping the blood from his eyes. He stared at Su Kwang's red figure, stunned for several seconds. Then, excitement erupted in his heart. It's Major General Sir. Staff Officer Su Kwang is here. Brothers, our reinforcements have finally arrived. This is Su Kwang, known as the Crim's War God. She single-handedly broke up those bastard formation. The originally demoralized defending troops, upon witnessing this scene, ignited like dry grass touched by fire, instantly bursting with fierce fighting spirit. This is the value of high-level warriors on the battlefield, not just killing enemies, but serving as an unwavering belief in the hearts of all soldiers. As long as she charges into battle, the soldiers behind her dare to risk their lives to follow. Counterattack. Everyone, push forward. Don't let Major General Su face them alone. We're not cowards. Kill them all, leave no survivors. The deafening shouts of battle shook the air, and the previously precarious defensive line suddenly stabilized, even beginning to counterattack. On the other side of the battlefield, watching their elite troops being cut down like straw in a wheat field, to strong warriors from Sakura Nation, who had been standing guard at the rear, finally couldn't remain idle. Bastard, who is that woman? This level of destruction. It's at the Quasi Saint level. It's Su Kwa from the God-slaying army. The two, dressed as an Miyagi and in heavy armor, exchanged heavy glances. If Su Kwa continues killing like this, let alone breaking through, their defensive line will be in grave danger. The elite ghost-slaying squad they brought here will probably meet their end today. We can't let her continue being so arrogant. Let's take her down together. The warrior clad in black armor, wielding a long spear, roared furiously. With a stomp, the sea surface exploded instantly. He turned into a streak of black lightning, charging straight for my back. His profession is Shadow Flow Spear Saint, and his specialty is this kind of insidious sneak attack from behind. Meanwhile, the Miyagi over their quickly formed hand seals, and several black tailmisnuns ignited, transforming into three ferocious demon Shikigami, roaring as they launched at me from his side, attempting to block my movements. The Quasi Saints joining forces for an assault. If it were an ordinary strong fighter of the same level, it would barely survive. But not without shedding a layer of skin. The soldiers of Shenx IA on the field were so tense, they almost held their breath. Staff Officer Su, watch your back. But standing at the center of the storm, the corners of my mouth curled into a chilling, sinister smile. I didn't even turn my head. As if I had eyes on the back of it. Good timing. I was just thinking these small fry weren't satisfying enough. Just as the black spear was about to pierce my back, I suddenly turned around. The giant sword in my hand whistled through the air, counterattacking at an extremely tricky angle. Clanged. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the skies, sparks flying everywhere. The cherry blossom samurai who attempted to sneak attack felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the spear almost flew out of his grip. Shaken by my terrifying strength, he tumbled several times in the air before barely landing. At the same time, the 3 Shikigami demons rushing toward me were almost upon me. Get lost. I let out a furious roar, and the blood armor suddenly expanded. The violent shockwave directly shattered the 3 evil spirits into pieces. I stood in place, holding the sword single-handedly, its tip angled toward the ground. Blood dripped steadily down the blade. The blood-stained battle attire fluttered in the sea breeze, while Jiangshu behind me continuously channeled magic, making the aura even more imposing. I raised my head, my crimson eyes fixed on the 2 terrified Sakura Nation warriors in front of me. Licking the blood-stains on the corner of my mouth, I said in a low voice, "You 2 pieces of trash dare to block my way." My voice wasn't loud, but the contempt emanating from my very core hurt more than any insult. Giving them no chance to catch their breath, the blood-red giant sword in hand swung fiercely, stirring up a whistling wind. Get lost. No fancy moves, just pure power overwhelming. With one slash, the air was compressed and exploded, forming a visible white shockwave sweeping outward. The shadow gun sank holding the spear had just caught his breath. And seeing my stance, his face turned pale. He had never seen a woman fight like this in his life, like a Tyrannosaurus wrapped in human skin. Don't underestimate the spirit of Bushido. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly gathered energy, and the spear instantly split into hundreds of black spear shadows, enveloping me like a torrential downpour. This is his ultimate skill, Shadow 100 piercing stabs, specifically designed to break through the defenses of heavily armored warriors. The Amiyagi nearby was not to be outdone. He understood now. This crazy woman truly intended to cut them down. He directly pulled out a handful of black talismans and scattered them into the air. Secret technique, Shikigami, Great Tengu descends. With a gust of eerie wind roaring, a phantom of a demon with massive wings and holding a fan appeared in midair. It spewed out a black tornado, carrying countless wind blades, attempting to slice through my defenses from a flank. Facing the 2-pronged attack, I not only didn't meet dodge but laughed even more joyfully. Who are they trying to scare with all this flashy stuff? That feeling of satisfaction. If they play guerrilla tactics, I might actually find it a bit troublesome. But now they won't face me head-on. Sorry about this. With Jiangshu's insane triple attribute boost, I'm basically a humanoid tank. Bloodthirst mountain shatter. I ignored the spars from bullets and wind blades scraping against my armor. Art the grates were tightly with both hands, leapt high into the air, and slashed directly at that samurai's head. This is the core of bloodthirsty battle, soul trading injury for injury, growing stronger the more you fight. Clank-clack. Slash. A crisp and piercing sound rang out. The legendary weapon in that warrior's hand was actually split into the pieces by my sword. What? The warrior's eyes widened as he stared at the broken spear shaft in his hand, completely stunned. Before he could react, a massive force traveled through the broken spear, slamming half of his body into the sand. Several ribs broke with a crack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale from the pain. Stop just watching the show. Using the rebound force, I performed an incredibly difficult mid-air turn, and my giant sword, as if it had eyes, swung fiercely backward toward the airborne Amiyagi. The Amiyagi was controlling the moves of the Great Tengu, completely unprepared for my counterattack. The blade whistled through the air and slammed down fiercely. Dang. The Great Tengu couldn't hold out for even a second, instantly smashed into a cloud of black smoke. The Amiyagi flew dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, screaming as they crashed into a distant reef and passed out. That's definitely Sister Kwang. Jiangshu, who was maintaining my stake from the rear, felt her heartbeat accelerate. The Apocalypse Codex in her hand was almost being flipped to the point of smoking, sweat streaming down her cheeks. Although maintaining my enhancement skills was exhausting, seeing Sister Sue, who usually took such good care of her, sweeping through the battlefield like a storm, made her feel it was all worth it. Sister Sue is amazing. Jiangshu couldn't help but shout in her heart. A magic output increasing even further. The battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment, and erupted with even louder cheers. One person taking on to quasi-saints and completely overwhelming them, now that's real skill. That's what you call thrilling. I thrust the giant's sword into the ground, raised my hand to brush back the hair blown loose by the wind. That posture was both carefree and imposing. My gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, directly locking onto several Sakura Nation warships in the distance on the sea. I extended my thumb, slowly turned it downward. Inverted. Who else? I shouted loudly, if you don't want to die. Hurry back to your homeland. Otherwise this sea will be your grave. My words were powerful and resonant, shaking hearts. Dressed in a blood-soaked battle suit and wielding a heavy greatsword, my imposing figure sent chills down anyone's spine. The usually arrogant Sakura Nation ghost-slaying soldiers around me exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to take a single step forward. Some even had their legs go weak, terrified that I might set my sights on them in the next moment. Just as the tension reached its peak, and I was ready to bask in the glory of being the star of the show, a crisp female voice suddenly broke the silence. Idiot, Su Quan, after all these years, your mouth is still as unrestrained as ever, just as arrogant as before. As soon as the words fell, the battlefield, which had been filled with the stench of blood, was suddenly bathed in a soft and radiant white light. The light appeared incomparably holy, but to me, it was more repulsive than the sight of rotting flesh. Like a torrential downpour, the white light drenched the samurai and daimyoji I had just beaten into the ground like dead dogs. Then, it was almost like seeing a ghost. The samurai, whose chest had a half-fist iced hollow and was continuously spitting blood, began to emit crisp cracking sounds from his bones. Visibly, his breath quickly recovered. The daimyoji beside him, whom I had struck into a concussion, also jolted suddenly. Although his face was as pale as paper, his previously faltering aura rapidly surged back. TCH. I exhaled in annoyance, frowning tightly, bringing a healer to the fight, truly shameless. I looked up and saw a woman in a pink cherry blossom kimono standing suspended in mid-air on wooden clogs. She held a small folding fan in her hand, looking down at me with utter disdain on her face. That gaze was like a disdainful look a city lady gives to her rural relatives who have just arrived in town. Full of contempt. I know this person, an old acquaintance. She is a quasi-saint of Sakura country. A master in the support category, reigning Ning Ning. I was wondering who it was, so arrogant. Su Quan tilted her head, carefully scrutinizing the woman floating in mid-air, a cold smirk involuntarily tugging at the corner of her mouth. The smile was so infuriating it made people want to hit her. So it's reigning Ning, you shameless wink. What is wrong? Did you forget to check your fortune before heading out today? While your useless teammates dragging you down, forcing even a support like you to come out and throw yourself into the fray. Reigning Ning froze for a moment, her delicate face instantly darkening. She snapped the folding fan in her hand shut and pointed at Su Quan. Angrily scolding, Su Quan, you rude and barbaric person, this is a battlefield. Not a place for you to throw tantrums and act shamelessly. If you came here today, don't think about leaving alive. Oh my, how terrifying. Su Quan exaggerated and patted her chest, Carnon ripping with sarcasm. And you dare to call yourself reigning Ning Ming? I have to ask, do you people from Sakura country just randomly pick names? I remember the last time we fought, I even asked you if your parents happened to conceive you while taking shelter in a random straw hut during a rainy day and because they forgot their umbrella. Look at this, years have passed, and I've been promoted to Major General, yet your name still sounds as damp and moldy as ever. After saying this, Su Quan deliberately covered her nose. It really smells awful. This was Su Quan's style, bullying others verbally before a fight, deliberately provoking her opponent with words to throw them off balance. This tactic worked exceptionally well on reigning Ning, a self-proclaimed noble quasi-saint. You scoundrel. Reign Zong Ning completely broke down, her beautiful face instantly turning red, trembling with anger to the point her face twitched. As a respected quasi-saint, she had never heard such vulgar street thug language. Shut up, you foul-mouthed woman who only knows how to boast. Reign Zong Ning screamed angrily. The kimono on her body suddenly fluttered slightly, and the gentle white light instantly became dazzlingly intense. Shino-style world purification domain, activate. Boom. A pink-white halo exploded from her side, instantly covering the battlefield for hundreds of meters. But this halo wasn't for healing. Su Quan only felt his entire body become heavy, as if he had been thrown into a huge vat of sticky paste, struggling even to lift his hand. The air was filled with a sweet and cloying fragrance. Taking a deep breath, made the whole person dizzy. The flow of magic also became sluggish and stiff. This is the trick of a control-type quasi-saint, not engaging in direct conflict, but using various negative states to break the opponent down. Not giving me face, huh? Su Kuang felt the restraints on her body, and her anger was completely provoked. She already had a fiery temper, and now being stuck like a fly caught in a web made her feel utterly uncomfortable. If you want to play, then I'll play with you properly. Su Kuang took a deep breath, her eyes instantly turning blood-red, filled with murderous intent. Blood prison Asura field, begin. Dong. A loud bang, like the beating of a heart, exploded. Suddenly, the originally blurry blood-colored shadow behind Su Kuang became solid, transforming into a blood-red Asura, with 3 heads and 6 arms, its face twisted in ferocity. As soon as the Asura appeared, the sweet pink glow immediately melted away like snow meeting boiling water, rapidly burning into a large hole. The completely different domain auras collided in midair. On one side was the seemingly holy yet insidious being quite sacred light, and on the other was the savage, merciless, blood-tamed dark red aura. The two forces devoured and compressed each other, producing a teeth-grinding sound of friction. Take action. At the moment of stalemate, the samurai quasi-saint and the Amiyaji quasi-saint exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resolute ruthlessness. Taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, never show mercy. On a battlefield, there is no such thing as Bushido's spirit in the face of victory. Everything else is secondary. Shadows streamed 1,000 cherry blossoms. The samurai gritted his teeth, discarded the broken spear, and drew the katana from his waist. He transformed into countless black shadows, braving Su Kuang's killing intent, and charged fiercely from the left side. Shikigami Night Parade of 100 Demons. The Amiyaji exerted all his strength, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the talisman paper. In an instant, a fierce gust of sinister wind arose, and dozens of ghostly shadows with grotesque forms roared as they flanked from the right and from the front. Su Kuang was being relentlessly suppressed, trapped in a desperate situation of multi-directional attacks. Su Kuang fought valiantly in the raid. The 3 quasi-saints simultaneously activated their domains, launching an all-out assault, leaving her no chance of escape. The current situation was extremely perilous for Su Kuang. She felt as if she were bearing the weight of a mountain, every muscle trembling. Behind her, Jiangshu was still desperately buffing her, but this was a genuine 1-against-3 battle. These 3 cooperated seamlessly, one controlled, one specialized in targeting the back line, and one unleashed powerful spells. It was practically a textbook example of a team beatdown. Sister Su, someone's on the left. Jiangshu's warning came through. What are you yelling for? I am not down yet. Su Kuang gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. Her blood-soaked battle suit clung tightly to her body, clearly outlining her muscles strained to the limit. Faced with this peril, she not only refused to retreat but instead roared like an enraged lioness. Bullying with numbers, huh? Fine. Let me see if you 3 worthless fools can break my teeth. No fancy techniques, no complex strategies, just pure strength and willpower. Su Kuang completely ignored the katana flying in from the left and the ghost lunging from the right, her eyes fixed solely on Ning Ning in the rain above. She swung her greatsword fiercely. Get the hell out of my way. The blood Asura swung its 6 arms simultaneously with her roar, forcefully carving a bloody path amidst the encirclement of the 3 domains. Su Kuang charged forward like a cannonball, bracing against the attacks head-on. That unstoppable momentum directly scared Yu Zong Ning Ning into retreating several meters. Meanwhile, in the red and white collision dungeon in the real-world Baichuan City, the situation was entirely different. On the winding mountain path leading to the back village, a bizarre and massive procession slowly advanced. The piercing yet festive sound of Su Ane echoed through the valley. At the front, a large rat in a tattered cloak walked upright, holding a human leg bone as a cane, excitedly leading the way. In the middle was an extraordinarily luxurious bright resident chair, carried by 108 pale-faced vengeful spirits. Their feet did not touch the ground, moving gracefully and steadily. Guzu was comfortably lying on the soft couch of the bridal sedan, holding the gentle and fragrant Turi bride in his arms. If he were holding a thermos cup in his hand, he would look just like a recently retired, leisurely official out on an inspection. This road is terribly built. Luckily, our sedan has strong shock absorption, or I'd definitely get motion sickness. Guzul azily played with the eerie bride's black hair while peering outside through the sedan curtain. As the procession moved forward, the wandering spirits and ghosts along the roadside were out of luck. The monsters in this instance were usually extremely ferocious hanged ghosts, drowned ghosts, headless ghosts all howling and attacking at the sight of a living person. But today, these ghosts were stunned. Wherever the bridal sudden passed, a powerful force of rules spread out to both sides like a robotic vacuum cleaner. Trigger passive 100 ghosts escort the bride. Those little monsters hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush, instantly freeze as soon as they approach the bridal sedan, their attack power vanishing in an instant. They show confused and terrified expressions, as if an invisible rope is tied around their necks, obediently lining up in a long queue behind the 108 ghostly sedan carriers. Some end up holding broken lanterns, while others are forced to blow into broken trumpets that can't make a sound. What should have been an incredibly terrifying dungeon was forcibly turned by Guzu into a large-scale cosplay parade. This procession grows bigger by the day. Guzu watched the line grow longer and longer, feeling absolutely delighted. He wasn't even in a dungeon to fight monsters at all. It was practically a sightseeing tour. At this moment, a series of pleasant system notification sounds rang out, crazily exploding in his ears like an old slot machine spitting out coins. Ding! Detected drowned dose forcibly pulled into the wedding procession, entering a state of extreme fear. Experience points 1000. Dame, detected hanged, ghost experiencing mental collapse, falling into despair. Experience points 1500. Ding, experience points 1000, 1200, 800. Although the experience bar didn't increase much each time, the frequency of the increases was terrifyingly fast. It was practically like a screen flood, jumping up non-stop. Gu's eyes instantly lit up, his whole body shivered, and he jumped up from the soft couch, completely forgetting about the wife in his arms. Holy crap, there's actually a move like this. He stared intently at the rapidly increasing experience points, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He originally thought the skill 100 Ghosts Escort was just for show, merely summoning some monsters to use as labor. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hidden super BUG. Think about it, under normal circumstances, you have to kill monsters to gain experience. But this skill is different. It forcibly pulls monsters into the team, using a higher positional advantage to suppress them, putting them in a state of terrified but too scared to run away. And within Gu's classed rate Calamity growth, the more fear, the faster the power grows. In other words, as long as these monsters don't die, as long as they're still trembling in the team, they are living, breathing experience cows. They can continuously produce experience. Isn't this the ultimate cheat for farming experience on autopilot? Guzu swallowed hard, feeling like he had opened the door to a new world. In the past, leveling up required desperately slashing monsters, but now, it's about taking a ride in a sedan chair for a lap and monsters come through automatically, crying while contributing experience. This is simply too satisfying. Wife, slow down. No need to rush. Guzu excitedly slapped his leg, his eyes shining as he shouted, "Let's circle this mountain a few more times. I just saw a few only little guys in the woods over there. Let's go greet them." The eerie bride didn't quite understand why her husband suddenly became so interested in those ugly and weak little ghosts, but she had always absolutely obeyed her husband's orders. Thus, the originally straight procession of the wedding party turned into a bizarre S-shape halfway up the mountain, like a gluttonous snake, exploring every inch of ground it passed along the way. Just as Guzu was immersed in the thrill of exploiting a bud to gain experience. Thud. The sedan chair suddenly swayed lightly and came to a stop. The cold, chilling wind outside also paused slightly. "Husband, we've arrived."